Jiang Qingyue, after having her soul mistakenly summoned, unexpectedly received a grand package of time travel. Initially, she envisioned a life of invincibility, boldly challenging the heavens, the earth, and even the very air around her. However, she soon found herself reincarnated as a gluttonous, lazy, and conniving fat woman, married to a man who loathed her to the core. Song Yan, having perished unjustly in his previous life, was granted a chance for rebirth. He had hoped to rectify all the regrets of his former existence, but found himself reborn after marrying the venomous woman who had brought him lifelong humiliation. In the midst of chaos, the two had no choice but to cohabit temporarily. Although they held mutual disdain, their aspirations aligned. One day, he would ascend to great heights, while she would amass wealth, allowing them to part ways and pursue their individual paths to glory. For the sake of their common goal, they presented a facade of harmonious companionship to the outside world, while privately maintaining a multitude of hidden agendas, truly a plastic marriage. What was promised as a cooperative existence soon turned into a series of slap-in-the-face revelations from Song Yan. The famine has arrived. Shall we pause our divorce for the time being? The deadline is passed and returns are not accepted. Wife, how about we first have a child to practice? Chapter 1. Is rebirth really better than time travel? Jiang Qingyue's soul was snatched away while she dozed off during a meeting. That moment, she was lost in the mundane drivel of her superior's speech when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Assuming she had been summoned, she responded, only to find herself vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, her soul arrived at the underworld's 6 Paths of Reincarnation Management office, where she stood in line at the rebirth window. Being her first visit and utterly unprepared, Jiang Qingyue was quite anxious. The sight of the queue triggered memories of her previous life's unpleasant experiences at service counters, heightening her apprehension. As expected, her fears manifested. After observing for a while, she noted that the ghosts ahead cleared their identity verifications without a hitch. Yet when it was her turn, the facial recognition system failed to register her. Jiang Qingyue was drenched in sweat from anxiety. The staff behind the counter raised an eyebrow, stating, "We are currently unable to retrieve your identity information. Rebirth services cannot be processed." Jiang Qingyue gasped, "What does that mean?" The staff glanced at her dismissively. "It means you are not on our list of rebirth candidates." Panic surged through Jiang Qingyue. "Could it be a glitch in your system? I was clearly summoned by one of your messengers." The staff hesitated for a moment, as if realizing something, then muttered softly, "It must be the intern who mistakenly summoned you. You are not the first case this month." Jiang Qingyue's mind raced, but she feigned calmness, placing her hands on her hips and adopting a combative stance, practically emblazoned with the words, "I am not to be trifled with." An intern? Why not say it was outsourced? "I don't care. This is your error, and if you cannot resolve it, find someone who can. You must send me back." To her dismay, the staff remained unfazed and merely gestured towards another window. "Your situation is outside my jurisdiction. Perhaps you should inquire at the rebirth window over there." Just as she was about to protest, Jiang Qingyue reconsidered. Her life had not been particularly satisfying. If given the chance to be reborn, perhaps it was worth contemplating. Thus, she obediently made her way to the rebirth window. That moment, a man clad in a black brocade robe, his hair bound high in a jade crown, exuded an aura of danger that made her hesitate. Jiang Qingyue wondered if this ancient figure had also been mistakenly summoned by an intern across time. Lost in thought, she caught snippets of words like top scholar, chancellor, and lonely star drifting from the front. Once the man completed his business and turned around, Jiang Qingyue promptly lowered her head and hurriedly approached the window to explain her predicament. This time, the staff did not dismiss her. They meticulously scrutinized her history. "I'm sorry, but your resentment levels are insufficient to qualify for rebirth." Jiang Qingyue was infuriated. "I am filled with resentment right now." As soon as she uttered those words, the man in black suddenly turned, staring at her in astonishment. He then reached out, gripping her neck tightly. "Jiang Qingyue, you think you deserve rebirth?" Startled, Jiang Qingyue struggled to pry his icy hands from her throat. "Cough, cough, cough, I don't know you." The man paused, scanning her with a discerning gaze, as if realizing something was amiss. "My apologies, I mistook you for someone else." Suddenly released, Jiang Qingyue coughed violently. "You're insane." Just moments ago, his eyes had burned with murderous intent. Now he seemed unperturbed, as if nothing had occurred. Clearly, he was a madman, ready to lash out at anyone. With such overwhelming resentment, it was no wonder he could be reborn. Having already been tossed between 2 windows, her frustration peaked, and she collapsed in the center of the hall, crying out, "I have died so unjustly." Strangely enough, this tactic proved effective. It wasn't long before she was ushered into a VIP office. MS. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please feel free to express any requests you may have. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qingyue demanded, "You must send me back immediately. I'm terribly sorry, but our records indicate your physical body does not meet the conditions for revival." That's impossible. I just had a health check last month. I am in perfect health. However, I found that you signed an organ donation agreement in your previous life. Jiang Qingyue's head buzzed. Then, I want to be reborn. I'm afraid your resentment levels are still insufficient. Then I want to reincarnate. I regret to inform you that you are not on the list of candidates for rebirth. Jiang Qingyue was on the verge of exploding with rage when the staff spoke again. MS. Jiang, please don't be anxious. I have an experience card for time travel that can transport you to any timeline, allowing you to experience a different life. Upon hearing the possibility of time travel, Jiang Qingyue felt an inexplicable excitement. Life is fundamentally an experience. What could be more exhilarating than rebirth? Feigning restraint, she cleared her throat. Time travel could be acceptable, but your office must agree to 3 conditions. Please, go ahead. First, arrange for me a golden finger, be it a spiritual spring space, mind-reading ability, or a lucky physique. The more the better. The staff's expression shifted to one of disbelief as they quickly retrieved her reading history from a tomato-themed platform, dawning upon them the reality. MS. Jiang, novels are fictitious. Those abilities you mentioned do not exist. However, as compensation, we can provide you with your previous residence as a space for you to continue using, along with all its furnishings. Would that be acceptable? Jiang Qingyue, realizing this was a possibility, had a sudden inspiration. What about my savings? I painstakingly saved those. I even refrained from purchasing memberships to read novels, opting to watch ads instead. The staff's mouth twitched, yet they maintained an elegant smile. How about this? You can place an order online now, and I will dispatch a messenger to move the delivery into your residence. How does that sound? Jiang Qingyue, half convinced, checked her pockets and discovered her old phone, which had automatically connected to the underworld's Wi-Fi. She expertly opened an online supermarket and began to click away enthusiastically. Apart from maternal and infant products, as well as pet supplies, all other categories such as snacks, instant foods, grains, oils, condiments, fresh fruits and vegetables, daily necessities, beauty and skincare items, as well as pharmaceuticals and health products, fall within her ambitious plans. With a decisive flourish, Jiang Qingyue completed her order, depleting her bank card of its final cent, and then exhaled a long sigh of relief. She then articulated her last request. This time, I wish to embody a member of the post, 2000 generation, to relish the exhilarating sensation of challenging the heavens, the earth, and even the very air itself. I shall not entertain any notions of the 70s, 80s, or 90s. The staff member, momentarily taken aback by her boldness, soon arched a subtle smile, nodding at Jiang Qingyue with an air of significance. Congratulations, Miss Jiang. Your journey through time officially commences now. Yes, sir. Words resonated. Jiang Qingyue, who had been seated, instantly transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Once she had completely disappeared, the timid intern, who had been lingering behind the staff member, cautiously spoke up. Sir, I recall that the time travel project for the post-2000s is yet to be developed. The supervisor merely smiled faintly in response. She only expressed a desire to be a post-2000 individual, without specifying the century. We are all mere workers. Some matters do not warrant excessive scrutiny. It is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Take note. The intern, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding, silently offering a moment of tribute for Jiang Qingyue in his heart. Chapter 2. A Journey into Social Oblivion. As Jiang Qingyue's vision darkened, her soul had already soared from the underworld before she could fully prepare herself. Just as a curse teetered on the edge of her tongue, she found herself landing in a soft, warm place. Upon opening her eyes, she was immediately struck by terror. The words she had stifled escaping her lips. How could it be that she was promised a life as a post-2000s individual, yet had traversed back to ancient times? And at this moment, she found herself precariously perched upon the chest of a man, his body as hot and solid as stone. Her hands pressed firmly against his heated torso. Though the room was unlit, the moonlight outlined the man's features with exquisite clarity. His face resembled a polished jade, his hair artfully arranged, and his almond-shaped eyes were half-closed, his thin lips tightly pressed together. His high, arched brows were slightly furrowed, and a glaring wound adorned his forehead, offering a haunting beauty that evoked pity. As she glanced down at herself, Her chubby hands resembled overcooked pig trotters, and the voluminous gown did little to conceal the layers of flesh that encircled her waist, a sight almost too pitiful to behold. Noticing the veins bulging from his neck and his entire body tensed in restraint, Jiang Qingyue thought it best to vacate the situation swiftly. However, as she struggled to rise, she only managed to awkwardly tumble back onto the bed. The man let out a pained howl, his eyes snapping open, revealing a glacial fury. Jiang Qingyue found his terrifying gaze unnervingly familiar, yet before she could ponder further, he bellowed, "Jiang Qingyue, if you dare to entertain any thoughts of me again, I shall end your life." With that, he expended the last remnants of his strength and reason to kick her off the bed. Jiang Qingyue hit the ground with a thud, her head spinning, as a torrent of foreign memories surged into her mind. Indeed, she had crossed over, inhabiting the body of a girl who shared her name but was merely 18 years old. Yet, this was not in Huaguo, but in a land she had never heard of, Daxia. The man who had just kicked her was named Song Yan, her husband, whom the original owner had married just last month. It was no wonder he had reacted so violently. The original owner had employed underhanded methods to compel him into marriage. Since their union, Song Yan had refused to touch her, and they had been sleeping apart. Initially, the original owner had been unaware of the intricacies of marital life. But after returning from a visit to her family, she had come back with a package of medicinal herbs. After Song Yan fell victim to the effects of the concoction, he had even resorted to banging his head to remain conscious, yet ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. The original owner, witnessing her husband in such distress yet still refusing to touch her, had been driven to despair, resulting in Jiang Qingyue's soul being swapped into this body. Having processed these memories, Jiang Qingyue gazed helplessly at the dilapidated thatched roof above her. With a sigh, she surveyed the chaos strewn across the floor, where a rat scurried past her feet. Typically terrified of rodents, Jiang Qingyue felt a strange numbness wash over her, merely watching the creature scurry away. Her gaze returned to the bed, where Song Yan was gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with suspicion. A shiver coursed through her. There was no time for complaints about her circumstances or curses against the underworld. "Song Yan, rest assured, I shall not force you again. I understand your distress. I merely wish to assist you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of mockery ignited in Song Yan's eyes. "Get lost." Realizing her words were misconstrued, Jiang Qingyue hastily waved her hands, "Not in that sense." Without further explanation, she dashed out the door. Watching the woman flee, Song Yan felt a surge of nausea as the metallic taste of blood rose in his throat. Why had fate granted him a second chance at life, only to thrust him into this very night? In his previous life, that woman had employed every trick to coerce him, only to humiliate him publicly, summoning the villagers to witness his disgrace and berating him as a poor scholar. The incident had rendered him the laughingstock of the village, marking that day as the most humiliating of his existence. In this life, he would not allow her to triumph again. Resolute, Song Yan bore through his discomfort, gritting his teeth as he sat up on the bed, preparing to dress when suddenly, the woman burst in, balancing a large basin. After setting it down, she hurriedly returned with 2 buckets of water. "This is the only basin we have. Make do with it." Jiang Qingyue had read in novels that such situations required soaking in cold water to alleviate discomfort. However, given their limited resources, she could only manage a basin bath. As she spoke, she approached the door but paused, glancing back at him. "Regardless of your feelings toward me, do not use your body to make a point. I've heard that if this anger isn't managed, it may leave lasting psychological scars. If it's unbearable, you must handle it yourself." Jiang Qingyue raised a hand in a gesture of peace. The room fell into a profound silence. In the next moment, Song Yan's voice erupted with fury, "Get out." Aware that her suggestion might be difficult for someone of his era to accept, Jiang Qingyue felt she had done all she could and stepped out, closing the door behind her. It was early summer. Outside, the moonlight shimmered like water and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The chorus of frogs and insects filled the night, a never-ending symphony. Jiang Qingyue inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air as she settled on the stone slabs by the door, straining to hear the sounds from within. Upon hearing the splashing of water, she exhaled a long breath, relieved to have time to contemplate her situation. In the underworld, it was clear she had been deceived. However, there was no recourse but to endure another death to lodge a complaint, a perilous endeavor. For now, she merely hoped that the initial 2 conditions had not been tampered with. With that thought, Jiang Qingyue quickly closed her eyes and silently wished herself back into her modern home. In the next instant, she found herself within the familiar confines of her modern abode. Thankfully, her house remained intact, and the items within appeared undiminished. The goods she had ordered in the underworld seemed to have arrived, cluttering every corner of her home, with the living room scarcely providing space to step. Seeing that the first two conditions had been met, Jiang Qingyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. With a growling stomach, she painstakingly navigated through the mountain of parcels to the kitchen, where she retrieved a slice of cake from the refrigerator, devouring it hungrily as she made her way to the bathroom. Upon reaching the mirror, she instinctively glanced at her reflection, a sight that nearly sent her spiraling back to the underworld, causing her to drop the cake in shock. Chapter 3. She became an oily fatty. Since her arrival in this new world, Jiang Qingyue had been engaged in emotional self-care and mental fortification. She had come to accept that the original owner was a chubby girl. She repeatedly told herself that surviving this ordeal was already a blessing and that it was inappropriate to disdain the body she now inhabited. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror, the fragile psychological barrier she had constructed crumbled in an instant. She felt as though she had been struck by lightning, rendered breathless. The woman reflected back at her was not merely a figure with a round face, but a grotesque, slovenly creature that appeared to have just clawed its way out of a refuse heap. The strands of hair atop her head had become so greasy that they twisted into clumps, while the acne on her face resembled active volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment. Her skin fared no better, coarse as sandpaper, its hue a dismal blend of an unappealing black and a sickly yellow. Her clothes, saturated with oil and grime, had long lost their original color, and her elongated nails were encrusted with dirt. This dismal sight nearly caused her to regurgitate the cake she had just swallowed. Upon closer inspection, it became evident why she had sensed an unpleasant odor. It was emanating from her own body. Who knew if there were fleas or lice lurking within? With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingyue bolted into the bathroom, scarcely pausing to remove her clothes before she turned on the shower, allowing the water to cascade over her. Initially, the water streamed clear from the shower head, but by the time it pooled on the floor, it had transformed into an inky darkness. With her eyes shut tight, she stood under the torrent for quite a while before finally shedding her clothes and untying her hair to wash it thoroughly. After scrubbing her hair with shampoo 5 or 6 times, the greasy scent finally dissipated, allowing her to apply a hair mask and fasten her hair back. Once her hair was washed and her body sufficiently rinsed, she retrieved a bath towel, preparing to exfoliate. As the towel glided over her skin, it amassed long, coarse strands that were indistinguishable as either dead skin or grime, or perhaps a combination of both. Jiang Qingyue meticulously scrubbed, refusing to overlook any corner, yet tragically, her back was entirely out of reach. She recalled that she had ordered a long exfoliating towel from the underworld, but there was no time to search for it now. It would have to wait until next time. After completing the exfoliation, Jiang Qingyue dispensed 7 or 8 pumps of body wash, enveloping every accessible part of her in foam. Once she finally finished her shower, feeling as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle, she was confronted with the sight of soiled clothes still soaking in the tub, compelling her to muster her spirit and continue. After haphazardly tossing the clothes into the washing machine, she began brushing her teeth and washing her face. After brushing 3 times and cleansing her face 3 times, she thickly applied an anti-inflammatory acne mask. While the mask took effect, she seized the opportunity to trim her nails. When she finally surveyed her reflection in the mirror, noting the distinct improvement, Jiang Qingyue let out a long sigh of relief. Upon closer inspection, the original owner's complexion did not appear as dark as she had thought. It was likely the years of accumulated dirt from neglecting to bathe that had dulled her skin. Setting aside the acne, the original owner's features were not unpleasing. At least, they were quite striking when viewed individually. Particularly captivating were her large, glistening eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to her own. Jiang Qingyue felt a flicker of consolation. The excess weight could be shed, and her skin could be gradually improved. But the chaotic situation with Song Yan was her most pressing concern. However, since she had assumed the original owner's body, she would have to shoulder this burden. With this in mind, Jiang Qingyue hastily tossed the freshly laundered clothes into the newly purchased dryer and then opened the medicine cabinet, searching for hemostatic powder and iodine bandages. After locating the supplies, she took a moment to glance at the small clothes on the balcony that she had yet to retrieve, unable to suppress a sigh. Once upon a time, she had possessed a figure to be proud of and curves that were enviable, but now those garments were utterly unwearable. The thought of finding a piece of lingerie to wear beneath her clothing was swiftly abandoned. After changing into the original owner's attire, Jiang Qingyue silently urged herself to go out, and in the next moment, she found herself back in that dilapidated courtyard. Pushing open the door, she tentatively called out, "Song Yan." Moments passed without a response, leading her to speculate that he must be asleep. Clutching the medicine in one hand and the freshly lit oil lamp in the other, she cautiously approached him. Song Yan, with his eyes half closed, observed her every move through the narrow slits. Initially, he had anticipated that she would exit and call for others, much like in her previous life, and had prepared himself accordingly. However, after waiting so long without her return, he was perplexed by her solitary presence. Why was she not summoning a crowd to witness his humiliation as she had before? As he pondered this, he noticed her creeping closer, and instinctively, he tightened his grip on the knife concealed beneath him. If she dared to pull at his clothing, he would not hesitate to strike swiftly. In his past life, he had wielded weapons alongside the righteous army and had taken lives in moments of desperation. The only dilemma lay in the fact that her size posed a challenge. Given his current condition, disposing of her body would not be an easy task. Lost in thought, he suddenly saw her extend a hand toward him. Instinctively, he grasped the knife's hilt, slowly drawing it out, when he felt a sudden chill at the wound on his forehead. The sharp sting was not unpleasant, in fact. It jolted him back to awareness. Was she applying medicine to him? Momentarily taken aback, he forgot to draw the knife. After she finished applying the ointment, she blew gently on the wound, causing him to instinctively hold his breath, though he was too late. In the next moment, a refreshing scent invaded his nostrils. It dawned on him that something was amiss. This woman, who usually carried an unpleasant odor, had returned from her outing not only free of stench, but also exuding a subtle fragrance. In a state of shock, he momentarily neglected to scrutinize her actions. When he regained his senses, he found her deftly pouring powder onto the wound and skillfully wrapping it with gauze, the entire process executed with remarkable fluidity and tenderness, as if afraid of causing him pain. This scene was a far cry from her earlier demeanor when she had threatened him with a snake. His first instinct was to assume that she too had been reborn. Yet, the individual he encountered in the underworld had not been her. Although their eyes bore a striking similarity, their expressions and physiques were markedly different. Additionally, that person had not been granted the chance for rebirth. Unable to fathom the reason behind her transformation, Song Yan resolved to observe her further. As long as she did not attempt to share his bed that night, he would spare her life. Fortunately for him, Jiang Qingyue had no intention of sleeping in the bed. Though the specifics were obscured, he could easily guess how filthy it must be. Guided by the original owner's memories, Jiang Qingyue carried the oil lamp directly into the room and, indeed, discovered the spot where he typically slept on the floor behind the straw curtain. Though it consisted of only a bamboo mat and a single pillow, it was at least far cleaner than the previous area. Exhausted to the point where her eyelids felt heavy, she cared little for finicky preferences. After lying down, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 4. How can a place so bare be so disordered? In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the back window, Jiang Qingyue awoke. She had endured a night plagued by nightmares and, upon waking, felt achy all over. For the first time in her life, she was utterly disinterested in lingering in bed. Rubbing her eyes to ensure that the dilapidated house was still there and that her hands were still grotesque, she hurriedly rose to check if Song Yan was still present. However, upon lifting the straw curtain, she found herself frozen in place. If the spot where he typically slept could be described as shabby, then the original owner's territory was nothing short of wretched. It was a chaotic mess, filthy and disorderly. The same earthen floor was solid and smooth on his side, while hers was littered with accumulated debris and refuse. A mere tremor sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. It appears that since her marriage, she has made no effort to tidy up, allowing chaos to reign at her whim. The stark emptiness of the home and its disarray coexist in her presence. At first glance, one might mistake this place for an ancient ruin, or perhaps a battlefield in disrepair. Jiang Qingyue was momentarily lost in thought when she suddenly sensed a piercing gaze directed at her. She quickly lowered her head to investigate and found the man on the bed, still lying as he had the previous night, seemingly undisturbed. She approached the bed, bending down to gently prod his nose with her fingertip. Noticing his normal breathing, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and turned to exit. Unbeknownst to her, the man behind her had opened his dark eyes the moment she turned away. Beneath his irritation lay a deeper curiosity. If it weren't for her robust physique, Song Yan might have doubted his recognition of her. Could it be that this woman had ventured out yesterday to bathe? Had she even changed out of that ragged attire? It seemed the heavens had indeed opened with a crimson rain. With a fleeting glance, Song Yan closed his eyes again, opting to resume his rest. During this time in his past life, he had been deprived of sleep due to the commotion of the previous night, and his head wound had gone untreated, leading to a chronic headache that plagued him until his death. To avoid repeating such a fate, he had chosen to sleep on this filthy mattress, only to find that she had not voiced any objections. How strange, truly strange. Once outside, Jiang Qingyue strolled around the small courtyard, soon realizing its limited size. Recalling memories from the original owner's life, she understood that the courtyard had been partitioned from a larger one by a wall. It turned out that before the marriage, the original owner had insisted on separating from her mother-in-law's family and having her own courtyard. Initially, both the first and second households disapproved, but as Jiang Qingyue would often slip away during chores and dominate mealtimes, the family eventually built a wall to partition them. Ultimately, they were allocated 2 mud brick houses, one larger for a bedroom and a smaller one serving as the kitchen. Perhaps due to the existence of the bedroom, Jiang Qingyue felt a sense of comfort upon entering the relatively tidy kitchen. It appeared that Song Yan had taken it upon himself to maintain the communal areas. A glance around the stove revealed that the only seasonings available were the bare essentials of salt and lard. The bowls and utensils, though few, were barely sufficient. Jiang Qingyue was well aware that for the time being, she could not escape this place. In pursuit of harmony, she was willing to contribute more to atone for the mistakes of the original owner. She resolved to employ her culinary skills to break the stalemate between them. In her past life, having experienced her parents' divorce and the subsequent remarriage of both, as well as the early passing of her grandparents who cared for her, she had begun cooking at a young age. Later, while studying and working alone, she had honed her culinary abilities to perfection, ensuring her own palate was well catered to. Such a minor challenge would not bring her to her knees. Just as Jiang Qingyue had bolstered her resolve, she opened a cupboard only to be met with dismay. The rice jar and flour bin contained only a few remnants of cracked rice and dark flour. Beyond that, there were no other ingredients. The adage a clever woman cannot cook without rice proved true. After a moment's thought, she grabbed a handful of cracked rice and, with a bit of stealth, took some white rice from her own supplies, mixing them to prepare a porridge. She figured that since Song Yan was currently unwell, a simple rice porridge would be suitable for him. Besides, she had no need for it herself. Once the porridge was simmering, Jiang Qingyue glanced outside and, seeing no movement from the bedroom, swiftly slipped into her space. Upon entering, she promptly retrieved the wontons she had prepared a couple of days prior from the refrigerator. While the wontons boiled, she hurriedly brushed her teeth and washed her face. By the time she finished her morning routine, the wontons were ready. She added a splash of soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, pepper, and salt to the bottom of a bowl, then mixed in the freshly boiled wontons, releasing an enticing aroma. Realizing something was still missing, she dashed to the terrace with scissors in hand. The reason she had chosen the unimpressive second floor was the terrace that extended outward, allowing for the cultivation of flowers and vegetables. At this season, the garden was already abundant with greens, and there were also cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers bearing fruit, waiting to swell. Without taking the time to admire them, Jiang Qingyue swiftly snipped a green onion and 2 sprigs of cilantro, washing them before chopping them finely and adding them to the bowl. The once simple wontons transformed into a vibrant dish filled with color and fragrance. After 2 days without a hot meal, Jiang Qingyue was too hungry to worry about her diet. After all, maintaining a diet was a long-term endeavor. Breakfast could not be skipped, especially considering the many tasks awaiting her and the numerous people she would need to engage with. Having successfully convinced herself, she unapologetically finished a large bowl of wontons. Just as she was about to savor the broth, a sudden knock echoed from outside her space. Jiang Qingyue quickly exited, hurrying to the yard to answer the door. Standing before her was a woman in her 40s, slender and pale, with a hint of earthy tones in her complexion, yet devoid of any sharpness or malice. Upon speaking, her tone was laced with warmth and a desire to please. Xiaoyu, why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Jiang Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that this was Song Yan's mother, her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu. To preempt any grievances Song Yan might voice later, she decided to take the initiative. Mother, why are you here so early? Last night, Yan accidentally hurt his head. He's still asleep. I got up to prepare some porridge for him. To her surprise, Mrs. Wu did not react significantly to the news of her son's injury. Rather, she was astounded by Jiang Qingyue's use of mother. This was the first time she had heard Jiang Qingyue address her in such a manner. Thinking she was concerned for Song Yan's condition, Jiang Qingyue reassured her, "But don't worry, mother, I've already treated Yan's wound and stopped the bleeding. He just needs to rest for a couple of days." Mrs. Wu, filled with gratitude, grasped Jiang Qingyue's hand tightly. Good. Thank you for taking care of our third son. The previous night had been tumultuous, and Mrs. Wu had spent the night worrying. She had wanted to check on the situation, but hesitated for fear of upsetting her daughter-in-law. Thus, she had waited until now, only coming over when she heard movement next door. To her surprise, the person who answered the door was Jiang Qingyue, who had called her mother not once but twice. Not only had the address changed, but the woman herself appeared transformed, exuding an aura of cleanliness and decisiveness. Moreover, she had allowed her son to rest in bed while she prepared breakfast. Jiang Qingyue, noticing Mrs. Wu's strong reaction, recalled the original owner's attitude towards her mother-in-law and felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon reflection, she realized that this step was inevitable, especially since Mrs. Wu seemed quite amiable. Were she to be a different kind of mother, witnessing her son being compelled to marry such a disordered wife, she would have likely caused a great uproar. In light of this, Mrs. Wu appeared almost saintly, but if the recipient of her grace was herself, then there was no issue at all. Jiang Qingyue contemplated for a moment before taking the initiative to explain, "Mother, when I was younger, I lacked understanding. If I have done anything to provoke your anger, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. From now on, Yan and I will live a good life together." Wu Shi was momentarily taken aback, and before she could utter a word, tears streamed down her cheeks as she grasped Jiang Qingyue's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. After the initial joy, she suddenly remembered that she had 2 eggs tucked away and hastily pulled them out to secretly give to her, saying, "You should boil these eggs and enjoy them with Lao San. Look at you, working so hard and sweating profusely. It's important to nourish yourself." After saying this, she recalled something else and added, "By the way, the day before yesterday, Lao San lost a snake of yours. Today, I sent Lauda to the mountains to catch a couple more for you." Upon hearing the word snake, Jiang Qingyue was instantly covered in goosebumps. She quickly shook her head vehemently. No. I will never eat snake again. Please do not send them." Wu Shi, mistaking her aversion for displeasure, looked anxious and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you love snake soup the most?" Jiang Qingyue, terrified, felt as though her soul had nearly fled her body. She quickly shifted the blame, saying, "It's Yan, he's afraid of snakes, so I won't be eating them anymore." Just as she finished speaking, a burst of laughter floated over from the wall. Among the laughter was a teasing remark, "Oh, come on. You want to eat them anymore? If you don't eat, I'll take your surname, Jiang." Jiang Qingyue looked up to see Song Yan's younger sister, Song Dongmei, perched on the wall between the 2 houses, enjoying the spectacle. Wu Shi, noticing her, quickly called out, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you speak to your sister-in-law like that? Show some respect." After that, she turned back to Jiang Qingyue and added, "Dongmei is like this. Don't take her words to heart." Song Dongmei, upon hearing this, scoffed, "Mother, why are you apologizing to her? Do you really believe what she says? Mother, you may not know, but last night this woman drugged third brother. And they were at it for half the night." Second sister-in-law heard everything clearly. Wu Shi was taken aback by this revelation and glanced at her third daughter-in-law in shock. Jiang Qingyue, feeling embarrassed, forced a smile and offered an excuse, "Mother, I was just anxious to have a child, and Yan has been unwilling. I acted foolishly in a moment of desperation." Wu Shi was aware that the couple had not yet consummated their marriage, which had weighed heavily on her heart. It seemed evident that they had finally become true husband and wife, which explained the significant change in Jiang Qingyue today. Although the means employed were questionable, the outcome was ultimately favorable. With a heart that shifted from worry to joy, she said, "Little you, now that you and Lao San are truly married, you must live well together. Please keep that medicine hidden and never use it again." With that, she hurriedly glanced inside at Lao San before hastily departing. Seeing her mother-in-law leave with a flustered smile, Jiang Qingyue instantly realized she had misunderstood the situation. It was too late to clarify, and she could only watch as her mother-in-law closed the door behind her. Inside, Song Yan, lying on the bed, couldn't he help but smile bitterly at how easily his mother believed Jiang Qingyue's words without even asking him directly. In his previous life, his mother had always defended that woman, even after being deceived countless times, still holding on to the hope that she would change for the better. If it hadn't been for his mother's poor health and her desire to avoid sadness, perhaps they would have divorced long ago, preventing the subsequent events from unfolding. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue stood in the courtyard, completely unaware that Song Yan, a well-read scholar, had been eavesdropping on her conversation. She was currently engaged in a staring contest with Song Dongmei, who was rolling her eyes and sticking out her tongue. Jiang Qingyue was unfazed, maintaining her composure. Even the typically assertive Song Dongmei was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, she would have retaliated with insults by now. Could it be that her sister-in-law had truly changed her ways? Before Song Dongmei could process her thoughts, Wu Shi rushed back into the courtyard, wielding a broom to shoo her away. Hearing the commotion from across the way, Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at the 2 eggs in her hand. An idea sparked in her mind. Just moments ago, she had been lamenting the lack of nutrition in her plain porridge, but now she had the perfect solution. Jiang Qingyue grabbed a bowl, cracked the eggs, added a splash of cold water and a pinch of salt, and whisked them vigorously before steaming the mixture. Once the egg custard was ready, she scooped a bowl of plain porridge and carried both to the bedroom. Upon entering, she found Song Yan still lying in the same position as he had been in the morning. She wondered if he was all right and quickly called out softly, moving closer to check his breathing. To her surprise, in the next moment, Song Yan suddenly opened his slender eyes, his tone icy yet laced with sarcasm. "Are you disappointed?" Jiang Qingyue jumped, internally cursing his oddity, but maintained a facade of calmness as she replied, "I'm glad you're okay. It's time to eat." Song Yan turned his head and noticed the bowl of white porridge and the bowl of egg custard on the table beside the bed. The porridge was as white as snow, pristine and devoid of any impurities, while the custard had a smooth surface, making it impossible to discern whether anything had been added. He cast a wary glance at Jiang Qingyue and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Jiang Qingyue, having just devoured a large bowl of wontons, had little appetite left for this, so she pursed her lips and said, "I already had something in the kitchen." Song Yan pressed his lips into a thin line, his gaze contemplative. He had heard everything clearly. His mother had brought over 2 eggs, which were evidently in this bowl. How could she have the heart to leave them untouched for him? Jiang Qingyue shot him a glance and quickly realized what he was thinking. However, it was broad daylight, and she wasn't some insatiable creature. There was no way she would concoct such a scenario so early in the morning. It was utterly unreasonable. Then it dawned on her that he might be experiencing some form of acute stress reaction. After all, last night's events had been rather intense, and heightened vigilance was to be expected. Although Jiang Qingyue had never had a boyfriend, she had once raised a puppy that would get all fluffed up and scared at the slightest noise during stressful moments. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingyue steadied her nerves and patiently explained, "I had porridge earlier. This egg custard is specifically for you to regain your strength. I didn't add anything to it." However, the calmer she became, the more suspicious Song Yan appeared. "You should eat first." Chapter 6. Tidying up the house. Jiang Qingyue had initially thought that, even though she had traversed into the body of an 18-year-old, her thoughts were already those of a 26-year-old. Thus, she believed it wouldn't be difficult to manage Song Yan, who was merely 20 and had yet to experience much of the world. Little did she know that he could effortlessly counter her with just a few words or a glance. His gaze was certainly not that of an ordinary 20-year-old. Despite her best efforts to reassure him, he remained unconvinced. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her spoon, took a mouthful of porridge, and then a spoonful of egg custard, hoping this would suffice. To regain some ground, Jiang Qingyue finished her meal and smiled at him, saying, "We've run out of rice at home. You need to eat well to regain your strength so you can study hard and earn money to buy more rice." With that, she cheerfully prepared to leave. However, Before she could take a step, Song Yan's indifferent voice rang out again, "You should use a different spoon. Also, when you went back to your mother's house yesterday, you brought all the money we had saved up, didn't you? I hope your mother didn't think it was too little." Song Yan's reminder jolted Jiang Qingyue's memory. Indeed, the original owner had brought all their savings to her mother's house yesterday. However, the family had deceived the original owner by claiming it was a loan. Considering the previous actions of her family, it was evident that this money was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. Jiang Qingyue cast a fleeting glance of guilt at him, instinctively silencing the latter part of her thoughts. "All right, I will fetch you a different spoon right away. By the way, the room feels stifling. Let me take this outside for you to enjoy in the fresh air." With that, she carried both the table and the two bowls out to the courtyard. Surprisingly, Song Yan did not protest this time. He silently got out of bed and walked outside. He slowly approached the table and sat down, the sight of the two bowls instantly evoking a plethora of unpleasant memories. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the spoon and took a taste. The savory flavor of the egg custard was just right, although there was not a drop of sesame oil. The aroma wafted enticingly, and the texture was unlike anything he had ever experienced, remarkably tender. He couldn't resist glancing at Jiang Qingyue, bustling around the room. Could it be that this woman, who consumed porridge daily, actually knew how to cook? Seeing that Song Yan no longer insisted on discussing the original owner's financial support to her family, Jiang Qingyue felt a slight sense of relief. However, her intention in calling him outside was not merely for the sake of fresh air, it was simply to prevent him from hindering her cleaning efforts indoors. To facilitate her work, she rolled up her sleeves, reasoning that with her current physique, no one would accuse her of impropriety. After securing her hair and donning a clean cloth to cover her mouth and nose, she boldly entered the bedroom. She began by stripping down all the visibly filthy fabrics from the bed, tossing them into the laundry basket along with her tattered clothing. Then, she took the bedding and mat outside to air dry. Once the items to be washed and dried were sorted, she picked up a broom and started sweeping away the peeling paint and cobwebs from the walls, followed by the floor. After clearing away the trash and dust, she sprinkled some water to settle the dust that had been stirred up. By the time she finished cleaning the bedroom, Jiang Qingyue was drenched in sweat and urgently needed to relieve herself after holding it in all morning. She grabbed the basket from the courtyard and prepared to head to the stream to wash the clothes and bedding. The basket was filled to the brim with dirty items, and hand-washing them was out of the question. She merely sought an opportunity to sneak them into the washing machine later. Following the original owner's memories, she exited the house and walked downstream along the stream. Just a few steps into her journey, she spotted a group of women by the stream, chattering away and waving their sticks. Jiang Qingyue, preoccupied with her pressing need, paid them no mind and continued downstream with a grunt. However, upon noticing her, the women fell silent, only to resume their chatter once she passed. "What has gotten into Jiang Qingyue? She's come to wash clothes today?" It was indeed unusual. "Perhaps we should call her over for a chat?" "Oh, don't shout. She would surely feel embarrassed to come over." "You don't know?" Yesterday, Jiang Qingyue became involved with the scholar from the Song family, and the commotion was quite significant. She must be here to wash bed linens. Upon hearing this, the women were astounded. Is that true? They really are together? If it's said by the Song family's second sister-in-law, it must be true. I heard her mother-in-law even delivered eggs this morning. No wonder. Once this woman opened her heart, she truly changes. Just look at her walk, it's different now. Before, she walked as if the earth trembled. Now, just see. Jiang Qingyue, suddenly, she found herself uncertain on how to walk. It must be said, the local customs were indeed simple and unpretentious. They didn't even bother to hide their gossip. She hadn't even walked far when Jiang Qingyue awkwardly fled from the village's gossip hub, following the stream around a bend to an uninhabited downstream area. Surveying her surroundings and finding no one, she cautiously slipped into a patch of grass towering over her head, instantly vanishing into her space. Once inside, without a moment's hesitation, she placed down the basket and rushed to the toilet. After relieving herself, she tossed some of the dirty clothes into the washing machine. While waiting for the laundry, Jiang Qingyue initially planned to rest in the bedroom, but discovered the door was blocked by a delivery box. She had no choice but to muster her spirits to sort through the packages. Reflecting on the joy of unboxing online purchases in the past, she now faced the daunting number of packages with a sense of dread, utterly unsure where to begin. She decided to categorize the items first, stacking them separately, knowing there would be ample time to unpack later. At present, the most pressing concern was her need for sustenance. She needed to ensure she had a proper lunch before anything else. Having drained Song Yan's finances entirely, allowing him, a wounded man, to subsist on scraps would only breed greater resentment. With this thought, Jiang Qingyue set aside her desire to rest and quickly emerged from her space. She scanned her surroundings for any potential sources of food and soon realized that the spot she had chosen was conveniently located beneath a large boulder, right where the stream swirled back, surrounded by lush water plants, with depths unseen. Tentatively, Jiang Qingyue retrieved a piece of stale bread from her space, tore it into small pieces, and tossed a few into the water. To her delight, within seconds, 2 fish rushed up to devour the morsels. Overjoyed, she quickly brought the basket into the water. Once the water calmed, she tossed in more pieces of bread and waited 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, when, with a splashing sound, the basket was swiftly yanked from the water. Peering inside, she found 3 sizable crucian carp thrashing about, a sight that filled her with joy. She hurriedly placed the fish into her space and continued to lower the basket back into the water. This time, perhaps the fish were wise to her tactics, for she caught not a single one. Noticing the sun was nearing its zenith and that the upstream washing area was deserted, Jiang Qingyue hastily filled her basket with the washed clothes and hurried home. Upon her return, Jiang Qingyue first placed the 3 fish into the kitchen to keep them alive in fresh water. When she entered the kitchen, she found the morning's bowls and utensils had already been washed and returned to their place. The previously empty water jar was now full. Peering into the bedroom, she saw Song Yan sitting at the desk, calmly writing something. It seemed that aside from his disdain for her, he was not entirely intolerable. If they could coexist peacefully, the harsh environment could be endured for the time being. She could hold on for a year or so, and then consider her next steps. At present, what was more urgent was her need for survival. As Jiang Qingyue contemplated her survival strategy, she hung the clothes and bed linens she had retrieved from the washing machine on the line in the courtyard. Throughout the entire process, Song Yan did not glance her way even once. Instead, it was the neighbor, Madame Wu, who approached with a look of concern. "Xiaoye, I just heard you went to the water's edge to wash clothes." As she walked closer, upon seeing the freshly washed linens and clothes hanging in the yard, she was momentarily rooted to the spot. "Did you wash all these just now?" Jiang Qingyue responded with a simple Madame Wu then looked around in astonishment. "These clothes are so clean, and they even have a faint fragrance." Jiang Qingyue smiled slightly. After all, the washing machine had worked diligently all morning. "Mother, did you come to find me for something?" Wu finally remembered the purpose of her visit. "It's nothing serious, I'm just worried. I heard you went to the riverbank to do the laundry, so I thought I would come and lend you a hand. However, after searching everywhere, I couldn't find you, and I feared you might have fallen into the water again." Jiang Qingyue was taken aback to discover that someone was genuinely concerned for her safety. This sentiment felt somewhat foreign to her, as if it belonged to a past life, leaving her feeling slightly awkward and momentarily unsure of how to respond. In a moment of urgency, she dashed into the kitchen and caught a fish, explaining, "I finished washing clothes and went fishing. Perhaps we missed each other." With that, she firmly placed the fish in front of Wu, saying, "Here, take this home and prepare a dish." Wu, however, was reluctant. "You've worked hard to catch this. Keep it for yourself and the 3rd son." She continued, "There's more in the kitchen. Besides, you brought us 2 eggs this morning, so consider this a return gift. Now that we've separated our households, it wouldn't be right for me to keep providing for you. Others might start gossiping." Wu paused for a moment. "Have you heard any rumors?" Jiang Qingyue hesitated before responding, "It's nothing much. This morning, while I was out washing clothes, people were discussing the incident between me and Ian last night, as well as your delivery of eggs." Jiang Qingyue chose to address this matter directly out of dissatisfaction with her sister-in-law spreading her private affairs, but she felt it was neither the time nor place to confront her. Instead, she wanted to gauge her mother-in-law's attitude towards the situation and ensure that Song Yan knew she had not been the one to gossip, thus avoiding any future blame. Upon hearing this, Wu immediately thought of her second daughter-in-law. "It must be your sister-in-law spreading rumors. Don't worry about it. When I return, I'll have a word with her." Jiang Qingyue seized the opportunity. "Then please take the fish with you." Wu glanced at the fish that was nearly suffocated by her daughter-in-law's grip, sighed in resignation. and accepted it. All right, I'll take it. I'll have Dongmei fetch some vegetables from the garden for you shortly. Jiang Qingyue, feeling no need to refuse, responded, "Thank you, mother." Wu, noticing her third son's wife had suddenly become so considerate and understanding, felt a deep sense of satisfaction and reminded her to not overexert herself. While the two women conversed in the courtyard, Song Yan remained frozen, his pen suspended in midair. Only when their discussion concluded did he slightly regain his composure. How did she become so astute all of a sudden? Mother was won over by her in less than a day? Turning his gaze, he observed the yard adorned with freshly washed clothes and linens, and even the indoors felt considerably more refreshing, leaving him momentarily dazed, questioning if his memories were flawed. Meanwhile, after Wu departed, Jiang Qingyue returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch. She scooped half a ladle of black flour, discreetly mixed in a bit of white flour, added water, and kneaded it into a dough. Just as she was about to begin cleaning the fish, she heard her sister-in-law Lu Xiuying's shrill voice from next door, followed by the supportive interjections of her sister-in-law Song Dongmei. Their voices rose and fell in a cacophony, with Song Dongmei's being noticeably louder, resembling a firecracker that, once ignited, could not be silenced for a long time. Amidst their bickering, Jiang Qingyue tossed the two cleaned fish into the hot oil. With a sizzling sound, white smoke billowed from the pot, followed by an enticing aroma. After adding some scallions, ginger, and garlic to stir-fry, she added water and began to stew the fish. Once the fish had simmered for a while, Jiang Qingyue meticulously removed all visible seasonings to eliminate any evidence of their presence. She then flattened the kneaded dough into thin pancakes, sticking them around the edge of the iron pot. Just as she finished placing the pancakes, Song Dongmei arrived with the vegetables. Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately rushed to inspect the freshly laundered clothes and linens, muttering to herself, "Mother said she washed so many things, but I didn't believe it. I thought she had slipped back to her family home again." Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle at her sister-in-law's loud self-talk, which prompted Song Dongmei to turn around. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Qingyue smiled and replied, "What were you mumbling about? Did you really wash all of this?" "Of course," Dongmei answered, awestruck as she stepped into the kitchen and dropped the vegetables Wu had sent her. "Mother told me to bring these to you." Suddenly, she caught a whiff of the cooking. "When did you learn to cook?" Jiang Qingyue smirked, adding 2 more pieces of firewood to the stove. "I've always known how to cook. Otherwise, do you think this figure of mine comes from nowhere?" Song Dongmei burst into laughter. "That's true." Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Jiang Qingyue lifting the pot lid. The delightful aroma that had been pent up exploded forth, filling the kitchen. Dongmei paused mid-step. "How come the fish you're cooking has no fishy smell? It smells even better than meat." Jiang Qingyue held a spatula in one hand and used the other to peel off the pancakes. Noticing her sister-in-law standing idly by, she called out, "Dongmei, did you bring any scallions? Wash 2 for me." Song Dongmei, momentarily startled, hurriedly rushed over to grab 2 scallions to wash. Midway through, she suddenly realized why she was following Jiang Qingyue's instructions. As Jiang Qingyue finished peeling the pancakes and noticed Dongmei still dawdling, she urged, "Hurry up and wash them." Instinctively, Song Dongmei handed over the scallions. Jiang Qingyue chuckled as she accepted them, chopping them into pieces and tossing them into the pot. After a gentle stir, she saw that the broth had thickened enough, and she ladled it into a large bowl. Chapter 8, Negotiation. After a brief interaction, Jiang Qingyue found that her sister-in-law was quite agreeable. Although she could be sharp-tongued, her heart was not unkind. Jiang Qingyue was in dire need of an additional ally. Otherwise, with only Wu's favoritism, life would likely become quite challenging. Furthermore, dining alone with Song Yan felt somewhat awkward, prompting her to extend an invitation to Song Dongmei. "Would you like to join us for lunch? If so, I'll prepare another dish." Song Dongmei was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "You want me to stay for a meal? You're not planning something devious, are you?" Jiang Qingyue shot her an exasperated glance. "Your third brother is injured and can't do heavy work. I just want to move the bed after lunch." Understanding dawned on Song Dongmei, and she patted her chest. "I thought as much. No problem, I'll help you move it afterward." With that, she hurriedly grabbed a bowl and chopsticks and dashed out, calling, "Third brother, it's time to eat." While Song Dongmei set the table, Jiang Qingyue had already washed and prepared the vegetables she had sent over. The vegetables were malva verticillata, reputed as the king of ancient greens. Jiang Qingyue had previously ordered them online out of curiosity and found the soup to be quite flavorful. Thus, she tossed a generous handful into the pot to cook. With Song Dongmei present, the atmosphere at the dining table improved significantly. She boasted about the pancakes while chattering nonstop. "Why do you eat like a cat now? You used to be the fastest eater in the family, devouring your food like a whirlwind. I didn't expect you could actually cook. You had been quite secretive about it. I used to dislike fish, but this is surprisingly good. Where did you catch this fish? I never managed to catch any when I wash clothes by the water. By the way, did third brother really get hurt by accident? Or was it something you did last night?" At this moment, Jiang Qingyue was meticulously tearing her coarse flatbread into small pieces. Earlier, she had hesitated to add too much white flour, resulting in a somewhat coarse texture that was rather difficult to swallow. Thus, she planned to soak it in the fish soup before eating. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she heard Song Dongmei bringing up an unwelcome topic. Hastily clearing her throat to redirect the conversation, she remarked, "I discovered a spot where fish are hiding. If you're interested, I can take you there." Upon hearing that they might catch fish, Song Dongmei promptly set aside thoughts of Sanji's mishap. "Really? You would be so kind?" Jiang Qingyue smirked slightly, "Of course. In exchange, you must accompany me to the mountains to forage for wild vegetables." Song Dongmei paused, glancing between Jiang Qingyue and Sange. "Foraging for wild vegetables? Weren't you reluctant to go before? It's already summer. What suddenly sparked your interest?" Jiang Qingyue sighed softly. "Well, there's no rice left at home. We must think of ways to bring back some food." After speaking, she instinctively glanced at Song Yan. Although he did not meet her gaze, he clearly sensed her intentions. Without waiting for Jiang Qingyue to finish her meal, he stood up and went to copy books, remaining seated at the table all afternoon without moving. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue kept herself busy. After tidying up the kitchen, she spent the afternoon cleaning the bed. Song Dongmei, showing some conscience, helped out significantly, even scrubbing their straw mats. The sun shone brightly that day, and within a few hours, everything they washed was dry and free of mildew. However, Jiang Qingyue was utterly exhausted. She couldn't be bothered to fuss over dinner, so she simply reheated the leftover rice porridge from the morning, adding some chopped okra and a pinch of salt for flavor. Despite her efforts to avoid direct confrontation with Song Yan throughout the day, she found herself unable to evade the inevitable when night fell. Steeling herself, she entered the room. Upon stepping inside, she found Song Yan still seated at his desk, lamp lit, diligently copying. Jiang Qingyue glanced at the freshly made bed, feeling caught in a dilemma of standing or lying down. Resolutely, she declared, "Song Yan, we need to talk." As her words fell, Song Yan did not pause his writing, and after a moment, he replied nonchalantly, "About what?" "About our future." "What future do we have to discuss?" Jiang Qingyue detected a tone of mockery in his voice, which began to stoke her frustration. "Song Yan, I admit that I was indeed wrong about what happened last night. But given the circumstances now, do you truly bear no responsibility at all?" At her words, Song Yan let out a sudden laugh, his narrow eyes momentarily locking onto hers as he enunciated, "My only mistake was saving you when you fell into the water." Jiang Qingyue thought to herself, "Indeed, you should not have saved me. Had you not intervened, the original owner might not have perished. And I wouldn't have to bear the blame here." Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Years of part-time jobs and work had taught Jiang Qingyue a crucial lesson. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head, especially when there is no retreat. "I understand that all of this is my fault, but the events have unfolded, and we must negotiate a way to resolve them one by one." Song Yan's cold gaze lifted slightly, seemingly surprised. Jiang Qingyue cleared her throat and continued, "I recognize two main errors on my part. First, I should not have forced you to marry me in gratitude for your kindness. Second, I should not have drugged you last night." Song Yan regarded her with a meaningful glance, prompting her to elaborate. Jiang Qingyue paused, relieved that the matter of the drugging had not resulted in a catastrophe. "I will do my utmost to make amends. Until your injuries heal, you need not worry about household chores. And I will take the floor while you can have the bed. As for the first point, after last night's events, I have come to understand that a forcibly sweetened fruit is never truly ripe. I lack the ability to warm your heart, thus I am willing to seek a divorce. However, not at this moment. After all, we have only been married for a month. Separating now would benefit neither of us. How about we wait a year before proceeding with the divorce?" Song Yan narrowed his eyes. "A year?" Upon sensing his reluctance, Jiang Qingyue quickly added, I assure you that during this year, I will not force you again. I will grant you ample freedom and will not be as messy and lazy as I have been before. If you doubt me, we can formalize this in writing. Having just been reborn, Song Yan had resolved to find a way to rid himself of her as swiftly as possible. His silence today was due to her strange behavior earlier, prompting him to observe before speaking. Now, hearing her propose a year's wait before their separation, he was caught off guard and hesitated. Jiang Qingyue, noticing his wavering, hastily suggested, "Why not take some time to consider it? Give me your final answer in a couple of days, and I will demonstrate my sincerity through my actions." Song Yan cast her a peculiar glance, eventually nodding silently. Since they had come this far, a few more days would not matter. Jiang Qingyue, elated by his acquiescence, urged him out. "All right then. We're not going to town tomorrow. Take your time copying. You should rest now." Chapter 9. Ascending the Mountain. Once she had ushered Song Yan out of her sleeping area, Jiang Qingyue lowered the curtain of the straw mat. After ensuring he was completely out of sight, she hurried to her space to attend to her urgent needs. Confident that given Song Yan's disdain for her, he would not come searching for her, she boldly decided to sleep in her space that night, setting an alarm to return before dawn. After resolving her immediate need, Jiang Qingyue realized she had hardly eaten anything that evening and instinctively opened the fridge, retrieving the last piece of cake. However, before she could take a bite, she caught sight of her abdomen and silently returned the cake. Instead, she grabbed a tomato and washed it. Squatting on the terrace, she ate the tomato while spitting out the seeds into the soil. After finishing the tomato, she covered the spot where she had spat the seeds with a thin layer of soil. In this era devoid of tomatoes, every seed was precious and should not be wasted. Having exhausted her physical energy for the day, Jiang Qingyue opted not to engage in further exertion. She dashed into the bathroom for a quick shower before collapsing onto her bed. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, she suddenly recalled that Song Yan's wound had yet to be redressed. After battling drowsiness for a while, she finally took the medicine and stepped outside. As she approached the bed with an oil lamp in hand, she found Song Yan breathing steadily, his expression serene in slumber. However, to be cautious, she softly said, "Song Yan, I'm here to help you with your dressing." With that, she gently began to unwrap the old bandage. The gauze beneath had become soaked with dried blood, and fearing she might wake him, her movements were even more delicate than the previous day. Once she had removed the bandage, the large patches of dark red startled her, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Quickly, she moistened a cotton ball with iodine to clean and disinfect the wound. Perhaps due to the oppressive heat of summer, it seemed the wound was showing signs of potential infection. Jiang Qingyue sighed softly. Since she had taken on the responsibility, she would see it through to the end. Thus, she retrieved a bottle of healing liquid from her space, dampened the gauze, and applied it to his wound. This medication not only prevented inflammation, but also promoted rapid healing. As she waited for a few minutes, Jiang Qingyue found herself restless, unable to leave. Curiously, she studied Song Yan's face. It must be said, the original owner had an eye for aesthetics. From such a deathly perspective, he remains breathtakingly handsome. Jiang Qingyue sighed helplessly, pondering the futility of such beauty. After all, it was not hers to possess. Glancing was merely an exercise in futility. Thus, she withdrew her gaze, removed the gauze, and with unwavering focus, applied a layer of anti-inflammatory ointment before deftly rewrapping the bandage. Once these tasks were completed, she retreated to the spacious bed within her realm, collapsing into a deep slumber, blissfully unaware that Song Yan, who had been tormented for hours, was now slick with a thin sheen of sweat. Earlier, having witnessed this woman sneak in at midnight to change the dressings, he surmised that her medicine must possess some peculiar quality, which is why she hesitated to reveal it during daylight. As he pondered where she had acquired such excellent remedies, he was suddenly startled by her gaze. He had feared she harbored ulterior motives towards him, but fortunately, she quickly averted her eyes. It appeared she had indeed undergone a transformation. The following morning, Jiang Qingyue was roused by the first rays of sunlight. Gazing at the window devoid of curtains, she vowed that once the issue of sustenance was resolved, she would surely install some. Stretching and yawning, she made her way to the kitchen, where she was met with a choice of black noodles or broken rice. Jiang Qingyue paused for a moment, noticing that the last remnants of chives sent by her sister-in-law remained, and an idea sparked within her. She blended the flour, creating dough, and rolled out 4 large, thin wrappers. Pairing them 2 by 2, she placed a filling of seasoned chives in between, then gently pan-fried them until golden. She set aside one for Song Yan, dividing the rest, half for breakfast and half for lunch. By the time she finished tidying up, Song Dongmei had already arrived, carrying a bamboo basket and an axe. "Are you ready?" "We must head up the mountain early," she urged. Jiang Qingyue nodded, quickly shouldering the basket from the yard. "I'll just inform your third brother, and then we can go." She hurried to the bedroom door, peeking inside to see him already up, engrossed in his books. She called out, "Dongmei and I are heading up the mountain. The food is on the stove, so eat sparingly. We won't be back until noon." Without waiting for a response, she hastily closed the door and followed Song Dongmei out. The village Jiang Qingyue had traversed to was called Xia Village, nestled against the mountains. Home to several dozen families, the villagers relied on a few acres of meager farmland for sustenance and had learned from a young age the wisdom of living off the land. Aside from the Jiang family, who had migrated from afar, every household would venture into the mountains to gather firewood, forage for wild vegetables, and hunt. The nearby mountain, known as Dakingshan, was the most frequented by the locals. Today, Song Dongmei brought her to a spot for foraging wild vegetables on this very mountain. After climbing in the shade for a while, Jiang Qingyue found herself sweating profusely. Unable to continue, she paused to catch her breath, observing that the path they were on was a wild one, seldom traversed by others. The wind rustled through the leaves, sending a chill down her spine, prompting her to ask, "Dongmei, are we safe on this path? What if there are snakes?" Song Dongmei turned to her with a teasing smile. "What? Are you craving snake soup, third sister-in-law?" Jiang Qingyue's expression turned serious. "I'm more concerned about being bitten by a snake." Song Dongmei stifled a laugh. "Don't worry, I'm clearing the way ahead. If there are snakes, they'll scurry away. They live quite comfortably here and have no interest in becoming soup." Jiang Qingyue retorted, "That's not the point. Why not take the main road?" Song Dongmei explained, "Well, you see, the main road is often crowded. If anyone sees us heading up the mountain together, I'd be worried about you getting dragged into gossip." Jiang Qingyue noted this grievance for future reference. Seeing Jiang Qingyue silent, Song Dongmei thought she was upset and added, "Actually, that's only half the reason. The wild vegetables on that side are overripe. Here. The shade keeps them tender. Just hang in there, we'll be there soon." Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth and pressed on, convincing herself it was all for the sake of fitness. After an arduous climb to the halfway point, the sun climbed higher, the dew on the weeds evaporating. Upon arrival, Song Dongmei immediately began to dig up wild onions and amaranth. Recognizing these vegetables, Jiang Qingyue squatted down, laboring to gather them as well. After filling half a basket with amaranth, she looked around for more. In a patch of grass, she discovered a small cluster of wild mint and eagerly knelt to gather it. Upon seeing her, Song Dongmei called out, "What are you picking that for?" "That stuff tastes awful." Jiang Qingyue regained some confidence, explaining, "Wild mint isn't meant to be eaten as a vegetable. It's great for stewing fish to eliminate the fishy scent, and it makes a refreshing drink when brewed." Song Dongmei regarded her with skepticism. "Is that true? Then I'll pick some to try." After gathering wild mint, they continued their ascent. On a sunlit slope, Jiang Qingyue spotted a small patch of wild ferns, their slender fronds unfurling from beneath fallen leaves, their tips drooping like tiny fists. She called for Song Dongmei, who approached with a look of disdain. "These ferns are a bit old. Eating them will leave you with a bloated stomach." Jiang Qingyue, unwilling to concede, pinched one, declaring, "I think they're fine. If we boil them and let them dry, they can be stored for a long time." With that, she began harvesting the tender ones. Seeing Jiang Qingyue ignore her warning, Song Dongmei reluctantly joined in. After finishing, the sun was directly overhead, and the two sat on a rock to rest and eat their rations. As Jiang Qingyue nibbled, she surveyed the surroundings, her gaze falling upon a profusion of blooming roses. Strangely captivating, they beckoned her to gather a few. Seizing the opportunity while her sister-in-law was still eating, she hurried off to collect some. Song Dongmei, noticing her again straying to pick flowers, called out in exasperation, "What now? Can you eat those flowers?" Jiang Qingyue smiled wryly. Must a woman of ample size always be concerned with food? Yet, reflecting on her current state, she conceded it was a fair point and decided to let her sister-in-law have her say. Though Jiang Qingyue offered no explanation this time, Song Dongmei followed eagerly. "Hey, this smells quite fragrant, reminiscent of the laundry detergent you used yesterday. By the way, where did you buy that detergent?" Jiang Qingyue was taken aback. She had used a floral-scented laundry detergent. However, since the question was posed, she could only respond in kind. Remember when you asked why I was picking flowers? Well, these blossoms have many uses, one of which is to create scented soap. Really? Song Dongmei exclaimed, her face lighting up. You can make scented soap? That stuff sells for a pretty penny. Jiang Qingyue nodded, affirming her skill. Inspired by this diversion, she suddenly conceived a profitable idea, to craft and sell scented soap. Would you like some? If so, help me gather more flowers, and I'll send you a bar once it's made. No sooner had she spoken than Song Dongmei was enthusiastically plucking flowers. By the time both baskets were filled, time had slipped away. As they began their descent, Song Dongmei asked, third sister-in-law, are we still going to catch some fish later? In pursuit of fish, she had just gathered a considerable amount of wild mint. However, at this moment, Jiang Qingyue was drenched in sweat and felt too embarrassed to urge her companion to accompany her in catching fish again. Jiang Qingyue was unfazed, recognizing that it was common knowledge that plump individuals tended to perspire easily. On their way back, she exchanged glances with Song Yan, both of them staring at each other in silence, deciding it would be more refreshing to head to the water's edge. Let us hurry down the mountain, so we won't delay dinner. We can wash the vegetables shortly, she suggested. By the time the pair arrived at the spot where Jiang Qingyue had caught fish the previous day, dusk was approaching. Jiang Qingyue instructed Song Dongmei to pour out the vegetables for washing, asserting that she could handle the fishing alone, for too many people would only frighten the fish away. With that, she ventured forth with her empty basket. Jiang Qingyue placed the bamboo basket in her former spot and, after a prolonged wait, she finally tossed in some breadcrumbs, yet still, there was no sign of movement. Reluctantly, she retrieved a sausage from her supplies, reputedly a favorite among the fish. Sure enough, after casting the sausage into the water, there was soon a commotion on the surface. Jiang Qingyue scooped up 3 fish in succession, totaling 6, and deemed it sufficient before returning to Song Dongmei. As they triumphantly made their way home, their faces beaming with joy, they were abruptly met by Song Chushan, the eldest of the Song family, rushing towards them with an anxious expression. Dongmei, you both need to return quickly, something has happened at home. Exchanging a glance with Jiang Qingyue, Song Dongmei hastily took off towards their home. Before they even reached the entrance, the sounds of commotion echoed from the courtyard. Jiang Qingyue's heart sank, prompting her to quicken her pace as they entered the yard. Upon entering, they beheld the original owner's mother, Wang Guilan, wailing like a banshee on the ground, rolling about and shrieking for vengeance, her eyes devoid of tears yet her cries filled with fury. Beside her, Wu Shi, who had been attempting to console her, was visibly in tears. Meanwhile, Song Yan stood in the center of the yard, his countenance dark and foreboding. Surrounding them were villagers, some intrigued, others amused, gathering to witness the spectacle. Listening from the periphery, Jiang Qingyue overheard Wang Guilan's shrieks, accusingly lamenting, "It must be you, wretched scholar, who killed my daughter and left her for the wolves in the wilderness. The Song family must compensate me for my daughter." Wu Shi patiently interjected, "Mother-in-law, Xiaoyu is truly unharmed. She went up the mountain early this morning with our Dongmei. I promise you, I've sent someone to fetch her back." Wang Guilan remained unconvinced, retorting, "Who are you trying to fool? I inquired, and no one has seen her leave the house today, nor ascend the mountain. The sun is setting, where is she?" Jiang Qingyue found herself taken aback. It was surprising to witness such concern from Wang Guilan, who had rarely shown any interest in her well-being over the years, treating her merely as a laborer for her own schemes. Just as she pondered this, Wang Guilan abruptly stood up, hands on her hips, declaring, "I don't care. Your family has caused my daughter's death, and until I see her alive or dead, you must pay the Jiang family 50 taels of silver. Otherwise, I will report you to the county office." Jiang Qingyue halted, realizing she had miscalculated. "Mother, why are you here?" Wang Guilan, consumed by thoughts of the 50 taels, did not acknowledge Jiang Qingyue's call. She continued to wail, "I raised my precious daughter for 18 years, only for you to grind her down to nothing. 50 taels." Mid-sentence, the crowd erupted into laughter. Wang Guilan paused, startled, then turned around, her face pale with shock, a ghost. Jiang Qingyue regarded her with exasperation. "Mother, what are you doing?" A look of disappointment crossed Wang Guilan's face. "You're not dead?" Exhausted from the day, Jiang Qingyue snapped, "What? Are you wishing for my demise?" "Why would I wish for your death?" Wang Guilan retorted, "What nonsense is this? Why were you wandering about? Jiang Qingyue pressed her lips together. Didn't my mother just explain? I went up the mountain to gather wild vegetables. Upon hearing this, Wang Guilan seized upon it as an opportunity. Gathering wild vegetables? What good is that? Did the Song family marry you off just to have you dig for vegetables? If you are going to gather, it should be for the Jiang family. As she spoke, she scrutinized her daughter, feeling that in just 2 days, she had changed remarkably, appearing more refined than the daughter she had raised. Chapter 11. Demands for money. Wang Guilan critically assessed Jiang Qingyue, sniffing around the basket behind her. Did you catch fish as well? Jiang Qingyue chuckled. Mother, what a jest. If we could eat fish, would I need to climb the mountain for wild vegetables? I just went to wash the vegetables by the water's edge. Yesterday, she had been contemplating how to reclaim the 2 taels she lent to Wang Guilan. With her arrival, in front of so many witnesses, it was an opportune moment to ask for repayment. Oh, by the way, Mother, since you're here, can you return the 2 taels you borrowed? A yen injured his head the other day, and I want to buy him some meat to nourish him. Wang Guilan's expression darkened, her voice rising defensively. When did I borrow money from you? Just a few days ago, Mother. Didn't you promise to return it soon? Wretched girl, that was your filial money. Seeing her refusal to repay, Jiang Qingyue squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mother, please don't make this difficult for me. Let everyone see how we're living. We can barely afford meals, and with a yen injured. If I weren't truly desperate, my physique wouldn't allow me to scale such heights for wild vegetables. With that, she attempted to pull Wang Guilan towards the kitchen for proof. The onlooking villagers craned their necks, intrigued. Wang Guilan, feeling her daughter was throwing her under the bus, shot her a scornful glare, muttering, Wretched girl, why are you turning against your own mother? Even if I had money, I wouldn't give it to you. Jiang Qingyue kept her head down, tears falling. Until this moment, the villagers had perceived her as lazy and unkempt. Now, however, they noticed a stark transformation. She appeared tidy and had spent an entire day gathering wild vegetables. She no longer fit the disparaging rumors that circulated about the Jiang family. In contrast to Wang Guilan's current demeanor, sympathy began to swell among the villagers for Jiang Qingyue. I see that this child, Qingyue, hasn't had it easy. She has always been so impressionable, influenced by her mother. Indeed, what kind of person would demean their own daughter like that? The girl can't be blamed for being a bit naive. Remember, it was your family that pressured the scholar into marrying your daughter, depleting the Song family's resources with your demands. Now you dare to refuse even the last 2 taels? As the villagers murmured, Song Qingshan had already summoned the village head. Jiang Qingyue's heart sank upon seeing him. She was acutely aware of the original owner's deep-seated fear of this authority figure. It wasn't just her. Most villagers held him in a mixture of respect and trepidation. Moreover, the village head had long regarded Song Yan as the village's hope, nurturing him for years. The thought of her clumsy interference likely incited not just anger, but a sense of betrayal. During her marriage, he had nearly expelled the Jiang family from the village. After a brief respite, Wang Guilan returned to cause a ruckus, igniting a furious response within Jiang Qingyue. Wang Guilan, can you truly claim that your own daughter is wronging you? Return the 2 coins at once. At this moment, Jiang Qingyue felt a deep sense of disappointment. Mother, if you refuse to repay, so be it. If you disregard my life now, consider me as if I were never born to you. Wang Guilan, realizing that her daughter of 18 years was hinting at severing their relationship, seethed with resentment. You think you can just walk away? I raised you for nothing? Just you wait. With that, she hurriedly made her exit. Jiang Qingyue was left pondering whether Wang Guilan meant she would settle the debt or simply seek revenge. Nonetheless, this encounter had solidified her understanding of her maternal family's true nature, reinforcing her resolve not to divorce Song Yan at this juncture. Returning to such a family would be akin to plunging into a fiery abyss. Once Wang Guilan departed, the curious villagers slowly dispersed, leaving only the Song family and the village head behind. The village head sighed as he observed Song Yan's bowed head. Yan, you must muster your spirit and not succumb to despair. Song Yan nodded slowly, casting a glance at Jiang Qingyue before addressing the village head. Village head, I have something I wish to discuss with you. With that, the 2 retreated indoors. As the others departed, Wu Shi glanced at her eldest and second sons. Chunshan, Xiangjiang, you both should return home. I'll follow shortly. The eldest, Song Chunshan, and his wife, Zhang Sunyang, nodded in agreement. Mother, we'll head back to prepare dinner. The second son was also preparing to leave, but his wife, Lu Xiua, was fixated on the baskets held by Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei. Did you two truly catch fish? Just give some to my sister-in-law. We'll cook it right away when we get home. Song Dongmei exploded in anger. What are you thinking? Those fish were caught by my sister-in-law. What right do you have to claim them? Lu Xiua retorted, what right? You vanished for an entire day, neglecting your chores, and now you expect to return home empty-handed for dinner? Song Dongmei scoffed, then I simply want to return for dinner tonight. She turned to Jiang Qingyue. Sister-in-law, may I dine with you this evening? Jiang Qingyue had no objections. Wu Shi shot a glare at her second son's wife. The village head is still here. You both should refrain from causing a scene and hurry home. Once the second couple departed, Wu Shi admonished Song Dongmei, you two should return. You dined here yesterday. And staying again today is quite excessive. Song Dongmei pouted, the fish cooked at home isn't as delicious as what my sister-in-law makes. Besides, I'm not looking to mooch. Jiang Qingyue interjected, Mother, the village head has been so kind to Song Yan, and this is a rare visit. I wish to have him dine with us this evening, especially since he has been cooped up at home due to his injuries. She then discreetly signaled to Song Yan. Song Yan was taken aback by her sudden invitation, considering her previous demeanor made it seem as though sharing a meal with anyone was a torturous task for her. However, recalling that Dongmei had dined with them yesterday, he cleared his throat. Village head, why not join us for a simple meal this evening? Jiang Qingyue, noting the softening in Song Yan's tone, felt a surge of joy. She looked at the village head with eager anticipation. The village head pondered, questioning whether the food Jiang Qingyue prepared was indeed suitable for consumption. He recalled her earlier lamentations about their poverty, but then reconsidered. Staying for a meal might present an opportunity to return the favor later. With a resigned acceptance, he replied, Very well, I shall not be polite. Jiang Qingyue, blissfully ignoring his reservations, beamed as she entered the kitchen. Dongmei, please tidy up the dining table. We'll be serving the village head and Song Yan shortly. Song Dongmei, relieved that she wouldn't have to share a table with the village head, exhaled in relief. As she exited the kitchen, Jiang Qingyue hastily added seasoning to the dishes she had prepared. Before long, Wu Shi returned with a few eggs and a block of tofu, indicating it was a makeshift addition to the meal. Jiang Qingyue understood her reluctance to impose, so she graciously accepted the offerings. The tofu would complement the fish stew, and the eggs would pair nicely with the wild onions they had foraged. A simple salad of wild amaranth would complete the meal. As the fragrant aroma of the fish wafted through the air, the village head, who had been conversing with Song Yan, realized it was time for him to leave. He stood up and, while departing, reminded Song Yan, I've taken note of what you mentioned earlier. Focus on preparing for next year's examinations. Do not allow other matters to distract you. I've seen how much Qingyue has changed. If she can truly commit to a better life with you, that would be wonderful. Should she continue to mistreat you, I will not let it slide. Just as he was speaking, he turned to find a large black bear standing before him. Jiang Qingyue chuckled, Village head, dinner is nearly ready. Do stay and eat before you head back. The village head's face transformed into a palette of colors. No, that's unnecessary. I have dinner waiting for me at home. Jiang Qingyue seized this rare opportunity to appeal to someone influential in the village and a trusted ally of Song Yan. Village head, the meal is almost prepared. Please honor us with your presence as a companion to Yan, who has been feeling quite isolated due to his injuries. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Song Yan. Song Yan, taken aback by her initiative, was surprised to see her extend such an invitation to someone else. Yet, recalling that Dongmei had been treated similarly the day before, he coughed lightly. Village head, perhaps you could stay for a simple meal this evening. Jiang Qingyue, noticing the noticeable shift in Song Yan's tone, felt elated. She eagerly looked to the village head for his response. The village head hesitated, questioning whether Jiang Qingyue's cooking would be palatable, especially since she had just claimed to be struggling financially. However, he realized that accepting the invitation could also be beneficial. A few bites now could pave the way for future exchanges. With a resigned expression, he agreed, very well, I shall not decline. Jiang Qingyue, blissfully oblivious to his doubts, radiated joy as she returned to the kitchen. Dongmei, please prepare the dining table for the village head and Song Yan. Song Dongmei, relieved that she wouldn't have to share a meal with the village head, was in a lighter mood. Jiang Qingyue, seeing her leave the kitchen, hastily mixed the dishes, ensuring everything was perfectly seasoned. The night was so dark that it was unlikely anyone could discern what lay within. Song Dongmei tidied the table and cheerfully darted back and forth, bringing the bowls, chopsticks, and dishes for the two of them. In her excitement, she couldn't help but boast. All these dishes were foraged by me and third sister from the mountains today, and this fish was freshly caught by her as well. Her culinary skills are exceptional. If you find the pot insufficient, there's more to be had. Song Yan observed his little sister's sudden sweetness, tinged with admiration for Jiang Qingyue, stirring a sense of suspicion within him. Just yesterday morning, Jiang Qingyue had won over their mother, leading to her helping with sewing quilts and clothes today. In merely a day, had she also managed to win over Song Dongmei? Now, she was reluctant to return home. What secrets did this woman possess that made her increasingly inscrutable to him? Lost in thought, the village chief was nearly drooling at the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes. "Ah Yan, you are too generous with all this food," he exclaimed. Song Yan snapped back to reality, smiling as he gestured for the chief to help himself, relieved that he was not being judged for such hospitality. The chief, unable to contain himself, quickly scooped a piece of fish into his bowl. "I'll indulge then." This fish is splendidly cooked. No wonder that girl has grown so plump. Her cooking is far superior to that of my wife." As the village chief showered praises, an inexplicable feeling washed over Song Yan. He couldn't shake off the impression that it wouldn't be long before Jiang Qingyue had him under her spell as well. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Song Dongmei, already enchanted by Jiang Qingyue, was fervently showcasing her fish soup mixed with noodles. After finishing the meal, she diligently washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen. "Third sister, when will we make the fragrant pig-s trotters?" Jiang Qingyue, having just cleaned a jar and placed wild roses inside, replied while arranging the flowers, "After a long day, you should go rest. We can discuss the trotters tomorrow. Besides, we still lack some ingredients." Though anxious, Song Dongmei had no choice but to wait. Once the chief left, he stood up to exit the house. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly set down the wild flowers and followed him outside. "Village chief, take care." The chief paused, glancing back at Jiang Qingyue by the kitchen door. Finding her increasingly agreeable, "Qingyue, ensure you and Ah Yan lead a good life together. No more of that past nonsense." Jiang Qingyue quickly affirmed, "Village chief. I promise to be more sensible. It was my folly before. From now on, I will live well with Ah Yan." She cast a lingering glance at Song Yan, who felt a tightening in his chest, his lips pursed. He hadn't even spoken when the village chief chuckled. "Seeing you both like this puts my mind at ease. No need to see me off. You should tidy up and rest early." With that, he exited swiftly. Song Yan's gaze narrowed, reflecting scrutiny. "Jiang Qingyue, what are you really up to?" Jiang Qingyue, unwilling to back down, retorted, "I've been up the mountain since dawn, foraging for wild vegetables, catching fish, and preparing a meal for you. What do you think my intentions are?" Song Yan fixed her with a sharp gaze. "Do you genuinely wish to share your life with me?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble?" Jiang Qingyue crossed her arms, probing. "Unless you already have someone in your heart? Afraid I might misunderstand?" Chapter 13. Going to the Jiang family for money. Song Yan pursed his lips, responding curtly, "Nonsense. I don't." "Then that is settled. We are already married. It matters not what others think. I, as a woman, am unconcerned about such things." "Yet you seem to care deeply," she replied. At her words, Song Yan unexpectedly allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Her statement evoked memories of the original owner's painful past, causing her to awkwardly fidget. She was acutely aware that, given her current appearance, making such comments to someone as handsome as Song Yan was rather distasteful. Quickly, she shifted the topic. "The hot water is ready in the kitchen. Go wash up." With that, she hurried back to the bedroom with the freshly arranged vase. Seizing the moment he was absent, Jiang Qingyue slipped into the space to freshen up, also retrieving the long bath towel she had ordered online. While applying a face mask, she was suddenly called by Song Yan. Assuming he would not approach her willingly, she was taken aback when he did. Hastily rinsing her face, she dried it with a towel and stepped out, lifting the curtain. "Did you need something?" Song Yan cast a brief glance at her before quickly turning away. "Put on your clothes." Jiang Qingyue looked down in alarm. In her haste, she had torn her attire. "Wait for me to change. Turn around." While she searched for something to wear, Song Yan bent over his desk, his back to her, his face flushed. He soon caught a whiff of floral fragrance and looked down to find a vibrant bouquet of wildflowers adorning his otherwise simple desk, a striking contrast that was nonetheless eye-catching. As he pondered this, Jiang Qingyue re-entered, now dressed. "What did you want?" Song Yan picked up 2 books from his desk. "These are the copies I finished today. Tomorrow. Go to the Waya bookstore in town and ask manager Chen for 401. Buy whatever you think necessary. Curious, Jiang Qingyue flipped through the books, admiring the neat handwriting, which bore a resemblance to what she had seen in museums in her past life. All right, is there anything you need? I can bring it back for you. Song Yan paused. Just bring back the new books that manager Chen needs to copy. Feeling a bit sheepish, she grinned. I meant for the things you want. Before going to town, I'll stop by the Jiang family to collect that money. If you need anything, I'll buy it for you. Don't just have me work without compensation. Do you think I'm a miser? Song Yan regarded her disapprovingly. You needn't go to the Jiang family. It would be a fruitless endeavor. I just don't want any more disturbances at home. Jiang Qingyue exhaled in relief. Grateful he didn't think she was returning to give them money. You needn't worry, I have my methods. Even if they refuse the money, they will still come to cause trouble if they think they can gain anything. Song Yan gave her a strange look before muttering, do as you wish, and retreated to sleep. Jiang Qingyue, remembering her promise to help Song Dongmei make soap, quickly slipped back into the space after Song Yan left. Having made handmade soap before, she understood that the key ingredients were oil and lye, though she couldn't recall the precise proportions. She resolved to retrieve her previous notes on the process to avoid embarrassing herself in front of Song Dongmei. As she opened her computer, she murmured, the document must be here. Glancing down, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the Wi-Fi in her room was still functioning, and her computer had automatically connected to the internet. Jiang Qingyue eagerly opened a search engine, typing in the methods for making traditional handmade soap, and was delighted to see numerous results pop up, some even featuring detailed video tutorials. Overjoyed, she began to study intently, taking notes as she went. Unbeknownst to her, the night deepened, and she eventually succumbed to sleep, collapsing onto her bed. The following day, Jiang Qingyue was preparing breakfast when she suddenly caught sight of Song Dongmei perched on the wall. Startled inexplicably, she exclaimed, could you refrain from being so frightening in the future? Song Dongmei chuckled. I just wanted to see what you were making for breakfast and to ask about your plans for today. Are you still going up the mountain? Jiang Qingyue smiled wryly and shook her head. Not today. I'm heading into town. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is my third brother going too? He isn't going. Then I'll accompany you. Wait a moment while I tell my mother. With that, her head disappeared from the wall. In no time, she reappeared with a basket on her back. Mother said I should go with you. It's perfect because I need to gather some medicine for her. Jiang Qingyue looked up, concerned. Is mother unwell? It's her old ailment, Song Dongmei replied, leaning in closer. Actually, mother is using the excuse of gathering medicine to secretly give me money. She said it's for you to buy something. You mustn't tell anyone. If Dasa or Ersa find out, especially Ersa, she will definitely cause a scene. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback by Wu's willingness to go to such lengths for her. After all, Wu had been living with Dongmei and the eldest two without separating the household, meaning all funds were considered communal. Song Dongmei seemed to sense her thoughts. Don't overthink it. This money was meant to be spent. Mother simply doesn't want to buy medicine anymore and wishes to save the money for you and third brother to get through tough times. Jiang Qingyue sighed softly. But if she doesn't take her medicine, what will happen to her health? And if I don't bring back the items? One Dasa and Ersa find out? Mother's illness can't be cured by medicine. She said you needn't worry about anything else. Jiang Qingyue's heart softened. Yet she still refused. Listen to me. This money should be for Mother's medicine. Your third brother has finished copying his book and will sell it today. Hearing that she would have money to spend, Song Dongmei agreed, for she too wished for their mother to continue her treatment. Then hurry and eat. Let's leave early before it gets hot. Jiang Qingyue smiled slightly. Why the rush? We can stop by the Jiang family first before we go. Upon hearing that she intended to return to her parental home, Song Dongmei pouted. Are you taking your mother with you? You aren't planning to give third brother's book money to your family, are you? Jiang Qingyue looked at her helplessly. What are you talking about? They haven't returned the 2 taels from yesterday. I just want to get some things for the town. You really plan to ask for it back? Song Dongmei exclaimed, astonished. Since marrying, Jiang Qingyue had only taken things and money from her family to support them, but she had never seen them return anything. Of course it's true. I even plan to ask you to accompany me. Aren't you good with words? Help me out. Oh please, that's your family. I can't afford to provoke them. Are you afraid? I had planned to use the return money to buy meat in town and make dumplings for dinner. Chapter 14. Can this even be considered a scheme? When Song Dongmei heard that there would be dumplings for dinner, her smile widened. How could that be? You should go out and ask around. Who in our village fears Song Dongmei? Let us go, just watch me. Jiang Qingyue, sensing her confidence, felt emboldened. Wait a moment. I'll have your third brother write something for me. Song Yan was in the bedroom but had already overheard their conversation. He was taken aback when he realized Jiang Qingyue wanted him to write a severance letter. It seemed this woman was determined to sever ties with her family. That didn't seem like something she would do. Though he was incredulous, he complied with her request. Jiang Qingyue took the letter, blew on the ink to dry it, and carefully folded it to place in her bosom. I'll head directly to town afterward. Your breakfast and lunch are on the stove, so remember to eat. With that, she excitedly slung her bamboo basket over her shoulder and left the house with Song Dongmei. Before long, they arrived at the Jiang family's doorstep. Inside, the family was having breakfast when they heard a knock at the door. A flustered Wang Guilon called out, "Who is it?" "Mother, it's me. Open the door quickly." "Go away. I have no daughter like you." Jiang Qingyue smirked, signaling to Song Dongmei to continue knocking. She stepped back a couple of paces and shouted to their neighbors. "Mother, please open the door. Didn't we agree yesterday to settle the debt? Why won't you let me in?" Her voice quickly drew the attention of the villagers. It seemed everyone was curious about the outcome of Jiang Qingyue's request for money. "Qingyue, what brings you here?" Jiang Qingyue raised her voice to explain yesterday. In front of everyone, didn't my mother acknowledge borrowing 2 taels? She promised to return it yesterday, but she hasn't come. We're struggling to make ends meet today, and I intended to come and collect the money to buy rice in town. She added, "It's so early. I wonder if my family is already out in the field since no one is opening the door." The villagers exchanged knowing smiles. We haven't seen them go out. The chimney was just smoking from cooking. They must be avoiding you on purpose, refusing to open the door. Jiang Qingyue shouted back, "That's impossible. My parents aren't like that. How could they choose to hide from me over 2 taels of money?" The villagers laughed heartily at her fervor. Moments later, Wang Guilon stormed to the door, fuming. "What are you doing? It's early morning. Can't a person have their breakfast in peace? What do you want?" Jiang Qingyue retracted her smile. "Mother, you're still having breakfast. Meanwhile, a yen and I are lucky to get 2 meals a day. We're just waiting for you to return the money so we can buy medicine and food." Wang Guilon snorted derisively. "I have no money." Jiang Qingyue glanced into the yard. "No money? Yet your table is full of eggs and steamed buns. How can you say you have no money?" Hearing this, Wang Guilon hurriedly shut the door behind her. "What nonsense are you spouting? I spent all your money yesterday." "Spent it all?" Jiang Qingyue's expression turned pained. "Mother, you didn't spend money, you squandered the lives of a yen and me. Since you refused to provide for us, consider me dead. You no longer have a daughter." With that, Jiang Qingyue pulled out the severance letter she had just prepared. "With this, I sever ties. I won't be asking for those 2 taels back. Let it be money for you and father's coffins." Wang Guilon was enraged, nearly collapsing from the shock. After all the effort to marry her off, she had hoped to gain some benefit from her connection to Song Yan. How could she sever ties at such a critical juncture? Before she could respond, the door creaked open behind her. Jiang Qingyue's father, Jiang Qingyue, stepped out, brandishing a stick. "Unfilial daughter, are you wishing for your parents to live long? Making a scene at the door so early? I'll beat you to death today." Jiang Qingyue was not one to back down as he swung the stick. She deftly dodged and then seized it. It was mother who borrowed money and refused to pay it back first. "Do you want to kill me in front of everyone to silence me?" The crowd quickly intervened. "Jiang Qingyue, even if she is your daughter, you cannot just hit her or threaten her life. What about the law? Yes, in the past, you and your wife would shout and threaten. But now that she is married into the Song family, she belongs to them. You have no right to strike her." Jiang Qingyue had not anticipated that attacking his own daughter would draw such criticism. Fearing the possibility of legal repercussions, he dared not wield the stick in his hand any longer. "Do not heed her nonsensical claims. This girl has been a habitual liar since childhood. How could we possibly ask her for a loan? We all heard your wife, Mrs. Wang, admit it in person yesterday. Indeed, everyone can attest to it. Even the village head was present. You cannot evade this matter. Hurry up and provide her with money to buy grain." As Jiang Qingyue muttered that there was no such incident, he cast an angry glance at his wife, Wang Guilon. Seeing her lower her head in guilt, he realized that the truth had indeed been exposed. Faced with the crowd, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he awkwardly chuckled. It must be a misunderstanding. However, Since the Song family is in dire straits, as a father, I cannot turn a blind eye. Guilin. Go inside and gather some funds from the second household and your mother. At least collect a couple of taels to help Qingyue in her time of need. Wang Guilin shot a shocked glance at her husband and then glared fiercely at Jiang Qingyue before turning to enter the courtyard. Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei exchanged glances, both believing that the matter would be resolved smoothly. Little did they know that the original owner's grandmother, old Lady Li, would come stumbling out in the next moment. With a fierce charge, she lunged towards Jiang Qingyue, shouting, "You little wretch, do you still have the audacity to come back and demand money? Watch me not crush you." Jiang Qingyue was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but managed to narrowly evade her. Old Lady Li stumbled and fell flat on her face at her own doorstep. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly got up, sat on the ground, and began to wail. "You wretched child, you intend to kill me on purpose. No one is allowed to give you any money today, not a single copper coin. And you will have to pay me for my medicine, or I shall report you to the authorities." Jiang Qingyue looked at her incredulously. "Can you really be this shameless? Grandmother, with your loud and robust voice, do you really need medicine? Perhaps you should just report me to the authorities. Everyone is watching, you came at me. And I didn't dodge, should I simply wait to be struck?" Upon hearing this, old Lady Li, enraged, reached out to grab her. Chapter 15. A wife must obey her husband. Do not underestimate old Lady Li's age. Her agility surpassed that of the plump Jiang Qingyue. Just a moment before, she had been half lying on the ground, and in the next instant, she sprang up to scratch at Jiang Qingyue. Close by, Jiang Qingyue had no time to evade. And just as she was about to be clawed, a strong hand seized her arm and pulled her aside, barely helping her escape. "Is this your idea of a solution?" Jiang Qingyue had initially thought it was Song Dongmei who had pulled her, but to her surprise, it was Song Yan. "You've come," she said, astonished. Song Yan cast her a cool glance without responding, then turned his narrowed eyes toward the Jiang family. "A daughter must obey her father, and a wife must obey her husband. Since Jiang Qingyue has married into our Song family, she is now one of us. Even if there are missteps on her part, it is not for you, the Jiang family, to shout and make a fuss." Upon hearing this, the three of them were instantly infuriated. Just as they prepared to argue with Song Yan, the village head approached, bellowing, "What commotion is this?" Upon reaching them and standing firm, he glared sternly at old Lady Li. "Old Lady Li, considering your age and experience, having once lived in a prominent household, how can you stoop so low in front of the younger generation? Have you no shame?" Old Lady Li felt her pride wounded and, with the support of her son and daughter-in-law, gradually stood up. "Village head, this incident is not my fault. It is the Song family's disturbance." The village head coldly snorted. "I am not so old as to be blind. I was present yesterday when Qingyue asked Mrs. Wang for money. The matter could not be clearer. The schemes you Jiang family members have been plotting are not lost on me. This time, if you dare to act unreasonably again, do not blame me for being merciless." He then shifted his gaze to Jiang Fugue. "Your Jiang family originally migrated from afar. I took pity on your plight and allowed you to settle here. Do you remember how you assured me at that time? If the money is not returned today, our Xia village will no longer have a place for the Jiang family." The village head's words were unmistakably clear. Jiang Fugue and the others were taken aback, looking to old Lady Li for guidance. Naturally, old Lady Li was reluctant to leave, as she had brought her family to this secluded village to escape trouble. Although nearly 20 years had passed, she had no idea where to go now, and the money she had brought was nearly spent. She simply could not afford any more upheaval. With great reluctance, she had to lower her head and plead. "What the village head says is true. We shall not dare again." After speaking, she shot a glare at her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Guilin. "Hurry up and get the money. This is all you're doing. We haven't seen any of the funds." Wang Guilin felt aggrieved, but, in front of everyone, could not undermine her mother-in-law's authority. So she nodded and hurried back inside. When she returned with a couple of taels, she angrily tossed the money into Jiang Qingyue's arms. "Take your money and leave quickly." Jiang Qingyue, clutching the heavy taels, felt a surge of joy and thanked the village head. "Thank you, village head. If it weren't for your support today, I would not have been able to obtain this money so easily." The village head nodded at her. "No need for thanks. You treated me to a meal yesterday. This matter was largely thanks to Song Yan. Had he not come to find me, I would not have known." With that, the village head waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Once the crowd had left, Jiang Qingyue approached Song Yan, thanking him again. This money should rightfully return to its owner. Song Yan paused for a moment, taken aback that she did not intend to keep it for herself. No need for thanks, I was merely helping myself. You should keep this money. Weren't you going to the market to buy something? Although his tone was cool, it was clear that he was beginning to shift in a positive direction. This change filled Jiang Qingyue with elation as she joyfully tucked the money away. Song Yan, rest assured, I will not lose this money again. When I return from the market tonight, I will prepare dumplings for you. After saying this, she waved cheerfully at him and pulled Song Dongmei away. Seeing her happily waving goodbye, Song Yan awkwardly averted his gaze, fearing she might misinterpret his actions. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue's mind was consumed with thoughts of newfound wealth. She finally had money. From this day forth, she would no longer wake up each morning to fret over the empty grain jar and flour bin. Song Dongmei was also infected by her joy, sister-in-law. Now we definitely have a plan for the dumplings tonight. Jiang Qingyue suppressed her laughter, casting a slightly disdainful glance at her. You still have the gall to mention the dumplings? Earlier at home, you said you could handle everything on your own and that you feared no one in the village. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Dongmei stuck out her tongue in explanation. Sister-in-law, I thought you were doing quite well at first. I didn't want to interrupt. When my grandmother came out, why didn't you say anything? Sister-in-law, honestly, you should know better than anyone what kind of person your grandmother is. I really can't handle her, probably only the village head can manage her. Luckily, my elder brother cares about you and knew to seek help. Jiang Qingyue contemplated the usual prowess of old Lady Li and concluded that her assessment was indeed accurate. A wave of inexplicable relief washed over her at the timely appearance of Song Yan. Resolute, she decided to purchase some fine goods in town to supplement Song Yan and to discuss their agreement for the year. Having dallied for quite some time, by the time the two reached the village entrance, the ox cart heading to town had already departed. With a sigh, Jiang Qingyue lamented her missed opportunity to ride the cart. Song Dongmei chuckled softly. Never mind, third sister-in-law. Even if we had caught up, they wouldn't have taken us. Jiang Qingyue, puzzled, inquired, why not? Because with your physique, you occupy 2 spots and refuse to pay double, Song Dongmei replied. Jiang Qingyue responded, walking is quite nice, consider it a means of losing weight. The only downside is that it wears out shoes a bit. By the time they arrived at the market in town, more than an hour had elapsed. On such a hot summer day, the long walk had left Jiang Qingyue drenched in sweat. Her disheveled appearance and the accompanying odor were quite apparent. However, the thought of soon indulging in shopping rejuvenated her spirit. Chapter 16. The matter of plucking peach blossoms is not within her purview. After inquiring around the market, the two made their way towards the Waya bookstore as directed by Song Yan. Perhaps due to Jiang Qingyue's disheveled appearance, coupled with their worn and patched clothing, and the bamboo basket typical of country folk slung over their shoulders, they were intercepted by a young attendant at the bookstore before they could even step inside. May I ask what brings you here, esteemed ladies? Jiang Qingyue paused for a moment before revealing her purpose. I am Song Yan's wife, here to deliver his books. The attendant gasped in surprise, scrutinizing Jiang Qingyue from head to toe. Before she could speak further, a sharp, high-pitched female voice emerged from within. This is impossible. You're lying. Looking up, Jiang Qingyue saw a young lady dressed in a green long gown, her delicate features indicative of a privileged upbringing. However, the disdain and sharpness in her gaze as she regarded Jiang Qingyue were unmistakable. How dare you impersonate Song Deji's wife? We have never heard of him being married, she exclaimed. Even if he were to marry, it could never be someone like you. That is utterly impossible. Seeing the young woman so agitated, Jiang Qingyue's first instinct was to think that this girl must be Song Yan's secret lover. However, upon reflection, she deemed Song Yan too prudent for such audacity. Moreover, since he had so openly entrusted her with the books for money, he must be at peace with his conscience. Thus, only one possibility remained. The girl harbored an unrequited affection for Song Yan. With that thought, Jiang Qingyue could not help but sigh inwardly. She had merely come to collect money, and the matter of romantic entanglements was not her concern. Maintaining her composure, she addressed the young lady. I am here to collect money for the books I am delivering for Song Yan. As for whether he is married or to whom, if you doubt it, you may inquire next time he visits. In stark contrast to Jiang Qingyue's nonchalance, Song Dongmei was far less composed. She rolled up her sleeves and retorted to the young lady, your words are quite meaningless. Song Yan is my third brother, When did he become your song to go? I have never heard my third brother mention anything about his sister outside. Do not speak such nonsense in front of my sister-in-law, lest you cast doubt upon my third brother's integrity. Upon hearing this, the young lady's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, pointing at Song Dongmei, unable to retort. Just then, a middle-aged man hurriedly descended from the second floor. What is the matter here? Upon seeing her father, the young lady immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. Father. These two are causing trouble, claiming to be Song Deji's wife and sister. How could that be? The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, scrutinized Jiang Qingyue. He then scolded his weeping daughter, do not speak so recklessly. Last time Song Gangzi visited, he mentioned marriage. How could that be impossible? Afterward, he turned to Jiang Qingyue with an apologetic demeanor. Madam Song, I apologize. This is my daughter Chinsier. She seldom comes to the bookstore and has misunderstood the situation. I apologize on her behalf. Seeing that Manager Qin was relatively amiable and did not treat her with disdain due to her appearance, Jiang Qingyue chose not to press the matter further. Calmly, she presented the 2 books Song Yan had entrusted her with. These are the books my husband asked me to bring. Please verify them, Manager Qin. Before Manager Qin could take them, Chinsier snatched the books first. Initially skeptical, she now had no choice but to believe upon witnessing Song Yan's handwriting. She then fled in tears. Manager Qin, witnessing his daughter's reaction, sighed helplessly. He inspected the books once more, confirming they were indeed Song Yan's handwriting. He promptly handed over the agreed sum of 400 yuan to Jiang Qingyue and also gave her the new books to be copied. Jiang Qingyue accepted them all. But before the warmth of the money could reach her palms, her thoughts were already consumed with how to spend it. While tidying Song Yan's desk the previous day, she had noticed that his pen was nearly worn out. Hence, she intended to buy him a new pen today as a token of gratitude for his assistance and also because a worker must first sharpen his tools. Moreover, this money was rightfully his. Spending it on him was only fitting. At Manager Chen's suggestion, she picked up a pen that caught her fancy. But upon inquiring about the price, she promptly set it down. This pen costs 2 taels of silver. Jiang Qingyue's lips curled in an awkward smile. Manager Chen, do you have anything less expensive? Manager Chen pointed to a pen at the far end. The one you just picked up is a wolf hair brush. The most expensive in our store. This sheep hair brush is only 100 yuan. Do you think it's suitable? Jiang Qingyue had no means to judge quality. She only considered the price. Even the cheapest was still 100 yuan, quite steep. Manager Chen observed her discomfort. Madam Song, we do not have pens cheaper than this. If it's not feasible, you may check over at the east side. Perhaps you will find a more affordable option. With a resigned chuckle, Jiang Qingyue decided on the sheep hair brush. She handed over 100 yuan to Manager Chen. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. I hope Song Yan will appreciate this pen and hasten to reach an amicable agreement with me. Once they exited the bookstore, Song Dongmei was still visibly moved. Third sister-in-law. I never expected you to be so generous to my third brother. 100 yuan could buy several pounds of meat. Yet you didn't even blink when purchasing for him. At this point, Jiang Qingyue felt a bit bashful about her earlier reluctance. My third brother's writing deserves the finest pen. Given our current circumstances, once we earn more silver, I shall procure him a better one. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei sighed once more. However, this sentiment of gratitude was short-lived. Once Jiang Qingyue entered the rice shop, her earlier emotions dissipated entirely. When buying the pen, she had inquired about the cheapest option, yet when purchasing rice and flour, she headed straight for the finest and most expensive. 12 yuan per pound for exquisite rice and 10 yuan per pound for superior white flour. These were the priciest and best in the shop. Jiang Qingyue didn't even hesitate, ordering 20 pounds of each, and this was only because she feared the burden of carrying too much. Seeing this, Song Dongmei quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "Third sister-in-law, is it really necessary to purchase such fine rice and flour? There's rough rice and coarser flour that don't appear inferior." Jiang Qingyue responded directly to her, "Dongmei, heed my words. While one may cut back on various things, we must not skimp on rice and flour. If we are to eat, let us indulge in the finest. As for money, do not concern yourself. There will be opportunities to earn in the future." Her insistence on procuring the best was motivated by her desire to utilize the rice and flour stored in her space. Otherwise, the disparity in quality would inevitably draw the attention of Song Yan. Song Dongmei, merely offering a suggestion, ceased her entreaties upon realizing that her sister-in-law was resolute. Half in doubt, she inquired, "Sister-in-law, What do you intend to do to earn money? After paying, Jiang Qingyue exited the shop, pulling her along towards the butcher shop while explaining, "Did you not ask me how to make pig intestines last time? I plan to experiment with it at home. If it turns out well, we can sell it in town." Chapter 17. After buying so much, will we not have enough left? Upon seeing Jiang Qingyue head towards the slaughterhouse, Song Dongmei quickly grasped her intention. "Sister-in-law, you are going to buy pig intestines, aren't you? My brother used to do that. But pig intestines are inherently scarce. Given our late arrival, there is bound to be none left." Jiang Qingyue winked at her. "We need not buy pig intestines. We can use lard instead." "Lard? How's that possible?" "If you doubt it, you will see when we return." In this era, all existing soap was indeed made from crushed pig pancreas, commonly referred to as intestines. However, each pig only possesses a small strip of pancreas, scarcely sufficient to produce more than a few pieces of intestines for personal use. If one intends to conduct business, production capacity is simply untenable. Thus, Jiang Qingyue's initial plan was to render lard from pig fat, which would yield satisfactory results and be significantly easier to execute. Upon inquiring at the slaughterhouse, they discovered that high-quality lard was priced at a minimum of 20 won per jin. Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth and ordered 10 jin, along with 2 jin of tenderloin at 18 won per jin. Eventually, through persistent negotiation, she managed to convince the butcher to throw in 2 large soup bones. Recovering from the shock of Jiang Qingyue's considerable meat purchase, Song Dongmei marveled, "Sister-in-law, are you planning to spend all your money at once? Will we not have anything left for the future?" Jiang Qingyue smiled and explained, "Do not be misled by the quantity. This 10 jin of lard will yield only about 5 to 6 jin of rendered fat. To earn money, one must first invest." Song Dongmei grasped the rationale, but was still somewhat daunted by the scene. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Qingyue inquired, "Are you hungry? It has already passed meal time." Song Dongmei quickly shook her head, "Not hungry, not hungry. I ate a lot this morning." Yet, no sooner had she spoken than her stomach rumbled audibly. Jiang Qingyue pointed towards a nearby baozi stall. "Come, sister, let me treat you to some baozi." "Shopkeeper, how much are the baozi?" "Vegetable buns are 1 won. Meat buns are 2 won. I'll take 10 meat buns." "Certainly." The speed of her actions left the usually efficient Song Dongmei in disbelief once more. Jiang Qingyue's spending was indeed astonishing. As Song Dongmei began to tally how many coins her sister-in-law had spent, 2 hefty meat buns were thrust into her hands. "Hurry. Eat while they're hot." Song Dongmei wanted to mention that their mother had advised her not to spend Jiang Qingyue's money. However, before the words could escape her lips, her mouth watered at the sight of the steaming, plump meat buns. Without a shred of dignity, she bit into one. Delicious." Jiang Qingyue chuckled and handed her the remaining baozi, saying, "Finish these, and I'll take care of myself." Song Dongmei hastily wrapped the baozi in oil paper and handed it over. "2 are enough, sister-in-law. Can we head back now? I'm feeling a bit tired." Jiang Qingyue smiled at her, thinking, "This girl isn't really tired. She's just wary of my spending." However, they had purchased nearly everything necessary for the day. So she reminded her, "Did you not need to fetch medicine for your mother-in-law?" This prompted Song Dongmei to recall her errand, and she quickly dragged Jiang Qingyue toward the apothecary. Opposite the pharmacy was a general store selling spices and eggs. Seizing the opportunity while waiting for the medicine, Jiang Qingyue excused herself and wandered over, not intending to make any purchases, but merely wanting to assess the spices and eggs for her space. Once the medicine was ready, the 2 of them set off homeward, each carrying a heavy bamboo basket. Jiang Qingyue groaned at the thought of the long journey ahead. "Dongmei, let us take the ox cart. If it costs double, so be it. It is far preferable to trudging back with all this weight, especially if we intend to engage in trade frequently." At this point, Song Dongmei had developed a sort of immunity to Jiang Qingyue's spending habits. Having already expended so much, what were a few extra ones? Without a second thought, she led Jiang Qingyue to Uncle Nyo's ox cart. Uncle Nyo, who was not actually surnamed Nyo, had been a lifelong bachelor, living in solitude with his ox and earning a living through it, which is why everyone referred to him as Uncle Nyo. Before he could speak, Jiang Qingyue promptly handed over double the fare. "Uncle Nyo, here is my payment for the ox cart. Please take a look." Afterward, she produced 2 of the freshly bought meat buns and offered them. "Uncle Nyo, I see you've been waiting here. You must be hungry. Try these baozi." Without waiting for his refusal, she pressed the buns into his hands. Uncle Nyo looked at the 4 won and the baozi in his hands. Overwhelmed with gratitude and at a loss for words, he tossed the 4 went into Jiang Qingyue's basket, saying, "You keep the money, consider the buns as your fare. I could use a bite, so let us call it even this time. But next time, do not expect me to take double." Jiang Qingyue stared at him in surprise. Had he not previously insisted on charging her double? Uncle Nyo feigned ignorance, unable to admit that his earlier insistence on a higher fare was not due to her weight, but rather the overwhelming odor she carried, which had caused discomfort to those seated beside her. To avoid affecting his business, he had concocted an excuse. Not long after they boarded the cart, other villagers began returning home. Everyone had previously passed by Zhang's home in the morning and was aware of the happenings. Seeing Jiang Qingyue's basket brimming with goods, they expressed their astonishment. "Oh, it seems those 2 are returning, huh? My goodness, what a haul. Has she spent it all? Better to have spent it than to have nothing at all, right?" Faced with the villagers' curiosity, Jiang Qingyue could only smile and nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Song Dongmei seized the opportunity to embellish the story with details unknown to others. "My sister-in-law used to be too easy to bully. Many things were instigated by her mother and grandmother. Before marriage, she often found herself unable to act on her own." Song Dongmei fervently sought to vindicate Jiang Qingyue. As for the first part of her statement, the crowd was skeptical. After all, the former Jiang Qingyue was no pushover, once a figure feared even by the village's stray dogs. However, the latter part did hold some truth, given that the women in Zhang's family were not to be trifled with. Observing Jiang Qingyue's significant transformation, the villagers gradually shifted their perceptions. Regardless of the past, what mattered was living well in the future. In response to their goodwill, Jiang Qingyue could only maintain a calm smile and nod in agreement while internally calculating her expenses. Today, with the return of 2 taels of silver along with the copy from Song Yan, the total income amounts to 2,401. After purchasing pens, rice, flour, meat, buns, and transportation, a total of 804 won has been spent. This leaves merely 1596 won, which is hardly a substantial sum. Moreover, the provisions acquired will not last many days. Thus, it is imperative to earn money swiftly. Chapter 18. Eating Dumplings. With the assistance of the ox cart, the journey home was indeed expedited, taking just over half an hour to reach the village entrance. Unfortunately, a number of women returning from the fields were gathered there, engaged in idle chatter, including Wang Guilan, the original protagonist's mother. Upon seeing Jiang Qingyue descend from the cart with a heavy load on her back, her gaze seemed to yearn to burn a hole through the basket to see inside. However, having suffered a slight at the hands of Jiang Qingyue that morning, she refrained from provoking an incident in public, instead watching with resentment as Jiang Qingyue departed with her burdens. The thought that the contents of the basket were purchased with money taken from her earlier only fueled her anger further. Choosing to ignore her petty thoughts, Jiang Qingyue hastened home, eager to unload the considerable weight from her back. Upon arrival, she found the door firmly shut and locked, but soon enough, Wushi came to open it. Yenner said he had something to attend to. "Do not worry, he will return shortly." Jiang Qingyue nodded in response, fully aware that such reassurances could not possibly originate from his lips. While curiosity about Song Yan's whereabouts lingered, she realized his absence would afford her the opportunity to organize her recent purchases. Upon entering the kitchen, she meticulously unpacked her items, then retrieved 30 eggs from her storage space, along with a selection of spices. Additionally, she mixed the 20 pounds of rice and flour she had bought with a significant amount of modern rice and flour. Just as she was bending over to blend the 2 types of rice in the jar, she straightened up and was startled to see a figure in the yard. Upon recognizing it was Song Yan, her heart raced with guilt. "You've returned?" Surprised, Song Yan glanced at her before tossing 2 live wild chickens at the kitchen doorstep. Having just returned from the mountains, Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up at the sight of the chickens. Without further ado, she tossed them into a cage to keep them alive. Seeing her excitement over the meat, Song Yan refrained from asking further questions and entered the house with the wild ginseng he had just dug up. However, before he could even settle in, she rushed in after him. "Is something the matter?" "It's nothing, just wondering if you're hungry. Dinner will take a while. So if you're famished, you might as well eat the buns on the table." Looking down, Song Yan indeed spotted several plump, white buns resting on oiled paper, emanating a delightful aroma. In addition, there were 2 new notebooks for copying and a brand new brush. "This brush? I bought it for you. As a token of gratitude for your help this morning." The corners of Song Yan's lips lifted slightly. if I recall correctly. The funds for this brush were earned from my copying work. Jiang Qingyue, unabashed, chuckled, indeed, but selecting it took considerable thought on my part. Observing the most ordinary sheep hair brush, Song Yan replied, in that case, I should thank you for your efforts. You're welcome. Now, enjoy your buns while I prepare dinner. With that, Jiang Qingyue hummed a little tune and called out to the neighbor. When Song Dongmei arrived, the two began preparing the dough and chopping meat for the filling. To emphasize the extravagance of indulging in meat for the first time, Jiang Qingyue specifically chose to make dumplings filled entirely with meat, omitting any greens and even adding an egg for seasoning. As Song Dongmei rolled out the dumpling skins, her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Sister-in-law, are you really planning to live like this from now on? Jiang Qingyue smiled coyly. Let's fill our stomachs first. Once the dumplings were ready, she instructed Song Dongmei to fetch their mother. Bring her over with whatever excuse. Just don't mention it's for dinner. Song Dongmei acknowledged and dashed off. Upon their return, the plump dumplings had already risen to the surface, and the garlic vinegar sauce was prepared. Upon entering the kitchen, Wu Shi was startled by the sight of such a large pot of dumplings, but, showing discernment, did not inquire. Xiao Ya, Dongmei said you needed me to help mend clothes. Jiang Qingyue chuckled. She misheard. I said to bring you over for dumplings. With a knowing glance at Song Dongmei, she signaled for her to take the dumplings into the house. Wu Shi, upon learning it was for dumplings, wasted no time in urging Dongmei to go ahead and eat with Yenner, as her sister-in-law was busy cooking next door. Jiang Qingyue, however, pulled her back, saying, Mother, today is a special occasion. I retrieved the money from my family this morning. It's a perfect reason to celebrate with a nice meal. With that, she linked arms with Wu Shi and guided her towards the table. Wu Shi, petite in stature, found herself easily maneuvered into a seat at the table by Jiang Qingyue. Mother, do try some. With slightly reddened eyes, Wu Shi picked up a dumpling and took a small bite. Jiang Qingyue smiled. Is it delicious? Wu Shi nodded repeatedly. Delicious. You should eat too. That is wonderful. Dongmei, you too. Today, there are plenty of dumplings. Having anticipated this moment all day, Song Dongmei wasted no time, grabbing one and stuffing it into her mouth. Before she could swallow, she nodded enthusiastically. It's delicious. So fragrant. As the three began to eat, only Song Yan remained seated at the table, staring at the dumplings with a dazed expression. Noticing this, Jiang Qingyue used his chopsticks to serve him a few dumplings. Ah, Yan, the money for these dumplings was thanks to your efforts in retrieving it. You should eat more. With a mischievous wink, she added softly, I just secured you a new job today. You need to eat well to maintain your health. Seeing her deliberately buttering him up in front of his mother, Song Yan could only manage a wry smile. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and was momentarily taken aback by the exquisite flavor that flooded his senses. Wu Shi, witnessing the affectionate interaction between them, felt a swell of satisfaction in her heart. Xiao Ya is so capable, managing both the household and meals so splendidly. Yenner, you must be considerate of her as well, understood? Song Yan paused with his chopsticks, eventually responding, understood, mother. As Song Dongmei continued to eat, she regaled them with tales of their shopping escapades in town. Suddenly, she shifted the topic. By the way, third brother, are you familiar with that Chinsier? Today, I was nearly driven mad by her at the bookstore. Next time you see her, you must defend sister-in-law's honor. Song Yan was taken aback. Chinsier? The daughter of Qin Zhonggui? I've seen her but am not acquainted. Not acquainted? Then why does she call you Brother Song at every turn and claim in front of so many that sister-in-law is unworthy of you? If you dare to wrong her, I will be the first to oppose it. Wu Shi, sensing her daughter's escalating complaints, quickly interjected, there must be a misunderstanding. Your third brother isn't that kind of person. Yenner, you must clarify this with Xiao Ya. With that, she took hold of the meddlesome Song Dongmei and urged her to leave, wishing to create some space for the couple. Chapter 19. A Woman Who Turns on a Dime. Jiang Qingyue had just eaten a dozen dumplings and found herself grappling with the dilemma of whether to prioritize dieting or satiating her hunger. Suddenly, the matter was brought up again. Upon noticing that both Wu and Song Dongmei had departed, Jiang Qingyue reluctantly set down her chopsticks and exchanged a glance with Song Yan. As for Chinsier, there is no need for you to explain. I harbor no interest in your personal affairs. I previously stated that I would grant you the utmost freedom. Henceforth, we need only maintain a faade of a marital relationship, for in a year's time, we shall part ways, each on our own path. With her words laid bare, Jiang Qingyue intended to subtly inquire about his thoughts on the previous discussion. Last time we spoke about that matter, I wonder how you have considered it? At her words, Song Yan paused, placed his chopsticks down, and scrutinized her with a penetrating gaze. In her past life, she had heard rumors claiming that Qingyue from the bookshop harbored feelings for her, leading her to firmly assert a connection between them. Not only did she cause a scene at the bookshop, but she also returned home and wreaked havoc, destroying nearly everything within reach. To her surprise, in this life, her reaction was unexpectedly calm and composed. This thought prompted Song Yan to ponder further. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Jiang Qingyue quickly connected the dots. Song Yan, you wouldn't have deliberately sent me to the bookshop to gauge my reaction, would you? How cunning of you. Thankfully, she hadn't fallen for his ploy. I have made it clear that I no longer harbor any romantic feelings for you. My recent behavior should have made that evident. Song Yan, unperturbed by her bluntness, merely smiled slightly in her direction. How can I be certain that you are not merely putting on an act? Since you have agreed to divorce, why wait until a year has passed? Feeling weary, Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath. You have seen how my family treats me. What good could come from a divorce now? I merely wish to earn some silver during this year, and once I have enough, I shall leave far behind. Out of sight, out of mind. After speaking, she inhaled deeply once more, employing her final gambit. I understand that this situation is somewhat disadvantageous for you. To ensure fairness, I will assist in treating your mother's health as a condition. Song Yan had not anticipated that she had retained a card up her sleeve, suggesting she had long since formulated this plan, waiting for the moment to negotiate with him. Curiously, he inquired, how do you intend to treat her? Jiang Qingyue, seeing his interest piqued, promptly recounted her prepared lines. Today, I accompanied Donghua to consult a physician for my mother. The doctor mentioned that her health had been compromised by a lingering illness from years past, which cannot be cured entirely, and she must rely on medicine for the rest of her life. As summer is still bearable, come autumn, she will suffer from persistent coughing, am I correct? Song Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Since you accompanied her, it is not difficult to learn these details. The challenge lies in your ability to heal her. He was utterly convinced that the Jiang Qingyue of his past life had no knowledge of medicine. With a quick flick of her eyes, Jiang Qingyue retorted, you must know that my grandfather was a physician before his passing. I assisted him from a young age, acquiring a modicum of knowledge in pharmacology. Moreover, my mother's condition is chronic, the key lies in daily care. Song Yan scoffed lightly. If my memory serves me correctly, your grandfather treated livestock. Unable to counter his remark, Jiang Qingyue stepped closer and deftly removed the bandage from his forehead. Then, she presented him with a mirror. Look for yourself. The wound on your forehead has been treated solely by me. Witness the evidence. As Song Yan gazed into the mirror, he noted that the wound had indeed healed remarkably well, a stark contrast to the previous life. Although he could feel the healing process, seeing it with his own eyes surpassed his expectations. Noticing his change in demeanor, Jiang Qingyue urged, so, what do you think? Song Yan lowered his gaze. In his past life, his mother had suffered from poor health, especially during the autumn and winter months. She had perished while fleeing from calamity, so close to reaching safety, only to meet her end amidst the chaos. This regret haunted him, and now, seeing Jiang Qingyue so resolute, he felt a flicker of hope, even though he remained uncertain about her methods. Very well, I accept your terms, but we cannot wait a year. By next spring at the latest, we must part ways. Next spring, chaos would inevitably reign. People would flee from disasters, while others would rise in rebellion. The entire village would scatter in different directions. In his past life, she had left him for another man just before the calamity, and if fate dictated that they should only part then, so be it. However, this time, he would be prepared, ensuring that her actions would not tarnish his reputation nor harm his ailing mother. Jiang Qingyue, surprised by his insistence on next spring, responded, next spring? Very well then. Although time is tight, it should suffice. Agreed. As long as you refrain from any outrageous behavior during this period, we shall coexist peacefully. With a peculiar expression, Jiang Qingyue looked at him. I have a condition as well. Since we are to share this life together, we should preemptively allocate household responsibilities to minimize any unnecessary conflicts. Very well, go on. I will continue to cook, but you shall be responsible for washing the dishes. Additionally, I will handle cleaning and laundry, while you will take care of chopping wood and fetching water. Song Yan nodded. Understood. Anything else? Jiang Qingyue paused. As for finances, neither of us shall take advantage of the other. I will find ways to earn my own silver, and aside from shared household expenses, we shall manage our finances separately. Song Yan seemed taken aback by her confidence, but ultimately replied, as you wish. Now that the terms had been settled, Jiang Qingyue visibly exhaled with relief and pointed to the table. Make sure to wash them thoroughly. Song Yan had never encountered a woman who could change her demeanor so swiftly. After a moment of surprise, he stood up to begin clearing the dishes. Just as he was about to wash them, he suddenly heard her call from behind, since your forehead wound has nearly healed. Should the bed not be returned to me starting today? Song Yan paused, contemplating whether she had achieved her goal and was now eager to reclaim her space. He simply replied, as you wish, before bending down to enter the kitchen. Jiang Qingyue reclaimed her rightful ownership of the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, washing away all the grievances endured since her transmigration. However, she was not one to push someone down further. Given that they would continue to live under the same roof, she decided to soften the blow for Song Yan, generously removing the bedding from the bed and placing it on the ground mat. She tidied it up, making it comfortable and inviting. Once she finished with this area, Jiang Qingyue began to arrange her own bed. She took the quilts that had been sun-dried from the cupboard and laid them on the bed as a mat, covering it with a straw mat. This provided coolness without being overly uncomfortable. Since the weather was warm, this arrangement would suffice for now. When it grew cooler, she could find a way to retrieve the bedding for warmth. When Song Yan returned after washing the dishes, he found Jiang Qingyue humming a tune while carrying a basin to wash up. Upon returning to his own spot, he was taken aback to see that the previously bare straw mat was now adorned with a thick quilt and sheets. He stood there momentarily, then removed his shoes and lay down, slowly closing his eyes. A strange thought surfaced in his mind, hoping that this time, he had not gambled and lost. The following day, it was perhaps due to the rare comfort of finally resting in bed that Jiang Qingyue remarkably did not awaken with the morning sun. By the time she leisurely stirred and stretched before descending from her bed, Song Yan had already tidied up and was preparing to venture outside. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, Jiang Qingyue inquired, "Are you going out?" Without casting a glance in her direction, Song Yan merely replied with a nonchalant adding that he needed to step out briefly, having already fetched firewood and water. Taken aback, Jiang Qingyue hurried to the kitchen and found the water tank indeed full and the side of the stove piled with neatly chopped firewood. She called out to him. Wait a moment. Swiftly, she heated the meat buns she had purchased the previous day and, after wrapping 2 in oil paper, handed them to him. Take these for breakfast on the way. Will you be back for lunch? Should I save some food for you? Song Yan cast a fleeting glance her way and simply uttered, I will return. Noticing that he was dressed in a sharp, casual outfit rather than his usual long robe, Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but wonder where this enigmatic man might be headed so early in the day. However, the thought was fleeting as she recalled their mutual agreement to refrain from prying into each other's affairs, promptly quelling her curiosity. His absence was fortuitous, as it allowed her to begin making fragrant soy sauce today. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Qingyue cut the pork lard she had bought the day before into small pieces, blanching them in boiling water before continuing to simmer them. This method yielded lard that was clear and fragrant. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted throughout the courtyard, drawing in Song Dongmei. Sister-in-law, are we making fragrant soy sauce today? Jiang Qingyue smiled and affirmed, you're just in time. Help me keep an eye on the pot while I prepare the lye. Song Dongmei, intrigued, stood by the stove, observing Jiang Qingyue's meticulous actions. First, she sifted the wood ash through a fine sieve, then soaked it in water, and finally filtered it repeatedly through gauze. Confused, Song Dongmei asked, Sister-in-law, what are you doing with that water? Jiang Qingyue explained, this filtered water is essential for making fragrant soy sauce. It must sit for half a day before it can be used. Song Dongmei, only partially grasping the concept, replied, I think I've got the hang of it. Let me do it while you watch the pot. Jiang Qingyue agreed and entrusted the task of filtering the wood ash to her. The 2 women toiled throughout the morning, rendering all the pork lard and filtering a large bucket of wood ash water. Just as they were preparing to pluck the chicken feathers for lunch, a commotion erupted from the neighboring yard. Jiang Qingyue glanced at Song Dongmei in surprise and asked, who is being scolded? Song Dongmei grimaced, this morning, when I stepped out, Ersa was already complaining, saying that our mother secretly provided you and San-go with money, which is why she snuck over to eat dumplings yesterday. Now that your courtyard is filled with the aroma of meat, she probably thinks she's right again. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Qingyue tugged at the corner of her mouth. So she was scolding me. Song Dongmei sighed. Mother told me not to retort, saying let her vent for a bit. But she also said I shouldn't come over here for meals anymore. Jiang Qingyue wiped her brow and countered, given your understanding of her. Do you think not retorting will help? Of course not. You don't understand. Ersa is quite the nag. The more silent you are, the more she believes you're easy to bully, and it never ends. Jiang Qingyue set aside her task, acknowledging the truth in her words. With that, she and Song Dongmei climbed onto the wall to confront the situation. Song Dongmei took the lead, calling out, Ersa, who are you scolding? Is there no end to it? Startled, Lu Xiaoyuan looked up and saw the two perched on the wall, hands on her hips. She retorted, what is it to you? I'm scolding that greedy woman who tricked my mother into giving her money to buy meat. Why are you feeling guilty? Jiang Qingyue scoffed, Lu Xiaoyuan. Everyone in the village knows where my money for meat comes from. You can't just claim my mother gave it to me without proof. Song Dongmei chimed in, exactly. When my mother gave the money, both Dege and Ergo were present. You've seen the medicine we bought. Lu Xiaoyuan spat, if my mother didn't contribute, would you have been so kind as to invite her for dumplings? Even if it wasn't from tricking my mother, that money isn't yours either. Jiang Qingyue shot her a glare. Whether it belongs to me is debatable, but it's certainly isn't yours. The silver my husband earns from his work is mine to spend as I please, whether it's for meat or to honor my mother. It's none of your business. If I want to share my meat with whomever I choose, your displeasure is something you'll have to bear. Lu Xiaoyuan, feeling wronged, screeched, Mother, look at her. It's just a bit of meat. What else with the show-off? Jiang Qingyue added, it's not just a bit of meat. Haven't you smelled the aroma from all the simmering? By the way, we'll also be stewing chicken for lunch. How's that for teasing your appetite? Lu Xiaoyuan found herself at a disadvantage, her anger boiling over as she paced the courtyard, pointing at Jiang Qingyue, but unable to articulate her retorts. Eventually, she was pulled back inside by Song Xiaojiang. Jiang Qingyue, reveling in her victory, turned to prepare lunch. Just then, she spotted Song Yan standing in the courtyard, his expression a mix of complexity as he regarded the two. Startled, Jiang Qingyue stumbled, when did you return? You didn't say a word. Song Yan cast her a look laden with unspoken words. Just now, he had walked in to witness Jiang Qingyue passionately defending herself from atop the wall. It seemed she had been holding back her frustrations for days, finally finding an outlet for her emotions. Yet, inexplicably, her earlier fervor had stirred a sense of unease within him. Her combative spirit somehow felt more reassuring. Faced with Song Yan's scrutiny, Jiang Qingyue opted not to explain herself, simply calling out, Mother, I had my younger sister help me. I'll take care of her lunch. With that, she dusted off her hands and descended to resume her cooking. Chapter 21. Spicy Chicken with Rice. For lunch, Jiang Qingyue planned to prepare rice, spicy chicken, and stir-fried bracken with pork cracklings. Ever since her arrival in this world, she had not tasted rice, so today she was determined to make some. Although she had never cooked wild chicken before, she assumed it would be similar to domestic chicken, but perhaps with a stronger flavor, necessitating a bit more oil and thorough frying, along with ample seasoning. The bracken she had gathered previously had been blanched and left to dry in the courtyard. Now she would soak and chop it, stir-frying it together with the cracklings for a truly delectable dish. As she cooked, Lu Xiaoyuan sulked beneath the window next door. The enticing sense of chicken, pork, and rice wafting through the air only fueled her irritation. With her appetite stirred, she felt all the more frustrated. Having lost the argument, she could only vent her anger on Song Xiaojiang. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have torn her to shreds. Song Xiaojiang smirked. Come on, she was right. She didn't spend our mother's money, and San willingly spends her earnings on her. Don't be envious. Moreover, she cares for our mother and shares with the younger sister. That's commendable. Unlike you, she hasn't uttered a single complaint. And you didn't refuse the fish she brought a few days ago, did you? Lu Xiaoyuan, filled with frustration, smote her thigh, lamenting that if you could muster the spirit like the third brother, I would not have to endure this humiliation. Song Xiaojiang, disinterested in her ramblings, strode directly out the door. Where are you going? To eat. If you have no desire to dine, you may remain by the window and continue to inhale the aroma. Perhaps it might satiate your appetite. Next door, as Jiang Qingyue busied herself with cooking, Song Dongmei was fervently setting the dining table and arranging the chopsticks. When the dishes were finally served, The sight of 2 meat dishes made her mouth water uncontrollably. Yet, she prudently waited for her sister-in-law to make the first move. Jiang Qingyue, smiling helplessly at her, encouraged, "Go ahead and eat." With an eager awe, Song Dongmei swiftly grabbed a piece of chicken, savoring its spicy, mouth-watering flavor, leaving her lips glistening with oil. "Sister-in-law, this chicken is delightfully spicy. Where did you procure the pepper?" Jiang Qingyue replied, picking up a piece of bracken. "It's from the shop across where we gathered herbs last time. However, it's not pepper. The shopkeeper mentioned they had some imported spicy ingredients, so I bought a bit." Song Dongmei, oblivious to such details, felt no need for concern. Jiang Qingyue, glancing at Song Yan, who remained unfazed, felt relieved. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of coughs, his face flushing instantly. Song Dongmei burst into laughter. "Third brother, it seems you cannot handle spicy food at all." Jiang Qingyue casually poured him a glass of mint water, suggesting, "Drink some water." He accepted it and gulped it down. Afterward, for the first time, he thanked Jiang Qingyue. Surprised, she reciprocated, "I had no idea you couldn't eat spicy food. Perhaps you should try this bracken instead." She feared it might appear as if she was intentionally denying him meat. Song Yan nodded, "It's fine." Upon saying this, his gaze fell upon Song Dongmei and Jiang Qingyue, and he noticed the stark contrast in Jiang Qingyue's demeanor. In the past, she would always be the fastest eater at the table. Now, however, she savored each bite slowly and deliberately. Had she not appeared so natural and unpretentious, he might have suspected it was an act. As for Song Dongmei, she had become the most ravenous eater among them. With a slight cough, he advised, "Dongmei, eat slowly. Be cautious not to choke." Song Dongmei, devouring chicken with gusto, responded, "No worries, I won't choke." Song Yan. Jiang Qingyue, having consumed only half a bowl of rice, set down her utensils, aware that today's meal was quite rich in calories and she needed to be cautious. Although Song Dongmei had a hearty appetite, she was also quite industrious. Before finishing her meal, she inquired about Jiang Qingyue's plans for the afternoon. After some contemplation, Jiang Qingyue replied, "The alkaline water for making fragrant dumplings isn't ready yet. Perhaps I should venture to the mountains this afternoon to gather some wild amaranth to mix with the meat for dumplings and also simmer a large bone soup. The weather is warm, and the meat won't keep for long." Upon hearing that dumplings would be served for dinner, Song Dongmei perked up. "Sister-in-law, you needn't go to the mountains. The eldest sister will be heading there shortly. I'll accompany her quick in and out. Do you need anything else?" Jiang Qingyue considered. "If it's convenient, could you bring back a few bamboo shoots?" "Bamboo shoots? They're likely too mature to eat now." Jiang Qingyue chuckled, "You glutton. I need the bamboo for making molds." Song Dongmei, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue, having misheard. "No problem." After conversing with Song Dongmei, Jiang Qingyue turned her attention to Song Yan. "We still need a bath barrel at home. Could you see if you can craft one while you're transcribing?" Given that he was a man capable of catching live chickens in the mountains, Jiang Qingyue assumed he could handle such tasks. In truth, Song Yan was indeed capable and was about to agree when Song Dongmei interjected, "Sister-in-law, you've inquired of the wrong person. My third brother can only write for carpentry. You should consult the eldest brother. I'll mention it to him when I return." Jiang Qingyue cast a disapproving glance at Song Yan. "Very well. You can inquire for me. Just mention that the labor cost should align with the outside rates." Feeling somewhat slighted, Song Yan pursed his lips, acknowledging that he indeed should not have been involved. He decided to continue with his transcription instead. While Song Dongmei went to the mountains and Song Yan resumed his writing, Jiang Qingyue was not idle. She washed and crushed the rose petals she had previously collected, preparing to add them to the fragrant dumplings. As she worked on the flower juice, Wushi arrived with the eldest brother, Song Chunshan. Upon learning that Jiang Qingyue intended to make a bath barrel, Song Chunshan brought over some previously dried wooden boards and inquired about the size she required. Having interacted with him before, Jiang Qingyue recognized Song Chunshan as honest and kind-hearted. She warmly welcomed him, offering tea and expressing gratitude repeatedly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he set aside the tea and began working. Jiang Qingyue and Wushi, while preparing the flower juice, couldn't he help but praise, "Mother, the eldest brother is truly skilled. In just a short while, the bath barrel is nearly complete." Wushi nodded with a smile. "Your eldest brother has loved woodworking since childhood. Everything in the house is crafted by his own hands." Embarrassed by their compliments, Song Chunshan offered, "Sister-in-law, Since there's leftover wood, would you like me to make 2 small stools for you? Jiang Qingyue's eyes brightened. That would be wonderful. Thank you, elder brother. The stools in their home had indeed become somewhat wobbly, and she was pleasantly surprised that Song Chunshan had noticed, further enhancing her favorable impression of him. Chapter 22. Making Fragrant Dumplings. Although Song Yan was inside transcribing, the sounds of laughter from Jiang Qingyue and the others filled his ears. This woman usually spoke to him with a serious demeanor. Yet when with her mother and younger sister, she appeared much more vivacious. He hadn't anticipated her to be so at ease in front of her elder brother, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he was intimidating? Curious, he tentatively stepped outside, only to find that as soon as he entered the courtyard, Jiang Qingyue halted her conversation, and even her smile vanished. Just then, the eldest sister Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei returned from the mountains with wild vegetables. Jiang Qingyue quickly stood up to investigate. You've chopped so many bamboo shoots? Song Dongmei boasted, of course. If we're chopping, we might as well chop a few more. Turning to Song Chunshan, she added, by the way, elder brother, since you're here, could you help sister-in-law make a mold using these bamboo shoots? Song Chunshan nodded affirmatively. However, Song Yan interjected, elder brother has worked hard all afternoon. This small task we can manage ourselves. Jiang Qingyue felt uncertain about Song Yan's intentions, but she did feel guilty about further imposing on Song Chunshan. So she hurried back to fetch some money, thinking it would be better to offer it in front of the eldest sister. To her surprise, both the elder brother and sister-in-law insisted on refusing. Jiang Qingyue felt quite troubled. Not only had he worked hard all afternoon, but the wood also belonged to them. Jiang Qingyue pushed the money back towards her, insisting, the wood isn't valuable, it's all from the mountains. Once the third brother as well, he can go up the mountain with his elder brother to cut some more. Seeing their steadfast refusal, Jiang Qingyue turned to Song Yan for assistance. He merely nodded slightly. It's fine. I'm much better now and can go up the mountain with the elder brother later. With Song Yan's assurance, Jiang Qingyue felt relieved and decided to express her gratitude to them slowly at a later time. With the bath barrel and small stools completed, Wu Shi led the eldest couple back to the adjacent house, hoping to avoid any further nagging from the second family. After everyone had departed, Song Dongmei triumphantly revealed a heap of wild vegetables she had foraged on the mountain. Third sister-in-law, look. Not only did I gather wild amaranth, but I've also brought back a fair amount of wild mint. Last time, you mentioned that this mint could be added to the fragrant dumplings, didn't you? Jiang Qingyue followed her pointing finger and observed that the pile of wild herbs did indeed resemble wild mint, yet the aroma was decidedly amiss. You've mistaken it. This is xian chow, not wild mint. Song Dongmei, mid-sip of her tea, nearly choked upon hearing this. Mistaken? No wonder the scent had seemed peculiar to me earlier. What a waste of effort. Noticing her crestfallen expression, Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle. Not to worry, this herb has other uses. Go wash it and lay it out in the yard to dry. The mention of its usefulness rekindled Song Dongmei's spirits. All right, I'll head to the stream right away. Once she stepped outside, Jiang Qingyue perceived that the hour was getting late and began preparing to make dumplings. The dough had risen for the entire afternoon. She kneaded it anew, rolled it into strips, and cut it into uniformly thick wrappers. Though the pork cracklings were rather greasy, they paired perfectly with the chopped wild amaranth. She wrapped them in thin skins, pinching together 16 folds to complete a dumpling. By the time Song Dongmei returned with the xian chow, Jiang Qingyue had already begun steaming the dumplings. As soon as Song Dongmei entered the courtyard, she eagerly inhaled the fragrant aroma. Are the dumplings ready? They smell divine. Jiang Qingyue responded with a grunt, hastily washing her hands. When Song Dongmei finished washing and brought in the xian chow, she caught Jiang Qingyue lifting the pot lid. Watching as her fingers swiftly pinched a few plump dumplings and placed them onto a plate. Dongmei, take these dumplings next door. Let everyone have a taste. Song Dongmei looked down to see exactly 5 dumplings, each one generously sized. She hesitated. Should we give some to second sister-in-law too? Jiang Qingyue mischievously winked, of course. Not only should we give them, but you must let her choose first. Song Dongmei was puzzled, but understood that the dumplings had to be shared. They were all still one family, and if she were to withhold any, it would surely lead to a night of scolding. Furthermore, their mother and elder brother and sister-in-law were not ones to hoard food. If given secretly, they would feel uneasy. Thus, she complied with Jiang Qingyue's suggestion and delivered them next door. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. We'll wait for you to eat. Song Dongmei dashed off, and once Jiang Qingyue had tidied up the dining table, she soon returned, panting and exhilarated. Third sister-in-law. Did you see second sister-in-law's expression? She looked greener than the pure wild vegetable dumpling she picked. Jiang Qingyue casually pinched a larger dumpling, while others may not have noticed. She certainly did. Song Dongmei genuinely gave her a thumbs up. You're amazing. No wonder you were able to outsmart second sister-in-law before. Jiang Qingyue retorted. Can we focus on enjoying our meal? Although Song Yan was unaware of the previous exchanges, he quickly grasped the situation upon hearing snippets of conversation. He had to admit that this woman was more cunning than he had anticipated. Initially, he thought she would have Song Dongmei secretly deliver the dumplings under the cover of darkness, but instead, she had boldly played a trick on the second household. It seemed that if they wished to coexist peacefully, it would be wise to tread lightly. After dinner, Jiang Qingyue resolved to strike while the iron was hot and make soap. She assigned Song Yan the task of crafting bamboo molds before leaving the table, demonstrating with chopsticks how to do it, ensuring he understood the assignment clearly. Once the task was set, Jiang Qingyue led Song Dongmei into the kitchen. First bringing in the lye water she had filtered earlier, carefully extracting the clear alkaline water from the upper layer. She poured it into a large pot and brought it to a boil, evaporating excess moisture to increase its concentration. To test the concentration, Jiang Qingyue tossed in an egg. And once it began to float slightly, she instructed Song Dongmei to turn off the heat. When the lye water cooled to lukewarm, Jiang Qingyue began incorporating lard and salt, stirring the mixture together. She also added the fresh flower juice she had prepared earlier. Dongmei, could you check on your third brother's molds to see if they are ready? Just as she finished speaking, Song Yan entered, carrying several bamboo tubes, glancing curiously at the gooey mixture in the pot. What is this? Is it ready to use? Jiang Qingyue took a look at the bamboo tubes, which had been cleaned thoroughly. Thank you. Song Dongmei watched in excitement as Jiang Qingyue carefully filled the bamboo tubes with the white, semi-solid substance, wrapping each one tightly with cloth. Is this really it? Are we going to sell this in town in a couple of days? Jiang Qingyue smiled gently. Not so fast. The soap needs 2 to 3 days to solidify. And once it's set, it will take another half a month before we can cut it into pieces. Upon hearing that it would take so long, the light in Song Dongmei's eyes dimmed. We have to wait that long to exchange it for silver? What are we to do for a month? Jiang Qingyue felt a twinge of urgency as well, yet her mindset was far more composed than Song Dongmei's. There are many ways to earn money. Didn't you gather xian chao today? Tomorrow, after we wake up, we can work on that. Song Dongmei returned with a doubtful pout. Seizing the moment while Song Yan washed the dishes, Jiang Qingyue secretly slipped into the space to check the method for making xian chao. Then, exhausted yet filled with hopeful aspirations for the future, she drifted off to sleep. Since her arrival in this world, Jiang Qingyue had rarely indulged in sleeping in. Perhaps it was due to her early nights and her days filled with labor and thoughts of filling their bellies and earning money. With no mental turmoil and no pre-sleep worries, her sleep quality had significantly improved. Upon rising early, Jiang Qingyue instinctively glanced at the place where Song Yan usually slept. Seeing that he was already gone, she deduced that he had likely gone out again. She took a deep breath of the sweet morning air in the courtyard and began her stretches. Once her body was warmed up, she reheated the dumplings from yesterday and made a simple porridge. Taking advantage of Song Yan's absence, she continued to do her weight loss exercises in the yard. After about half an hour, Jiang Qingyue was drenched in sweat and panting. Just as she decided to take a quick shower and freshen up, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Assuming it was Song Yan returning, she hurriedly quickened her pace. Once she hastily changed and stepped outside, she entered the kitchen only to find an unexpected guest. It was Wang Guilan, who had recently had a falling out with her. Wang Guilan was hastily gathering eggs from the cabinet into a small basket while also collecting the leftover pork cracklings from yesterday's dumpling making. As if that weren't enough. Upon seeing something steaming in the pot, she set her basket aside and lifted the lid to grab some dumplings. Just as her grimy hands were about to touch the dumplings, Jiang Qingyue shouted, "Stop!" Startled, Wang Guilan inadvertently burned herself on the hot pot and yelped in pain. "You little brat, trying to scare your mother to death?" Jiang Qingyue scoffed, crossing her arms as she stepped closer. "I thought we had intruders in the house this early in the morning." Caught red-handed, Wang Guilan, with audacity, chuckled, "What intruders? I came to check on you and see if the dumplings are ready." Jiang Qingyue let out a scoff, "So, what else next? Are you going to help me taste the saltiness?" Did you also take out these eggs and meat scraps for me? Wang Guilan's eyelids twitched. Child. With such good things at home, you don't even think to honor your mother. I heard that your family was stewing chicken and making dumplings yesterday. Did you spend all your money? Are you not going to live anymore? Jiang Qingyue squinted at her. There's only so much in the house. After honoring you, what will a yen and I eat? Also, have you forgotten something? What did you say the other morning at the Jiang family's? Wang Guilan, enticed by the aroma wafting from the pot, could no longer afford to be angry, and was intent on tricking her as before. Qingyue, listen to me. What happened the other day was a misunderstanding. I was upset with you and just wanted to test your priorities, whether money is more important than your parents. It wasn't that I didn't want to return it. Think about it, if I didn't want to return it, no one could force me. I'm genuinely worried you'll be deceived by that Song Yan boy. Jiang Qingyue smiled slightly. So it's like that. Actually, I asked you for money because I was also hurt. You, father, and grandmother have treated me this way. And I can't trust you all again so soon. Unless you first lend me 2 taels of silver, let me see your sincerity as a mother. Wang Guilan, bewildered, saw that she was no longer so easily deceived and immediately withdrew her amiable demeanor. Last time, that 2 taels of silver caused me to be scolded by your grandmother for half a day. I have no money to lend you now. Jiang Qingyue glanced at her hairpin and directly reached out to pull the silver hairpin from her head. I remember that before I got married. You said this would be part of my dowry. I wondered why I couldn't find it. It turns out you took it. Previously, Wang Guilan had insisted on a bride price from the Jiang family, promising Jiang Qingyue a silver hairpin, only to take it back the very next day after the wedding. Who would have thought that after so long, this stubborn girl would bring it up again? Wang Guilan didn't manage to get even an egg and had her hairpin snatched away. Her first reaction was to resort to her old tricks and cause a scene. However, before she could gather her emotions, Jiang Qingyue dragged her out the door. Mother, we've just had a couple of peaceful days. And you come early in the morning to steal our food. Are you determined not to let us live well? Wang Guilan stumbled in anger. You insolent girl. Give me back my silver hairpin. Jiang Qingyue turned to the onlooking villagers and pointed at Lu Xiuer, demanding, sister-in-law, yesterday I kindly brought you steamed buns, and in return, you ran to the Jiang family to complain, inciting my mother to come steal things early in the morning. What are your intentions? Wu Shi, upon hearing this, glared furiously at Lu Xiuer. You went to the Jiang family last night? Song Shaojiang also felt a sense of disgrace wash over him as he glared at Lu Xiuer. I wondered why you took so long going to the restroom. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? The third family only had a meal of meat. Was it worth your jealousy? Lu Xiuer, scolded by her mother-in-law and husband, stomped in frustration. I merely mentioned a few words. Who incited you to come steal? The crowd began to grasp the situation amidst the quarrel. Just then, Song Yan returned home. Jiang Qingyue quickly waved at him. A yen, you returned just in time. We almost had a thief in the house. Wang Guilan nearly spat blood in rage. I only came to have a look. What did I take? It's you. You insolent girl, who just snatched my hairpin. As she spoke, she stood up to reach for the hairpin Jiang Qingyue had tucked away at her waist. Seeing this, Song Yan stepped in front of Jiang Qingyue, defending her mother-in-law. In front of so many people, please refrain from pursuing this matter further. If necessary, I shall have to summon the village chief for a resolution. Jiang Qingyue gently patted Song Yan, a yen, in front of so many people. Let her search. It's also a way to clear my name. Chapter 24. Burning Immortal Grass. Wang Guilan, seeing the situation, coldly snorted and reached for the hairpin, only to find nothing. Wait, you clearly just Jiang Qingyue interrupted her. Enough, mother. I understand you're embarrassed after being caught stealing, and you want to shift the blame onto me. You've searched and looked. If you're not satisfied, shall we go find the village chief to settle this? Wang Guilan had clearly seen Jiang Qingyue tuck the hairpin into her waist, yet in the blink of an eye, it had vanished without a trace. Looking at her calm demeanor, Wang Guilan nearly doubted her own memory. However, upon hearing about going to find the village chief, she quickly retreated. Pointing furiously at Jiang Qingyue, she spat, fine. Just you wait. With that, she turned and fled home like a ghost. After Wang Guilan left, the crowd dispersed. Song Shaojiang shot a glare at Lu Xiuer. We'll settle this at home. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Qingyue closed the door, and then delightfully pulled out a silver hairpin from her bosom to examine. The next moment, she remembered that Song Yan was still present. Looking up, she indeed saw a fog of astonishment clouding his dark eyes. Jiang Qingyue awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. This hairpin was originally promised as my dowry. It was taken away before it even warmed up. Now it's merely returning to its rightful owner. Song Yan was aware of this matter, but still couldn't help but be astonished by her recent actions. Just moments ago, her innocent yet forthright demeanor had even deceived him, leading him to believe that Wang Guilan was being unreasonable when, in fact, she had truly taken it. Thinking of Wang Guilan's frustrated expression as she left, Song Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. With the silver hairpin retrieved, Jiang Qingyue placed it alongside the 1596 copper coins she had previously gathered, feeling inexplicably more confident. Although money had come to her unexpectedly, Jiang Qingyue nonetheless prepared to make the immortal grass. With the weather growing hotter and lacking air conditioning or fans in ancient times, heat stroke was a common occurrence. The immortal grass that Song Dongmei had inadvertently brought back the previous day was perfect for dispelling heat and detoxifying. If prepared well, it should sell without worry. Thus, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Qingyue began her work in the kitchen. She soaked and cleaned the immortal grass that had been dried the day before and placed it in a large pot to boil. When Song Dongmei arrived after finishing her meal, she couldn't help but ask upon seeing the dark green broth, "Third sister-in-law, is this the immortal grass you mentioned yesterday?" Jiang Qingyue affirmed, "You've come at the right time. Please keep an eye on the pot. It needs to simmer for a while longer." While Song Dongmei watched the pot, Jiang Qingyue filtered the leftover plant ash lye again. The lye was to extract more gelatinous juice from the immortal grass. Once the juice became smooth and sticky, she would filter it through gauze and continue to boil it over high heat for a while longer. Then, she added some chopped mint juice to enhance the refreshing flavor. After that, she mixed the sweet potato starch she had just taken out from her storage space and poured it in to thicken the mixture. Although rice water could also be used in place of starch, the starch would yield quicker results. Once the starch water was added, the pot soon produced brown foamy bubbles, marking the completion of her endeavor. Seeing Jiang Qingyue labor for half a day, only to produce a bowl of dark, viscous liquid, Song Dongmei began to doubt her eyesight. The concoction appeared darker than even the most unpalatable of medicinal brews, leaving Jiang Qingyue to ponder its taste. With a flick of her tongue, she mused that she would discover its flavor by evening, though she wished for a touch of honey to elevate it. Upon hearing San Sa mention her craving for honey, Song Dongmei promptly doused that hope with cold reality. "Let us be realistic. I too desire honey. But it's either perched atop the lofty branches of ancient trees or nestled perilously on cliff faces. And that's not even the worst of it. A sting from those venomous bees could leave you in excruciating agony." Jiang Qingyue found herself in agreement, contemplating the possibility of another jaunt up the mountain to seek out wild fruits with a hint of sweetness. This seemed a feasible plan. Without hesitation, Song Dongmei slung a basket over her shoulder and led her up the mountain. They traversed the main path, which made the ascent considerably easier, and soon arrived before 2 wild mulberry trees. "San Sa, this is it. Do you think the fruit is fit to eat? I've been waiting ages. Now is the sweetest time." Jiang Qingyue, astounded by the size of the mulberry trees, eagerly plucked a berry and tasted it. It was sweeter than she had anticipated. One tree bore red berries, now fully ripe and nearly black, while the other showcased white mulberries, just reaching maturity and even sweeter than their darker counterparts. "Dongmei, you pick the black ones and I'll take the white. Let us keep them separate. Don't forget to place some mulberry leaves at the bottom of the basket." No sooner had she spoken than she saw Song Dongmei nimbly climbing the black mulberry tree, agile as a monkey, deftly gathering the berries. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue, feeling overmatched, could only gather whatever she could reach from below. As the sun rose higher, it became evident that overpicking would complicate storage, prompting Jiang Qingyue to call a halt. The two women enjoyed a few buns beneath the trees before resuming their quest for fairy grass. The batch they had harvested the previous day had not dried long enough to achieve the desired hue, and with the grass still fresh, Jiang Qingyue aimed to collect as much as possible, knowing it would keep for an extended period once dried. Ultimately, they stripped a small patch of grass bare, filling their basket to the brim before ceasing their efforts. On their return journey, Song Dongmei excitedly tugged at Jiang Qingyue's sleeve, exclaiming, "San Sa, look over there." Following her gaze, Jiang Qingyue spotted a massive black beehive suspended from a half-dead branch of a large tree, teeming with bees that buzzed both on the hive and in the air around it. A shiver ran down her spine. Yet the sight of such a substantial hive stirred her desire. She couldn't help but calculate how high a bamboo pole would need to be to reach it and what sort of protection would be required to avoid being stung by those bees. Thoughts of using mugwort to drive them away flitted through her mind instinctively. In truth, she possessed honey in her storage space. Not only the nearly finished jar from her dining table, but also several large containers stashed away in a delivery box. In the modern world, honey was a commonplace item. But in this ancient setting, it was an extravagant luxury. If she could procure some wild honey from the mountain, it would lend provenance to her stock. Otherwise, given her current standing, no one would ever believe she could afford such a delicacy. Song Dongmei, emboldened by the prospect of food, momentarily set aside her previous concerns. Sansa, shall we go after it? With a sigh, Jiang Qingyue decided to postpone any action until they returned home. Without certainty, it would be unwise to proceed. Chapter 25, Cousin Jiang Qingyue. As they walked back, both women were preoccupied with thoughts of whether their fairy grass would turn out well, quickening their pace. To their surprise, just a few paces from the gate, they spotted a young lady in a peach-colored dress gently knocking on the door. Yengo, open the door. Let me in to wait. It's sweltering out here, she called softly. Jiang Qingyue crossed her arms and observed for a moment, noting the girl's reluctance to leave. She thought, could this be yet another of Song Yan's troublesome admirers? The next instant, Song Dongmei provided clarity. San saw. That must be Jiang Qingyue come looking for you. The name Jiang Qingyue instantly triggered memories in Jiang Qingyue's mind of the original owner. Jiang Qingyue was her cousin, the daughter of the second branch of the Jiang family. Born in the same year, she was merely a month younger than Jiang Qingyue, but possessed a cunning that was far from trivial. Throughout their childhood, the original owner had suffered various minor grievances at the hands of Qingyue. However, in the end, it was Jiang Qingyue who faced a significant setback. Having harbored a long-standing affection for Song Yan and secretly wishing to marry him, she was blindsided when the original owner seized the opportunity and wed him first, leading to a dramatic fallout before the original owner's marriage. Thus, it was dubious that Qingyue had come to seek her out. Pondering this, Jiang Qingyue approached from behind and called out, "What brings you here?" Startled by the sudden address, Jiang Qingyue turned with an expression of guilt. "Qingyue Jia, I came to find you." "To find me?" Jiang Qingyue scrutinized her. "If you're looking for me, why were you calling for Yengo? Didn't he tell you I wasn't home?" Jiang Qingyue tugged at her lips. He did mention it, but it was too hot outside. So I thought I'd ask him to let me in to wait. Without mincing words, Jiang Qingyue retorted, "How shameless. My sister isn't home. Yet you're still pestering my brother-in-law to let you sit inside?" Jiang Qingyue was taken aback by the reprimand. Earlier that morning, when her aunt had returned home scolding Jiang Qingyue, she had assumed it was an exaggeration. She hadn't anticipated that this little wretch had indeed become sharp-witted and eloquent. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, Qingyue pleaded, "Qingyue Jia, I went through great lengths to sneak out from home to bring you some good things. I feared being discovered outside for too long, yet you think this of me. Woe is me." Jiang Qingyue had no time for her theatrics and instructed Song Dongmei to take the basket home first. Then she extended her hand. "Give it to me." "What?" Qingyue asked, confused. "Didn't you say you brought me something good?" Jiang Qingyue snapped back to reality and hastily retrieved a jar of food hidden in her sleeve. "Qingyue Jia, I noticed you looked thin when you returned home last time, so I made your favorite mixed rice sauce for you." Jiang Qingyue took a glance at the jar, instantly reminded that this sauce was indeed the original owner's favorite during her time in the Jiang household, always prepared by her cousin. Strangely, this dish was not favored by anyone else in the Jiang family. Suppressing her curiosity for the moment, Jiang Qingyue issued an eviction notice. "You've delivered your goods. You may leave now." With that, she turned to close the door. Seeing the door about to shut, Jiang Qingyue quickly stuck her hand out to stop it, unwilling to let the matter rest. "Qingyue Jia, did you and a Yengo really consummate your marriage?" Jiang Qingyue smirked slightly. "Of course. And from now on, you must call him brother-in-law, not Go." Jiang Qingyue's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip, reproaching, "How could you do this?" Initially, before she could finish, Jiang Qingyue slammed the door shut. "If you knock again, I'll tear your mouth." After dismissing Jiang Qingyue, Jiang Qingyue felt a slight sense of relief. Turning around, she found Song Yan seated in the same spot, diligently transcribing texts, seemingly unaffected by the commotion outside. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes at his unflappable demeanor, she vented her frustration over the delay in enjoying her fairy grass. Song Dongmei was in a state of urgency. At this moment, she had already gathered the fairy grass to dry, and had also taken the liberty of sorting the mulberries she had picked. Sister-in-law, prepare the fairy grass. Jiang Qingyue gave her a knowing glance, then deftly washed her hands and untied the gauze covering the basin. Pressing down with her finger, she found that the fairy grass had completely solidified, its texture delightfully elastic. She then swiftly sliced it into small cubes with a knife and tossed in a handful of cleaned mulberries, saying, "Here, give it a taste." Song Dongmei, drenched in sweat, felt both thirsty and overheated, yet the sight of the unfamiliar dark delicacy before her made her hesitant to take a risk. "Sister-in-law, could you prepare 2 more bowls? Let us share with Brother San." Jiang Qingyue cast her a resigned glance, but assured her, "Don't worry, it won't poison you." Nevertheless, she quickly prepared 2 additional bowls. Upon entering the room, Song Dongmei immediately called for Song Yan. "Brother San, hurry. Sister-in-law has made fairy grass. Let us try it together." Jiang Qingyue, without needing any mental preparation, scooped a generous spoonful into her mouth. The fairy grass was refreshingly cool and smooth, with a hint of bitterness that balanced perfectly with the tart sweetness of the mulberries. While the flavor may not rival that of modern dessert shops, it was indeed a delightful treat in such hot weather. Seeing her devour it so eagerly, Song Dongmei quickly took a spoonful for herself. Without needing to speak, the expression in her eyes conveyed her delight. "Oh my, this is delicious. Sister-in-law, why does the fairy grass taste so refreshingly cool?" Jiang Qingyue smiled slightly. "I added a bit of mint juice earlier." As Song Dongmei savored her portion, she marveled, "No wonder. Brother San, you should try it too." Song Yan gave a slight hum in response, just as he was about to lower his head to eat. Jiang Qingyue's nonchalant voice interjected, "Earlier, my cousin knocked on the door for quite some time. Why didn't he respond?" Song Yan paused with his spoon, then finally tasted a spoonful of the fairy grass before looking up at Jiang Qingyue. "Really? I didn't hear anything." Jiang Qingyue scoffed, "Oh, come on." Song Yan, feeling a sense of resignation, pressed his lips together, relieved he hadn't opened the door. Otherwise, things would have been more complicated. As the two enjoyed their fairy grass, a silent battle of wits ensued. Finished with her serving, Song Dongmei casually opened a jar on the table and sniffed it. "Sister-in-law, what is this? It smells so fragrant, yet a bit peculiar." Jiang Qingyue hesitated. "Don't touch that. It was sent by Jiang Qingyue, be careful." Song Dongmei quickly set the jar down. "She's your cousin. How could she possibly poison you?" Jiang Qingyue exchanged a meaningful glance with Song Yan. "You never know." Realization dawned on Song Dongmei. "I see now. She used to like Brother San, and now that you've married him," she Chapter 26. The weight of deception. As she trailed off, Song Dongmei fell silent, awkwardly chuckling as she glanced at Jiang Qingyue. "Sister-in-law, don't overthink it. Brother San is not that kind of person." Song Yan looked at her with a resigned expression, lifting the jar to his nose to sniff it, then gazing at Jiang Qingyue in surprise. "Haven't you been helping your grandfather with herbs since childhood? How could you not recognize hemp powder?" "Hemp powder?" Jiang Qingyue, unable to mask her surprise, responded, "I genuinely don't know. It can't be poison, can it?" "Not at all. This is a blend of water hemp and other herbs ground together. This powder is generally used." Song Yan paused, then continued explaining. "It's primarily for fattening pigs." "What?" Jiang Qingyue couldn't hold back and stood up, slamming her hands on the table. "That means the original owner has been consuming this for years. It's pig feed. No wonder she had been gaining weight since her teenage years. It was all because her cousin had been feeding her a concoction meant for pigs." The thought of all the effort she had expended to lose that weight filled Jiang Qingyue with fury. Song Dongmei, noticing her distress, quickly interjected to comfort her. "Sister-in-law, don't be upset. Who would have guessed Jiang Qingyue was so malicious? Fortunately, you've married out and discovered this. We won't be consuming this anymore." As she spoke, she discreetly signaled to Song Yan, "Brother San, I think sister-in-law looks like she has lost quite a bit of weight recently." Prompted by Song Dongmei's remark, Song Yan glanced at Jiang Qingyue. She was still overweight, but compared to before, she indeed appeared slimmer. Most importantly, she looked cleaner and fresher, her acne having cleared up, making her much more pleasant to behold. Under Song Dongmei's urging, Song Yan managed to muster a noncommittal "hmm." But before he could say more, Jiang Qingyue interrupted. "Enough, you don't need to comfort me any longer." With a deep sigh, she lamented the arduous journey of weight loss ahead. Song Dongmei sprang to her feet. Let us go confront her now. I must skin that wretched girl alive. Jiang Qingyue, having gradually calmed down, acknowledged that revenge was necessary, but not at that moment. They had to rise early the next day to head to town. Earning some silver was the priority. Oh, Song Dongmei exclaimed, I think I heard mother calling me back. I'll return tomorrow morning. With that, she hurriedly departed. Though she felt somewhat queasy from the pig feed incident, dinner still needed to be prepared. During cooking, Jiang Qingyue specifically set aside 2 small dishes. The portion for Song Yan was stir-fried with lard and cracklings, while hers consisted purely of wild vegetables sauteed in just a smidgen of oil. When the meal was served, Song Yan glanced at his dish, then at hers, suspecting she had been so repulsed by the pig that she wouldn't even touch the pork. Jiang Qingyue found his scrutiny perplexing and snapped, What are you staring at? Song Yan pressed his lips together, It's nothing. Jiang Qingyue replied, Oh, and when I'm not home, do not open the door for her. And do not let her touch my things. Song Yan retorted, It seems you're the one who didn't open the door. Perhaps sensing her mood, Song Yan, for the first time, took the initiative to engage her. Are you ready for tomorrow's trip to the town to sell food? Have you prepared everything? Jiang Qingyue quickly adjusted her state of mind and thoughtfully reviewed what she would need for the next day. Selling fairy grass was different from selling wontons. There was no need to bring pots or stoves, and while having tables and chairs would be ideal, it wasn't essential. However, at the very least, she needed bowls and spoons. Given that the household's bowls and spoons were insufficient, purchasing them last minute would incur unnecessary expenses. Moreover, the bumpy journey could easily damage any new items, leaving her with little profit after the effort. As she pondered, an idea struck her. Recalling the trendy bamboo tube milk tea that had once captivated the modern world. If bamboo tubes could hold milk tea, then they could certainly accommodate her fairy grass dessert. With this thought, Jiang Qingyue's eyes brightened as she looked at Song Yan. Since we don't have enough bowls, I noticed there are some bamboo stalks left in the yard. Do you know how to make bamboo tube bowls? If not, I can call my elder brother for help. Without hesitation, Song Yan nodded, I can. He then stood up to fetch a saw. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly followed him, indicating that it didn't need to be overly refined, just enough to ensure the edges were smooth and safe to handle. Song Yan began crafting a bamboo tube, and Jiang Qingyue, after confirming its suitability, prepared to make her own bee protection gear. Honey is something one must taste before passing judgment. Jiang Qingyue retrieved the straw hat she typically wore while ascending the mountains and cut a sizable piece of translucent gauze from an old garment, sewing it around the edge of the hat. She then fixed a ring at the lower hem using bamboo strips and threaded a string to secure it. Although her stitching was rather unsightly, she managed to complete her creation. As Song Yan crafted bamboo tubes, he couldn't help but glance at her. Upon seeing her gesturing with her hands on a piece of old clothing, he inquired, What are you doing? Jiang Qingyue, carefully shaping protective gloves with scissors, replied, I am making honey harvesting gear. Song Yan, taken aback, cautioned her, What you're doing is too perilous. What if? Before he could finish, Jiang Qingyue interjected, Rest assured. I will go alone and ensure that Song Dongmei remains safe. I merely wish to try. If it doesn't work, I shall return. Seeing her determination, Song Yan ceased his protest. Yet, as he observed her earnestness, doubt began to creep back into his mind. By the time Jiang Qingyue had finished her protective gear, Song Yan had crafted around 10 bamboo tubes. She counted and declared, 10 will suffice. We'll head to sell them tomorrow, and if they prove effective, I will pay you along with the others. Song Yan stood up, saying, As you wish, I'm off to sleep. While Song Yan retired for the night, Jiang Qingyue found herself restless. She wrapped herself in a blanket and stealthily slipped into her space. Inside, she indulged in a refreshing shower, applied a generous layer of body lotion, and treated her skin to a thick mask to diminish acne scars. Previously, she had thought the original owner of this body was both greedy and lazy, deserving of her current state. However, as time passed, she began to understand the many unavoidable hardships that the original owner faced. In an environment like the Jiang family, where affection from her father and mother was absent, and with a grandmother as eccentric as hers, compounded by a troublesome cousin, it was no small feat for the original owner to have survived thus far. Now that this body had been entrusted to her, she resolved to nurture it well, vowing not to fulfill Jiang Qingyue's desires. Chapter 27. Harvesting Honey. Perhaps due to her late-night endeavors in the space, Jiang Qingyue awoke unusually late. Upon rising, she noticed Song Yan was already gone, which was not surprising. What was astonishing, however, was that the unsightly protective gear she had labored over for half the night, even pricking her fingers multiple times, had also vanished. Jiang Qingyue assumed he had discarded the gear, fearing that she might lead Song Dongmei into trouble. Frustrated, she cursed him silently all morning. Just as she finished preparing breakfast and gathering the items needed for the town, Song Yan returned, solemnly presenting her with a basket. Jiang Qingyue looked down to find the protective gear intact, along with a large cloth-covered object in the basket. Uncovering it revealed several sizable pieces of harvested honeycomb, the light yellow cells brimming with amber nectar. Overwhelmed with surprise, joy, and guilt, she exclaimed, "So you went to gather honey? I thought." Song Yan's dark eyes were calm as he replied, "Don't overthink it. I was merely concerned you might get into serious trouble with Dongmei." At that moment, Jiang Qingyue's eyes sparkled with honey, leaving her no inclination to banter. She eagerly inspected the honeycomb, exclaiming, "This isn't what I saw on the tree yesterday." "Where did you procure it?" Song Yan huffed lightly, "That's none of your concern." Jiang Qingyue responded, "I was just curious. Hurry and wash your hands for breakfast." Earlier, in her anger, she had forgotten to prepare his share of the egg pancakes, so she hurried to make another portion, along with enough for his lunch. When Song Dongmei arrived, she was equally astonished by the bounty of honey. "Sister-in-law, where did you get this honey?" Jiang Qingyue pointed to Song Yan with her chin. "Your brother fetched it." "Impossible. Such fine cliff honey? It's a challenge for him to climb up, let alone bring honey back." Jiang Qingyue paused, realizing that Song Dongmei was unaware of Song Yan's true capabilities. However, she dismissed the thought and asked Song Dongmei to help squeeze a jar of honey, instructing her to keep the honeycomb intact for later use. Once they were ready, they set out. Suddenly, Song Dongmei cried out, "Brother, have you been stung by a bee?" She reached out to pull out the stinger. Jiang Qingyue quickly intervened, "Stop. You can't just pull it out with your hands. Dongmei, go ask big sister-in-law if she has bamboo tweezers. The smaller, the better." Song Yan's sting was on his neck, forcing him to tilt his head back in order to assist with the extraction. Jiang Qingyue carefully retrieved the bamboo tweezers to remove the stinger, rinsing the wound with soapy water afterward. Once everything was attended to, she noticed that his neck was entirely red. Jiang Qingyue scrutinized him closely to ensure there were no other injuries before feeling relieved and leading Song Dongmei out the door. The two of them carried 2 large bamboo baskets filled with prepared herbal jelly, mulberries, and a jar of freshly squeezed honey, along with the 10 bamboo bowls and a wooden bucket for washing dishes that Song Yan had hurriedly crafted the night before. As they trudged toward the village entrance to meet the ox cart, as they were halfway there, they spotted Mrs. Wu hurrying towards them. Initially, they feared something had gone awry at home, but upon her approach, they saw she was carrying a large handful of freshly washed wooden spoons. "Here, your sister-in-law heard you needed spoons, so she asked your brother to make these for you." Jiang Qingyue had planned to buy spoons in town, but she felt incredibly touched that her mother-in-law had brought them ready-made. "Mother, these spoons your brother made are for selling, right? How much do I owe you?" Mrs. Wu panted, "Your sister-in-law said to let you use them first, no charge. Besides, we don't even know if your business will succeed. So take them and use them for now." Jiang Qingyue felt warmth in her heart. "All right, we'll settle it when we return. Please convey my thanks to brother and sister-in-law." After bidding farewell to Mrs. Wu, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei hurried toward the village entrance. Fortunately, Uncle Nyo had not yet departed, and upon seeing them with so many items, he warmly assisted them in loading their things onto the cart. "May girl, you girl. Are you two taking all this to sell in town?" Jiang Qingyue candidly replied, "Yes, we made some snacks to try selling. Uncle Nyo, if it works out, we might frequently trouble you to take us to town." Uncle Nyo chuckled, "That sounds great. If you go, next time I'll come right to your door to pick you up, so you won't have to walk so far." As they spoke, the ox cart began to move. Villagers, seeing only wild fruits and a pot of dark substance in Jiang Qingyue's baskets, chuckled quietly, thinking to themselves that she must be so hard-pressed that she was attempting to trade wild fruits for silver in town. Did she really believe the townsfolk were gullible? Upon arriving in town, Song Dongmei dashed toward the nearest East Market. Jiang Qingyue, seeing this, promptly pulled her back. "Let's check out the West Market first." The East Market was close to the city gate and primarily consisted of chaotic vegetable stalls and butcher shops, alongside rice and blacksmith shops. The majority of individuals frequenting this place are those from the countryside, peddling mountain goods, or ordinary women from humble households purchasing rice and vegetables. In contrast, the West Market presents a different scene altogether. During her last visit to assist Song Yan in delivering books, Jiang Qingyue observed that the West Market was far more prosperous. In addition to taverns and snack shops, it boasted bookstores, fabric shops, and establishments selling cosmetics. The clientele there primarily consists of young gentlemen and ladies from affluent families, or young servants sent to procure goods. Items like the herbal jelly, which cannot serve as a staple food, can fetch a much better price in the West Market. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyue's explanation, Song Dongmei felt enlightened, realizing the foresight of her sister-in-law. The two strolled towards the West Market, where Jiang Qingyue surveyed her surroundings before settling at the liveliest spot by the bridge, reasoning that the bustling crowd and the nearby academy would soon be releasing its students. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Song Dongmei quickly sought refuge under a tree's shade and plopped down. Sister-in-law, I feel like I'm melting from the heat. Jiang Qingyue was equally perspiring, yet she calmly began to arrange the items they would need. Afterward, she took out a handkerchief to wipe her brow, remarking with this heat, "Our herbal jelly will surely sell well. Dongmei, why don't you call out a few times? I'll make you a bowl once we have customers." Though Song Dongmei possessed a loud voice, it was only in the familiarity of home. The unfamiliar environment rendered her timid. "Sister-in-law, how should I shout? I've never sold anything before." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qingyue led the way, calling out, "Herbal jelly. Delicious herbal jelly. Refreshing and cooling, invigorating and relieving heat." After a brief pause, she found it somewhat awkward and modified her pitch. "In summer, enjoy herbal jelly to cool your spirits. With honey added, all troubles are cast away." At first hesitant, Song Dongmei was taken aback by Jiang Qingyue's boldness in calling out to passers-by. "Wow, sister-in-law, you can even compose poetry." Jiang Qingyue laughed, pulling her along. "Poetry? It's merely a catchy rhyme. You have a loud voice. Come on, give it a try." Encouraged, Song Dongmei shed her earlier shyness and began to shout as well. Their calls quickly attracted a crowd, with curious onlookers asking, "What delicious treat are you selling? It looks rather peculiar." As Song Dongmei shouted, Jiang Qingyue deftly filled bamboo tubes with the herbal jelly, topping them with mulberries and drizzling a bit of honey on top. "We are selling herbal jelly, a delightful and refreshing herbal remedy made from high-quality ingredients, enhanced with rare mountain honey to ensure it's both delicious and cooling." The crowd, captivated by Jiang Qingyue's skillful preparation, began inquiring about the price. "How much for this herbal jelly?" With a smile, Jiang Qingyue replied, 5 copper coins for a bowl." The crowd gasped, "What? 5 copper coins? That's rather steep. Even herbal tea is only 1 coin per bowl." Noting that the crowd's objections were merely verbal and that they showed no signs of leaving, Jiang Qingyue cheerfully explained, "Unfortunately, our herbs grow in the remote mountains, and both gathering and preparation are quite labor-intensive. As for the honey, it is indeed a rare and precious commodity." As she spoke, she took out clean mulberry leaves, declaring, "Let me offer everyone a free sample. If you enjoy it, you can purchase a bowl afterward." Naturally, with such a novel delicacy and the allure of free samples, no one wished to miss out. The onlookers accepted the leaves, savoring the herbal jelly and mulberries, and were immediately greeted with a refreshing sensation that filled their mouths. "Delicious. It's cool and surprisingly tasty. Boss, I'll take a bowl." "Me too. Please add more honey." Exchanging glances, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei enthusiastically divided tasks. One would serve while the other collected payments. Once the initial customers finished, Song Dongmei went to fetch clean water for washing the bowls. Some patrons wished to take bowls home to share with their families, requesting to keep the bamboo containers. Jiang Qingyue pondered briefly. "Our bamboo bowls are handcrafted and quite labor-intensive. If you wish to take them, it would be an additional 2 coins each. What do you think?" After a moment's hesitation, the customer considered the appealing design of the bowl and decided it could serve a purpose at home. "All right, 2 coins it is." Today was merely a trial sale, and the herbal jelly Jiang Qingyue had brought amounted to just 30 bowls. Ultimately, they sold the jelly for a total of 150 coins, and the 5 bamboo bowls added another 10 coins to their earnings. Originally, they had chosen this spot, anticipating a surge of customers following the academy's dismissal. But they were surprised to find their herbal jelly nearly depleted by the time the students emerged. "Apologies, everyone. We will arrive earlier tomorrow morning for those wanting to purchase." Those who missed out had no choice but to return home disappointed, awaiting the next day. Looking at the empty basin, Song Dongmei felt an overwhelming sense of joy, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, let us hurry back and prepare more for tomorrow." On their way home, Song Dongmei excitedly calculated their earnings. "Sister-in-law, look. We spent not a single coin. And we've made a profit of 160 coins. This business is quite promising." Jiang Qingyue smiled at her enthusiasm. "It may seem like we didn't spend anything. But remember, the honey was collected by your brother at great risk, and labor costs money too, even the firewood." Song Dongmei, though somewhat bemused, replied, "Oh well. We're just passing time anyway, and since we didn't have to pay for labor and the ingredients were all free, isn't this still a profit?" Jiang Qingyue chuckled, acknowledging that there was some merit in her reasoning. In their eagerness to return home, they refrained from making any purchases and went straight back. Upon arriving home, Wu Shi rushed over upon hearing their return. She had spent the entire morning fretting, oscillating between worries of unsold goods and concerns for her daughter's safety. Seeing them return early with serious expressions, she feared the worst. As she was about to offer words of comfort, Song Dongmei suddenly burst into laughter. "Mother, you missed out on quite the spectacle. Our herbal jelly sold out in an instant, and everyone praised how delicious it was. Those who didn't get any are furious." Wu Shi stared in astonishment at Song Dongmei, then turned to Jiang Qingyue. "Really?" Jiang Qingyue nodded with a bright smile. "Indeed, mother. We rushed back to prepare more for tomorrow morning." Wu Shi gasped in delight, covering her mouth with her hands. "Oh, that's wonderful. Xiaoya, is there anything I can do to help?" After a moment's pause, Jiang Qingyue retrieved 40 coins from her waist. "Mother, I bought spoons from Big Brother for 2 coins each this morning. Please help me ask him if he can craft another 10 spoons for us. We need them urgently." Wu Shi, glancing at the coins, hesitated. "Your brother enjoys making these little items. He wouldn't accept them from you." Jiang Qingyue insisted. "Mother, you must ensure he accepts them. His spoons are finely crafted and must have taken considerable effort. Just let him know it's not a small amount." Tears welled in Wu Shi's eyes as she looked at the coins, finally relenting. "All right, I will speak with your brother right away." Once Wu Shi left, Jiang Qingyue proceeded into the house, pulling out another 40 coins to hand to Song Yan. "We sold 5 bamboo bowls for 2 coins each, totaling 40 coins. Could you help us make another 10 bowls?" Song Yan appeared somewhat astonished, not expecting their swift return, nor the ease with which it had transpired. Observing the money handed to him by Jiang Qingyue, he remarked, "There is no need for that. Keep it for household expenses." In response to his words, Jiang Qingyue, feeling no reluctance, replied, "Very well, I shall diligently account for the money you earn." After deducting the 41 for her elder brother and his own share of 40 yuan, only 80 yuan remained. Jiang Qingyue promptly handed half of it to Song Dongmei, stating, "For now, we must procure some bowls and spoons. There isn't much left, so take this." Upon seeing Jiang Qingyue directly offer her half, Song Dongmei quickly pushed it back, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I cannot accept this money. I had already planned that upon my return, I would assist you. And all you need to provide me with are 2 meals. Furthermore," she added, "if second sister-in-law discovers this money, she will undoubtedly obsess over it daily. It would be better not to take it." Chapter 29. A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Jiang Qingyue glanced at her in confusion, asking, "You only want meals?" Song Dongmei nodded enthusiastically. "As long as you don't mind my appetite." Jiang Qingyue smiled helplessly. "Very well, I shall keep this money for now. Let me know when you need it." With the financial matters settled, everyone set to work. Jiang Qingyue was tasked with making grass jelly, while Song Dongmei helped with various chores. Song Yan ascended the mountain to gather bamboo, returning to continue crafting bamboo bowls. Previously, he had worked under the cover of night, resulting in some unsatisfactory areas. This time, he borrowed tools from the elder brother next door, thus achieving greater precision. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan next door was laboring diligently, surprised to find that the spoons he made could actually fetch a price, thus he poured more effort into his work. Once the grass jelly was prepared and cooled, Jiang Qingyue wasted no time in starting dinner. Earlier that day, she and Song Dongmei had hastily consumed but 2 buns in town, and now they were ravenous. Anticipating their trip to town the following day, she generously steamed a pot of white rice. She also slaughtered a wild chicken left over from last time to stir-fry. Fearing it would not suffice, she stealthily retrieved a small basin of mushrooms from her storage space to soak. The enticing aroma soon wafted next door. "Lu Xue, The second sister-in-law was aware that the two had gone to sell food today and had initially intended to return to mock them. Little did she know that upon their return, their mother-in-law came bearing money to order spoons from the elder brother. With the sounds of chicken being slaughtered and rice being steamed next door, her irritation grew, prompting her to curse under her breath. By the time dinner was ready, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei were already famished. Trembling hands began to shovel rice into their mouths, and only after a couple of bites did they gradually regain their composure. Song Dongmei, while eating mushrooms, inquired, "Sister-in-law, when did you go up the mountain to gather mushrooms?" Jiang Qingyue coughed lightly. "I did not gather any. I purchased them from across the street while you waited at the medicine shop last time." Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei let out a painful gasp. "Why spend that unnecessary money? Next time it rains, I'll take you up the mountain to collect them." Jiang Qingyue sighed in relief and smiled, understood. Just as she was about to enjoy her meal in peace, Song Dongmei began to chatter again. "Sister-in-law, why isn't this chicken as spicy as last time? Last time was so much better." Jiang Qingyue, without much thought, replied, "Your third brother cannot eat spicy food." After saying this, fearing Song Yan might misunderstand, she amended, "Primarily because his wound hasn't healed yet, spicy food could irritate it. If you wish for something spicy, we can cook separately next time." Song Dongmei raised an eyebrow, casting a suggestive look at the pair. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, Song Yan spoke up, "It's no matter, prepare it according to your preferences. I merely found it a bit difficult to adjust at first, but I gradually acclimated. Besides, I cannot cook. I understand the reasoning behind not being picky about flavors." Hearing him say this, Jiang Qingyue responded with a simple "oh" and resumed eating. Although they did not invite Wu Shi for dinner, Jiang Qingyue later brought out a jar of honey for Song Dongmei, saying, "Tell mother this honey is for soothing her lungs and alleviating her cough. Remind her to dissolve it in water. It works even better when combined with some radish or ginger." Song Dongmei gazed at her with gratitude. "Sister-in-law, but we only have so much honey. What shall we do when it runs out in a few days?" Song Yan was equally surprised by Jiang Qingyue's generosity. In the past, anything given to her was considered hers alone, leaving no room for others to covet. He rarely initiated conversation but remarked, "I shall make another trip to the mountain tomorrow morning." Jiang Qingyue promptly pressed the jar into Song Dongmei's hands. "The remaining honey should last us for 2 days. Take it back and clarify that it is for Mother's treatment." Turning to Song Yan, she added, "If gathering honey from the mountain proves too challenging, I have devised alternative methods." Originally, collecting honey was not a sustainable solution. It carried too many risks and uncertainties, compounded by seasonal constraints. Today, while in the Western market, she had seen someone selling malt sugar and realized she could boil malt syrup as a substitute for honey, cost-effective and yielding a commendable amount of sugar. Unbeknownst to Song Dongmei, who thought Jiang Qingyue was merely concerned for Song Yan's safety, she cast an envious glance at him. "Third brother, sister-in-law truly treats you well. She must be worried about your injury." Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan exchanged a knowing glance, each silently agreeing to refrain from further comment. The next morning, before their departure, Song Yan directly handed Jiang Qingyue 20 bowls. Seeing her astonishment, he explained, "Isn't there someone else who needs to take some? I feared it would not be enough, so I made extra." Jiang Qingyue accepted them, feeling the smoothness of the bowls. They had been finely polished, and the outer layer had not only been peeled away but also adorned with simple engravings. She could not help but exclaim, "Your craftsmanship is remarkable. You are nearly on par with the elder brother." Song Yan smirked slightly, then turned and retreated to his room. On this trip, Jiang Qingyue and her companion sold a total of 100 bowls, attracting a considerable crowd, especially when the students from the academy descended during lunchtime. They earned over 500 won, and both Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei were overjoyed. After selling the last bowl of grass jelly, they prepared to head to the eastern market to procure supplies. Though wheat for making malt syrup was available in the village at a lower cost, Jiang Qingyue preferred to keep the details of her business private, so they went directly to the grain shop. In addition to wheat, glutinous rice was also required for the malt syrup, and there was no need to purchase high-quality grains. Some broken rice would suffice. After buying the necessary grains for the malt syrup, Jiang Qingyue also took the opportunity to gather some rice flour and went to the meat shop to buy meat, followed by a visit to the vegetable market where she purchased a substantial amount of vegetables. Upon their return the previous day, everyone had seen them empty-handed and assumed they had not sold anything, so no one inquired further. Today, however, when they saw the two bustling into town early, laden with meat and vegetables in the afternoon, they were utterly taken aback. Qingyue, have you two made some money? Jiang Qingyue knew she could not conceal the truth any longer and casually replied, it's merely enough to earn a meager living. We were compelled by circumstances. The others, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile, choosing not to press further. After all, life was difficult for everyone during these times. And it was common for people to gather mountain goods to sell in town to supplement their households, so they were not particularly surprised. Having labored for most of the day, Jiang Qingyue was too fatigued to speak, opting instead to lower her head and rest her eyes. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. She wondered what Song Yan was doing at that moment. The mere thought of him relishing his solitude at home, leisurely inscribing words, suddenly invoked an inexplicable pang of jealousy within her. However, upon arriving home and witnessing Song Yan hunched over on the rooftop, her envy dissipated instantaneously. Chapter 30. Repairing the Rooftop. Under the sweltering summer sun, the afternoon rays were blinding. Jiang Qingyue, donning a hat, found the heat almost unbearable. In stark contrast, Song Yan was hatless, as the sole hat in the household adorned her head. For the sake of convenience, while working, her sleeves and pant legs were rolled up, and she was diligently reinforcing the thatch on the roof with freshly mixed mud. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Qingyue noticed not only Song Yan on the rooftop, but also her elder brother Song Chanshan and second brother Song Xiaojiang. Entering the courtyard, she was further astonished to find her mother-in-law, Wu, and sister-in-law, Zhang Sunyang, assisting in bundling the thatch. Upon seeing Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei return, Wu hurriedly stood up to greet them. Xiaoya is back. It must be sweltering for you. Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded. Mother, are you all repairing the roof? Wu chuckled in response. Indeed, we saw third brother alone at home mending the rooftop, so we came to lend a hand. Observing the harmonious scene before her, Jiang Qingyue felt an odd sensation. It was Song Dongmei who first voiced the concern, but what about second sister-in-law? Doesn't she mind you all working without her? Wu shot a glare at Song Dongmei before explaining, your second sister-in-law has gone back to her family today to celebrate her son's birthday. Song Dongmei pouted, no wonder. As Jiang Qingyue set down her basket and washed her hands, she brought over some cool tea from the kitchen. Mother, why don't you call the elder brothers down for a break and some water? Before Wu could respond, Song Xiaojiang from above called out, sister-in-law, there's no need. We'll finish up shortly. Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded, addressing Wu and Zhang Sunyang, I bought some vegetables, so let us all have dinner together tonight. None of you are allowed to leave. She had long wished to express her gratitude for the help the elder couple had provided last time. Today, with Lu Xiao absent, it was the perfect opportunity to host a meal. Amidst their chatter, the three brothers had already descended from the rooftop. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly poured water for the three of them to wash their hands, also calling for Song Dongmei to bring over the cool tea. Having overheard Jiang Qingyue's mention of hosting, Song Yan, noticing their reluctance, reiterated, Mother, let us all stay for dinner tonight. Seeing both insist, Wu finally nodded, all right then. We'll all come for dinner. Zhang Sunyang, feeling quite bashful, inquired, is there anything we can help with? Since we're here, should we ask your elder brother to make some spoons and bowls? Jiang Qingyue, seeing they had already worked so hard, felt it inappropriate to have them continue laboring. However, Song Dongmei, quick to speak, remarked, we have enough spoons and bowls for now, but we're in a bit of a bind. We've run out of mulberries today. And there is not much grass left either, plus we need bamboo. We have quite a bit of work ahead. The others, upon hearing this, eagerly volunteered to help collect the ingredients from the mountain. Let us all go pick them together. Those mulberries will fall in a couple of days. If we had known you needed them, we would have picked them all. Song Dongmei, noticing Jiang Qingyue's hesitation, took the initiative. Third sister-in-law will all go. But if we pick all the mulberries, will they keep? Jiang Qingyue, unable to dissuade them, nodded, yes, just bring them back and I'll figure out a way. All right then, we'll gather as much as we can before dark. Seeing that his mother was also preparing to go, Song Yan interjected, Mother, you should stay and help. I can go with them. Wu waved him off, no, you stay and help. I can manage, it's not a high place. Without waiting for Song Yan to argue, she headed out first. As the door closed behind her, the courtyard was suddenly left with just Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan, exchanging glances. Song Yan cleared his throat and said, I'll help you with the fire. Jiang Qingyue, twitching her lips, acknowledged him before hastily retreating into the kitchen. In the kitchen, She began unpacking the ingredients she had bought today. First, she found a basin to soak the wheat, then started boiling the grass she would use the next day. This was the first time Song Yan had seen her prepare the grass up close. Previously, he had always wondered how such an unremarkable plant could yield such delicacies. Witnessing it firsthand today was even more astonishing. He couldn't help but develop a sense of curiosity about the woman before him. However, despite having grown up in the same village, they had hardly interacted before. Although they had lived under the same roof for several months in their previous life, they had mostly avoided each other. Reflecting on this, Song Yan suddenly realized he knew very little about her. Apart from a few absurd incidents from their past, he seemed unable to recall what she had done during that time. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed her pouring the prepared grass into a bucket. Instinctively, he stood up. "Let me do that." Jiang Qingyue glanced at him in surprise, then handed him the ladle before turning back to prepare dinner. Since it was a gathering, she intended to serve only the finest. Counting the number of guests, she initially measured out 4 bowls of rice, but then reconsidered, adding another generous bowl. Thinking her elder brothers would likely eat more than Song Yan. After steaming the rice, she began to ponder what dishes to prepare. Earlier, in town, she had bought pork belly and ribs, along with some radishes, taro, tofu, and chives. The variety of vegetables here was limited, making it challenging to create anything elaborate. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingyue decided to blanch the ribs and pork belly. Initially, she intended to make sweet and sour ribs and braised pork, but realized that wouldn't suffice for everyone. Thus, she opted to make stewed radishes with pork and taro stew with ribs, along with chive and egg stir-fry and braised tofu with scallions. To prevent anyone from feeling reserved, she prepared each dish in generous portions, ensuring everyone felt comfortable helping themselves. Just as the 2 meat dishes were finishing up, the sky outside had begun to darken. Jiang Qingyue was about to ask Song Yan to step outside and check when she heard footsteps in the courtyard. Upon stepping out, she saw several people carrying baskets brimming with ingredients. At the bottom were the grass, and on top, the mulberries, while her elder brothers carried bamboo on their shoulders. Jiang Qingyue quickly rushed to help them with their load, exclaiming, "You brought back so much." Song Dongmei chuckled, "Third sister-in-law, we finished picking all the mulberries over there. And we also gathered every bit of grass we could find." Jiang Qingyue, thrilled, ushered everyone to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. She then hurried back to the kitchen, reheating the 2 meat dishes and swiftly frying the freshly prepared tofu. Finally, she cracked 7 or 8 eggs, mixing in the chopped chives before frying them in a hot pan. Given the substantial quantity of food, Jiang Qingyue used bowls and large dishes to serve. When everyone had washed their hands and gathered at the table, they were taken aback by the sight of so many dishes. How could there be so much food? And all of it is meat. Indeed, Qingyue, how have you prepared so much? Chapter 31. That was what she had tasted before. As Jiang Qingyue helped serve the rice, she smiled and replied, "You all have worked so hard today, helping both me and a yen so much. Surely, it's only right to treat you all to a good meal." Song Yan, taking his turn to serve rice, echoed, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, and second brother. What Qingyue says is true, please don't stand on ceremony." Song Dongmei noticed everyone staring blankly at their bowls of rice and quickly picked up her chopsticks to help serve the dishes. "You must try my sister-in-law's cooking. I assure you, you will love it." The group responded eagerly, picking up the food in their bowls and beginning to eat. The ribs were stewed to perfection, tender enough that a single bite could easily separate the meat from the bone, while the taro within had absorbed the rich broth, rendering it utterly delectable. The braised pork had been sautéed to release its oil beforehand, melting in the mouth without a hint of greasiness. The diners praised the meal profusely. Zhang Sunyang couldn't help but laugh. "Now I understand why my younger sister is reluctant to return home for meals. My sister-in-law truly has a remarkable culinary talent." Indeed. Not only was the meat delicious, but the tofu was also imbued with a savory flavor, and the eggs surpassed those from home. Song Dongmei chuckled, "It's clear you're inexperienced. My sister-in-law pre-fried the tofu in lard, hence the meaty flavor. At our home, we only use 1 egg for stir-fried chives. My sister-in-law, however, sprinkles chive bits into the eggs. How could it not be delicious?" Her words sent the group into peals of laughter. Wu Shi cast her a resigned glance. "It seems you've only mastered the art of eating. Why haven't you learned to cook?" Song Dongmei stuck out her tongue, realizing she had been showing off, and quickly lowered her head to focus on her rice. At that moment, Jiang Qingyue, who had been busy attending to everyone, suddenly realized her rice bowl was not the one she had served herself. She had clearly filled one bowl to the brim and reserved a half bowl for herself. Yet the full bowl had somehow ended up in her hands. Turning to look, she saw that the half bowl had been taken by Song Yan. He must have misunderstood earlier, thinking there wasn't enough rice and leaving the lesser portion for her. Clearing her throat, Jiang Qingyue quietly explained, "I think we've swapped our rice." Song Yan turned to her, "It's fine, just eat." Jiang Qingyue felt like crying. How could someone on a diet consume so much rice? However, having already begun, she felt embarrassed to give it back, so she could only eat what she could, tears brimming as she did so. Seeing her distressed expression, Wu Shi inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Qingyue quickly smiled and clarified, "It's nothing, I just mixed up my rice with Yan's. I'm on a diet and can't eat this much." Wu Shi, upon hearing Jiang Qingyue was dieting, expressed disapproval, "But you look perfectly fine as you are." Understanding Jiang Qingyue's predicament, Song Dongmei interjected, "Oh, it's no big deal. You can just give your excess to third brother." Jiang Qingyue glanced at her own rice, torn between reluctance and the desire to take action, ultimately choosing the latter. "It's fine, I'll try to eat, and there's plenty more in the pot. He can go get more later." Just as she finished speaking, Song Yan extended his bowl toward her, "You can give me yours." Jiang Qingyue widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. The next moment, he ladled a third of his rice into her bowl. "Is this enough?" Jiang Qingyue snapped back to reality, hastily replying, "Please add a bit more." Wu Shi, observing the growing camaraderie between the two, beamed with delight. "Third brother, add some ribs for Qingyue. She shouldn't only have vegetables." Song Yan deftly picked up a piece of rib, placing it in her bowl. "This one's lean. It won't interfere with your diet." Jiang Qingyue chuckled, returning the favor by offering him a piece of fatty pork. "You should have some fat to replenish yourself. Let us inflict mutual harm." Once the meal concluded, everyone appeared satisfied. They had initially intended to stay and continue working, but Jiang Qingyue insisted they return to rest, saying there was nothing left to do. Wu Shi then led everyone back, and upon arriving next door, she addressed them, "You must not mention today's meal to the family of second brother, especially you. Xia Jiang. If you don't want your wife to cause trouble, keep your lips sealed." Xia Jiang nodded in resignation, "Understood, mother, I'm not foolish." Meanwhile, after the others departed, Jiang Qingyue began selecting mulberries. She first picked the ripe ones to wash, planning to secretly stash the rest in her space later that evening. Through her observations, she had noted that the items in her space remained perpetually fresh. She intended to preserve some for 2 days, and once the maltose was ready, she would find a way to use the mulberries to make jam. While washing the mulberries in the kitchen, Song Yan was also there, washing dishes. The shared silence in the same room felt rather awkward. After a moment's thought, Jiang Qingyue took the initiative to clarify, "About earlier, don't think too much of it. I merely wanted to remind you that there was still rice in the pot, not to imply you should eat my leftovers." Song Yan paused his actions and replied, "I understand, don't overthink it. In front of mother and everyone else, I didn't want to raise any suspicions." "All right, good." The following day marked another trip to the market to sell the herbal jelly. Wu Shi noticed the two carrying so many items and suggested that Song Yan accompany them, as he had no pressing matters and could lend a hand. Jiang Qingyue quickly shook her head, "Perhaps it's best if you don't." The thought of having to showcase her tongue twisters in front of Song Yan filled her with embarrassment. However, Song Yan simply picked up the bamboo basket from the ground and said, "Let us go, I need to stop by the bookstore as well." With that, he led the way toward the village entrance. Jiang Qingyue had no choice but to urge Song Dongmei to follow quickly. Surprisingly, today was bustling. It was uncommon to see so many people heading to the market so early, and the ox carts were nearly overflowing. Song Yan helped arrange their items before ushering Song Dongmei and Jiang Qingyue onto the cart. Due to the crowd, they could only squeeze in tightly. Song Dongmei, quick-witted, claimed a good spot inside, leaving Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan at the very back. Jiang Qingyue instinctively straightened her posture, inhaled, and pulled in her stomach, hoping not to disturb the nearby ant and the outermost seat occupied by Song Yan. The road to the market was bumpy, and Jiang Qingyue exerted considerable effort to avoid leaning against Song Yan. Unfortunately, this left the ant sitting next to her quite uncomfortable. Finally, unable to endure, the ant exclaimed, "Qingyue, can you move a bit over? You're making it hard for this old woman to breathe." Jiang Qingyue felt embarrassed, wishing she could vanish on the spot. The two nearby aunts added fuel to the fire, teasing, "Is this your first time taking your husband to the market, Qingyue? Are you feeling shy?" "It's normal after just getting married. Don't worry, us aunts have all been there." Song Dongmei, enjoying the spectacle, chimed in, "Third brother. You should hold on to your wife. The road will only get bumpier." Jiang Qingyue shot her a glare and reluctantly shifted closer to Song Yan, trying her best to avoid looking at him. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the market, and Jiang Qingyue let out a sigh of relief as she hurriedly disembarked. The three made their way toward the West Market, and upon reaching the bridge where they often set up their stall, Jiang Qingyue turned to Song Yan, "You're heading to the bookstore, right? You should hurry. We can manage here." Song Yan simply nodded and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Jiang Qingyue instantly sprang into action, helping Song Dongmei set up their stall while calling out to attract customers. Initially, she thought Song Yan would not return until noon, but to her surprise, he was back within half an hour. She was energetically calling out while serving the customers with sweet grass jelly. Upon the sudden appearance of Song Yan, everyone seemed momentarily stunned. How have you returned so quickly?" Fortunately, Song Yan bore no mockery in his demeanor. Casting a glance at the queue, he inquired, "Do you need any assistance?" As his words fell, several young ladies passing by shyly cast their glances toward him. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyue noted the man's considerable popularity and promptly entrusted him with the task of collecting payments, adding, "You can help with the money and maintain the queue's order." After Song Yan joined, the line for the sweet grass jelly noticeably grew longer. Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei worked industriously, thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. Jiang Qingyue moved deftly with her hands while her tongue remained active, particularly observing Song Yan, who seemed at a loss when questioned by customers, prompting her to step in and provide an introduction. "Our sweet grass jelly is delightfully cool and sweet, perfect for quenching thirst and enhancing beauty. By the way, the bamboo bowls are handcrafted by this gentleman, and for just 2 coins, you can take one home." Song Dongmei glared at the young ladies who were fawning over her third brother, her frustration evident as her eyes almost rolled back in exasperation. She glanced down to see her sister-in-law grinning while handing out sweet grass jelly to the girls, saying, "It's delicious. Come again next time. We've been setting up stall here lately." Yes, this gentleman belongs to our family. Sometimes he's here, sometimes he's not. It's all a matter of fate." Song Dongmei was utterly stunned, her eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief, and she couldn't help but tug at her sister-in-law in irritation. "Sister-in-law, are you lacking in common sense?" Jiang Qingyue turned to signal her to be quiet. "Are you coming along to buy meat later?" Song Dongmei huffed in annoyance. "Of course. All right then. Just looking won't cost you any meat. But what sister-in-law cooks is the real deal." Song Yan, witnessing how quickly his sister had sold him out, could only shake his head as he continued to collect payments. Just then, a young lady in a green dress squeezed through the crowd, heading straight for Song Yan. "Big brother Song, I heard you went to the bookstore today." Jiang Qingyue paused, recognizing the newcomer as Chen, and resumed her tasks with fluidity. Though her hands were busy, her ears perked up, clearly prepared for some gossip. As Song Yan was collecting money, he was taken aback when Chen rushed in front of him and stepped back a few paces. "Are you here to buy sweetgrass jelly? If not, please step aside. We have business to attend to." Jiang Qingyue could not suppress her curiosity and stole a glance. Oh my, not only is Song Yan's voice icy, but his expression is utterly indifferent. I wonder if this girl is going to burst into tears at my stall? To her surprise, Chen showed no signs of distress, simply stating she wanted to buy and handed money to Song Yan. He pursed his lips. "Please go to the back of the line." Having said that, he proceeded to the next customer. After a long wait, when Chen finally reached the front, Song Yan exchanged tasks with Song Dongmei, asking her to handle the payments. Feeling neglected by Song Yan, Chen vented her frustration on Jiang Qingyue. "You again? What gives you the right to instruct Big Brother Song to wash dishes? And that scar on his forehead, did you inflict it?" Jiang Qingyue, who was happily conducting business, mused, "What did I do to deserve this?" Her temper flared as she retorted, "Are you buying or not? If not, please step aside. You're disrupting our business." Chen looked at Song Yan with a sense of grievance. But before she could speak, Song Dongmei interrupted, "You're quite strange. I didn't like you the last time I saw you, and now you've come looking for trouble." As the two exchanged barbs, Song Yan walked directly toward Jiang Qingyue. In that brief moment of eye contact, He unexpectedly pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and pressed it against her forehead. Look at you, drenched in sweat and not even bothering to wipe it. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback. Song Yan ignored her astonishment and, while wiping her sweat, quietly asked, "You mentioned that we should maintain a normal marital relationship in public. Does that imply you have a responsibility to assist me with the current situation?" Jiang Qingyue smiled while whispering, "I could help, but you must agree to one condition." Song Yan continued with his tasks. What condition? Seeing he had not refused, she lightly brushed her hand against his shoulder. "I'll tell you once I think it through." After saying that, she raised her voice playfully. "Look at you, washing dishes and getting yourself all wet. Don't just focus on wiping me, I'm not hot. Here, let me help you." As she spoke, she grabbed the handkerchief from Song Yan and gently began to wipe his sweat. Qingyue, witnessing this scene, could no longer argue with Song Dongmei and stormed off in tears. As soon as she left, Jiang Qingyue quickly tossed the handkerchief back to Song Yan. "All right. Don't forget your promise. I'll let you know once I've thought it through." The farce concluded, and the sweetgrass jelly was nearly sold out. Delighted by the swift sales, Jiang Qingyue pointed to a wonton stall across the bridge. "Let us go have a bowl of wontons before we head back." Song Dongmei was thrilled and hurriedly packed up the basket. Song Yan patted the pouch of coins in his pocket and handed it to Jiang Qingyue. "This is the money from today's copying. Take it." Jiang Qingyue accepted it without hesitation, stowing it away as they left. After enjoying their wontons, the trio made a brief stop at the East Market to buy some vegetables before taking an ox cart back home. Upon arriving at their doorstep, the shrill cries of second sister-in-law, Lu Xue, echoed from the neighboring courtyard, followed closely by the scolding of second brother Song Xiaojiang and the soothing voice of Wu Shi. Jiang Qingyue furrowed her brow, wondering what trouble Lu Xue had brewed this time. Soon, the three learned from their eldest sister-in-law the situation at hand. It turned out that second brother had helped repair the roof and gathered materials for business, which Lu Xue had discovered. Chapter 33. The hook is set. Just as the eldest sister-in-law finished her words, Lu Xue's piercing voice wafted from next door. "You are blood brothers. It's fine for you to help him. But why can't you ask for a share of the recipe? When it comes to needing help, you're brothers, but during money-making times, you forget about him." Song Xiaojiang's temper flared in response. "Lu Xue, say that again and see what happens. Don't push me to take action. If you're unhappy, why don't you go back to your mother's house?" Zhang Sunyang, worried Jiang Qingyue might misunderstand, hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, please don't take this the wrong way. None of us had such intentions, and I believe second brother didn't either. Moreover, we didn't speak of this. Mother specifically instructed us not to tell you about it. We came down from the mountain after dark and didn't meet anyone on the way." Jiang Qingyue set down her basket and pondered for a moment. Has Lu Xue just returned today? Did someone come looking for her? Zhang Sunyang thought for a moment and suddenly recalled, "Oh right, your cousin Jiang Qingyue came looking for her today. They went out together for a while. And it seems that's when the trouble with second brother started." Jiang Qingyue nodded in realization. "I see. Sister-in-law, you should head back and advise mother not to get worked up." Zhang Sunyang agreed and returned to the neighboring house. Song Dongmei, equally furious, set down her basket and was about to head over to help. Jiang Qingyue stopped her. "Second brother is there, so it's best you don't go." Instead of arguing with her, let us think about how to deal with the troublemaker Jiang Qingyue. I've been busy earning money these past few days and haven't had time to confront her. The previous accounts have yet to be settled, and once again, trouble has come knocking. It seems we can no longer afford to wait. Mentioning Jiang Qingyue, Song Dongmei gritted her teeth. "Third sister-in-law, shall we go seek out Jiang Qingyue now? Weren't you the one who said last time that without evidence, we couldn't bring her to justice?" Jiang Qingyue shook her head, then asked, "Have you seen her recently? Ever since we left here last time, it seems we haven't crossed paths with her again." After saying this, she cast a contemplative glance at Song Yan, who was chopping bamboo. Noticing her gaze, Song Yan looked up and replied, pursing his lips, "I have not seen her. Nor has she visited." Song Dongmei, already impatient, exclaimed, "Third sister-in-law, I have seen her. You won't believe it. Ever since she returned. I don't know if she's been anxious or what, but I heard she developed a face full of pus-filled sores. They say she went up the mountain looking for herbs to apply to her face. In fact, we ran into her just yesterday." Jiang Qingyue spread her hands, deducing, "It seems she followed you last night, witnessing you moving things into the courtyard." Song Dongmei, fuming, ground her teeth in frustration. "No wonder. With her face in such a state, she still has the audacity to plot against others. Jiang Qingyue lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment. Then a clever idea struck her. She beckoned to Song Dongmei and whispered, "Why don't you return first and mediate? Have a good talk with second sister-in-law while you're at it." Initially puzzled, Song Dongmei's face lit up with delight as she grasped the plan. "Third sister-in-law, I understand now. Just wait and see." Observing the two engaged in whispered conversation, Song Yan helplessly curled his lips and resumed crafting his bamboo bowl. Meanwhile, after Song Dongmei dashed next door, she unexpectedly took second sister-in-law Lu Xiaoa to heart and began to console her with genuine concern. Lu Xiaoa, brimming with grievances with no outlet for her frustrations, seized the opportunity to pour out her troubles to Song Dongmei, disregarding their usual rapport. Song Dongmei listened, simmering with indignation, but had to maintain a facade of cheerfulness. Once Lu Xiaoa had vented her frustrations, she attempted to pry information from Song Dongmei. "Tell me, how did Jiang Qingyue, who was a complete dimwit at home, suddenly become so capable after getting married? How on earth did she make that miraculous herbal jelly?" Song Dongmei chuckled awkwardly. "Second sister-in-law, you might as well forget it. That concoction is far too complicated. I've watched her make it every day and still can't grasp it. You might as well give up. Moreover, my third sister-in-law was never a fool. She simply didn't want to stand out before. Have you not noticed? She has already cured her facial sores." Upon hearing sores, Lu Xiaoa's interest was piqued immediately. "Do you know how she healed her sores?" After seeing Song Dongmei's reluctance to divulge, she urged, "Little sister, you've only eaten a few meals with her and already been won over. She has you working for her daily. Has she even paid you?" Song Dongmei sighed. "Pay? Not a single coin. Besides, with her business, it barely provides enough for the three of us to eat." Lu Xiaoa scoffed. "Little sister, if that herbal remedy is so profitable, why wouldn't she share it? It wouldn't hurt her business to tell me, would it?" Song Dongmei smiled wryly. "You make a valid point. Second sister-in-law. In that case, I'll go ask third sister-in-law later. But you must promise me not to stir up any more trouble, and also, you mustn't sell or share this remedy with anyone else." Lu Xiaoa patted her chest in assurance. "My sister from my maternal family has developed sores on her face. I'm asking for her sake. I would never sell it or tell anyone else. Just help me get it, and I'll ensure you're handsomely rewarded." Reluctantly, Song Dongmei stood up. "Fine, I'll give it a try, but don't forget your promise." With that, she headed next door. At that moment, Jiang Qingyue was cooking. Upon seeing Song Dongmei arrive, she quietly inquired, "How did it go?" Song Dongmei returned a knowing smile, indicating success. After finishing their meal, Song Dongmei asked Jiang Qingyue to write a prescription to take back. Jiang Qingyue, exasperated, replied, "Are you out of your mind? If that prescription falls into her hands, it could be used against us." Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei's eyes brightened. "I understand now. Third sister-in-law is indeed thoughtful. Just watch the drama unfold." After informing Song Dongmei of the remedy for her acne, Jiang Qingyue quickly set the matter aside. After all, for her at this moment, nothing was more pressing than saving money. 2 days later, just as Jiang Qingyue had dismissed the matter from her mind and began preparing to make malt sugar at home, a ruckus erupted outside her door. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Qingyue stormed in, dragging along Lu Xiaoa, whom she had forcibly pulled along. Jiang Qingyue cast a glance at Jiang Qingyue's woeful visage, pinching her nose in disgust. "Did you fall into a cesspit?" Jiang Qingyue, already in a foul mood, flared up at her words. "Jiang Qingyue, what are you pretending for? Isn't this all you're doing? You made me slather pig and cow dung on my face for 2 days, and now the stench won't wash off. You wicked woman." As her words fell, a crowd had gathered outside the courtyard, eager to witness the spectacle. Jiang Qingyue, terrified, glanced at Jiang Qingyue. "What are you saying? I haven't seen you in days. How could I have harmed you?" Chapter 34. A face full of cow dung. Jiang Qingyue yanked Lu Xiaoa closer. "Tell your second sister-in-law. Don't play dumb with me." Jiang Qingyue sneered. "When did I ever mention anything about a remedy to you?" Lu Xiaoa, feeling guilty, shrugged at Song Dongmei. "It wasn't you who told me directly. But you did tell Dongmei, and then she relayed it to me." Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei jumped up. Second sister-in-law. You deceived me into coming here to seek a remedy for your sister from your maternal family, claiming she had developed sores. You assured me that you wouldn't tell anyone else. Now not only have you spoken of it, but you've also harmed someone. Doesn't that make it your fault? How is that our problem?" After saying this, Song Dongmei even spat at Jiang Qingyue, taunting, "That stench on you is absolutely revolting. It's clear you didn't use my third sister-in-law's remedy. Who knows if you're trying to disgust us on purpose? Yet you still dare to come and hold us accountable." With that, she covered her mouth and took several steps back. Jiang Qingyue, enraged, nearly spat blood. Glaring fiercely at Lu Xiaoe, "What's going on? Didn't you say it would be fine?" Lu Xiaoe, startled, replied, "I certainly didn't mishear. It was Dongmei who told me in person. I have no grudge against you. Why would I want to harm you?" Seeing the two unable to come to an agreement, Jiang Qingyue sighed and asked, "All right, then tell me, what remedy did you actually use?" Jiang Qingyue, on the verge of tears, gritted her teeth, "Pig dung and cow dung." At her declaration, the crowd erupted in laughter. Jiang Qingyue, too, could hardly contain her mirth. Jiang Qingyue, her eyes reddening with fury, shouted, "Enough. Didn't you tell her that this was how to heal my face?" Jiang Qingyue, laughing so hard she was nearly in tears, wiped her eyes and replied, "I never mentioned those two things. I said pearl powder, not real pig dung." Jiang Qingyue was left stunned. "Then what about the cow dung?" Jiang Qingyue shrugged. "What cow dung?" "That was sulfur powder, ground from sulfur. It can indeed help with acne. If you don't believe me, you can ask a doctor." Upon hearing Jiang Qingyue's explanation, the laughter grew even louder. Jiang Qingyue, feeling faint, hastily grabbed Lu Xiaoe. "Did you mishear?" Lu Xiaoe was somewhat bewildered. I can't quite recall." Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue had a realization. "Pearls and sulfur are rare commodities. I refuse to believe you possess the means to purchase them." Jiang Qingyue shrugged in resignation. "I cannot afford them, but you have sent so many people to inquire about me. After all the twists and turns, it still wasn't clear that you wanted a remedy for acne. I thought Dongmei was casually asking me for suggestions on how to treat it. Moreover, I did not speak incorrectly." Jiang Qingyue was nearly incensed to the point of wanting to leave immediately, yet upon seeing Jiang Qingyue's smooth complexion, she couldn't help but inquire, "Then how did your face get better?" Jiang Qingyue clicked her tongue. "My face was cleansed with soap." "Soap?" Jiang Qingyue murmured, having only heard of bath beans before. "What was soap?" Jiang Qingyue confidently returned to her room and retrieved the remaining half-bar of soap from her supplies, presenting it to Jiang Qingyue. She then looked at Song Yan with a face full of emotion. "This soap was purchased in Jiangdu, costing 2 taels of silver. Yan has been tirelessly transcribing day and night to afford this for my skin. He has lost quite a bit of weight." Everyone turned to the increasingly healthier-looking Song Yan. But to be fair, Song Yan is quite willing to spend 2 taels on this trivial item for his wife. It must be effective. Jiang Qingyue, observing how Jiang Qingyue carefully cradled the soap in her hands, inexplicably began to believe her. After all, the last time they met, her face was covered in blemishes. To have improved so significantly in such a short time, she could think of no other possibility apart from something from Jiangdu. If there were alternatives, she would have tried them long ago. Gazing at the pristine, jade-like soap in Jiang Qingyue's palm, Jiang Qingyue's demeanor inexplicably softened. Just moments ago, she had been furious. Yet now she wore a beaming smile. "Sister Qingyue, I must have misunderstood you earlier. It must have been a miscommunication. Would you be willing to part with the soap?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue looked at her incredulously, feigning indecision for a moment. Then, as if making a significant resolution, she replied, "All right, who can deny a good sister? Aside from my husband, parting with a bar of soap is acceptable. Since you desire it, I shall sell it to you for 2 taels of silver. I won't ask for more." "What?" Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You've already used it, and you want to sell it to me for 2 taels?" Jiang Qingyue sighed softly. "Sister, don't you consider the travel expenses for sending someone back? What about the favors owed? The time spent? Moreover, I have only used it a few times. If you find it too expensive, so be it. I am somewhat reluctant." Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth, steeling herself. 2 taels it is. However, I must ascertain whether the soap is truly effective." Jiang Qingyue nodded calmly. "Dongmei, please fetch a basin of water." Although Song Dongmei was unaware of the true nature of her sister-in-law's intentions, she promptly complied and filled the basin with water, not forgetting to tease, "Our basin is clean. I shall pour and you can wash. Don't dirty our basin." Jiang Qingyue was infuriated, but was even more eager to see whether Jiang Qingyue's soap would yield results. She hurried to wash her face, and upon receiving the soap, she was thrilled by its delicate texture. Cautiously dampening it, it soon lathered into a rich foam. After washing, Her face felt remarkably refreshed, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Jiang Qingyue's heart raced. Without a second thought, she resolved to return for money. Jiang Qingyue called out, "Oh sister, I finished the sauce you gave me last time. Could you bring another jar when you come? Consider it a transfer fee." Jiang Qingyue, focused solely on acquiring the soap, agreed without a second thought and dashed out the door. Once she departed, Song Dongmei could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Sister-in-law, how could you give her such a valuable item? She should be left with her face in ruins." Noting her irritation, Jiang Qingyue chuckled and patted her back. "All right. Don't be upset. Did you not notice? The pustules on her face were not severe. If not disturbed, they would resolve themselves in a few days. Besides, why not let me profit from this? And whether she pays is still uncertain. Let us secure the money first." Song Dongmei quickly grasped the situation. "Sister-in-law, you had her bring the sauce, didn't you?" Before she could finish, Jiang Qingyue shot her a knowing look. Song Dongmei understood and stood at the door, waiting a moment until she heard Jiang Qingyue's voice, deliberately creating a commotion to draw back the onlookers. Chapter 35, publicly exposing Jiang Qingyue's true nature. The crowd, already curious, wanted to see if Jiang Qingyue would indeed spend 2 taels on such a small bar of soap. Upon hearing she had brought money, they abandoned their meals and tasks, rushing to witness the spectacle. When they saw Jiang Qingyue place the silver in Jiang Qingyue's hand and receive the soap in return, the chatter erupted. It seemed the Jiang family was indeed prosperous. Surely, they had not exhausted all the silver brought from elsewhere. It was odd that Jiang Qingyue could afford to buy facial soap after previously causing such a ruckus over a mere 2 coins. The disparity in treatment between Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Qingyue had been a long-standing issue. Jiang Qingyue, feeling elated as she held the soap, was displeased to hear the crowd casting shadows on the Jiang family, and she furrowed her brow. "What nonsense are you spouting? How has our family treated my cousin poorly? Look, I even brought her favorite sauce." Jiang Qingyue smiled as she accepted the condiment, opening it to inhale the familiar aroma of the well-known recipe. She eagerly displayed it to everyone. "Qingyue is right. When I was at home, she often prepared this sauce for me. Now that she is married, she still sends it to me from time to time. How could she possibly treat me poorly?" The crowd chuckled awkwardly. Their curiosity piqued about the nature of the gift Jiang Qingyue had brought for Jiang Qingyue. As everyone passed it around for a closer look, Jiang Qingyue sensed trouble brewing and hastily attempted to snatch the jar back, but before she could, someone raised a question. "What kind of sauce is this? It smells like pig feed." The speaker was a skilled pig farmer. Since the passing of the Jiang family patriarch, the task of caring for the livestock had fallen to him. He had to prepare quite a bit of this mixture daily, so he recognized it immediately. At this revelation, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. "Indeed, this aroma is familiar. Our pigs have eaten this before. Just a sprinkle in their feed makes them thrive." Jiang Qingyue felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. There was no need for pretense. Her face was already marred with indignation. "Jiang Qingyue, you fed me this for so many years, and it was meant for pigs? What do you mean by that?" Jiang Qingyue's complexion turned pale, her breath quickening. "And no, I must have grabbed the wrong one. I was too hasty." Jiang Qingyue scoffed. "Grabbed the wrong one? The taste you've given me over the years has always been this flavor. I could recognize it with my eyes closed. How could it be mistaken?" With that, she turned and headed to the kitchen, retrieving the jar from last time. "There's still a bit left from the last time you brought it. Let everyone see if it's the same." Jiang Qingyue's teeth chattered uncontrollably, "And I was unaware that this was meant for pigs. I had only meant well, as it smelled rather delightful." Just as I was halfway through my sentence, Jiang Qingyue, in a fit of anger, snatched back the still-cold soap from my hands and handed it over to Song Dongmei. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Qingyue's face. "A woman with such a filthy mind as yours is unworthy of using my soap." The onlookers were taken aback, and once they regained their composure, they began to voice their support for Jiang Qingyue. I distinctly remember Qingyue being quite slender in her childhood. It was only a few years ago that she began to gain weight, and now I realize it was due to this. Jiang Qingyue is truly vile, concocting such malicious schemes. Jiang Qingyue was left dazed by the slap, her eyes filled with stars. Forgetting about reclaiming the soap, all she could think of was escaping Jiang Qingyue's wrath. "Sister, I truly didn't mean it. We are sisters. Please forgive my unintentional mistake. And I promise I won't do it again." Jiang Qingyue took 2 steps back in disgust. What a deep sisterly bond. I once believed you treated me sincerely, but today I see you possess a heart as venomous as a snake's, and you have failed to address my grievances for so many years. Upon hearing the mention of reporting to the authorities, Jiang Qingyue was struck with fear. She trembled as she attempted to snatch away the evidence. Seeing it was impossible to destroy it on the spot, she resolutely grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming, "Look, I'm eating it too. It's truly edible." The crowd watched in disgust as she devoured the sauce, nearly retching. Meanwhile, Song Yan had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to leave and report the incident to the village chief. At that moment, he returned with the village chief in tow, along with members of the Jiang family who had come in response to the commotion. Naturally, the Jiang family members were there to support Jiang Qingyue. But before old lady Li could formulate a response, a mere glance from the village chief silenced her. Quickly retracting her statement, she said, "We truly had no idea about this. It must have been Qingyue's doing. It's quite normal for sisters to have small quarrels." The couple from the second branch of the Jiang family echoed her sentiment, asserting, yes, they were just playing around. Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but laugh. Playing around? Ask everyone here which family's sisters use drugs as a form of amusement. And for years, no less. Song Yan stood firmly beside Jiang Qingyue, village chief. This is clearly a premeditated act of harm. At the mention of harm, the second branch of the Jiang family immediately panicked. They pulled the couple from the first branch aside, urging, "Eldest brother and sister-in-law, say something. Qingyue is your child, she will surely listen to you." Wang Guilan, having already suffered 3 setbacks with Jiang Qingyue, lacked the confidence and passed the responsibility to Jiang Fugue. Clearing his throat, Jiang Fugue solemnly addressed Jiang Qingyue. "Qingyue, indeed your sister has acted wrongly. How about this? Let her apologize to you in front of everyone." Jiang Qingyue coldly chuckled. "An apology? Can that truly compensate for the harm my body has endured over the years?" Jiang Fugue grew anxious. "Then what do you want?" "What do I want?" Jiang Qingyue narrowed her eyes, enunciating each word. "Either report to the authorities and let the punishment be administered as it should, or have Jiang Qingyue compensate me for her dowry. Initially, you all insisted I was too unattractive to secure a good marriage, thus neglecting to save for my dowry. Since all of this has stemmed from Jiang Qingyue's actions, it is only fitting that she bears the consequences." Jiang Qingyue's eyes widened in panic. "No, that dowry was saved by my parents over many years. Why should I give it to you?" Jiang Qingyue smirked. "You can choose, face jail time or forfeit your dowry." The second branch of the Jiang family was thrown into disarray, pulling old lady Li aside for counsel. "Mother, think of a way quickly. We cannot let Qingyue go to jail. If she enters the authorities, her reputation will be ruined, and she will never be able to marry." Old lady Li, both furious and anxious, gasped for breath before signaling to the two with a knowing glance. "Qingyue's dowry is but 2 bedding sets, if she wants them. Just give them to her." Jiang Qingyue, witnessing her grandmother's shamelessness, couldn't help but applaud her acting skills. "Grandma, you may not be aware, but before my marriage, Jiang Qingyue would constantly flaunt her dowry to me, detailing the value of each item. Altogether, it amounts to at least 20 taels. Not a single coin less." Old lady Li nearly fainted upon hearing the sum of 20 taels. 20 taels? Have you lost your mind over silver? Even if we sold you, it wouldn't be worth 20 taels. Jiang Qingyue clapped her hands dismissively. "It's fine, whether you give it or not is entirely voluntary. If you refuse, we shall report to the authorities." Her unwavering stance incited old lady Li to stomp her feet in frustration. The couple from the second branch fared no better. They had always aspired to marry their daughter into a wealthy family in town, meticulously nurturing her while living frugally. They had managed to save up that dowry through flattery and servitude. Now, parting with all 20 taels felt worse than skinning them alive. Yet, if they refused, not only would they jeopardize that plan, but she might not even find a humble match in the future. Jiang Qingyue, in tears, clung to her parents, lamenting her plight. It was one thing to have her beloved taken by Jiang Qingyue, but if her dowry were also seized, she would be left with nothing. Observing the Jiang family's desperate attempts to evade responsibility, the village chief finally revealed his trump card. "Old lady Li, your granddaughter has endured years of drugging at your hands. Not reporting you to the authorities is already a show of mercy. If you continue to be obstinate, pack your things and leave Xia village by tomorrow morning." At the village chief's words, the crowd erupted in agreement. Yes, let them leave Xia village. Get out. Though this tactic had been employed several times, it proved remarkably effective. Old Lady Li, uncertain of the circumstances, immediately changed her demeanor upon hearing the threat of eviction from Xia village. We won't leave. We'll comply. Jiang Qingyue and her parents chorused in unison. Old Lady Li stamped her foot. You too. Go fetch 20 taels for her right now. Mother, we don't have 20 taels. Suetsue's dowry is all material goods. Old Lady Li feigned a distraction and then pulled a key from her waist, handing it to Jiang Qingyue. Go, help me retrieve 20 taels as an advance. We can pawn the second branch's belongings later. Jiang Qingyue, too intimidated to voice dissent, quickly took the key and hurried off. Before long, he rushed back with 20 taels in hand. Under the village chief's watchful eye, they handed over the money, and Old Lady Li, supported by the first and second branches of the family, made her way back. Jiang Qingyue had been furious moments ago, but suddenly remembered she had just given Jiang Qingyue 2 taels. She spun around to demand it back. Jiang Qingyue shrugged. 2 taels were for the soap you bought. Then give me the soap. Soap? I don't even know where it went. Why didn't you keep your things properly? Jiang Qingyue had known Jiang Qingyue for 18 years and was taken aback by her newfound obstinacy. Shaking with anger yet feeling helpless, she glanced at Song Yan, standing behind Jiang Qingyue, and coldly remarked, Jiang Qingyue, you may not know this, but the reason you managed to marry Song Yan is merely because your grandmother found the Song family poor and feared I might be driven to despair. So she had coaxed you into marrying him. Did you really think your family acted in your best interests? Furthermore, do you truly believe Song Yan has any affection for you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue suddenly felt as if she had awakened from a dream. It was no wonder she had previously sensed that the original owner did not harbor deep affection for Song Yan. In fact, it seemed the original owner was entirely indifferent to matters of romantic inclination. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Jiang Qingyue, who immediately reached out to pull Song Yan closer. She entwined her arm with his, feigning intimacy in front of Jiang Qingyue, and remarked, Isn't it so? Yet, I find my husband quite amiable towards me. After all, people are prone to change. With a playful wink at Song Yan, she seemed to convey a message of patience. Song Yan quickly masked his surprise, offering her a faint smile as he leaned down to smooth a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Indeed, as you mentioned, people do change, he replied. Jiang Qingyue, her face flushed with indignation, burst into tears and fled the room. Once she had departed, Jiang Qingyue promptly released Song Yan's arm and cleared her throat, murmuring her thanks. No need for gratitude, Song Yan responded with a light cough. Consider it a mutual settlement for last time. Without allowing Jiang Qingyue a chance to protest, he rose and headed out to escort the village head. Jiang Qingyue recognized his intention to preemptively counter her unvoiced conditions and smiled helplessly at his retreating figure. After everyone had left, Mrs. Wu grasped Jiang Qingyue's arm and began to weep anew. You, my dear, you have truly endured much. I had no idea how hard your life had been in the Jiang household. Rest assured, your third brother will treat you well from now on. Seeing her mother in such distress filled Jiang Qingyue with guilt, prompting her to softly whisper in Mrs. Wu's ear, Mother, please do not be upset. My earlier demeanor was intentional, otherwise, how could I ask for money? Taken aback, Mrs. Wu quickly wiped her tears. This money is your dowry. Be sure to keep it safe. She continued, you seem to have lost weight and your complexion has brightened. The blemishes on your face have nearly vanished. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Jiang Qingyue felt a bit bashful at the compliment, understanding how difficult it was for the reticent Mrs. Wu to express such sentiments, and nodded appreciatively. After exchanging words, Mrs. Wu led her eldest and second child home. Second sister-in-law, Lu Xiaoa, cast a covetous glance at the substantial sum of silver Jiang Qingyue had received, only to be met with a fierce glare from Song Xiaoing, who admonished her. Aren't you leaving? We'll settle up later. Once everyone had departed, Song Dongmei triumphantly retrieved the half-bar of soap from her bosom. Sister-in-law, may I borrow the soap? Jiang Qingyue observed her childish demeanor and directly fetched a brand new bar of soap from within the house. Here, I have another pristine one for you. It's suitable for both washing your face and bathing. Upon seeing the large, fresh bar, Song Dongmei was taken aback and waved her hands, insisting no. This smaller one will suffice. Jiang Qingyue let out a soft scoff, firmly placing both bars in her hands. Take your time with them. Soon we will have an abundance of soap, more than we could ever use. Song Dongmei exclaimed, Aren't we making fragrant soap? Jiang Qingyue smiled, It's essentially the same. Our current batch is floral soap, and when it's empty, we can make a refreshing mint soap. Once the soap nuts ripen in autumn, we can also create bubbly soap. We will make whatever we can. Song Dongmei's heart swelled with joy, her words failing to encapsulate her delight. She moved closer, ready to lift Jiang Qingyue in celebration, only to realize she was unable to do so. The two women shared an awkward laugh, one speechless and the other embarrassed. Upon returning from escorting the village head, Song Yan entered to witness this scene. He couldn't help but reflect on how Jiang Qingyue's intricate performance had stirred a tempest within him, pondering the depths of her cunning. Yet, as he stepped inside, she shed her facade, laughing like a child, a sight both startling and endearing. Chapter 37. Organizing Supplies. Having shed tears and earned 22 taels from the Jiang family, Jiang Qingyue continued to make her malt sugar with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. She meticulously plucked the tender green malt of varying lengths from the cheesecloth, washed it clean, and chopped it finely. Then, she mixed in the steamed glutinous rice, ensuring an even blend before covering it to ferment, preparing to cook the malt sugar the following day. Song Dongmei, thrilled to learn that the malt would yield sugar soon, could hardly contain her excitement, relieved that she would no longer need to worry about the honey supply. Observing her sister-in-law's substantial earnings, she noted with admiration that Jiang Qingyue remained humble and diligent in her business endeavors. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue felt a surge of exhilaration and anticipation, evident from the sumptuous dinner spread before her. To express her gratitude for Song Yan's cooperation, she kindly prepared a large pot of bathwater for him. Song Yan, your forehead scar has nearly healed. You should take a proper wash tonight, she remarked, offering him her soap. Taken aback by her overture, Song Yan hesitated for a moment before quietly accepting it, understanding her gesture. As he bathed, Jiang Qingyue seized the opportunity to slip into her space, placing the 22 taels and her previous copper coins together. Gazing at the plentiful sum, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart swelling with delight. Yet, she recognized that these funds were still insufficient for her aspirations of leaving this place to establish a business in Jiangdu. The expenses for a shop, hiring workers, and securing housing loomed large in her mind. Contemplating her future independence, she wistfully mused that it would be wonderful if she could bring Song Dongmei and Mrs. Wu along with her. Having trustworthy companions nearby would undoubtedly ease her endeavors. As thoughts of her future business ventures occupied her mind, her hands remained busy. Over the past few days, she had diligently organized her supplies. Having nearly unpacked all the parcels, she neatly arranged the empty boxes and bags in one corner. The remaining task involved categorizing and storing the goods. Although her space could preserve items indefinitely, Jiang Qingyue instinctively placed fresh ingredients like meat, eggs, and vegetables in the refrigerator for convenience. Meanwhile, the seasonings, which occupied little space, were neatly stored in the kitchen. However, the bulkier items such as rice, flour, cooking oil, sweet potatoes, and noodles could not fit in the kitchen, so she packed them into boxes and stored them in a small room. To maximize space, she stacked these larger items as high as possible. Similarly, she organized toiletries and hygiene products for later use. The small room was now brimming with supplies. A few boxes of snacks remained, containing bread, 8 treasure porridge, instant noodles, biscuits, and chocolate, none of which were suitable for her current needs. So she left them unopened in a corner of the living room. As for the clothes in her wardrobe, since they no longer fit, she neatly folded them and stored them away, creating space for the new cotton blankets and towels she had purchased. After organizing these main categories, she was left with a collection of cold and fever medications, various antibiotics, and disinfectants to sort. Jiang Qingyue procured a box of antibiotics capable of alleviating the bronchial inflammation afflicting the Wu family, promptly stowing away the remainder into several drawers. Once she had organized her stockpile and her coins, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped Jiang Qingyue, and she drifted off into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, Song Yan, having indulged in a refreshing bath and reclined upon a soft bed, found himself unable to sleep. As he reflected upon Jiang Qingyue's recent actions and recalled the words spoken by Bai Cuizue earlier that day, he suddenly discerned that behind those glaringly evident truths lay concealed sentiments. This revelation compelled him to reevaluate the woman with whom he shared his living quarters. The resentment that had lingered in his heart for years began to dissipate without his conscious awareness. In his 2 lifetimes, This was the first time he entertained the notion of truly getting to know someone anew. The following morning, Song Yan unexpectedly broke his silence at the breakfast table, inquiring, "Would you like me to accompany you to the town for assistance?" Jiang Qingyue cast him a surprised glance. "Are you feeling all right?" Song Yan responded with a soft affirmation. "I am fine." Jiang Qingyue's mind raced as she quickly devised a reason to decline. "Perhaps it would be best for you to stay and guard the house. Dongmei and I can manage. Given the losses the Jiang family suffered yesterday, I fear they may come seeking trouble." Believing her concerns stemmed from the fear of theft, Song Yan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Understood. Return early." Relieved by his acquiescence, Jiang Qingyue hastily finished her breakfast and beckoned to Song Dongmei. "Let us depart swiftly." Song Dongmei adeptly shouldered a bamboo basket and kindly assisted Jiang Qingyue in donning her hat. "Third brother, we are off. Please take care of the house." Song Yan felt an inexplicable sense of being dismissed. The two women boarded an ox cart and made their way to the town, setting up their stall in the same old spot in the West Market. The morning went remarkably well, with a significant portion of their sweet grass jelly sold. As noon approached, the scorching sun, which seemed ready to scorch the earth, was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, casting a shadow over the once clear sky. Noticing the change in weather, Jiang Qingyue suggested, "Dongmei, let us close up early and head back." Song Dongmei glanced at the queue. Observing that no one appeared ready to leave, "Why not sell the remaining stock before we go? It hasn't rained in nearly a month, so it likely won't start now." Jiang Qingyue surveyed the calm patrons and reluctantly nodded. "Very well, let us expedite our efforts." Once they had sold the last of the sweet grass jelly, a fierce wind kicked up, causing the willows by the riverbank to sway wildly, and darkness enveloped the sky. As the two women realized rain was imminent, they abandoned thoughts of shopping and hurried towards the East Market. However, upon arriving, they discovered they were too late. The ox cart had already departed. Song Dongmei was taken aback. "What shall we do now? Are we to walk back?" No sooner had she spoken than heavy raindrops began to pelt down upon them. Jiang Qingyue quickly grasped Song Dongmei's hand, leading her to shelter under an awning. And as the rain intensified, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness we missed the ox cart. Otherwise, we would surely be drenched like drowned rats now." Song Dongmei clicked her tongue. True, there isn't a single place to take cover on the road. However, waiting here isn't a solution either. Jiang Qingyue felt her stomach rumble and pointed towards a nearby tavern. "Since we cannot return for a while, let us fill our stomachs first." Chapter 38. Squirrel fish. Following Jiang Qingyue's indication, Song Dongmei gasped in disbelief. "That's Duowei Lu, the largest tavern in town. Are you certain you wish to dine there?" Jiang Qingyue smiled faintly. "Let us go and see." The two women made their way under the awning to Duowei Lu. Perhaps due to the fact that it was past mealtime and the rain was pouring, the tavern was not particularly crowded. Song Dongmei, feeling apprehensive, asked, "Third sister, are we really going in?" Jiang Qingyue offered her a reassuring glance. "It is all right. We've earned some money, and we cannot only work without indulging ourselves. It is time to enjoy a little. Come, I shall treat you." Jiang Qingyue insisted on visiting this establishment to gauge the quality of the town's finest tavern, hoping to prepare herself for future endeavors in running a restaurant in Jiangdu Prefecture. The interior of Duowei Lu was adorned in an antique style, and the waitstaff did not judge by appearances, promptly leading the two to a window-side table. Noting Song Dongmei's apprehensive demeanor, Jiang Qingyue decided not to inquire further and ordered 4 signature dishes for herself. When the dishes finally arrived, Song Dongmei seemed to come alive, exclaiming, "Third sister, you must admit, the dishes here are on another level. Look at how this fish resembles a squirrel." Jiang Qingyue smiled. "Indeed, this dish is called squirrel fish, a signature offering of Duowei Lu. You must give it a try." Song Dongmei grinned widely and eagerly took a piece of fish into her mouth. Moments later, her expression shifted from anticipation to one of profound disappointment. "Third sister, this fish is not nearly as delectable as yours. It lacks flavor beyond the sweetness." Jiang Qingyue regarded her with surprise and then took a bite herself, instantly realizing the issue. Indeed, the fish had been overcooked, and the sauce was excessively sweet. Beyond its sugary taste, nothing else could be discerned. The waiter overheard Song Dongmei's critique and, abandoning his earlier politeness, reproached her without restraint. "This squirrel fish is our restaurant's prized specialty. How dare you disparage it? Are you here to dine or to stir trouble?" Song Dongmei's temper flared in response. I merely stated the truth. Can I voice my opinion if the fish is poorly prepared? We are here to enjoy a meal, not to endure indignities. The waiter, now convinced they were indeed there to provoke, set down his tray and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Jiang Qingyue pulled Song Dongmei back and turned to the waiter. My sister is correct. We are indeed here to dine. If we express admiration for what we like and share our discontent regarding what we do not, is that not our right as paying customers? What benefit would we gain from intentionally causing a scene? The waiter was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qingyue's retort. Before he could formulate a response, two figures approached. The waiter immediately bowed. Manager Qian, young master. Manager Qian waved his hand, dismissing the waiter, and turned to Jiang Qingyue. I apologize. The waiter is unfamiliar with proper etiquette and has disturbed your meal. Please, enjoy your dining. He began to lead the young man beside him away. But the young man's gaze lingered on the squirrel fish before shifting to Jiang Qingyue. Might I inquire what issues you have with this dish? I would appreciate your insights. Feeling the weight of the moment, Song Dongmei instinctively lowered her head. Jiang Qingyue sighed inwardly. The fish's principal flaw stemmed from the fact that tomatoes had yet to be introduced in this dynasty. Thus, the sauce was merely a concoction of sugar and fermented soy sauce. The flavor, regrettably, left much to be desired, but voicing this truth was not an option. Considering the courtesy displayed by the two men, Jiang Qingyue pondered briefly before responding. I do not presume to offer advice, merely a small suggestion for your consideration. The fish appears to be slightly overcooked, possibly due to excessive oil temperature. For fish that has been cut into decorative shapes, a brief frying at about 70% oil heat is typically sufficient. Prolonged cooking can compromise the tenderness of the meat within. Furthermore, regarding the sauce, the young master of the establishment, despite Jiang Qingyue's humble attire as a mere countryside girl, could not help but be intrigued by her profound culinary knowledge. He inquired eagerly about the sauce. Jiang Qingyue paused momentarily, acknowledging that it was indeed a tad too sweet, given that the fish was originally deep-fried. Increasing the vinegar ratio would enhance the aroma while balancing the overall flavor, preventing it from becoming cloying. After sharing her thoughts, she added, this is merely a suggestion based on my personal taste. You need not take it to heart. After all, for Duowei Lu to have reached its current scale, it must be that the dishes are favored by the majority. Upon hearing this, the young master Su Chongqing contemplated for a brief moment before clasping his fists in gratitude towards Jiang Qingyue, saying, I am Su Chongqing, the young master of Duowei Lu. Thank you for your invaluable advice today. He then instructed manager Qian to remove the plate of squirrel fish from the table and to prepare it anew according to Jiang Qingyue's recommendations. While they awaited the dish's arrival, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei had nearly finished the other 3 dishes. As time passed and the food had yet to arrive, Song Dongmei grew anxious. Sister-in-law, do you think they might be unable to recreate it? She asked. No sooner had she spoken than manager Qian personally emerged with a steaming plate of squirrel fish. Su Chongqing followed closely behind, saying, I apologize for the delay. I kindly ask you to taste it once more. Jiang Qingyue picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece. The fish was indeed fried to a much better degree than before, and the balance of sweet and sour in the sauce had clearly been adjusted. However, it still fell short of her ideal. To avoid discouraging them, she forced a smile and nodded, exclaiming, delicious, truly delightful. Thank you. Song Dongmei also tasted a couple of pieces before putting her chopsticks down. It is good, but now that the rain has stopped, we should hurry home. Jiang Qingyue agreed. Realizing it was indeed time to depart, she hastily settled the bill, shouldered her bamboo basket, and made her way out. Once the two had departed, Su Chongqing stood momentarily, gazing at the plate of fish in a daze. Observing his expression, manager Qian offered consolation. Young master, did not those 2 ladies just declare it delicious? Perhaps we should adopt this new ratio moving forward? Su Chongqing pursed his lips in displeasure, extracting a clean pair of chopsticks from the holder and picking at the nearly untouched fish. If it were truly delightful, would they have left so much uneaten in their haste to depart? Young master, perhaps you should investigate the backgrounds of those 2 ladies, and see if you could invite them back for another visit to assess their culinary skills. Understood. Chapter 39. Malt sugar. Once the 2 sisters-in-law exited the tavern, they hurried towards the outskirts of the city. Upon leaving the city, Song Dongmei remarked, Sister-in-law, that server was so insufferable. Why did you still generously offer him suggestions? The dish they remade was hardly any better. Jiang Qingyue cast her a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it was merely a small gesture to offer a suggestion. A simple act of goodwill. Who knows, we may need to collaborate with them in the future. It's always wise to leave a good impression. Song Dongmei nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. All right, that manager and the young master weren't too bad. Jiang Qingyue looked up at the sky, noticing the clouds beginning to gather once more, and furrowed her brow in concern. We need to hurry. If it rains heavily again, it will be troublesome. Just as she spoke, the sky began to drizzle. The two quickly scanned their surroundings for shelter. Suddenly, they heard the calls of a cart driver ahead. Sister-in-law, look! Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Uncle Niu, who should have returned to the village by now. It's Uncle Niu. The two were overjoyed, rushing towards him, only to realize another person was accompanying him on the cart. It was none other than their relative, Song Yan. What brings you here? Jiang Qingyue asked. Song Yan pressed his lips together, but before he could respond, Uncle Niu interjected, I intended to wait for you both at the East Market. But the others urged us to return. As we reached the village entrance, I spotted Song Yan coming with an umbrella to look for you. So I decided to accompany him, worried you might encounter some trouble. Song Dongmei felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she was pulled onto the cart by Song Yan. Jiang Qingyue also cast a grateful glance at him. Thank you. Song Yan gave a brief nod and extended his hand toward her. Jiang Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, but before she could process, he urged, hurry up and get in, you'll get soaked otherwise. Not bothering to be coy, Jiang Qingyue grasped his hand and climbed onto the slick cart, instinctively huddling under Song Dongmei's umbrella, squeezing in beside her. Unbeknownst to Song Dongmei, oblivious to the subtle dynamics between the two, she continued to boast to Song Yan about their recent meal at Duo Wei Lu third brother. It was my first time dining at Duo Wei Lu, and it was absolutely stunning. Though the dishes weren't as tasty as what my sister-in-law makes. The manager and that young master were incessantly asking for her opinions. And as soon as we saw the rain stop, we made our escape. Song Yan listened quietly, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle within. Earlier, when the rain had darkened the sky, he had feared they might not make it to the cart, worried they would be trembling in some roadside thicket. He had urged Uncle Niu to hurry, his eyes scanning for their figures. Yet here they were, calmly enjoying their meal at Duo Wei Lu, seemingly unaffected by the downpour. Noticing this, Jiang Qingyue quickly nudged Song Dongmei, signaling her to cease her chatter. She then turned to Song Yan with a forced smile, everything at home as well. I hope? Did any of the Jiang family come by? Song Yan slightly shook his head. There was an incident yesterday. The Jiang family is hesitant to visit for the time being. Jiang Qingyue forced a smile. That's good to hear. Although they had sheltered under an umbrella, by the time they arrived home, they were all quite damp. Wushi had prepared ginger tea and hot water in advance, urging them to drink it while hot and to dry off quickly. With the rain pouring outside, they could not venture out. Jiang Qingyue tidied up and resolved to make malt sugar. The malt mixed with glutinous rice had fermented sufficiently overnight, and as she squeezed it through a cloth, a pale yellow liquid flowed forth. Once all was extracted, she could simmer it gently until it thickened. Moments later, the sweet aroma filled the entire house. As the liquid thickened to a rich amber hue, Jiang Qingyue hurriedly filled 2 clean jars and then added the mulberries she had previously stored, washing them thoroughly before tossing them into the pot. She planned to simmer them gently with the remaining syrup to create a fruit jam. Unfortunately, while the jam was ready, the rain had rendered a trip to the town impossible. Jiang Qingyue had initially thought that summer rains would come swiftly and depart just as quickly. However, upon awakening the next day, she found the sky still drizzling with a fine mist. Considering the possibility of another downpour, reminiscent of the previous day, she decided against going to town and opted to rest at home for the day. Upon hearing they would not be going to town, Song Dongmei immediately suggested, sister-in-law, shall we go up the mountain to gather mushrooms? Jiang Qingyue's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Absolutely. Free mushrooms are a treasure not to be missed. Initially, Jiang Qingyue assumed it would be just the two of them venturing out. However, when she opened the door, she was surprised to see Wushi accompanied by the entire family, ready to set off. Jiang Qingyue turned to Song Yan, intending to ask him to stay behind and watch the house. To her surprise, he too had shouldered a basket and was heading out with them. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they observed groups of villagers already making their way up the slopes. Truly, The industrious folk residing at the foot of the mountains possess an innate talent for mushroom foraging, a skill that seems to be deeply ingrained in their very essence, requiring no external organization. It is hardly surprising, considering that there had been no rain for an entire month, and the water levels in the village's streams had dwindled significantly. With the rare and refreshing downpour, they would certainly seize the opportunity to gather mushrooms. As Song Dongmei strolled, she enthusiastically introduced various types of mushrooms to Jiang Qingyue, explaining that during this season, they primarily sought out pine mushrooms and chicken oil mushrooms. The latter, in particular, when cooked, exuded a delightful aroma reminiscent of poultry. If they gathered sufficient quantities, they could even dry them and sell them in the city. Jiang Qingyue, recalling the novels she had read in modern times, noted that most characters from ancient tales were often wary of mushrooms. How is it that here, the locals seemed to possess greater knowledge than she did? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Generations of people who relied on the mountains for sustenance would undoubtedly be well acquainted with mushrooms. As Song Dongmei, Jiang Qingyue, and Wu Shi walked together, their laughter and conversation filled the air. Nearby villagers, observing the trio, could not help but jest. Wu Shi, when did you acquire 2 daughters? Indeed. They appeared as if they were her own flesh and blood. Lu Xiue, the wife of the second son, who walked ahead, overheard the banter and could not resist pulling the eldest daughter-in-law, Jiang Qingyue, aside. Sister-in-law, did you hear that? They say mother treats Jiang Qingyue like her own daughter. How can you claim she is not partial? Jiang Qingyue, with a resigned smile, replied, Xiue, you must have misheard. They meant it as a compliment, and besides, the youngest is still quite young, it is only natural for mother to care for her more. Lu Xiue felt a pang of discontent and retorted sarcastically, humph. Just wait and see where all those mushrooms little sister collects end up. Jiang Qingyue, attempting to placate her, argued, a few mushrooms are hardly worth much. And considering little sister has been eating at the third son's home quite often, it is only right for her to share some. Chapter 40. Ascending the mountain to gather mushrooms. Lu Xiue had initially intended to rally the eldest daughter-in-law against Jiang Qingyue, but to her surprise, Jiang Qingyue not only refrained from criticism, but also urged her to reconsider. Unable to contain her frustration, Lu Xiue yanked on her arm, declaring, so, you think you're the virtuous one? Is it only my share that the money from those mushrooms should support? In front of so many witnesses, Jiang Qingyue did not wish to engage in a dispute. Just as she prepared to move forward, Lu Xiue tugged at her once more. After all, sister-in-law, you owe the Song family a child. A child of that size vanished without a trace. It's fortunate the eldest son didn't dismiss you outright. Hence you dare not oppose your mother-in-law any longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue froze, her eyes welling with tears. Lu Xiue felt a strange sense of satisfaction at having provoked a reaction. Just as she was about to resume her path, Song Dongmei, who had lagged behind, suddenly charged forward, seizing a handful of Lu Xiue's hair. I told you to stop gossiping. I warned you. Lu Xiue yelped in pain, twisting around to confront her. You little brat. That hurts. Oh, you know pain now? When you were stabbing others in the heart, did you ever consider their feelings? How many children have you given to the Song family? I have been married to your family for less than a year. How could I have any? The two began to grapple. Initially startled, Jiang Qingyue soon noticed that Song Dongmei had the upper hand and decided not to intervene. Instead, she led Wu Shi over to Jiang Qingyue, advising, sister-in-law, do not stoop to her level. Pay no heed to her words, consider them mere wind. Wu Shi, feeling distressed at Jiang Qingyue's plight, added, what Xiao Yu said is true. Mother has always been concerned for you and has never complained. As the commotion escalated, the 3 Song brothers ahead were alerted by the ruckus. Song Xiaojiang rushed over to separate the two, and after ascertaining the situation, he delivered a sharp slap to Lu Xiue's face. What nonsense are you babbling, Lu Xiue? Your mouth will eventually lead you into serious trouble. Apologize to sister-in-law. Dazed from the slap, Lu Xiue felt her anger surge. Oh, so now the entire Song family has conspired against me. I will not apologize. With that, she tossed her basket to the ground and ran down the mountain, sobbing. Wu Shi, concerned, pulled the second son aside, urging, follow her and see if she is all right. The mountain path is slippery and she could easily fall. Song Xiaojiang scoffed, let her fall, perhaps she needs to learn a lesson. With that, he turned and quickly ascended the mountain. Song Dongmei also huffed, taking Jiang Qingyue by the arm as they hurried to a nearby patch of grass to search for mushrooms. seemingly unfazed by the earlier altercation. As an onlooker, Jiang Qingyue felt a surge of curiosity and, with the area now clear, inquired about sister-in-law's situation. She learned that Jiang Qingyue had lost a child 2 years prior, having been 5 or 6 months along when she accidentally fell. The loss had taken a toll on her health, and thankfully, Wu Shi and the eldest son had cared for her diligently until she gradually recovered. However, she had since struggled to conceive again. Upon discussing this, Song Dongmei sighed, expressing her confusion as to why, despite being healthy now, Jiang Qingyue could not become pregnant again. If she remains unable to conceive, I fear she will continue to suffer from the loss of her previous child. Jiang Qingyue echoed the sentiment. What appears well on the surface often conceals deeper issues that take time to mend. Patience is key. Song Dongmei nodded, noting that the past 2 years had yielded poor harvests, with their livelihood relying on the eldest brother's carpentry and basket weaving for extra income. Sister-in-law, if our business flourishes in the future and we need assistance, do you think we could ask them to help? They are not greedy people. Jiang Qingyue paused thoughtfully before agreeing. All right, let me consider what tasks they could assist with. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei leaped for joy, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. Jiang Qingyue, startled by her sudden exuberance, stumbled back, only to be caught by someone behind her. Be careful. Turning around, she saw Song Yan, who sheepishly replied, I came to tell you that I'm heading into the woods with my brothers. Stay close to mother and don't wander off. Afterward, he turned to Song Dongmei, cautioning, do not play around on the mountain. Be careful not to fall. With that, he swiftly made his way up the mountain. As he ran, Song Yan reflected on Jiang Qingyue's earlier words. Initially, he had thought that Lu's family would not require his intervention and that they would simply fade away come spring. However, it had become evident that Lu could no longer remain with the Song family. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue and her companions discovered a wealth of chicken oil mushrooms beneath a cluster of pine needles, allowing them to set aside the earlier unpleasantness and immerse themselves in the joy of foraging. As Song Dongmei had indicated, the season yielded an abundance of bright yellow pine mushrooms and chicken oil mushrooms, easily distinguishable and visually pleasing. It was remarkable how, after their last visit yielded nothing, the rain had coaxed forth an entire bounty of mushrooms. Jiang Qingyue marveled at the sight, her eyes sparkling with delight as she crouched down, completely absorbed in the moment. By the time Song Yan and the others returned, she realized she had already filled half a basket, her back aching from bending. Just as she prepared to rise and stretch, she noticed Song Xiaojiang approaching swiftly, proudly brandishing a snake he had caught from his basket. Third sister-in-law. Look what I caught just for you. Isn't it magnificent? Jiang Qingyue, having squatted for too long, felt dizzy. Upon spotting such a thick snake, her vision momentarily darkened. Fortunately, Song Yan arrived just in time to steady her, otherwise, she might have tumbled down the slope. Are you all right? He inquired. Jiang Qingyue, with her eyes tightly shut and gritting her teeth, managed to utter, I'm fine, just my legs have gone numb from squatting too long. Song Yan, with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, glanced at her and said, Second brother specifically caught you a snake. I don't want it. But he insisted on giving it to you. Open your eyes and take a look. Jiang Qingyue tensed up, suddenly feeling exposed, as if Song Yan had seen through her secret of changing her core. I'm feeling dizzy right now, so I'd rather not look. Let me lean against this tree and rest my eyes for a while. You needn't worry about me. Just as she spoke, Wu Shi hurried over, having seen the hefty snake second brother had brought, and promptly rejected it on Jiang Qingyue's behalf, stating, Xiaoya says she doesn't want this anymore, and besides, your third brother is scared of it too. Quickly put it away. Song Xiaojiang looked at Song Yan in disbelief. When did third brother develop a fear of snakes? He was right beside you when you caught it. It's his share. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue's eyes widened in shock as she shot a fierce glare at Song Yan, threatening in a low voice, if you dare take it back, you might as well skip dinner. Chapter 41. The Last Downpour of the Year. Seeing the mist gathering in her eyes and her body tense with fright, Song Yan realized she was not jesting. He turned to Song Xiaojiang and called out, we don't want that thing, just a chicken will suffice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue felt completely relaxed. Noticing Song Yan still gazing at her, she snapped, what are you staring at? Was it you who deliberately had second brother bring it? Song Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. No, I tried to stop him, but couldn't he? Though unspoken, A flicker of surprise passed through Song Yan's mind. He recalled how he had merely overheard her mention to her mother that she would no longer eat snake soup. But he hadn't anticipated that she would not only refuse to eat it, but would also be too frightened to even look at it now. Once Jiang Qingyue regained her composure, her rationality slowly returned. Sensing Song Yan's curiosity, she explained, "Ever since I scared you with that thing last time, I've had nightmares for several nights about being chased by snakes. So now, I can't even bear to look at one." Song Yan lowered his gaze, then stood up, understood. "I'll inform eldest brother and second brother. We won't bring any more home. Let us head back." Relieved that Song Yan had chosen not to probe further, Jiang Qingyue quickly shouldered her basket and followed Song Dongmei and Wu Shi down the mountain. On their descent, the group deliberately avoided the muddy paths. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a bountiful harvest, discovering numerous black fungus mushrooms on a few dead tree trunks. The summer rains had caused the black fungus to swell and flourish. Moreover, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found plenty of ground vegetables hiding among the weeds. Although they hadn't made it to the town to earn money, this post-rain expedition had yielded a delightful bounty for Jiang Qingyue. Upon returning home, second brother tossed 2 wild chickens from the basket, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is third brother's portion. I didn't know you were afraid of snakes. I apologize for earlier." His apology made Jiang Qingyue feel a bit embarrassed, as she hadn't given advance notice about her fears. Thus, she decided that just 1 wild chicken would suffice. Wu Shi stepped forward, saying, "What second brother has given you, just accept it." Song Dongmei chimed in with a smile, "Yes, besides, I still need to eat here." Wu Shi cast her a helpless glance, ultimately not insisting on taking her away. However, the basket of mushrooms that Song Dongmei had collected on the mountain remained at third brother's home. The weather was damp and hot, and since the wild chickens were already dead, it was best to cook both of them right away. Upon returning, Jiang Qingyue began processing the mushrooms, black fungus, and ground vegetables with Song Dongmei. Naturally, the task of preparing the wild chickens fell to Song Yan. Once the various mountain goods had been cleaned and spread out to dry, Song Yan had already finished his part and had begun to build a fire. Observing this, Jiang Qingyue donned an apron and prepared to cook dinner. After blanching the cleaned mushrooms, she stir-fried them with the wild chickens, while the black fungus was boiled, cooled, chopped, and tossed in a salad. As for the ground vegetables, due to the hassle of cleaning them, she decided to dry them for later consumption. Once the chicken was stewed, Jiang Qingyue ladled a generous portion into a bowl and handed it to Song Dongmei to deliver next door. After asking Song Yan, she learned that the 3 brothers had only caught 3 wild chickens that day. Since she refused the others, they had divided the 2 between them. Noticing that the neighbors hadn't cooked chicken, Jiang Qingyue thought it would be a waste not to share, so she asked Song Dongmei to deliver it. Just as Song Dongmei returned to the courtyard after delivering the chicken, a torrential downpour suddenly began outside. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, and a fierce wind howled. Startled, Song Dongmei hurried inside, shaking off the water as she muttered, "This rain came at the perfect time. Mother shouldn't send second brother to the neighboring village to fetch second sister-in-law now." Jiang Qingyue raised an eyebrow. "Lu Xue is back at her family's?" "Indeed," Song Dongmei replied. "I heard she met her family while coming down from the mountain and helped them busy themselves for half the day before deciding to return home with them." Jiang Qingyue was indifferent to Lu Xue's whereabouts. She merely gazed at the heavy rain outside, frowning, wondering how long it would last. Song Yan paused, chopsticks in hand. "If you're referring to going to the town tomorrow, it's likely not going to happen. While we were up the mountain today, the sky was overcast, and it won't clear up anytime soon. The roads will also be difficult to traverse." After considering this, Jiang Qingyue decided not to fret and simply picked up a piece of chicken to eat. As the 3 were halfway through their meal, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Song Yan opened the door with an umbrella and soon ushered the village chief inside. "Are you all having dinner so early?" Jiang Qingyue greeted with a smile, explaining, "We didn't eat much on the mountain at noon, so we decided to have dinner early." "Village chief, you haven't eaten yet, please join us." The village chief waved his hands repeatedly. No. I just need to speak with Song Yan for a moment before heading back." Seeing his refusal, Jiang Qingyue did not insist. Instead, she stood up and poured him a cup of hot tea. Then she heard the village chief inquire of Song Yan. "Last time you warned me to be cautious about the locust plague. I've inquired around, And it turns out this area and the northern region are indeed facing significant drought this year. They say prolonged drought inevitably invites locusts, but now, look at this sudden downpour. It should be all right? Song Yan glanced outside, his expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. After all, aside from him, no one else knew that for the coming months, not a single drop of rain would fall again. No one could foresee that this was the last substantial rain of the year. However, he could not voice this truth. So he simply lowered his gaze and withdrew his attention. Instead, he cautioned, "Village chief, while it's indeed raining here, the situation in the north may be different. We should remain vigilant." The village chief, genuinely concerned about the village's grain situation, would not have rushed over in such heavy rain if he weren't. "All right, I understand. Every household is out of stock. We truly cannot afford any disruptions. This autumn harvest must be bountiful for everyone to have a chance at a good year." After finishing his statement, the village chief quickly donned his rain hat and prepared to leave. Jiang Qingyue watched as he disappeared from sight. Noticing that Song Yan remained lost in thought, gazing at the relentless downpour. Unable to resist the urge, I turned to glance at him. "Song Yan, do you know something that you cannot share with the village chief?" Song Yan withdrew his gaze, his eyes regaining clarity. "What could I possibly know? I merely sensed an anomaly in the celestial phenomena and kindly wished to alert him." Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, "Oh, you can read the heavens?" Song Yan raised an eyebrow. "I have a rudimentary understanding, having come across some information in books." Seeing the two appear to be engaged in a riddle, Song Dongmei, confused by their cryptic conversation, hurriedly interjected, "All right, enough of this chatter outside. The chicken will be cold soon." Chapter 42, Sharing a Bed and Testing Each Other. The rain fell increasingly heavier, and after dinner, there was little to occupy our time. Jiang Qingyue recalled the honeycomb fragments she had previously squeezed and decided to take advantage of the moment to create some lip balm. She carefully placed the fragments in a steamer, wrapped in cheesecloth, with a bowl beneath to catch the drippings, while another piece simmered in a pot over low heat. She then ground the previously sun-dried rose petals into a fine powder and filtered it meticulously. Song Dongmei, witnessing the process of lip balm creation for the first time, was left in awe. When the pot lid was lifted, a small half-bowl of yellow liquid had collected in the bowl. Curiously, Song Dongmei leaned in and asked, "Sister-in-law, what is this? Is it useless?" Jiang Qingyue smiled gently. "The top layer is indeed useless. The bottom is beeswax." She then asked Song Dongmei to fetch the small jars they had bought in town. After mixing the beeswax with the flour powder and stirring it thoroughly, they poured it into the jars, completing the lip balm. Seeing how simple the process was, Song Dongmei excitedly suggested, "Sister-in-law, I remember those lip balms sold in town were quite expensive. Since it's so easy to make, why not abandon selling the herbal jelly and switch to selling lip balm instead?" Jiang Qingyue, however, was less optimistic. While the method of making lip balm was straightforward and there were many colors available in town, competing with established brands would not be an easy feat nevertheless. Seeing Song Dongmei so enthusiastic, she could not bring herself to dampen her spirits and agreed to inquire further when they went to town after the rain stopped. Today, as the rain poured, Wu's cough had flared up again. Jiang Qingyue could hear it from a distance. After finishing the lip balm, she brewed a bowl of ginger honey water for Song Dongmei to take over. Before serving, she let it cool in the kitchen for a bit before adding some anti-inflammatory medicine. With the two families living separately now, Jiang Qingyue had no other choice but to send medicine overnightly through Song Dongmei. Having ventured into the mountains today, Jiang Qingyue felt quite exhausted. As she lay in bed, the cool air and the sound of the rain soon lulled her into a deep slumber. Just as she was enjoying her dream, a sudden rustling noise jolted her back to reality. Startled by the strange sound, she clutched her blanket tightly and tentatively called out, "Song Yan, what is happening?" Song Yan promptly replied, clearly already awake, "It's leaking." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue hurriedly donned her clothes and got out of bed to find several spots were indeed leaking. The dining table was already being used by Song Yan to catch the dripping water with a bucket, while the area where he slept was now a small pond. Fortunately, there were not many valuables in the house, but this situation was untenable. Jiang Qingyue quickly dressed and rushed to the kitchen for bowls and buckets. The two of them worked hard for quite some time, utilizing every container available in the house to stem the flow of water. Thankfully, Jiang Qingyue's bed remained dry, being the only place in the house that was habitable. In the dead of night, the heavy rain showed no signs of abating, and Jiang Qingyue was utterly fatigued. Noticing Song Yan standing pitifully among the water buckets and basins, she tentatively asked, "Why not share my bed tonight?" She quickly added, "You can rest assured. I merely think there will be much to do tomorrow. Rather than standing here and catching a chill, it would be better for us to rest well, each taking half." With that, Jiang Qingyue slipped off her shoes and climbed into bed, deliberately making space by curling up under the thin blanket like a chrysalis. Song Yan glanced at the weary figure on the bed, hesitated for a moment, then approached with his blanket. He lay down at the edge of the bed. Hearing the steady breaths of the person inside, already in deep slumber, he finally closed his eyes to sleep as well. A moment later, a flash of lightning illuminated the rainy night. Jiang Qingyue was abruptly awakened, suddenly sensing something amiss. The conversation the village chief had with Song Yan earlier was indeed peculiar. How could this scholar read the heavens? Wasn't he that merely a ruse? Apart from that, there was also the matter of the roof repair from a few days ago. They had moved in over a month ago and repairs had been delayed until just before this heavy rain. Although the downpour was excessive, the roof still leaked, which seemed too coincidental. As this thought crossed her mind, a bold idea formed in Jiang Qingyue's mind. She suddenly opened her eyes, carefully shifted closer to where Song Yan lay, and turned to assess him. His height and build indeed bore some resemblance to that reborn brother from the underworld. However, the difference in temperament and gaze was stark, and the age gap was significant. Additionally, amidst the hubbub that day, she had not paid close attention to the man's appearance, only vividly recalling his fierce gaze, brimming with malevolence. It was difficult to reconcile such a menacing aura with Song Yan, the gentle scholar. Jiang Qingyue's mind whirled with confusion as she pondered this, sinking into deep thought. Just as she propped her chin in her hand, gazing at Song Yan, another flash of lightning struck, followed immediately by a rumble of thunder. Jiang Qingyue instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. Song Yan had already opened his eyes. Their gazes met. Jiang Qingyue forced a smile and, with a hint of awkwardness, said, "During the thunder, you were mumbling in your sleep." Song Yan, slightly taken aback, responded, "Did I disturb you?" Jiang Qingyue quickly nestled deeper into the blankets. "Not at all. I was awakened by the thunder." At this, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the bed. While lying in close proximity had not felt strange before, now that they were both awake, it was rather disconcerting. Jiang Qingyue shifted further into the bed, unable to sleep, and tentatively remarked, "Fortunately, you fixed the roof in time, otherwise, we would surely be flooded and without anywhere to sleep. By the way, how did you know it was going to rain?" In the darkness, Song Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied calmly, "I deduced it. I ventured into the mountains earlier. The morning mist was thick, and the humidity increased throughout the day, signaling an impending rain." Jiang Qingyue responded with an "oh," then continued, "By the way, my sister mentioned that you don't hunt in the mountains, let alone gather honey from cliffs. However, I feel you might be quite different from what she described. You're not pretending to be weak in front of them, are you?" Song Yan did not answer directly but countered, "Everyone has aspects of themselves unknown to others. Are you not the same? You grew up in this village. And I only just learned that you can make herbal jelly, soap, lip balm, and malt candy. You surely weren't deliberately hiding your talents from everyone, were you?" Chapter 43. The distinction between marriage deception and deceptive matrimony. Jiang Qingyue had not anticipated that her probing would backfire, resulting in a sharp remark from Song Yan. At a loss for words, she could only stifle a large yawn, feeling suddenly fatigued. Perhaps it would be best to retire early, after all. They still had the roof to repair tomorrow. Song Yan nonchalantly replied, "That's fine." With that, they each turned away, one inward and the other outward. Regardless, with their impending separation in the spring, secrets would remain secrets. The heavy rain persisted throughout the night, finally relenting by the next morning. When Jiang Qingyue woke, Song Yan was no longer in bed. Rising and stepping outside, she found him in the yard, busily preparing mud and straw for the rooftop repair. Every household in the village, save for their own, was engaged in similar preparations, eagerly awaiting the weather to clear for repairs. Furthermore, families were diligently scooping water out of their homes. The previous night's downpour had left all roofs somewhat compromised. Unable to assist, Jiang Qingyue began tidying the disheveled kitchen, simultaneously preparing a simple breakfast. Just as they finished their meal and discussed the roofing plans, a loud voice from outside interrupted them. "Sister-in-law, hurry. Grab a basket. We're going fishing." Before Jiang Qingyue could respond, A basket was thrust into her hands. "Sister-in-law, what are you waiting for? The village is flooded. The river has overflowed into the rice fields, and there are fish everywhere. I just saw some and even caught 2 on my way here." Upon hearing of the plentiful fish, Jiang Qingyue eagerly grabbed the basket and followed Song Dongmei outside. Noticing that the rest of the Song family had also armed themselves with shovels, Song Yan joined them to drain the dry fields. The couple made their way to the farmland, one fishing in the rice paddies while the other dug to redirect the water from the dry fields. Song Yan glanced over to see Jiang Qingyue crouched in the rice field, intently focused on the water's surface. As soon as she detected movement, she swiftly reached out to catch it. To her astonishment, she succeeded. However, her face was now smeared with mud, and her hair was damp with muddy water, prompting him to stifle a chuckle. Realizing she might appear rather unseemly in front of so many onlookers, she called Song Dongmei to join her by the creek for a look. With everyone busy in the fields, the creek was devoid of people. Although it had rained for 2 days, the water level had risen significantly but remained relatively safe compared to the river. Standing in the creek, the water reached only to their thighs. After observing for a moment, Jiang Qingyue chose a stable spot to wade in. Standing there, she could feel schools of fish darting past her legs. Both she and Song Dongmei were elated, quickly seizing their baskets to catch the fish. Just as they became engrossed in their fishing, the creek's water began to rise unexpectedly. Drawing on her experience with rising waters, Song Dongmei promptly retreated to higher ground, shouting warnings to Jiang Qingyue. Realizing the danger, Jiang Qingyue, now in the center of the creek, found it challenging to escape swiftly. Instead, she calmly surveyed her surroundings and ducked behind a large rock for refuge. Seeing her disappear, Song Dongmei panicked, believing she had been swept away by the rising tide, and began to cry inconsolably. Her cries soon drew the rest of the Song family to her side. When they arrived, Song Dongmei clutched at them, exclaiming, "Third brother. Third sister-in-law, she's been swept away by the flood." Song Yan's expression shifted in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt toward the direction she indicated. The rest of the family gasped, calling out, "Be careful." The commotion startled Jiang Qingyue, who, hearing the ruckus on the shore, swam up to the surface. The first person she saw was Song Yan. "What are you doing here?" His face darkened, then turned to anger. "You can swim." Jiang Qingyue noticed the smile at his lips belied the vexation in his eyes. Understanding dawned on her. The original owner of her body had deliberately staged a fall into the water, compelling Song Yan to rescue her and subsequently marry her. Now, having surfaced before him, it was akin to exposing the ruse. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Qingyue replied sheepishly, Do you believe me if I say I just learned?" Song Yan narrowed his eyes at her. "What do you think?" Without waiting for an answer, he turned and left the shore. Despite his anger, once on land, Song Yan did not immediately depart. Instead, he removed his outer garment and wrung it out, then tossed it to Jiang Qingyue as she emerged from the water. Without another word, he strode homeward. Song Dongmei and Wu Shi were both alarmed, neglecting to ponder Song Yan's demeanor as they rushed to Jiang Qingyue, asking if she was all right and whether she had swallowed any water. Jiang Qingyue shook her head, glancing at the retreating figure of Song Yan. "I'm fine. When the water surged, I simply hid behind a large rock and was and tea washed away." After the ordeal, neither of them felt inclined to continue fishing, and they walked home together. It was only then that Song Dongmei realized that her third brother had returned home ahead of them. Curiously, she asked, "What were you two discussing in the water? Why was my third brother so angry?" Jiang Qingyue pursed her lips. "He discovered that I can swim, and he's a bit upset." Song Dongmei nodded in understanding. "I thought so. No wonder he had such a grim expression when he came ashore." Jiang Qingyue wanted to defend herself, saying, "But your brother already knew I was deceiving him about the marriage." Song Dongmei shot her an exasperated look. There's a difference between deceiving in marriage and simply deceiving. Previously, he thought he had saved a life. Now he feels as though he has been deceived even about that. Jiang Qingyue sighed, feeling even guiltier. Indeed, this is troublesome. As they reached home, Song Dongmei unexpectedly declared her intention to return to her own house. Jiang Qingyue pulled her back. "Do you not wish to come over for a meal again?" Song Dongmei hesitated, then turned to Wu Shi. "Mother, didn't you say we needed to fix the roof for third brother soon?" Wu Shi responded, "Yes. I've let it dry for most of the morning. After lunch, I'll have the eldest and second sons come help." Jiang Qingyue quickly chimed in, "Mother, Dongmei and I caught quite a few fish this morning. Let us keep some for lunch, and after we eat, they can help us with the roof. The eldest and second sons were always full of praise for Jiang Qingyue's cooking, especially recalling the delicious chicken stew with mushrooms that Dongmei had brought home the previous night, which was far more delectable than any fatty meat. The pair had savored every drop, leaving nothing behind. Hearing they would have fish for lunch again made them salivate with anticipation. Wuxia glanced at the two, amused by their eagerness, then at the number of fish in the basket, and with a resigned smile, nodded, "Then we shall not be polite." Chapter 44, The Fish Feast. The group waited for Jiang Qingyue to change her clothes before heading into the yard to help with the work. The weather had cleared, and brother Song Xiaojiang and Song Yan began transporting the repaired mud and straw to the roof. The eldest brother, Song Chunshan, was tasked with tying and carrying straw up from below. Once he finished, with no pressing tasks at hand, he kindly asked Jiang Qingyue if she needed assistance with anything. Jiang Qingyue hesitated for a moment before shyly replying, "Elder brother, could you help us make a straw mat? The sun is rather blinding this morning." Song Chunshan followed Jiang Qingyue's and immediately understood. "This is simple. I will craft one for you right away." While Song Chunshan wove the grass mat, Mrs. Wu assisted Jiang Qingyue in tidying up the house, which had been left in disarray after significant rain the previous night. When Mrs. Wu entered the inner room, she couldn't resist casting a glance at the couple's bed. She noticed two quilts on the bed, with their pillows positioned quite far apart, one against the inner wall and the other half dangling over the edge. Then she glanced at the other side and discovered a roll of grass mat beside Song Yan's writing desk. It instantly dawned on her. "Xiaoya, what is this grass mat for?" Jiang Qingyue looked up, her mind buzzing. They had not had the chance to tidy the room that morning, as they were forcibly dragged out by Song Dongmei. Now, with her mother-in-law suddenly noticing, how could they hide the fact that Song Yan was sleeping on the ground? Before Jiang Qingyue could formulate an explanation, Song Yan had already descended from above and answered for her, "It serves no real purpose. I intended to use it to shield the desk from moisture last night." Mrs. Wu regarded her third son with a hint of skepticism. "My own mat is in tatters. If you're not using it, may I take it?" Jiang Qingyue steeled herself to refuse. "Mother, this mat is too worn. I would rather buy you a new one from the town tomorrow." To her surprise, the usually gentle Mrs. Wu was adamant this time. "No need. I am accustomed to sleeping on the old one. It's comfortable and not abrasive. I will give you the money later." Jiang Qingyue, realizing she could not change her mind, hastily turned her pleading gaze to Song Yan. Yet, he did not even glance in her direction and replied directly, "Understood, mother. You can take it away. It's just a grass mat, no need to stand on ceremony." Mrs. Wu responded with a cheerful "oh," and immediately called for Song Dongmei to take the mat to the next room. Jiang Qingyue thought, "There's no need to rush." Elated Mrs. Wu resumed her task of cleaning the tables and benches. Soon, Song Chunshan finished weaving the grass mat and brought it in. Noticing the third son was present, he beamed and said, "Third brother, look, this is the mat your sister-in-law asked me to make for you, to shield your eyes while reading." Song Yan turned to glance at Jiang Qingyue and thanked her. She replied, "It's not necessary to feel obliged." This mat was something she had intended to create since her arrival, but had never found the opportunity to do so. However, Jiang Qingyue was too weary to explain, as she suspected Song Yan harbored resentment towards her, only concealing it in front of family. "Perhaps I should just focus on cooking." The two of them had spent the entire morning soaked, their faces smeared with mud. Fortunately, their efforts bore fruit as they had caught over 20 fish together. Mrs. Wu, seeing the abundance, agreed to join them for lunch. Jiang Qingyue caught the largest grass carp and 2 blackfish, instructing Song Dongmei to place the rest in a bucket in the yard for later. The grass carp had a strong muddy taste that was difficult to mask, even with braising. Jiang Qingyue cut the large fish into pieces, marinating them with ginger, scallions, and seasonings. She then prepared a sauce, bringing it to a boil before letting it cool. Once the fish pieces were marinated, they were fried until golden and crispy, then soaked in the sauce. After handling the grass carp, Jiang Qingyue prepared the 2 black fish, one for boiling fish slices and the other for fish balls. The black fish had tender, springy flesh. The slices were translucent and absorbed flavor well, while the fish balls turned out deliciously soft. By the time the 3 fish dishes were ready, the others in the yard had nearly finished their tasks. Song Dongmei had efficiently set the dining table. Looking at the table laden with fish, Song Xiaojiang couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this a full fish feast?" I've only heard of such feasts in grand taverns in town. Jiang Qingyue smiled faintly. I merely prepared a few dishes. Let us see if everyone finds them to their liking. As she spoke, she served a fish ball to Mrs. Wu, mother. This boiling fish is a bit spicy. Try this fish ball first. Upon hearing that the vibrant bowl of fish slices was called boiling fish, Song Dongmei immediately took a piece and tasted it. I love spicy food. Let me try. She exclaimed, delicious. It's fragrant and spicy. Seeing their younger sister so enthusiastic, the eldest and second brothers hurriedly took some of the boiling fish as well. The name suited the dish perfectly. The fish slices seemed to bubble in their mouths, both hot and tender. Song Yan glanced at the bright red broth, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up a piece. Noticing this, Jiang Qingyue quickly warned, "That's spicy, you might not handle it well." As she spoke, he had already taken a bite. He paused for a moment, slightly coughing, then nodded, "It's fine. Quite tasty." Jiang Qingyue replied, "I'm glad you enjoy it." While the others focused on the boiling fish, Mrs. Wu took a bite of the fish ball and was immediately taken aback by the burst of juices within. Is this really made from fish? Delicious. Xiaoya Sunyang. You all should try this. Those who enjoyed spicy food and those who didn't found their preferred dishes. Yet, the remaining plate of dark fish pieces went largely ignored. Jiang Qingyue picked one up and took a bite, having not tasted it herself earlier and worried about the flavor. After sampling it, she felt reassured. The taste resembled the smoked fish she had prepared in her previous life, savory with a hint of sweetness and a pleasing crunch, with the sauce thoroughly soaked in. Observing her enjoyment, Song Dongmei curiously asked, "Sister-in-law, what kind of fish is this?" Jiang Qingyue replied while eating, "This is called smoked fish. You should give it a try." As someone who rarely ate fish, Song Dongmei approached the new dish with caution. Tentatively, she took a bite and her eyes lit up, delicious. It even has a hint of sweetness. Seeing everyone relishing the meal, Jiang Qingyue proposed her earlier idea. Given the recent floods, the rivers and streams were teeming with fish washed down from upstream. Xia village, being low-lying, was practically receiving these fish as a gift from above. And it would be a shame not to catch them. Today, everyone was busy with farm work, but once the waters receded, they would surely rush to catch fish. If that was the case, why not make plans early and bring the eldest and second brothers to help her catch fish for sale? Chapter 45, Selling Smoked Fish in Town. Everyone agreed with Jiang Qingyue's suggestion. Free fish should not go to waste. However, they speculated that the fish could only be sold cheaply in the Eastern market, as they would not meet the standards of taverns and would not fetch a good price. Indeed, I noticed that the fish in the water are mostly grass carp and blackfish. The grand taverns wouldn't be interested, and common families wouldn't pay much. But since it's free, even a little profit is better than none. Jiang Qingyue, realizing they had misunderstood, quickly clarified. I'm not suggesting we take the fish directly to sell. You can sell them to me at market price, and I'll prepare them for sale in town. Prepare them for sale? Yes, I plan to make some of the smoked fish you just tasted and see how it sells. Everyone had no objections to the flavor of the smoked fish. Their only concern was that it required a lot of oil and seasoning. If it didn't sell for a good price, it would result in a loss. Seeing the hesitation among them, Jiang Qingyue refrained from pressing further. Understanding that asking those who had never engaged in business to suddenly consider these matters would naturally lead to apprehensions. It was merely a suggestion. I propose that Dongmei and I venture into town tomorrow to see how well the goods sell. If they turn out to be profitable, we shall proceed accordingly. After all, you will be the ones to catch the fish first. If they do not sell, there is no loss in consuming them ourselves. The eldest and second brothers nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well, we shall follow your plan. This afternoon, we will return home to repair the roof. And tomorrow we will catch whatever quantity we can." After dinner, Song Yan accompanied the others next door to assist with the roof repairs, while Song Dongmei remained behind to help Jiang Qingyue prepare the smoked fish. The tantalizing aroma of fried fish wafted from the kitchen, causing Song Chunshan and Song Shaojiang, perched atop the roof, to salivate and start discussing once more. "Eldest brother, I firmly believe that the smoked fish our third sister-in-law prepared earlier will undoubtedly sell," remarked Song Chunshan. "The flavor is indisputable, though the recent floods have led to an abundance of fish in town." Each had their own thoughts, but turned their gaze toward Song Yan in unison. Song Yan hesitated for a moment before inexplicably choosing to trust Jiang Qingyue. If she believes it can sell, then it surely will. You need not worry about catching fish, but do exercise caution. The river's currents are swift at present. Seeing that Song Yan had expressed such confidence, the two brothers readily agreed, assuring her, "Rest assured, our swimming skills are adequate. As for our third sister-in-law, please persuade her to refrain from entering the water again. She frightened everyone today." With her eyes cast down, Song Yan concealed her emotions and nodded in acknowledgement. During the daytime, they could avoid facing each other directly, but at night, they would inevitably share the same space. The current predicament was that the only straw mat for sleeping in the house had been taken by Mrs. Wu. The thought of sharing a bed that evening made Jiang Qingyue's head spin. Steeling herself, she hurriedly took a bath and found Song Yan still engrossed in copying books. Without uttering a word, she climbed into the innermost spot of the bed and feigned sleep. Initially, she was indeed pretending, but gradually, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening once more, she found herself alone on the bed. However, the lingering warmth from next door indicated that Song Yan had indeed been there the previous night, only to rise early. Jiang Qingyue stifled a yawn, donned her clothes, and stepped outside, only to see Song Yan along with her eldest and second brothers in the courtyard, diligently weaving bamboo baskets. Puzzled by their early activity, she noticed that they were crafting fish baskets specifically designed for catching fish. Excitedly, she approached them, exclaiming, "Eldest brother, this fish basket is ingeniously crafted." Song Chunshan smiled sheepishly. "I never would have imagined it. It was all the third's guidance. However, this basket is indeed remarkable. Once cast into the water, the fish will simply swim inside and cannot escape." Jiang Qingyue cast a silent glance at Song Yan, surprised that he could master such a skill. Could it be that he had gleaned this knowledge from some book? After a brief moment of contemplation, she redirected her attention, preparing to head into town. As she carefully wrapped the smoked fish she had prepared the previous day in gauze and placed it into a pristine bamboo basket, Song Dongmei returned, ready for their departure. "Third sister-in-law, let us set off for town." As she spoke, Song Yan stood up and emerged from the house, carrying 2 books. "I shall accompany you." Jiang Qingyue glanced at the books in his hands, recognizing that he was headed to the bookshop. She tentatively inquired, "Would you like me to assist in delivering them?" "No need, I have business to attend to," he replied. Oh, despite having spent the entire day under the sun, the road to town remained quite muddy. As their ox cart rolled along, mud splattered everywhere. Jiang Qingyue clutched the bamboo basket tightly, squeezing herself into a corner, anxious about getting splattered with mud and ruining the fish. To her relief, Song Yan had brought an umbrella, which he unfurled and positioned behind the 3 of them, allowing Jiang Qingyue to relax slightly. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully. Oh, a lingering feeling that he was somehow retaliating against her nagged at her. Yet, she had no evidence to substantiate her suspicion. After a considerable effort, they finally arrived in town. Jiang Qingyue promptly pulled Song Dongmei off the cart, determinedly walking ahead without a backward glance. Song Dongmei turned to her, puzzled. "Third sister-in-law, are we not heading to the Western market? Why not accompany third brother?" While walking, Jiang Qingyue explained, "We are not going to the Western market. We will first try our luck at Duowei building." Initially, she had intended to set up a stall in the Western market. However, during their journey, she had a sudden epiphany. Instead of laboriously selling the fish herself, it would be more prudent to seek collaboration with an inn. In this manner, the pricing would be favorable, and she would not have to expend her time and energy on retail sales. Upon reaching Duowei building, they found manager Qian conversing with a young servant at the entrance. Upon spotting Jiang Qingyue, his face lit up with joy. "What a fortunate day. I was just about to send someone to look for you, and here you are." Jiang Qingyue regarded him with surprise, wondering why manager Qian had been eager to send someone to find her. She recalled that she should have settled the bill during her last visit. Manager Qian gestured for them to enter while explaining with a smile, "It pertains to that squirrel mandarin fish from last time. Young Master Su has expressed a desire to consult with you once more." As he spoke, manager Qian hurriedly summoned tea and dashed upstairs to fetch Su Chongqing. Upon learning that the person he sought had arrived uninvited, Su Chongqing was quite taken aback. He hurried down and reiterated the request for consultation. Jiang Qingyue sighed in resignation. "To be frank, Mr. Su, I do not possess a better recipe for the squirrel mandarin fish at present. However, I have developed another type of fish dish, and if you do not mind, I would like you to sample it." As she spoke, she opened the bamboo basket and explained, "This is the smoked fish I prepared just yesterday." "Smoked fish?" Su Chongqing peered into the basket, noticing the darkened fish pieces, and was taken aback. I have never encountered such fish served cold. Jiang Qingyue promptly retrieved a pair of chopsticks. Mr. Su, you may try it. Chapter 46. Have I truly become so thin that it causes concern? Su Chongqing accepted the chopsticks, selecting the smallest piece to taste. After a moment of chewing, he nodded appreciatively. This fish is quite unique. I initially thought it was pickled, but I never expected it to be so tender and flavorful. Quite impressive. Seeing the young master praise it enthusiastically, Manager Qian also took a pair of chopsticks to sample the fish, his eyes lighting up with delight. He thought to himself that it was indeed far superior to their squirrel mandarin fish, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of the young master. Jiang Qingyue, satisfied that both managers had tasted the dish, ventured to inquire, "What do you think about selling this fish at Duowei Building?" Su Chongqing paused for a moment. "Are you willing to sell us the recipe?" "That is not my intention," Jiang Qingyue swiftly declined. "I wish to sell the fish, prepared smoked fish." Manager Qian interjected. "But sending it back and forth would be quite troublesome. Why not simply sell us the recipe? We can negotiate a fair price." Jiang Qingyue chuckled softly. "I can see that both Mr. Su and Manager Qian are straightforward individuals. Allow me to be blunt. I have invested considerable effort into perfecting this recipe. And the method is quite particular, especially the sauce's formulation, which is not easily conceived by others. I am not yet inclined to sell it outright. Moreover, how would Mr. Su and Manager Qian ascertain the recipe's value without first sampling my smoked fish at your establishment?" Su Chongqing was taken aback by her forthrightness and chuckled in surprise. "Very well, I shall agree to your terms. However, I am curious how you plan to price this smoked fish." Seeing his willingness to comply, Jiang Qingyue made an effort to suppress her excitement. "Mr. Su, if memory serves, the squirrel mandarin fish at Duowei Building is priced at 100 won per fish. Weighing approximately a pound, correct?" Boss Su nodded slightly. Then she continued, "I want to ask for much for my smoked fish. How about supplying Duowei restaurant at 50 won per pound?" Manager Qian immediately voiced his skepticism. 51? Recently, live fish are selling for only 8 won per pound. If we order in bulk, we could negotiate an even lower price. Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. "However, my smoked fish incurs costs for oil, ingredients, and labor. All expenses are borne by me. Selling it at 100 won per pound should not pose a problem." At this, Manager Qian fell silent, turning his gaze towards Su Chongqing. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chongqing readily replied, "That's acceptable, but I have a condition." "Please do tell." "Since you will be supplying Duowei restaurant with this smoked fish, you must refrain from supplying other restaurants in town." "That goes without saying." Having settled on the price, Jiang Qingyue promptly handed over the remaining 10 pounds of fish from her bamboo basket to Manager Qian. After receiving 500 won, she smiled cheerfully, exclaiming, "Thank you. It's been a pleasure collaborating." Su Chongqing also smiled and nodded politely at the two. "By the way, may I know how to address you, young lady?" Jiang Qingyue paused for a moment. "I am Jiang Qingyue, Jiang as in the river, Qing as in gentle breeze, and you as in moon." Before she could finish, Su Chongqing interjected, "I see, you as in the bright moon, correct?" "What a lovely name." Jiang Qingyue felt a bit bashful from the compliment. "You flatter me, Boss Su." Just as she was about to introduce Song Dongmei, she realized the girl had misinterpreted the situation entirely. In a huff, she muttered, "Cads." Su Chongqing was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "My apologies, I was merely admiring Miss Jiang's name and meant no offense." Song Dongmei remained unsatisfied with his explanation and promptly took Jiang Qingyue's arm, declaring, "From now on, you shall no longer be called Miss Jiang. This lady is my sister-in-law." Su Chongqing was taken aback. "Miss Jiang, I apologize. Does this mean you are married?" Jiang Qingyue felt no need to conceal her marital status. After all, she and Song Yan were not a conventional couple, hence she had not bothered to inform an outsider. Additionally, as she was often inseparable from Song Dongmei, she had grown accustomed to wearing her hair the same way, not thinking of adopting a married woman's hairstyle. Perhaps this led to the misunderstanding. However, since the topic had arisen, she decided to candidly confirm, "Indeed, I am married. My husband's surname is Song, and this is my sister-in-law, Song Dongmei." Su Chongqing quickly accepted the news after a moment of surprise. "My apologies for the presumption." Jiang Qingyue was about to say it was no trouble, but Song Dongmei abruptly pulled her aside. "Sister-in-law, my elder brother has come to fetch you." Jiang Qingyue followed her pointing finger and noticed Song Yan standing outside the door. She nodded slightly to Su Chongqing in farewell and strode out. Upon approaching, she found him still gazing at Su Chongqing, so she cleared her throat and said, "Song Yan, we are ready to leave." Song Yan withdrew his gaze and replied with a simple not saying anything further. Jiang Qingyue assumed the matter had concluded, as she had done nothing amiss. Little did she know, at a critical moment, Song Dongmei immediately sided with Song Yan, saying, "Elder brother, next time you should accompany sister-in-law for the delivery. That Su fellow keeps asking her all sorts of questions and even complimented her name." Jiang Qingyue rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Which eye of yours saw him staring at me? He was merely being polite and complimenting my name. Besides, isn't it essential to ask questions in business? Furthermore, am I so thin now that it raises concern?" Song Dongmei was left speechless, fearing she had truly angered her sister-in-law, so she pouted, "Sister-in-law, I didn't mean it like that, I was just worried." However, she added with a grin, "But you did say something wrong, sister-in-law. You were just right, your skin is smooth, and your figure is soft. If I were a man, I would." Before she could finish, Jiang Qingyue covered her mouth with her hand. "If you don't mind your tongue, there will be no meat bought." Song Dongmei quickly pleaded, "I promise to behave." "We must buy meat, but do we need anything else?" Jiang Qingyue replied, "Wasn't it just mentioned that we should deliver again soon? Let's buy some sauces." "Oh right. Let us hurry." Song Yan followed behind the two, unable to help but smile at their chattering. The trio purchased the meat and were about to head to the spice shop when Song Dongmei suddenly tugged at Jiang Qingyue, "Sister-in-law, look. Isn't that my second sister-in-law?" Jiang Qingyue looked up and indeed saw Lu Xiaoer hastily following a woman into an alley. Just as she was puzzled, Song Yan spoke first. "You two wait for me at the shop after buying your items. I will go check it out." Chapter 47. The Mother-Daughter Conspiracy in Qinghe Town. Mr. Lu is a well-known local tycoon. Lu Xiaoer's maternal family has always considered themselves superior to other villagers due to their distant relation to the Lu family. However, this was Lu Xiaoer's first visit to the Lu residence. The reason being, their connection was so distant that the Lu family hardly regarded them. Yet today, for reasons unknown, Lu Xiaoer brought her mother to sneak in through the back door of the Lu residence. The two first scanned the alley before furtively conversing with the gatekeeper. Moments later, a woman in her 40s emerged. She was the wife of Lu Er, the only person in the Lu residence they could converse with. Lu Er was also a distant relative of Mr. Lu, but closer than they were, and due to her cleverness, had been managing affairs under Mr. Lu for several years. The two sought Lu Er's wife because they believed her husband could speak on their behalf to Mr. Lu. The two first slipped her a purse and then exchanged a few flattering words before entering together. Song Yan, hiding in the shadows, observed for a moment. After the two entered, he turned and headed to the spice shop to find Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei. At that moment, the two were just finishing their purchases. Upon seeing Song Yan approach, they curiously inquired, "Elder brother, did you go after them to see what the second sister-in-law wanted?" Song Yan slightly shook his head. "I don't know, I only saw them enter the Lu residence." Song Dongmei scoffed. She probably wants to curry favor with the Lu family again. But they surely won't bother with them. Jiang Qingyue was unaware of the Lu family situation, but sensed from Song Yan's demeanor that it was not simple. However, she chose not to voice her concerns and followed the two to ride the ox cart home. While Song Yan's words were partly true, he had indeed seen them enter the Lu residence. He knew exactly what they were up to without needing to enter. In a previous life, Lu Xiaoer had disapproved of Song Dongmei and, during a time of famine, had taken it upon herself to approach Lu Er's family, attempting to sell Song Dongmei to Mr. Lu as a concubine. Fortunately, the entire family had fought to protect her, and she ultimately failed in her scheme. In contrast, Lu Xiaoer met a tragic end due to her reckless behavior. Originally, Song Yan intended to take his time to settle the score later. However, he was surprised that she had resorted to such tactics so soon in this life. Given the circumstances, it is imperative to address this matter promptly. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoer, blissfully unaware that her scheme had been uncovered, was in the backyard of the Lu residence, boastfully proclaiming to Lu Er's family about her younger sister-in-law's impeccable character and beauty. She claimed that had it not been for her father-in-law's misfortunes in the past 2 years, their threshold would have been trampled by suitors from far and wide. Lu Er's family, intrigued by her declarations, inquired, "Is this truly the case? If my husband were to boast before Lord Lu, there would be no turning back." Lu Xiaoa quickly enlisted her mother's support, declaring, "I swear by the heavens, I have no need to fabricate such lies that would bring harm upon myself." Upon hearing this, Lu Er's family was filled with elation. If this union were to materialize, they too would reap substantial benefits. Their eagerness was palpable as they pressed. "When will you bring the person to meet us? If they are indeed suitable, you and your mother shall not go unrewarded." Noticing the potential for success, Lu Xiaoa was filled with joy. However, she was acutely aware of her sister-in-law's shyness. Should she directly bring her for an introduction, it would likely backfire. Lu Er's family, perceptive to the duo's nervousness, began to reconsider, stating, "Then perhaps we should forget it. If this doesn't pan out, I too shall be left with nothing." Realizing Lu Er's family was astute, Lu Xiaoa chose to confide, "In truth, I have kept this matter hidden from my family. My sister-in-law is indeed stunning, but her fiery temperament has caused me much distress at home. I merely wish to find her a suitable match. If this can be accomplished, I seek no reward. Only a semblance of peace and the chance to vent my frustrations." Upon hearing this, Lu Er's family was taken aback. No. I remember your third brother is a scholar. If this becomes a scandal, and he were to report it, we would be in trouble." Lu Posey, accompanying them, interjected. "Did you not mention that your third sister-in-law and your younger sister were engaged in some sort of business?" This remark sparked an idea in Lu Xiaoa's mind. She had attempted to procure the recipe several times without success, so why not offer a favor to Lu Er's family instead? Thus, she elaborated on Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei's venture of selling herbal jelly in the West Market. Though it was not a luxurious item, they sold a fair amount daily. "If you are interested, I can have my sister-in-law teach you the recipe. Even selling the recipe could yield a decent profit." Lu Er's family pondered this for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Very well. Who cares about her temperament? Once she is at Lu's residence, she will have to learn to behave. Moreover, Lord Lu has taken a liking to fiery personalities in recent years. And as for your third brother, no matter how talented he is but a scholar. Can his arms outmatch a thigh? I shall take on this matter." Relieved, Lu Xiaoa exhaled deeply. "What shall we do next? I humbly request your guidance." Lu Er's family, with a glimmer of cunning in their eyes, replied, "This is quite simple. Go home and sweet-talk her for a couple of days. In 3 days' time, bring her to the tea house for tea. On that day, our master will be there to discuss matters. I shall create an opportunity for Lord Lu to meet her. If he takes a liking to her, then we shall have succeeded." With plans set, Lu Xiaoa and her mother exited the Lu residence with great satisfaction. The prospect of marrying off Song Dongmei filled Lu Xiaoa with joy, dissipating her previous frustrations. To please Song Dongmei, she even exhausted her savings to buy a box of lip balm. Upon returning to the Song household, Lu Xiaoa found everyone bustling in Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan's courtyard. Song Chunchan and Song Xiaojiang were thrilled to learn that the basket of smoked fish they had brought was entirely sold out and hurriedly fetched a large water tank from next door to store the day's catch. Even Wu Shi and sister-in-law Zhang Sunyang joined in to help clean and prepare the fish. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue was busy rendering oil in the kitchen. As Lu Xiaoa entered, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The last time they had gone mushroom picking, it had caused quite the commotion. Witnessing the chaos of fish preparation would surely escalate matters. The atmosphere in the courtyard froze for a moment until Song Dongmei was the first to react. Grabbing a spoon from the kitchen, she rolled up her sleeves and rushed toward Lu Xiaoa, exclaiming, "What brings you back so suddenly?" Song Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and stood up. "I heard you accompanied your mother to town today." Lu Xiaoa surveyed the courtyard and kitchen, noticing the abundance of fish on the ground and the sizzling in the kitchen pot, and felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Were they truly this joyful in her absence? Was she the only one who felt superfluous? The household had caught so many fish, yet Song Xiaojiang had not thought to fetch her to join in the meal. It was as if they were deliberately excluding her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. However, she quickly reminded herself of the bigger picture. She had returned to win over her sister-in-law and could not afford to sabotage her own efforts. Thus, she suppressed her fury and approached Song Dongmei, saying, "Little sister, I must apologize for my behavior on the mountain. These past few days at my mother's house, I have come to understand many things. My mother has been reasoning with me, and now I realize that I shall no longer quarrel with you." Song Dongmei, prepared for a verbal battle, was caught off guard by Lu Xiaoa's unexpected words, standing there in stunned silence. "Have you lost your mind?" Lu Xiaoa forced a smile. Continuing gently, no, I truly understand now. From now on, let us coexist harmoniously and never argue again. Song Dongmei shot her a bewildered glance, replying, You should be apologizing to sister-in-law Jiang. Lu Xue paused, then turned to Jiang Qingyue and bowed, Sister-in-law, I apologize. It was my thoughtless words. I promise not to mention it again. Please don't hold it against me. This vow startled Jiang Qingyue so much that she nearly fell from her stool. Song Chunshan quickly helped her up, his expression mirroring disbelief. As the matriarch, Wu Shi was overjoyed, for no one desired family harmony more than she did. She stood up to support Lu Xue, saying, It's wonderful that you are back. I was just urging Lu'er to go fetch you. But due to the heavy rains these past few days, the roof has been leaking, and they have been busy repairing it. Today, we are here to help Qingyue. Surprisingly, Lu Xue did not question her words, but instead rolled up her sleeves with a smile. Then I shall help as well. I have nothing else to do. Suddenly, she remembered the lip balm in her pocket and quickly retrieved the small jar, offering it to Song Dongmei. Little sister, look. This is the lip balm I specially bought for you in town today. It smells divine. Do open it and have a whiff. Curious. Song Dongmei glanced at it and replied, No need. Sister-in-law made me some already, and I have more than enough. Lu Xue, undeterred, insisted, Sister-in-law's is indeed good. But I spent a fair amount on this as well. It would be a shame to waste it. Besides, you are at that lovely age. You will use it up quickly. Seeing Lu Xue's insistence, Song Dongmei smiled and accepted it, casually handing it to sister-in-law Jiang Qingyue. Sister-in-law. This lip balm is my sister-in-law's apology gift to you. Please accept it. Lu Xue had always been stingy since marrying into the family and had never bought anything for anyone. Such a rare opportunity should not be wasted. Lu Xue was filled with indignation as she witnessed the lip balm, which she had purchased with her hard-earned savings, swiftly find its way into Jiang Qingyue's possession. Nevertheless, she mustered the audacity to follow Song Dongmei into the kitchen. Oh, is the third sister-in-law frying fish? Lu Xue glanced at the stove, where golden pieces of fish elicited a salivating response from her. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch a piece. However, before her fingers could graze the fish, Song Dongmei swatted her hand away. It's not cooked yet, you can't eat it. Moreover, this is for sale, and we can't bear to eat it. Lu Xue felt the sting of the slap, her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Yet, before she could recalibrate her emotions, Song Xiajiang entered and whisked her away. You should return and tidy up. This isn't work for you. Faced with constant rebuffs and a lack of support even from her husband, Lu Xue shot him a resentful glare and huffed, turning on her heel to exit the courtyard. Once she was gone, everyone else breathed a collective sigh of relief and resumed their tasks with renewed vigor. Jiang Qingyue was busy flipping the fish in the frying pan. Yet her thoughts were consumed by Lu Xue's peculiar behavior. Unable to help herself, she stole a glance at Song Yan, who was tending to the fire, and noticed that he too appeared lost in thought, which only deepened her suspicions. That night, Jiang Qingyue climbed into bed early, just as she had the night before. However, before she could pretend to sleep, Song Yan strolled over. She quickly cleared her throat and shifted to one side, instinctively creating some space between them. Originally just passing by, Song Yan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stand or sit. Ultimately, he silently settled down at the edge of the bed. The awkward silence lingered momentarily until Jiang Qingyue broke it, asking, Aren't you going to copy books today? Song Yan replied, I won't be copying them anymore. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback, realizing that was why he had visited the bookshop earlier that day and had returned without any new volumes. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, What do you plan to do instead? Song Yan replied quietly, Don't worry, my expenses won't be lacking. Jiang Qingyue rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself, What a typical clueless man. She was already engaged in several ventures to earn money. Why would she need his meager allowance? Nevertheless, she acknowledged that any money was better than none, as even the smallest of contributions mattered. She clarified, It's not that I'm concerned about that. I was merely curious. She had assumed their conversation would come to a halt at that point, but unexpectedly, Song Yan continued, Fishing won't be a long-term endeavor, as the fish become scarce. I intend to join my elder brother and second brother on hunting trips and also make charcoal. Jiang Qingyue, aware of his hunting skills, was surprised to learn that he could also produce charcoal. Given the expense of charcoal in ancient times, it indeed eased her worries about his ability to support himself. Noticing his sudden verbosity, she took the opportunity to probe further. So, did you truly hear nothing while following second sister-in-law today? On the way back, I overheard Dongmei mention that second sister-in-law had never been to the Lu estate before. Do you think her visit was solely to reconnect with relatives? If that were the case, wouldn't it be rather odd for her to sneak in through the back door? Song Yan pursed his lips. What are your thoughts? Jiang Qingyue, filled with conjectures and influenced by her previous life's reading of similar stories, turned to him and began to analyze her theories. After returning from the Lu estate, I bought Dongmei a lip balm. That box wasn't cheap. Is she usually so generous? Also, she argues with Dongmei daily. When have you seen her apologize to her? Furthermore, the last time our second brother helped us chop some bamboo, she was nearly in a fit. Today, she returned to find the scene and didn't complain? Song Yan turned to glance at her, intrigued by her observations. As he did so, he realized just how close they had become. Startled by his sudden movement, Jiang Qingyue instinctively shifted back to her side of the bed. Song Yan quickly averted his gaze, focusing on the ceiling before asking, "What do you think her true intentions are?" Regaining her composure, Jiang Qingyue replied, "Well, I'm just speculating. Hear me out. I believe Lu Xiaoyue's intentions are quite apparent. She is specifically targeting Dongmei. Otherwise, she wouldn't go to such lengths to ingratiate herself with her. Perhaps she is seeking an opportunity to oust Dongmei or even to harm her. I wonder if Lu Xiaoyue intends to marry Dongmei off to the Lu estate?" At this, Song Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he turned to stare at her incredulously. Jiang Qingyue felt a pang of guilt under his gaze and quickly asked, "Do you think my analysis holds any merit?" Turning his gaze away, Song Yan conceded, "I find your reasoning sound. Given that Lu Kaiju is ruthless, she may very well intend to use this chance to rid herself of Dongmei while also plotting against her." Jiang Qingyue sprang upright in bed, her indignation flaring. That conniving Lu Xiaoyue! She plans to sell Dongmei. Noticing her fervor and outrage on behalf of Dongmei, a flicker of warmth crossed Song Yan's eyes, and his tone softened considerably. "Regardless, we must prepare for the worst. Let's observe her actions over the next few days before making any decisions." Jiang Qingyue nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Dongmei. I won't let Lu Xiaoyue lay a finger on her." After a moment's thought, Song Yan added, "To be on the safe side, I will accompany you to the market over the next few days to help deliver goods." At that moment, Jiang Qingyue's mind was solely focused on Song Dongmei's safety, and she readily agreed. The following day, Jiang Qingyue arose early to prepare the remaining fish, soaking them in sauce and draining them in batches. From across the courtyard, she could hear Lu Xiaoyue's various attempts to flatter Song Dongmei. Typically, at this hour, Lu Xiaoyue would still be asleep. Today, however, not only was she up early, but she had also abandoned her usual habit of bickering with Song Dongmei. Upon hearing that Song Xiaojiang planned to go fishing with Song Chunshan, she not only refrained from stopping them, but encouraged him to work harder. All these signs pointed to the fact that Lu Xiaoyue was indeed up to something. The only one oblivious to the upheaval was Wu Shi, who was overjoyed by the change. Jiang Qingyue, witnessing her mother-in-law's delight, was at a loss for how to alert her. However, she soon realized that when she had suddenly transformed, those around her might have felt the same way. Understanding Song Yan's feelings at that time, she felt a pang of empathy. Once the fish was fully prepared, Jiang Qingyue, along with Song Yan, took Song Dongmei to the market. Along the way, they ensured that she remained within their line of sight at all times. Only once, when they reached the bustling market, did Song Dongmei excitedly dash off to buy candied hawthorn. With the crowd pressing in, the two were momentarily delayed in following her. When they caught up, they jointly reprimanded her, leaving Song Dongmei bewildered and anxious. Yet, the realization that they cared so much for her left her feeling both surprised and cherished. Fortunately, the multi-flavored restaurant was not far from the East Market, and the trio arrived quickly. Upon entering, before Jiang Qingyue could inquire further, the shopkeeper, Master Qian, eagerly approached them with good news. Indeed, Song Yangzi's culinary skills are remarkable. The 10 pounds of smoked fish delivered yesterday were snatched away in mere moments. Had you arrived any later, I would have been compelled to drive myself to fetch more. Jiang Qingyue smiled sheepishly, explaining that they had prepared a larger quantity today, which delayed them a bit. As she spoke, she assisted Song Yan in unloading the large bamboo basket he carried on his back. Earlier, Master Qian had been so preoccupied with congratulating them that he had not taken a close look at the extraordinary Song Yan standing at the forefront. Now, Upon a sudden glance, he realized that the man before him exuded an extraordinary demeanor, entirely unlike a rustic individual from the mountains. Yet, his attire was decidedly humble, composed of the simplest coarse fabric. It seemed as if two distinct personas coexisted within him. Master Qian, who prided himself on his extensive experience in discerning character, found himself momentarily hesitant. He was unsure of this gentleman's identity. Before he could ask further, Song Yan clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. I am Song Yan, the husband of Qingyue. Master Qian's understanding dawned. It was no wonder that young Master Song possessed such an extraordinary presence, having heard that he was a scholar. During their conversation, Su Changqing, alerted by the commotion, descended from the upper floor. He seldom visited the tavern at this hour, but with Jiang Qingyue delivering goods, he thought it prudent to come and see, perhaps uncovering something novel. To his surprise, there was indeed something fresh to behold. However, having been recently chastised as a lecher, he felt an uncharacteristic self-consciousness with the parties involved present. Fortunately, being a man of the world, Su Changqing quickly composed himself and approached Song Yan to introduce himself. Song Yan, having cast aside his earlier scrutiny, acknowledged Su Changqing with a casual nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Once Master Qian had weighed and settled the payment, the group prepared to return. Suddenly, Master Qian recalled a matter he had overlooked. Please wait, Song Nyangzi, I neglected to discuss something with you. Would it be possible for you to deliver additional smoked fish tomorrow, and perhaps arrive a bit earlier? Jiang Qingyue paused, glancing back at him in surprise. Is there an urgent need? Master Qian nodded, smiling as he explained, indeed, Lu's residence has just placed an order for several banquet tables. We need to deliver all the dishes there in the morning, particularly your smoked fish, which the steward has insisted must be served. Upon hearing the name Lu, Jiang Qingyue instinctively looked at Song Yan. Was it truly the estate of the wealthiest Lu in the town? Master Qian, slightly taken aback, confirmed, yes, do you know them? Before Jiang Qingyue could respond, Song Yan interjected, I do not know them, but given the quantity you require, we must rise early to ensure the fish remains fresh and flavorful. Thus, an earlier arrival may not be feasible. Master Qian felt a wave of concern wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, Song Yan quickly proposed, how about this, you send the other dishes to Lu's residence first, and we will ensure the smoked fish arrives directly before their banquet begins. Would that work? Master Qian hesitated, as this had not been done before, and felt somewhat risky. What if they were late? How could he explain that to Lu's residence? In the ensuing silence, Su Changqing nodded first. That sounds agreeable. When you arrive at Lu's, simply mention Duowei Lu. I will inform Master Qian in advance to coordinate with Lu's staff. Please ensure you deliver promptly. Song Yan gave a slight nod, affirming their commitment. Chapter 50. The couple ventures into Lu's residence. Jiang Qingyue held her curiosity until they returned home, at which point she discreetly inquired of Song Yan. Were you intentionally planning to deliver to Lu's residence? Song Yan did not deny it. Indeed, I will accompany you tomorrow. There is no need for Dongmei to come along. I will devise a way to uncover the truth of that day and discern their intentions. Given the significance of the matter concerning Dongmei's future, Jiang Qingyue felt compelled to agree without hesitation. The following morning, upon learning that the two were leaving without her, Song Dongmei immediately pouted. Third brother, I want to see Lu's residence too. I've never been inside, and I'm curious about how grand the homes of the wealthy are. Song Yan glanced at her with a hint of exasperation. There is nothing to see. Seeing her brother's firm stance, Song Dongmei turned to Jiang Qingyue, sister-in-law. Please take me with you. Jiang Qingyue mirrored Song Yan's sentiment. It was out of the question for her to accompany them. However, her tone softened considerably as she explained. Today there is a banquet at Lu's. It will be quite crowded. Your brother is concerned about you, a young lady, being exposed in such a setting. It's best for you to stay home today. With that, she sweetened the deal. When we return, I will prepare braised pork ribs for you. Upon hearing the mention of the dish, Song Dongmei's demeanor instantly shifted. All right, but I want a large portion. No problem. Having pacified Song Dongmei, Jiang Qingyue began to prepare herself. After all, she was going to deliver fish to a noble residence and did not wish to appear too casually dressed. Wu Shi, noticing her struggles with her hairstyle, kindly offered to assist her. After arranging her hair, Wu Shi scrutinized Jiang Qingyue's attire and could not refrain from advising. You haven't purchased new clothing in quite some time. If you return early today, perhaps Yan can take you to buy some fabric for me to sew. Jiang Qingyue felt touched but ultimately declined. Mother, this outfit is still wearable. As long as it is clean and tidy, it suffices. I will wait until I lose some weight before getting new clothes to save on fabric. As she spoke, she casually tightened her belt, which immediately made her previously loose clothing fit more snugly, showcasing the results of her recent weight loss. Song Dongmei was the first to notice, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you've lost so much weight." Wu Shi expressed her concern. "Xiaoya, please do not starve yourself any longer. You look just right now. A little extra flesh is beneficial." Jiang Qingyue chuckled awkwardly. "Mother, I understand." Seeing that Song Yan was ready and waiting at the door, Jiang Qingyue hastened her steps towards him. "Have you informed elder brother?" "I have. He will remain home today, watching over things." "Then let us go." As they stepped outside, Lu Xiaoer, who had been lurking at the door, approached them with a forced smile. "Third brother, third sister-in-law, I heard you were going to lose residence to deliver goods? Why not take your little sister along?" Jiang Qingyue eyed her warily. "Your little sister has other tasks at home. We need to make this a quick trip." Lu Xiaoer curiously inspected the two but seemed unwilling to take the hint. Jiang Qingyue, sensing this, smiled slyly. "Oh, does second sister-in-law also wish to accompany us to see? By the way, I heard that you are related to the Lu family. Perhaps we could benefit from your connection." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoer quickly shook her head in denial. No, it's not a significant relation. I have never been to Lu's residence." Her agitation was palpable. Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but scoff. "If you've never been, why are you so flustered?" Lu Xiaoer steadied herself. "I am not flustered. I merely wish to remind you both to return early. They're a prominent family, and if you offend someone important, it could lead to trouble." Time was of the essence, and Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan chose to ignore her further, hastening towards the ox cart. Upon learning that they were heading to Lu's residence, Uncle Niu kindly offered to drive them directly there. Upon arrival at the back entrance of Lu's residence, Song Yan announced their affiliation with Duo Wei Lu, and the doorman promptly allowed them entry. As soon as Jiang Qingyue stepped through the door, she was utterly astonished by the scene before her. In the backyard, a multitude of matrons, maids, and young servants scurried about, each one busily attending to their tasks. Not even the entrance of two individuals went unnoticed. Song Yan surveyed the surroundings and addressed Jiang Qingyue, instructing her to handle the deliveries while he hurried to gather information. He promised to return shortly. Jiang Qingyue nodded, reminding him to exercise caution and not to act recklessly. Song Yan glanced back at her, acknowledging her concern, and she took up her basket, scanning the area until her eyes landed on a young servant from Duowei Tower directing others to send vegetables to the kitchen. She hurried towards the kitchen. "Brother, I've come from Manager Qian of Duowei Tower to deliver smoked fish," she announced. The young man quickly recognized her, relief washing over him. "Thank goodness you're here. I was just getting anxious." He promptly took the wooden tub filled with smoked fish from her hands. "Just hand it over. You can return now. Manager Qian will settle your payment tomorrow." Jiang Qingyue forced a smile, realizing she couldn't leave until Song Yan returned. A sudden thought struck her. "Brother, I have some time to spare. You seem swamped here. May I assist with the plating?" "Plating?" he echoed. "Indeed. I believe it's essential to present our smoked fish beautifully, especially since we're hosting distinguished guests today. The fish has a deep color, so it should be arranged attractively, perhaps garnished with some green leaves and flowers for elegance." The young man assumed Jiang Qingyue was merely eager to enhance the reputation of her smoked fish, so he thought little of it. "Very well. If you wish to arrange it, go ahead." Grateful, Jiang Qingyue accepted the smoked fish and plates, setting to work immediately. While she plated, she silently wished for Song Yan to return promptly. She took her time arranging the dishes, finally settling on a design before beginning to fill each plate. Just as she filled the last plate, the young servant could no longer wait to serve the dishes. As Jiang Qingyue anxiously scanned for additional tasks or excuses to prolong her stay, Song Yan appeared, calling out, "My dear, we should head back." His voice was like a celestial melody, pulling her from her flurry of activity. She was so relieved that she hardly registered his affectionate address, quickly grabbing his hand and leading him out of Lu's residence. "I was so worried." "You've returned. Did you gather the information?" Song Yan looked around, then took her hand and led her to the street before speaking. "I found out that last time Lu came to meet with someone. It was the wife of Steward Lu Er. I spent some silver to gather information from her subordinates and learned their intentions." Jiang Qingyue frowned. "Where did you get the silver?" She had always managed the household finances, including the copper coins earned from the last book copying. She couldn't recall him having any other income, making it improbable for him to have silver to spend on others. Song Yan hesitated momentarily, then coughed lightly into his fist. The silver is. Before he could elaborate, Jiang Qingyue regained her composure. His private finances were not her concern. As long as he provided sufficient living expenses for himself, any further inquiry would be impolite and contrary to their previous agreements. She quickly interjected. You don't need to tell me, right now, that isn't the priority. What is your sister-in-law truly here for? Song Yan composed himself and swiftly relayed the information he had gathered. Fuming, Jiang Qingyue clenched her fists and swung them in the air. This is outrageous. No wonder she's been trying every possible way to curry favor with my younger sister these past few days. She intends to deceive her into going to the tea house in town tomorrow. Jiang Qingyue mentally berated Lu Xue for her scheming. Once she had calmed down, she suggested. Thankfully you found this out. Tomorrow, we'll simply prevent my sister from going. Song Yan furrowed his brow. I fear it may not be that simple. Why? Are you worried that if she fails this time, she'll devise another scheme to lure my sister into trouble? He nodded. Exactly. We can't remain on guard until your sister gets married, can we? Jiang Qingyue knew that was unrealistic. But the thought of sending Song Dongmei to the tea house tomorrow filled her with dread. If that lecherous old man took a liking to her, it would be even more troublesome. She proposed, what if we directly inform mother and second brother? Let us thoroughly extinguish Lu Xue's ambitions. Song Yan shook his head slightly. You know mother's temperament. A bit of softening and a fabricated excuse might genuinely placate her. Second brother, while not foolish, is still her husband. Seeing his resolute expression, Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but entertain a bold thought. Song Yan, do you have other plans? Are you considering using this opportunity to drive my sister-in-law out of the Song family? A flicker of hesitation crossed Song Yan's eyes before he ultimately nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Lu cannot remain. With that, he stepped forward, heading towards the East Market. Observing his composed and determined figure, Jiang Qingyue couldn't suppress a mental exclamation. This man was far more cunning than she had anticipated. When she had previously drugged him, he must have been contemplating how to rid himself of her as well. The thought of her past miscalculation sent a shiver down her spine. Upon their return home, Lu Xue appeared as soon as she heard the commotion. You two have returned from town? How did the delivery go at Lu's? Was there any trouble? Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but find her demeanor amusing, though she feigned ignorance for the sake of Song Yan's plan. Nothing happened. Everything went smoothly. Is my sister-in-law hoping for us to encounter trouble? Lu Xue chuckled awkwardly. That's not what I meant. You're reading too much into it. I merely wish for our family to get along well, as your sister-in-law. I should show more concern. Before Lu Xue could finish her sentence, Jiang Qingyue impatiently entered the courtyard, shutting the door behind her. Were it not for the need to eliminate potential threats, she would have liked nothing more than to silence Lu Xue's incessant chatter. The following morning, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei busied themselves in the kitchen, draining the soaked smoked fish. Once again, Lu Xue crept over, inquiring, Are you too busy? Without looking up, Jiang Qingyue replied, Sister-in-law, do you need something? Lu Xue rubbed her hands together. Last time, wasn't that lip balm I bought given to the eldest sister-in-law by Dongmei? I felt guilty about it, so I thought I'd take Dongmei with me to the town today to buy her something as an apology. Song Dongmei scoffed. I'm not going. Why would I go to the market with you? I still have to help third brother and third sister-in-law deliver the fish. Lu Xue forced a smile. With third brother and third sister-in-law handling the fish, it's sufficient. Missing one day one tea matter. They one tea blame you, right? Jiang Qingyue smiled. Sister-in-law is correct. Dongmei, why not accompany her for a stroll? If you see something you like, buy it and ease sister-in-law's mind. Though reluctant, Song Dongmei felt obliged to follow her sister-in-law after Jiang Qingyue's encouragement, drying her hands before joining Lu Xue. As soon as they reached the door, Lu Xue pulled Song Dongmei back, saying, The ox cart won't be leaving for a while. Let us go back and change our clothes first. Song Dongmei let out an impatient exclamation. What is wrong with my clothes? Aren't they perfectly fine? Indeed, they are good, but the color is rather plain. Coincidentally, my second sister-in-law just made a new outfit that she has yet to wear. Today, I shall lend it to you. With a face that expressed disbelief, Song Dongmei, pleased at the prospect of new attire, changed into the outfit without hesitation. Once she had donned the new clothes and stepped outside, Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan were already waiting at the door. Lu Xue felt a sense of foreboding. Are you all going out as well? Jiang Qingyue raised an eyebrow. Yes, we are heading to the tavern to deliver fish, and it just so happens we can go together. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei's spirits lifted, third sister-in-law. We will accompany you to deliver the fish, and after that, we can stroll around together. How does that sound? Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement. All right. The two quickly reached a consensus, but Lu Xiao was reluctant. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I am merely concerned that it might interfere with your business. It won't be a problem. We will drop it off and return right away. Let us hurry. Or we will miss the ox cart. Realizing she could not persuade the three, Lu Xiao reluctantly followed them to the ox cart, contemplating how to devise a plan once they reached the town. However, upon arriving in town, Song Dongmei clung to Jiang Qingyue like a burr, leaving no opportunity for a private conversation. Lu Xiao trailed behind them all the way to Duowei building. Witnessing Song Yan hand over the smoked fish to the tavern, it wasn't long before the tavern keeper presented a sizable silver coin to Jiang Qingyue. Lu Xiao was astounded. She had thought the fish would fetch little value, yet it was surprisingly lucrative. Observing this, Lu Xiao felt a surge of impatience. If Song Dongmei were to marry, perhaps she could secretly learn the method of smoking fish. Then, when Song Xiaozheng caught the fish, she could handle the selling and collecting the money, and all that silver would rightly belong to her. The thought of this made Lu Xiao increasingly eager to bring Song Dongmei along. As for Song Yan and Jiang Qingyue, if they insisted on following, so be it. She would find a way for Lu Leoi to notice Song Dongmei's appearance. Chapter 52. A Fright at the Tea House. After leaving Duowei building, Lu Xiao eagerly invited everyone to the tea house. Since we rarely get to go out together, how about I treat you all to tea? Jiang Qingyue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Didn't you just say you wanted to take little sister to the market to buy her something as an apology? Why are we going to the tea house so soon? Fearing any unexpected developments, Lu Xiao quickly added, how could I forget? There is a rouge and powder shop over there. I can buy her a lipstick as a gift. Song Dongmei pressed her lips together. I don't want any lipstick. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyue directly pulled her into the shop. If you don't want lipstick, how about some blush? As she spoke, she casually picked up the most expensive one and inquired about the price. Lu Xiao nearly trembled at the quoted price, which was twice that of the lipstick. Little sister is young and beautiful without makeup. Song Dongmei quickly grasped her third sister-in-law's intentions and feigned anger. You keep saying you want to apologize to me. You wouldn't skimp on a box of blush, would you? Then I want to take it. Let us go home. Hearing this, Lu Xiao hurriedly pulled out all the meager rewards she had received from her last visit to Lu's residence. Coupled with her last bit of private savings, she barely managed to buy a box of blush. Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Xiao's pained expression. Sister-in-law, you're not running out of money, are you? Are we still going to the tea house later? As soon as Lu Xiao heard the mention of the tea house, she perked up. Of course. Don't worry. I still have money for tea. After all, she was only responsible for bringing them there. She need not spend a dime. Once the four emerged from the blush shop, they headed straight for the tea house. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Xiao hurriedly sought out a seat by the window with the best view. Let us sit here. We can see the bustling market outside. Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan exchanged glances, surveyed their surroundings, and settled down. Shortly after they sat, the sound of horse-drawn carriages could be heard outside. Lu Xiao excitedly sprang from her seat, peered out the window, and smiled. I'm going downstairs to see if there are any snacks. You all sit tight for a moment. Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan naturally understood she was going down to greet someone. Once she left, they promptly retrieved the prepared pot ash from the basket. One took charge of shielding against the wind, while the other began to apply it to Song Dongmei's face. What are you doing to my face, third sister-in-law? Song Dongmei exclaimed in shock. Jiang Qingyue shushed her. Trust me, third sister-in-law won't harm you. Just wait, I will make you braised pork when we get home. Braised pork? Is it tastier than the braised ribs from noon? Of course. There's more meat than the ribs, and it's fattier too. All right, go ahead. Jiang Qingyue exerted all her effort, applying every cosmetic technique she had mastered in her previous life. Just as they heard hurried footsteps approaching, she quickly put away her brush and tousled Song Dongmei's hair. Song Yan returned to his original seat, and when he sat down and looked up, he nearly spat out his tea. He had expected Jiang Qingyue to haphazardly smear some makeup on her face, but what she had created was astonishingly lifelike. The pockmarks were obvious, and the large black mole at the corner of her mouth was simply exquisite. It had reached a level of verisimilitude that could easily be mistaken for reality. At this moment, Jiang Qingyue was admiring her handiwork with pride. Seeing the strange looks from the two, Song Dongmei was utterly bewildered. Does it look good? The two exchanged smiles. It looks good. Just don't move around or make a sound. No sooner had they spoken than Lu Xiaoa hurried upstairs, cheerfully introducing the group to the person behind her. What a rare coincidence to run into relatives today. I've heard that Lu Leoi appreciates talent. It's perfect timing to introduce him to our third brother, who is exceptionally handsome, and my sister, who is a rare beauty in the area. As she spoke, they reached the window. Just as Lu Xiaoa turned to introduce the three, she was startled. Oh my. What happened to my sister? Song Yan and Jiang Qingyue remained calm. What is wrong with her? She looks perfectly fine. Her face, what on earth is this? She must have broken out in rashes again. It happens often. Oh. Don't touch it, it's contagious. Upon hearing that it was contagious, Lu Xiaoa instinctively took 2 steps back. The elder Lu, behind her, turned pale and coldly snorted before waving his sleeve and heading downstairs. Lu Er, seeing the situation had soured, angrily slapped his wife. Look at the mess you've made. Lu Er's wife was momentarily stunned. Lu Xiaoa rushed forward to stop Lu Er from leaving. Manager Lu, it's a misunderstanding. My sister was fine just a moment ago. It's only temporary. A wash will fix it. Lu Er, unconvinced, turned back for another look, nearly losing his lunch from the sight. Damn it, that's revolting. Get lost. He shoved Lu Xiaoa aside and hastily followed Lu Leoi downstairs. Lu Er's wife, publicly humiliated, felt miserable but feared offending Lu Leoi, so she hurriedly chased after him. Before she could exit the tea house, Lu Xiaoa was unexpectedly intercepted by Lu Er's wife. Sister-in-law Lu, you cannot leave. You have yet to settle the bill for the tea. The expenses for the 4 of us, along with the snacks, remain unpaid. Lu Er's household was already simmering with pent-up frustration, and with the carriage having departed, there was no time to pursue it. She turned sharply to Lu Xiaoa, exclaiming, Do you still have the audacity to demand payment from me? Do you recall what you said back then? And what you've brought today, do you truly believe it's worthy? Lu Xiaoa found herself at a loss for words, realizing that the matter was beyond salvage. Even if she could elucidate her perspective, the noble lady had no intention of hearing her out and was solely fixated on extracting as much as possible. However, the tea and snack costs were prearranged, and it is not my obligation to pay. Moreover, I purchased rouge for my sister's sake, which should rightly be a responsibility. Lu Er's wife was further incensed by Lu Xiaoa's casual accounting of these trivial expenses, leading to a heated altercation between the two. A crowd began to gather, drawn by the commotion at the tea house entrance. Just as the two were embroiled in a fierce struggle, the tea house staff promptly summoned the constables, asserting that their quarrel was disrupting business. Though both women were filled with rage, they were visibly intimidated upon seeing the officers and hastily released their grip on each other's hair. In her exasperation, Lu Xiaoa called out, Officer, you've arrived just in time. Please adjudicate this matter. I brought my sister here for a viewing, and now that she's uninterested, she refuses to pay for the tea. How can that be just? Lu Er's wife spat back, Pa. If it weren't for your ulterior motives to cast your sister-in-law out, repeatedly begging me to bring her here while extolling her virtues, would I have agreed to this viewing? You know very well what sort of person she is. Seeing that she was losing ground in the argument, Lu Xiaoa began to weep. But you, Lu family, cannot be so unreasonable. You can't even spare a single tea fee? The moment Lu Er's wife heard Lu Xiaoa invoke the Lu family, her rage boiled over as she threatened, Shut your mouth, or I'll have someone cut out your tongue for such slander. The onlookers, initially unaware of the context, quickly grasped the situation upon learning it involved the Lu family. No wonder I saw Lord Lu's carriage pass by earlier. They must have come to view a girl. Some spectators, undeterred by the Lu family's reputation, remarked that not being chosen was a blessing. Woe betide those who caught the eye of the family. Didn't you hear? They're deliberately trying to drive her sister out. As the crowd swelled, the constables, upon realizing the involvement of the Lu family, refrained from further intervention. They merely dispersed the gathering and issued a few cursory admonishments before departing. Meanwhile, upstairs, only 3 remained. Song Yan glanced out the window, then rose, declaring, I believe it's time for me to descend. You both stay here. Jiang Qingyue pondered for a moment before standing as well. I shall accompany you to prevent any further entanglements with the Lu family. After advising Song Dongmei, they descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the ground floor, the majority of the crowd had dispersed, yet Lu Xiaoa clung tenaciously to Lu Er's wife, refusing to relent over the trivial tea fee. Song Yan stepped forward, admonishing sister-in-law. You invited us for tea under the pretense of a casual gathering, yet it was merely a setup to showcase your sister. Jiang Qingyue, equally incensed, tugged at Lu Xiue's hair. You have gone too far. She is your own sister. What right do you have to barter her? Lu Xiue, stung by the blow, instinctively glanced around and spotted Jiang Qingyue passing by. Seizing the opportunity, she cried out, Qingyue, save me. Jiang Qingyue, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Qingyue, rushed over, believing that her sister-in-law was being wronged. Jiang Qingyue, she is your sister-in-law, and regardless of her missteps, you should not strike her in front of so many. Upon seeing Jiang Qingyue approach, Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but smirk. Have you come to aid Lu Xiue? So what if I have? I cannot stand by and watch you bully her, Jiang Qingyue retorted with a huff. Lu Xiue quickly took refuge behind Jiang Qingyue, exclaiming, I only intended to help my sister find a suitable match, and instead, they conspired to attack me. Jiang Qingyue, upon hearing this, quickly echoed, Did you hear that? Your sister-in-law only had good intentions. Why are you all so ungrateful? Jiang Qingyue couldn't contain her laughter. A suitable match? Since you both are so close, why not let you marry him instead? As soon as the words left her lips, the crowd erupted in laughter. Indeed, why not? You'd certainly enjoy the finer things in life. If you refuse to marry, you are truly ungrateful. Jiang Qingyue, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, felt a sense of foreboding and quickly pulled Lu Xiue aside. Which family were you referring to as a good match? Lu Xiue hesitated, sheepishly pointing to the two characters. Lu family. What? The Lu family? Jiang Qingyue exclaimed incredulously. Are you out of your mind? With that, Jiang Qingyue feigned an intention to flee. Lu heir's wife, incensed at the disparagement of the Lu family, turned back with fury. Gripping Jiang Qingyue, she scrutinized her from head to toe and disdainfully remarked, with your looks, I wouldn't even consider you. You lack both beauty and substance. Do you think our Lu family would accept strays like you? With a derisive slap on Jiang Qingyue's backside, she added, I wouldn't even want to touch you. Jiang Qingyue burst into laughter, drawing Lu heir's wife's ire. I didn't notice before, but this young lady is quite something. Before she could finish her thought, Song Yan stepped in front of Jiang Qingyue, his expression darkening. In broad daylight, does the Lu family dare to challenge others publicly? Do you have no regard for the law? Upon recognizing him as the scholar from the Song family, Lu heir's wife quickly tempered her tone. Young Master Song, that was not my intention. It was merely a jest. Moreover, we Lu family do not forcibly take maidens. Your sister-in-law came to me, pleading to view a match. Were it not for our familial ties, I would not have come at all. With that, she turned to leave. Lu Xiue, sensing the shift, prepared to sneak away but suddenly collided with an imposing figure. Looking up, she was struck with terror. Husband, what brings you here? Song Xiaozhang's face was flushed with rage, veins protruding on his forehead. Had he not wished to witness how far she would go, he would have already throttled her. As she attempted to escape, he seized her by the throat. You vile woman! How dare you sell my sister as a concubine? I will not spare you. Come back with me. He began to drag her out, with Song Yan and Jiang Qingyue hastily following, suddenly recalling that his sister remained upstairs. Dongmei, we are going home. On the way to the eastern market, Jiang Qingyue swiftly retrieved a damp towel from her spatial pocket and wiped Song Dongmei's face clean. Only then did she hurriedly approach Song Yan, urging him to persuade their second brother not to cause any fatal harm, lest he be embroiled in a manslaughter case. Song Yan nodded slightly, about to depart, but she grasped his arm once more. Was it you who summoned our second brother? Song Yan remained silent, merely casting her a knowing glance. All right, I can guess the answer. Hurry on ahead and check. It was a redundant inquiry. Had he not called for him, their second brother would not have appeared alone outside the tea house. However, upon reflection, it became clear that he intended for the second brother to witness the situation firsthand, denying Lu Xiue any chance to alter her testimony. Chapter 54, Divorce. As soon as Jiang Qingyue and her companions departed, Jiang Qingyue, her face ashen with fear, quickly emerged from the crowd, intending to slip away. However, she had barely stepped outside when a servant at the entrance apprehended her. Shopkeeper. She was just defending that woman who refused to pay for her tea, claiming they were on good terms. The shopkeeper retorted, if you are on such good terms, then this young lady should settle the tea bill. Naturally, Jiang Qingyue protested, I merely passed by. I didn't consume any tea, so why should I pay? Besides, I'm not even acquainted with her. The shopkeeper was not easily swayed, replying, "You just defended her in front of so many witnesses. How can you claim you're not familiar?" At this, several servants from the first floor rushed over. Realizing her escape was futile, Jiang Qingyue timidly inquired, "How much is it?" The shopkeeper held up a finger. "1 tael. 1 tael. How can a few cups of tea cost a tael?" The woman had ordered snacks as well, which she had accidentally overturned during the scuffle. And she was liable for those costs too. Fearing that the shopkeeper might attribute further losses to her, Jiang Qingyue hastily produced the only tael of silver she had left and handed it over. Having settled the bill, Jiang Qingyue dashed toward the eastern market, eager to reclaim her tael from Song's household before Lu Xiaoer was expelled. However, she unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, none other than Lu Xiaoer's mother, Lu Posi. Upon seeing a member of the Lu family, Jiang Qingyue's spirits lifted, and she quickly relayed the earlier events. Lu Posi had come to the tea house to ascertain how her daughter's affairs were progressing. If things went well, she would undoubtedly reap considerable benefits and bask in the glory, preventing her daughter from squandering all their money. Little did she know, before even reaching the tea house, she had been struck with the thunderous news that not only had her daughter failed to gain any advantage, but she had also offended the Lu family and been exposed by the Song family. Anxious, she hurried home to devise a plan. Seeing Lu Posi about to leave after hearing her story, Jiang Qingyue rushed forward to grasp her arm. "And the tael for the tea I mentioned earlier. Consider it a loan to Sister Xiaoer. It's fortunate you arrived, so here rests the silver." Lu Posi, fully aware of Jiang Qingyue's intentions, ignored her and pushed past, hastening home. "This matter can wait. I must prioritize saving my daughter." Meanwhile, on their return journey, Jiang Qingyue busily recounted the situation to Song Dongmei. Angered and frightened, Song Dongmei swiftly caught up with Lu Xiaoer, delivering several slaps. Lu Xiaoer, taken aback, dared not utter a word. Upon returning to the village, Song Xiaojing turned to Song Yan, "Third brother, please summon the village chief." Song Yan nodded slightly and made his way to the village chief's residence. When Song Xiaojing brought Lu Xiaoer back to their courtyard, both Wu and the eldest son were left dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoer, who usually held sway at home and never accepted defeat, was now a pitiful sight, her face marked with slap marks, hair tousled, and clothing in disarray. "Second brother, what happened? Has Xiaoer been bullied?" Song Xiaojing scoffed, shoving Lu Xiaoer to the ground. "Bullied? I do say she was the one doing the bullying. Today, this woman nearly sold our little sister. Had it not been for the presence of the third couple, our little sister might have faced dire consequences." Wu's expression turned pale upon hearing this. She rushed to Song Dongmei's side, anxiously inquiring about the situation. Overwhelmed with grievances, Song Dongmei reached her breaking point as she recounted, "Mother, second sister-in-law conspired with the Lu family's servants to sell me to that old man as a concubine." She then relayed everything Jiang Qingyue had told her. With each word, Wu's expression grew darker until she trembled with rage. Jiang Qingyue had never witnessed her mother-in-law this incensed and prepared to intervene when Wu charged at Lu Xiaoer, delivering a resounding slap. Lu Xiaoer, perhaps perceiving Wu's frail stature or believing she had no support, decided to retaliate. She attempted to shove Wu in return. Jiang Qingyue quickly intervened, grasping Wu's arm, while the eldest sister-in-law, Zhang Sudong, hurried to assist. Together, they firmly restrained Lu Xiaoer. "Do you not believe you deserve that slap from mother?" Lu Xiaoer screamed and struggled. "How dare you hit me? Song Dongmei marrying into the Lu family as a concubine is her fortune from her past life." Wu gritted her teeth, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Lu Xiaoer, unable to articulate her fury. Seeing her on the verge of fainting, the eldest and second brothers rushed over to support her. "Mother, please calm down. Let us wait for the third brother to return with the village chief before we deal with her." As they spoke, Song Yan returned with the village chief. Accompanying them were a throng of villagers who had come to witness the unfolding drama. Many had already heard the news from those returning from town, surrounding the Song family's home in a tight knot. Upon the village chief's arrival, Song Xiaojing spoke up, "Village chief, this wicked woman plotted to sell my little sister as a concubine to the Lu family. Such a person cannot remain in our Song family. I have gathered everyone here today to serve as witnesses. From this day forth, Lu Xiaoer shall have no further ties to the Song family." With that, Song Xiaojing turned to Song Yan, "Third brother, I must trouble you to draft a divorce decree." Song Yan appeared to have anticipated this, returning shortly with the prepared document. Jiang Qingyue, observing his swift actions, couldn't help but wonder why he was so proficient at drafting a divorce decree on his first attempt. Had he perhaps composed one for someone else before, or had he long contemplated this in his mind? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she inadvertently looked his way, only to find Song Yan's gaze meeting hers from afar. Their eyes locked, and Jiang Qingyue raised an eyebrow with calm composure. He then approached the village chief and presented the divorce decree with an air of tranquility. Village chief, I kindly ask you to serve as a witness for my second brother. The village chief took a brief glance at the document before nodding. Rest assured, this heinous act committed by the Lu family cannot be tolerated by the Song family, nor by our Xia village. He then handed the decree to Song Xiaojing. The second brother took the decree, pricked his finger and pressed it onto the document, then tossed it at Lu Xiaoer. Here is your divorce decree. Return to your Lu family village. Chapter 55. Such audacity to demand the fish recipe. It was only upon receiving the divorce notice thrown by Song Xiaojiang that Lu Xiaoer realized the gravity of the situation. Initially, she believed the matter would merely result in a reprimand from Song Xiaojiang, but to her astonishment, even her usually mild-mannered mother-in-law had resorted to physical violence against her. Now, even the village had nodded in tacit agreement. Lu Xiaoer was suddenly engulfed in panic, disregarding her usual pride and dignity, and with a thud, she knelt before Wu Shi, pleading for mercy. Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never dare to repeat them. Please, grant me your forgiveness this once. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Wu Shi's sleeve. Observing this, Song Dongmei swiftly pulled her mother aside. Lu Shi, you brought this upon yourself. How dare you still plead for leniency with my mother? Unable to grasp Wu Shi, Lu Xiaoer crawled forward on her knees towards Song Dongmei. Sister. It was all the fault of the second sister-in-law. She only wished to find you a wealthy family, to ensure you live a life free from worries in your later years. I was doing it for your own good. Song Dongmei trembled with rage, turning to drag her sister-in-law back to their room to gather her belongings. The onlookers pointed fingers at Lu Shi, reprimanding her for her foolish actions. Shortly after, Song Dongmei and her sister-in-law finished packing Lu Xiaoer's belongings at the Song household, and Song Xiaojiang unceremoniously tossed them at Lu Shi's feet. Lu Shi, do not linger. Take your luggage and return to your Lu family at once. Lu Xiaoer clutched her belongings, weeping pitifully. Just as she felt utterly helpless, a commotion erupted at the entrance, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Who dares to bully my Lu family's daughter? It was the matron of the Lu family, who had just returned from the Lu family village to deliver the news. Upon learning of Lu Xiaoer's plight from Jiang Qingyue, she had summoned the men of the household without a moment's hesitation. Seeing her maternal family arrive instilled Lu Xiaoer with newfound courage. She scrambled to her feet and rushed to her mother's side. Mother, father, Song Xiaojiang intends to divorce me. The matron let out a wail. Who dares to do such a thing? My daughter has only been married to your Song family for a year. How can you bully her like this? Song Xiaojiang, veins bulging on his forehead, angrily pointed at the matron. Do not feign ignorance. You were present when Lu Xiaoer came to plead for a match. You know full well why she is being divorced. Your daughter is not worthy of our Song family. Please take her back immediately. Sensing the futility of words against Song Xiaojiang's attitude, the matron swiftly commanded her sons to take action and teach him a lesson. The villagers of Xia village, witnessing the unfolding drama, rolled up their sleeves, ready to retaliate against any disturbance in their village. Realizing that a brawl was inevitable, Jiang Qingyue quickly pulled Song Dongmei, her mother-in-law, and her sister-in-law to safety. Song Yan positioned himself in front of them to shield them from potential harm. Song Chunshan and Song Xiaojiang stood defiantly before the Lu family members, poised to counter any aggression. The Lu family, seeing the overwhelming numbers arrayed against them, felt their bravado wane. Are we truly going to fight? The matron weighed her options internally, concluding that engaging in battle today would yield no advantage. She unconsciously took a step back. In-laws, let us speak amicably. Must we escalate to the point of divorce? Wu Shi had remained silent until now, but she was resolute in supporting the second son's decision to divorce. Everyone has seen it. The second son has already issued a divorce notice. From this moment forth, we are no longer in-laws. You may call me in-law, but I cannot accept it. She continued, if you believe the Lu family is so wonderful, why did you not marry your daughter into the Lu family instead of bringing her into the Song household? With that, the matron was rendered speechless. Lu Xiaoer, Witnessing the inability of her family to sway her mother-in-law and Song Xiaojiang was unwilling to endure further humiliation. If divorce is to be, then one thing must be made clear: I shall not forfeit my rightful share. Song Xiaojiang scoffed, your dowry has long been consumed. You have contributed nothing to the household and have dined lavishly. What do you believe you are entitled to? Lu Xiao retorted defiantly, I do not care. Having married into the Song family, I am entitled to a share of your possessions. I desire nothing else, but you must give me the recipe for the smoked fish. The crowd fell silent, astonished by her demand. Song Xiaojiang was incredulous, laughing in disbelief. The recipe for smoked fish? Do you not realize that the third family has already separated from ours? Why should the recipe be given to you? He continued, despite the split. The smoked fish business remains with the Song family. Do not assume I am unaware of your clandestine dealings. Song Xiaojiang was secretly grateful that his third brother and sister-in-law had prudently kept all accounts transparent. The fish my elder brother and I caught were sold at market price to the third sister-in-law. What she does with it is of no concern to us. Lu Xiao refused to believe this, but Jiang Qingyue promptly produced the account book for the village head. The records detailed dates, weights of fish sold, and prices, confirming that their transactions were merely business dealings, devoid of any partnership in the smoked fish enterprise. Lu Xiao, unable to comprehend the records, tugged at her elder brother from her maternal family to take a look. Upon hearing the truth, she remained unconvinced, exclaiming, that is impossible. Today, I and the third couple went to Donghua building. They received quite a sum of silver. How could they have only received such a meager amount? Song Yan stepped forward, asserting, the price is fair. Anyone can verify it at the fish market in town. As for Donghua building, the silver we received today was combined with what we delivered to the Lu family yesterday, naturally resulting in a larger sum. Furthermore, the oil and sugar we use for the smoked fish are premium ingredients. The price we command is our business, and it does not concern you. As Song Yan finished, the village head and others echoed their agreement, affirming, the price for live fish is as stated. It is already quite generous. What others earn is their own affair. It is of no consequence to you. If you do not leave, do not blame us from Xia village for being ungracious. Under the collective threats and urgings, the Lu family was compelled to retreat from the Song household. Before departing, Lu Xiao cast a glance at the unyielding Song Xiaojiang, gritting her teeth, Song Xiaojiang, you will regret this. With that, she turned to leave. Jiang Qingyue, who had been watching the scene unfold from outside, prepared to hastily follow and reclaim her silver. However, as she took a step, she was abruptly halted by Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue, were you the one who informed the Lu family? At the outset, everyone was eager to catch more fish to sell in town, only to discover that the market was far from favorable. Not only did it waste precious time that could have been spent farming, but the unsold fish either perished or began to emit a foul odor, ultimately leading to a desperate sale at a loss. Nevertheless, having fish in the river was certainly better than having none at all. If the Song family continued their pace of selling fish, they would inevitably monopolize the market. However, some sensible individuals held a different perspective. Observing the lively discussions, Jiang Qingyue straightforwardly interjected, if I am not mistaken, these fish are merely a serendipitous bounty swept down from upstream. The quantity one can catch solely depends on individual skill. Furthermore, with only 2 of us from the Song family fishing, how could we possibly deplete the river? She continued, that said, if anyone is interested in selling fish, we are willing to purchase at the current market price. However, there is one stipulation. The fish must be freshly caught. I will not accept anything that has lost its freshness, and I will not buy any weighing less than 2 pounds. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyue's willingness to buy fish, the crowd was filled with unexpected delight. Really? Can you handle so many fish? They asked. Indeed, I shall buy as many as you can bring, Jiang Qingyue replied. And seeing that she was not jesting, the crowd departed joyfully, planning to return to their nets to fish. Jiang Qingyue, who had hoped to sow discord, found herself inadvertently enhancing Jiang Qingyue's reputation. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, be careful, you might end up with a pile of rotten fish that you cannot sell. Just wait and see. Jiang Qingyue crossed her arms and smiled at her, thinking that since she had already gained an unexpected 22 taels, she would not mind if it turned out to be a loss. She would consider it a virtuous act. Jiang Qingyue was infuriated by the salt rubbed into her wounds. Once the crowd dispersed, the family could not help but feel anxious. Wu was the most concerned, saying, Xiaoyu, what if everyone brings fish and we cannot sell them? The eldest couple shared the same worry, proposing, perhaps we should tell everyone that we will not be buying fish. We can manage to catch a little more ourselves. Seeing the anxiety in their faces, Jiang Qingyue reassured them, Mother, brother, think about it. How much were the fish worth before the heavy rain? And how much are they worth now? Song Xiaojiang quickly answered, normally, they would fetch at least 10 won per pound, but now it is only 6 won. Jiang Qingyue nodded, exactly. The peak season for fish will eventually pass. It would be wise to buy as many as we can while prices are low so we can sell them gradually. Otherwise, when the fish in the river are gone, our business will become increasingly difficult. Besides, the owner of Donghua has been urging us to supply more. As the weather cools, they plan to send goods to Jiangdu Prefecture. Song Yan immediately agreed. Moreover, we used to catch fish of various sizes, but now that we have set size limits, it will be more advantageous for us, preventing an overflow of fish we cannot store. He added, also, the pond behind our house has been left unused. I will speak to the village chief about using it temporarily for our fish. Reassured by Song Yan's words, the others began to relax. Song Xiaojiang volunteered. I will go early tomorrow to put up a fence around the pond. If you need help, I can watch over the fish. The eldest brother, Song Chunshan, nodded in agreement. I will assist you. The proactive stance of the two brothers brought comfort to Jiang Qingyue. Ever since Lu had left, the family had transformed. They no longer felt constrained by her presence. However, Jiang Qingyue believed that Song Xiaojiang could handle the fish collection on his own, while she had other plans for the eldest couple. Second brother, you need not go fishing in the river anymore. Just focus on collecting and watching over the fish. As for you, brother and sister-in-law, if you are willing, I would like you to take on the business of selling herbal jelly. The remaining batch of dried herbal jelly was dwindling, and taking advantage of the current hot weather, Jiang Qingyue aimed to sell it quickly. The eldest couple was astonished at Jiang Qingyue's suggestion for them to sell herbal jelly. You want us to sell herbal jelly in town? They exclaimed. Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded. Yes, I will prepare it for you to take to town. This business is not difficult, just selling it bowl by bowl. We can split the profits. Song Chunshan and his wife quickly waved their hands. No, that's too much. Jiang Qingyue laughed and shook her head. Brother and sister-in-law, don't rush to refuse. Just try selling it first. With the three of them sorted, Song Dongmei grew impatient. Sister-in-law, what about me? Didn't you say you wanted to try selling lip balm in town? Jiang Qingyue reminded her. Besides, our soap is also almost ready. Let us go to town tomorrow to test the waters. If it goes well, we can continue making more. Song Dongmei was elated, nearly forgetting about the soap and lip balm. Everyone suddenly found their tasks, and Wu excitedly rubbed her hands together. Shall I stay home to help you? Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded. Yes, we will certainly need your assistance at home. With everyone's roles established, Song Yan, feeling left out as he awaited his task, cleared his throat and suggested, then I will be responsible for delivering goods to Donghua. I can also handle the accounting. Jiang Qingyue had been thinking along the same lines, but at that moment, another idea struck her. Every time she accompanied Uncle Nyo's cart to town, the lack of freedom and the need to navigate the prying questions of fellow passengers made her long to have her own cart. However, when she voiced this desire, everyone, including Song Yan, looked at her in astonishment. You want to buy a cart? Jiang Qingyue inquired. How much does a cart cost? Song Yan silently regarded her for a moment before answering. It would be around 15 to 20 taels. What? The price was indeed a bit steep. Noticing her reluctance, Song Yan paused before suggesting, actually, a cart might not be very useful for us, given our limited land. Why not consider buying a donkey instead? Donkeys are faster than oxen and can be purchased for under 10 taels if you seek a good one. Moreover, they can navigate all sorts of rugged terrain, making them more practical for our needs. Although Jiang Qingyue was unfamiliar with such matters, she felt a surge of excitement at Song Yan's suggestion. Then it's settled. We shall buy a donkey tomorrow. Chapter 57. Difficulties in moving next year. That night proved restless for the Song family. The eldest couple tossed and turned in bed. Zhang Sunyang fretting, how are we going to sell herbal jelly tomorrow? Can we manage? Song Chunshan sighed, didn't our sister-in-law teach us earlier this afternoon? Besides, she will lead us there tomorrow, so you needn't worry. Just focus on memorizing the catchy phrases she taught us. Alright, but how does it go again? Let us just sleep for now. In the same room as Song Dongmei, Wu recalled the day's events and felt a creeping dread. The more she thought about it, the colder her back felt, and she tightly grasped her daughter's hand. needing to see her lying peacefully beside her to find some comfort. Song Dongmei, on the other hand, had a much better grasp on her emotions, her thoughts consumed with the upcoming sale of lip balm and soap, completely casting aside the memory of Lu Xiu'er. Song Shejiang had also experienced a significant shock that day. He had started the morning as a married man, only to find himself single by nightfall. However, reflecting on it, he thought that having a wife like Lu was perhaps worse than being alone. Being single felt surprisingly liberating. Reflecting on the task assigned by the third brother's wife regarding the collection and rearing of fish, a surge of motivation coursed through him. Meanwhile, next door, Song Yan and Jiang Qingyue were also wide awake. Ever since Wu had taken away the straw mats for sleeping, the two had been sharing a bed. Jiang Qingyue, however, had taken the initiative to stretch a rope in between them, draping a sheet at night to create a makeshift barrier, which would be removed come morning. Typically, they would wash up in succession, so by the time Song Yan climbed into bed, Jiang Qingyue had usually already drifted off to sleep, rendering any potential awkwardness negligible. Yet tonight, Jiang Qingyue was brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting Song Yan's return from his wash. When he finally lay down, she found herself still wide awake, unable to resist striking up a conversation. Song Yan, what do you think of our division of labor today? Thank you for asking, he replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. I think it's quite good. Jiang Qingyue was still enveloped in the joy of the prospects ahead. About the hunting and charcoal-making expedition you mentioned for elder brother and second brother? That's fine. Once you're done with your tasks here, there's no rush. We can head up the mountain in the autumn. Oh, do you know how to care for a little donkey? It shouldn't be too difficult. Donkeys are easier to rear than cattle or horses, and they are quite hardy. Upon finishing his sentence, Song Yan couldn't help but chuckle at his own unexpected verbosity. Although separated by a curtain, he could still catch glimpses of her expression. At that moment, a smile graced her lips, and the blemishes that once marred her complexion had faded to the point of near invisibility, her skin appearing as pristine as a freshly shelled egg. With her dark hair cascading freely over the pillow, Song Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly diverted his gaze elsewhere. He then retrieved the 5 taels of silver he had prepared and handed them to her through the curtain. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback and promptly pulled aside the curtain, her eyes wide with surprise. What's this for? Song Yan met her gaze with an air of nonchalance. This is for the donkey. I should contribute half. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Qingyue inquired, where did you acquire this silver? I found it. Do you believe me? Jiang Qingyue rolled her eyes at him. I don't. But I want to pry into your private savings. We agreed not to meddle in each other's personal matters, aside from shared expenses. Song Yan lowered his gaze slightly. That's why I said I would cover half for the donkey. It counts as a household expense. Jiang Qingyue clenched the silver in her palm, torn with indecision. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately decided to return it. Never mind. I'll be leaving in the spring anyway. I'd like to buy the donkey to help with moving my belongings, so I'll handle the purchase myself to avoid complications when we split up. Song Yan waited patiently, thinking she was merely shy about accepting it. He was unprepared for her to be contemplating their separation in the coming spring, and her tone suggested she had already considered how to move. This realization left him with an inexplicable emptiness, and upon regaining his composure, he found his reaction rather peculiar. Who could predict what spring would bring? The time was still quite distant. Is it too early? She mused with a soft chuckle. Autumn is nearly upon us. And once autumn arrives, winter will follow. Spring will not be far behind. Feeling utterly at a loss with this woman, Song Yan decided to shove the 5 taels of silver towards her and turned away. I'm going to sleep. Seeing his obstinate refusal to let the matter go, Jiang Qingyue graciously accepted the silver. I can gather the funds to buy it. We can settle the accounts when we part ways. Perhaps by then I'll have earned enough to buy a cart, and the donkey cart can be yours. Content with her 5 taels, Jiang Qingyue drifted off to sleep, leaving Song Yan feeling quite vexed. He lay with his eyes shut, yet sleep eluded him. It was only when he heard the rhythmic sounds of breathing from next door that he gently lifted the curtain to glance at her. Finding her indeed fast asleep, he returned to his own bed, a cloud of frustration lingering. The following day, it was evident that the Song family had not rested well. Yet they were all brimming with energy. As dawn broke, they rose early to assist Jiang Qingyue, prompting her to hastily climb out of bed. The previous night, she had prepared the sweet herbal dessert, which was now perfectly set. However, the fish had yet to be cooked. Hence the urgency of their early arrival to lend a hand. Fortunately, with many hands at work, the tasks were swiftly divided. Some killed fish, others cut them into pieces, while others tended to the fire and fried the fish. The entire operation had transformed into a seamless assembly line. Jiang Qingyue focused on preparing the sauce, and as soon as the fish was fried twice, she began soaking and draining them. Amidst her leisurely pace, she even found time to fry some youtiao, Chinese crullers, with the leftover oil. The dough had been prepared in advance and stored, so it required no kneading. She simply rolled it out, cut it into strips, pressed them together, and with a flick of her chopsticks, they were ready. As the long strips hit the hot oil, they puffed up immediately. Everyone had initially thought that with so much work ahead, they would forego breakfast, opting to eat after completing their tasks. Little did they know, Jiang Qingyue was quick to have breakfast ready. As she pulled the golden youtiao from the pot, everyone stared in astonishment. Sister-in-law, what have you fried? Though youtiao existed in this era, fried foods were considered a luxury. The Song family had never made youtiao at home, so it was natural for Song Dongmei to be oblivious. In fact, it was not just Song Dongmei. Even the elder brother and sister-in-law were equally puzzled. Wu, however, recognized it immediately. That's fried dough. When I first married your father, he brought some back from Jiangdu when he returned from a business trip. As she reminisced about the father of her children, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Wu's eyes. Gazing at the youtiao in Jiang Qingyue's hands, she felt a swell of emotion. Jiang Qingyue, surprised that frying youtiao had stirred memories of her mother-in-law's youth, quickly took a plate and offered her 2 cooled pieces. Mother, try them and see if mine are tastier than the ones father brought back. Tears welled in Wu's eyes as she accepted the youtiao and took a small bite, only to burst into laughter. Your cooking is indeed better. When your father brought them back, they were cold and didn't have this crispiness. As Wu enjoyed the youtiao, her children observed with serious expressions. When she suddenly smiled, they all felt a weight lift from their hearts. Jiang Qingyue fried nearly 20 pieces of youtiao, allowing everyone to enjoy them as they cooled. These must be eaten warm. We'll head to town soon, so don't be shy. Song Dongmei wasted no time. Noticing that her elder sister-in-law and elder brother were hesitant, she took the lead and sampled one. These youtiao are delicious. Elder brother, second brother, sister-in-law. You should all try some. In the midst of her words, Song Yan had already picked up chopsticks to serve everyone. Time was of the essence, and no one bothered to sit. They all gathered around the stove, eating while watching the cooking process. The outer layer of the youtiao was golden and crispy, and with each bite, the fluffy interior beckoned. Eagerly consuming them while still hot, they burned their mouths, yet as Jiang Qingyue had said, the warmth made them all the more delightful. Zhang Sunyang, having eaten a couple, noticed Jiang Qingyue still bustling about and offered, Sister-in-law, you keep eating. I'll help you turn them. It looks quite similar to frying fish. Jiang Qingyue smiled at her. No need, there are just a few left. And they'll be done shortly. You can leave it to me. Seeing that she was unwilling to let go, Song Dongmei called out to the nearest Song Yan. Third brother, why don't you give some to third sister-in-law? Let her have a couple of bites to tide her over. Just as Song Yan picked up a youtiao, under the urging gazes of everyone, he calmly brought the youtiao to Jiang Qingyue's lips. Jiang Qingyue was about to decline, but as the food was already presented to her, she inexplicably took a bite. All right, you all hurry and eat, she urged. Then she noticed Song Yan hesitating for a brief moment while looking at the youtiao in his hand, before he resumed eating with his usual composure. Once Jiang Qingyue had taken a bite, everyone else lowered their heads to eat their own youtiao, oblivious to Song Yan's fleeting pause. Or perhaps they thought it was perfectly natural for a husband to eat after his wife. However, Jiang Qingyue was acutely aware that Song Yan had been compelled to feed her. But why didn't he simply grab another? Jiang Qingyue pondered, beginning to feel a sheen of sweat on her brow, her face unconsciously warming. Fortunately, Song Yan quickly finished that piece of youtiao and did not continue to feed her. By the time all the youtiao had been consumed, Jiang Qingyue hastily ate 2 more before rushing out to gather lip balm and soap. Aside from Wu Shi, who stayed home to look after the house, Song Xiaojiang was tasked with cleaning the pond, and the rest planned to head to the town. The villagers, who had been watching to see whether the Song family would catch fish, felt reassured upon hearing that 5 members had gone to town to sell fish, leaving the second son behind to prepare for the catch. After breakfast, some went to the river, while others set out to catch fish. When Jiang Qingyue and her companions arrived in town, it was already getting late, so they decided to split up. They sent Song Yan to Duawailu to deliver the smoked fish, while Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei accompanied her eldest brother and sister-in-law to the West Market to sell grass jelly. Upon reaching their usual spot under the West Market Bridge, as they were setting up their stall, several regular patrons gathered around. "You're finally setting up today. We've been waiting," one exclaimed. "We thought you were done with business." As Jiang Qingyue busily arranged the items, she smiled and explained to everyone. "The heavy rains and some matters at home delayed us. However, starting today, we'll be back at our usual time and place selling grass jelly until the end of summer." Hearing this, the regulars nodded in delight. "That's wonderful. It's been so hot lately, we need something cool. Please bring me a bowl." "Certainly." As Jiang Qingyue served the grass jelly to the patrons, her eldest brother and sister-in-law observed and learned. After she had served 2 bowls, Zhang Sunyang eagerly asked, "Sister-in-law, may I give it a try?" Jiang Qingyue handed her the spoon, saying, "All right, elder brother, you go help Dongmei collect payments and maintain the queue." The two soon found their rhythm, their hands moving faster as they served. Initially, Zhang Sunyang had worried about remembering the serving chants, but she now realized that it was unnecessary, as she had been focused solely on serving the grass jelly. Song Chunshan was also bustling about, alternating between serving bowls, collecting payments, and washing dishes, and occasionally calling out to the crowd. Seeing that they had settled into their roles, Jiang Qingyue prepared to depart with Song Dongmei to sell soap and lip balm. The original owner had never purchased such cosmetics, so Jiang Qingyue was uncertain about the local powder shops and had to inquire about the largest cosmetics store in Qinghe town. Without hesitation, Song Dongmei replied, "Naturally, it's Ningxiang Pavilion." "But third sister-in-law, why are you asking this? Aren't we going to find a place to set up our stall?" Jiang Qingyue shook her head with a smile, explaining, "Setting up a stall is too labor-intensive and won't fetch a good price. Let us go directly to Ningxiang Pavilion and see." As they made their way to the pavilion, they passed several women selling lip balm at their stalls, but the business seemed lackluster. Upon arriving at Ningxiang Pavilion, they noticed several elegantly dressed young ladies leisurely browsing inside. Jiang Qingyue thought to herself that such exquisite items were indeed best found in well-established shops. If suitable, consigning them here would be preferable. However, success would depend on fate. The two lingered at the entrance for a moment before stepping into the shop. Upon entering, they were greeted by a strong scent of cosmetics mingled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs, yet it was not unpleasant. The shop was spacious, and each counter was neatly arranged. Although Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei did not appear to be regular customers, they were not met with any hostility. Gaining a favorable first impression, Jiang Qingyue decided to browse and inquire about prices. They first approached the counter selling lip balm, where they were taken aback by the rows of beautifully packaged products, each labeled with various colors and benefits. They were momentarily dumbfounded, feeling hesitant to mention consigning their own lip balm. Fortunately, as they turned around to the section selling bath beans, Jiang Qingyue regained a bit of her confidence. Chapter 59. Selling Soap. Although Ningxiang Pavilion offered several types of bath beans, the distinctions were minimal, primarily differing in fragrance. Jiang Qingyue had done her homework before arriving and knew that contemporary bath beans were often made from pig liver and bean powder, mixed with various fragrances. The low yield of pig liver was well known. Consequently, bath beans made this way did not form well and were quite wasteful in use. Moreover, their cleaning ability was not particularly impressive, often necessitating the addition of substantial fragrances to mask odors. Jiang Qingyue calmly requested a piece to smell, then inquired about the price. The response was straightforward: 1 tael of silver for a box, containing 3 pieces. This price was in line with her expectations. However, Song Dongmei did not share the same sentiment. Upon hearing the price of 1 tael, she raised a finger, looking incredulously at the shop assistant. For such a small amount, you want to charge 1 tael? Seeing Song Dongmei's changed expression, Jiang Qingyue quickly grasped her outstretched finger and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. My sister-in-law is here for the first time." Fortunately, the assistant was not offended, merely explaining somewhat tersely, "Our bath beans are made with several fragrances, so the price is naturally higher." Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement and then cheerfully asked, "May I inquire if you sell soap here?" "Soap? What is that?" Jiang Qingyue did not intend to keep him guessing and directly pulled a piece of soap from her basket. "This one. Similar to bath beans but with stronger cleaning power and greater durability. To be frank, we came today to see if your shop would consider purchasing soap." If so, I would appreciate an introduction to the shopkeeper. The assistant took the round piece of soap from Jiang Qingyue's hand and inspected it, then sniffed it. The scent is too faint. Will it work? Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded. You may try it. Our soap leaves one feeling very clean after use, with only a light fragrance remaining, so a strong scent is unnecessary. All right, the shopkeeper is not here today, but I'll go seek him out for you. Please wait a moment. As the assistant prepared to find the shopkeeper, commotion erupted outside the shop. Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei quickly stepped aside, eager to inquire about the situation. A young maiden descended the stairs and inquired of those nearby about the commotion. Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei, positioned closely, overheard the conversation clearly. It turned out that a few days prior, someone had purchased face powder from the Lingxiang pavilion, only to now find their visage marred by an outbreak of unsightly bumps, accompanied by intense itching. The young woman descending the stairs was, in fact, the proprietor of the Lingxiang pavilion. After inquiring about the situation, she promptly summoned the mother and daughter who had caused the disturbance. Upon examining the symptoms, she asked, "How can you be certain that the affliction on your faces is a result of our powder?" The young lady, indignant at the insinuation, immediately produced the face powder she had bought just days ago. Look for yourself. This is the very powder I purchased from your establishment. It was this very attendant who sold it to me. You can ask him if you wish. The girl's mother echoed her anger, asserting, "We would never resort to such deceit regarding my daughter's appearance. The fault lies with your product." Seeing that the young girl appeared earnest and not likely to fabricate, the proprietor probed further. Do you wash your face before bed each night? The girl replied, "Of course. I use your bath beans, yet it only exacerbates the itching." Not wishing to escalate the situation, the proprietor readily agreed to compensate them with silver. Having observed your sister's condition, it seems she is simply experiencing an adjustment to the new powder. I will reimburse you. However, the girl remained unsatisfied. Who wants your silver? Will that restore my face? The proprietor, somewhat at a loss, suggested, you should return home and allow a few days for it to heal. If it does not improve, I shall summon a doctor from Jiangdu to treat you. But in just 2 days, I am to be wed. How can I possibly face my husband with such a visage? The girl's mother, growing frantic, threatened to refuse to leave. The onlookers began to murmur, some accusing the mother and daughter of attempting to extort more money, while the majority expressed concern for the unfortunate girl, recognizing that marriage was a lifelong commitment and should not be marred by such an affliction. Amidst the crowd's chatter, the girl found herself on the verge of tears. Observing from the sidelines, Song Dongmei could not help but tug at Jiang Qingyue's sleeve and whisper, "Sister-in-law, would our soap be effective for her face?" Jiang Qingyue had been observing the girl for quite some time and suspected that her issues stemmed from improper makeup removal. Modern powders often contained lead, and excessive use could indeed harm the skin. Given the girl's youth, she was likely at an age where acne was common, and unsuitable products could exacerbate her condition. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. It should be all right. Then let us give it a try. Our soap contains no harsh ingredients, and the outcome cannot be worse than it already is. Jiang Qingyue retrieved the forgotten bar of soap and offered it to the girl. I have a piece of soap here. If you are willing, you may wash with it and see. Upon hearing the word soap, the girl halted her sobbing. What is that? Jiang Qingyue took the opportunity to elaborate. It is a cleansing agent that works more effectively than bath beans. Perhaps your washing method was incorrect, or the bath beans lacked sufficient cleansing power, resulting in residual powder that has now caused this outbreak. The girl looked at Jiang Qingyue with skepticism, suspecting her to be affiliated with Lingxiang Pavilion. However, in her desperation, she nodded, eager to try. Jiang Qingyue turned to the proprietor to request, "May I borrow a towel and a basin?" The proprietor hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Yes, that is acceptable. She then personally instructed an attendant to fetch a basin and clean towels, bringing both hot and cool water. Jiang Qingyue first soaked the towel in hot water, wrung out the excess, and gently applied it to the girl's face. Once the steam had opened her pores, she dampened the bar of soap and gently massaged it in circular motions over the clogged areas. As she tenderly washed the girl's face, Jiang Qingyue explained, "Your complexion is delicate. If you apply face powder, you must cleanse thoroughly every night before bed and rinse multiple times with clear water." After completing the wash, she requested the attendant to bring a copper mirror. For now, this will suffice. You will need to wash your face daily for a few more days to achieve full recovery. The girl, initially devoid of hope, was astonished to see in the mirror that the bumps on her face had significantly improved, and her skin felt much smoother. Moreover, the formerly itchy areas were no longer bothersome. She expressed her gratitude to Jiang Qingyue and turned to the proprietor with newfound determination, stating, "I accept the silver you offered. But consider this soap as your compensation. If it works well, I shall not pursue further disputes." The proprietor appeared conflicted, although she had resolved one issue. The soap was not hers to give. Furthermore, it might have been a ploy from a competitor. Compounding the dilemma, the onlookers began to inquire about the price of the soap. Perceiving the proprietor's discomfort, Jiang Qingyue stepped forward. "This bar of soap is a gift for this young lady. Upon returning home, she should follow my earlier instructions for daily cleansing. If possible, she might mix egg whites and honey to apply on her face. She should see improvement swiftly." The girl, elated, thanked her profusely and joyfully departed with her mother. Once they had left, Jiang Qingyue turned back to the proprietor, explaining, "We came today to discuss a potential business venture regarding soap with Lingxiang Pavilion, but the young lady's situation interrupted us. I wonder if you now have time to converse?" Upon hearing this, the proprietor's face lit up with excitement, and she eagerly invited Jiang Qingyue upstairs for a more detailed discussion. Once upstairs, Jiang Qingyue was greeted by a delicate fragrance. Before her lay a series of workstations adorned with various spices, herbs, and molds, resembling a miniature laboratory. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "No wonder your establishment thrives so well. The upstairs holds wonders beyond my expectations." "You flatter me. I simply have a penchant for experimenting with such items," the proprietor replied, promptly instructing someone to serve tea. After some polite exchanges, Jiang Qingyue learned that the young woman was named Su Wanning, hailing from Jiangdu. Lingxiang Pavilion has several locations across the major towns of Jiangdu. This is merely one of them. I am here temporarily due to my shopkeeper's family matters. Given their shared interest in such endeavors, the two women quickly found common ground in conversation. After some pleasantries, Su Wanning decided to get straight to the point. "I am 3 years your senior, so I shall take the liberty of addressing you as sister. I am curious about the business proposal you mentioned earlier." Jiang Qingyue had already formulated her plan. "At present, I have 10 bars of soap, which I intend to sell for 1 or 2 silver coins each. If you find this agreeable, we can commence a trial today. And in 10 days, I will have an additional 10 bars available." Su Wanning was momentarily taken aback by the price Jiang Qingyue quoted, but quickly grasped its potential. If this soap truly possesses the durability and efficacy she claims, then a silver or 2 would indeed be a reasonable price. However, why must it take 10 days to deliver just 10 bars? Jiang Qingyue, observing that she had not mentioned the price, felt a slight sense of relief and continued to explain. "To be candid, the production of this soap is quite laborious, and the waiting period is extensive. To ensure its quality, we can only supply this limited quantity for the time being. Sister Wan Ning, if you find it satisfactory, perhaps you could test the market. In a month's time, our supply will increase." Su Wan Ning pondered for a moment before smiling and agreeing, "All right. Then I shall take 10 bars. I did not pay close attention before, and that young lady took them away. Do you have these 10 bars with you?" Nearby, Song Dongmei quickly retrieved a basket and carefully placed 10 bars of soap on the table. Su Wanning took them, inspected and touched them, then held one to her nose to smell, saying, "There's no need for me to test it. We all witnessed the results of that young lady's trial." With that, she promptly instructed her maid to fetch 10 taels of silver. After the transaction was completed, Su Wanning wished to keep a couple of people there for tea. However, Jiang Qingyue, noting the time and uncertain of her elder brother and sister-in-law's situation, hurriedly expressed her gratitude and left with Song Dongmei. Upon exiting, the two headed directly towards the bridge in the Western Market. Song Dongmei, still puzzled, asked, "Sister-in-law, we clearly have more than 20 bars of soap at home. Why did you say there were only 10? Are we planning to sell the rest elsewhere?" Jiang Qingyue smiled gently. "Such items cannot be sold to multiple vendors. I mentioned 10 bars because our new soap will require nearly a month to produce. We cannot allow her to sell out completely and then anxiously await our next batch. Can we?" Song Dongmei understood, exclaiming, "I see. It's like dangling a carrot in front of a donkey." Jiang Qingyue chuckled. "We are not merely stringing her along. This is a strategy of scarcity. Consider this. If there are 2 types of soap, one that can be purchased freely with money and another that is coveted but unavailable, which do you think would be deemed more valuable?" Song Dongmei exclaimed, "Certainly the latter. If it's unattainable, everyone will surely clamor for it. And spending a bit more would be justified." Jiang Qingyue nodded in approval precisely. Therefore, until we can produce our soap in bulk, we shall employ the strategy of scarcity. You are indeed clever, sister-in-law. You have such a sharp mind, I shall follow your lead, said the two sisters-in-law as they bantered back while walking home. Just as they descended the bridge, they spotted Song Yan waiting below. Jiang Qingyue instinctively suppressed a smile, asking, "Have you finished delivering the goods?" Song Yan merely nodded. "Did you manage to sell them?" Without waiting for Jiang Qingyue's response, Song Dongmei excitedly recounted in detail how they had sold the soap at the shop. Third brother. You wouldn't believe it. If it weren't for my sister-in-law today, that mother and daughter duo would have dismantled the fragrant pavilion. When my sister-in-law quoted 1 tael of silver per bar, I nearly held my breath, fearing they might chase us away with a stick. Unexpectedly, they hesitated for just a moment before agreeing. I just commented on my sister-in-law's cleverness, and she wasn't pleased, but truly. Who would think of such a strategy of scarcity, right? Chapter 61. Sister is also a person of means. Jiang Qingyue, amused by Song Dongmei's animated storytelling, shook her head with a smile and walked directly toward her elder brother and sister-in-law, who were in the midst of packing up. Elder brother, sister-in-law, how did today go? Zhang Suliang, seeing Jiang Qingyue return, eagerly stood up. Very well, quite well. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Song Chunshan chimed in. Your sister-in-law is just prone to unnecessary worry. After a restless night filled with excitement, I told her that with a younger sister guiding us, we would surely be fine. As they spoke, the couple handed her all the coins they had earned that day. Jiang Qingyue, wishing to avoid any commotion over the money, accepted the coins and suggested, "Let us discuss how to divide the earnings once we're home." Zhang Suliang replied with a soft laugh. Third brother returned quite early. He intended to find you. But after searching the streets and not seeing you, he returned. I noticed he kept gazing across the bridge, clearly worried about you. Jiang Qingyue chuckled softly, thinking that this was likely more of her sister-in-law's imagination. Even if he were concerned, it was likely for Dongmei's sake. However, she hadn't anticipated that he would seek out both her and Dongmei. It seemed he had missed them while passing by the fragrant pavilion, likely because they were upstairs. Once they finished tidying up, Jiang Qingyue noted that mealtime had passed and suggested they find a place to eat. However, Song Chunshan and Zhang Suliang declined, insisting they should return home sooner, as they still needed to purchase a donkey cart. Yes, mother and second brother are probably worried about us at home. We ought to avoid spending unnecessarily. Jiang Qingyue understood that they were being frugal, and, ultimately, they settled for a quick meal of wontons from a nearby stall. After their meal, the 5 of them made their way toward the mule and horse market. The market, dedicated to livestock, was bustling with donkeys, horses, cattle, and sheep. In the sweltering heat, it was not only lively but also quite odorous. As Jiang Qingyue entered, she found it overwhelming, especially with the donkeys crowded in one area, leaving her bewildered and unsure how to select one. Noticing her furrowed brow, Song Yan suggested, "You should step outside for a moment. I and elder brother will handle the selection." Jiang Qingyue quickly retrieved the 10 taels of silver she had prepared and handed it to him before hastily covering her nose and exiting. The 3 waited in the shade for quite some time before Song Yan and Song Chunshan emerged, leading a donkey. Jiang Qingyue felt a surge of joy, running toward them as if she had just purchased a luxury carriage. The donkey before her appeared robust and well-groomed, while it could not compare to a steed. It exceeded her expectations. After feeding the donkey some grass and having the seller secure the cart, they finally concluded the transaction. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Qingyue whispered to Song Yan, "Is 10 taels sufficient?" Song Yan glanced at her and then pulled out the remaining coins, revealing 501. This time, before he could refuse, an overly enthusiastic Jiang Qingyue playfully pushed the coins back to him, saying, "Consider this a gift, keep it as your private savings." Song Yan chuckled, breaking into a smile as he returned the leftover coins to his pocket. "Let us climb aboard, we still have more shopping to do." The trio joyfully climbed onto the cart, with Song Yan settling in front alongside Song Chunshan to drive. Upon reaching the market, Jiang Qingyue first purchased the lard needed for soap making and then generously requested the butcher to slice a large piece of pork belly. After acquiring the meat, they proceeded to buy rice, flour, and various seasonings for the smoked fish they planned to prepare. Now that they had a cart, transporting their purchases was convenient, and they no longer had to worry about the gazes of others. Having bought everything on her list, Jiang Qingyue was about to head back to the donkey cart when Song Yan gently pulled her sleeve. "There's a fabric shop right across. Should we stop to buy some materials?" Jiang Qingyue's first instinct was to think that Song Yan wanted new clothes for himself. She looked him over and realized that she had indeed not paid much attention to his attire. Considering that he had worked hard recently, she felt it was only fair to spend some money on him. She readily agreed, "It is indeed time to buy you a couple of outfits." However, Song Yan had already discerned her thoughts and promptly corrected her, "I don't need any. It's mother who said you should get some new clothes." Jiang Qingyue surveyed her surroundings and resolutely declined, insisting that it was unnecessary and that they should wait a little longer, perhaps until after summer. Primarily, she wished to shed a few more pounds. She still had ample room for improvement, and the expense of the donkey cart she had just purchased left her feeling somewhat pained. Observing her steadfastness, Song Yan had no choice but to hoist the sacks of grain back onto the cart. As he approached, both Song Chunshan and Zhang Sunyang were taken aback. Had they truly bought so many items? Jiang Qingyue merely smiled, explaining that with the convenience of a cart, it was prudent to buy more. She had promised Dongmei to prepare 5-spice pork, but had not managed to do so yesterday, hence, she had specifically purchased the meat today, as everyone was coming over in the evening. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei felt a surge of emotion, her nose tinged with tears. After such a significant incident at home yesterday, she had thought that her sister-in-law merely mentioned it to reassure her. But she was touched to discover it had lingered in Jiang Qingyue's heart. Unconcerned about the possibility of ridicule, she threw her arms around Jiang Qingyue, sobbing softly, "Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful to me." Jiang Qingyue feigned disdain, cautioning her to be careful not to smear her snot on her. The three women chatted and laughed merrily along the way. Although Song Yan sat at the front driving the cart without turning back, he was acutely aware of the lively atmosphere behind him. Noticing how dearly everyone cherished Jiang Qingyue, especially Song Dongmei, who had come to rely on her, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. What would happen if she truly left after spring? Given her current urgency to earn money, it seemed she was indeed contemplating departure. Although this plan had been a mutual agreement between the two of them, he now found himself questioning the validity of that decision. This sudden thought tightened his chest, compelling him to suppress it temporarily and drive the cart faster. The clatter of the donkey cart was unavoidable, and upon returning to the village, it naturally stirred quite a commotion. It was inevitable that they would attract attention, after all. The villagers would learn of it sooner or later. Thus, they had no intention of concealing anything. When someone inquired, Jiang Qingyue responded with a calm smile, explaining that the cart was convenient for their upcoming fish-selling venture. Yes, she continued, "a donkey is not particularly precious. It can be purchased for a few taels of silver, unlike an ox cart." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Yan and Song Chunshan drove the cart to their doorstep. Given the smaller size of the courtyard where Jiang Qingyue and Song Yan resided, they collectively decided to place the ox cart next door first. Once everything was successfully unloaded and organized, Jiang Qingyue intended to check on the situation at Song Xiaojiang's side. As it was the first day of fishing, everyone was enthusiastic, and many came to sell their catch. Although Wu Shi was there to assist, Song Xiaojiang was still feeling a bit flustered. Upon seeing Song Yan arrive, it was as if he had spotted a savior. "Third brother, come and see if my accounts are in order. I feel a bit overwhelmed." Song Xiaojiang had studied for 2 years and could recognize some characters. While he couldn't compare to Song Yan, he was at least competent enough for bookkeeping. After examining the records for a while, Song Yan commented, "This is fine. Just make a few adjustments here, and as long as you can understand it, that will suffice." While the two brothers were engrossed in the accounts, Jiang Qingyue took the opportunity to inspect the fish they had returned with. They appeared relatively fresh, lively, and of acceptable size, allowing her to feel reassured enough to leave Song Yan and Song Chunshan to assist while she went with Song Dongmei to prepare dinner. Although she had previously made braised pork, it had been more of a stew with more radishes than meat. This time, Jiang Qingyue had no intention of including any radishes, aiming to create an authentic braised pork dish. She cut the streaky pork into small cubes and blanched them in cold water, then added a bit of oil to render the fat. Using the lard that had been rendered, she caramelized sugar, then added various seasonings and sauces to stir-fry and simmer. In addition to the braised pork, Jiang Qingyue also prepared a large pot of fish head and tofu soup, emphasizing simplicity and ample quantity. As Song Dongmei tended to the fire, she was practically drooling. When Jiang Qingyue called out to fetch her 3 brothers for dinner, she immediately snapped back to reality and dashed out the door. Eldest brother, second brother, dinner is ready. Third brother, sister-in-law is calling you to eat. The 3 of them, covered in mud from the pond, did not want to keep anyone waiting and quickly washed off in the stream before returning. Having worked diligently throughout the day, Song Xiaojiang had barely eaten at lunch, surviving on a simple steamed bun and plain water. By now he was ravenous, and upon entering the house, the enticing aroma wafting through the air seemed to enchant him completely. Wow, is that braised pork? And fish? And white rice? Is today a festival? Apart from the second brother, the eldest couple felt quite embarrassed, having already declined numerous times to stay for dinner. However, seeing the abundance Jiang Qingyue had prepared, they had no choice but to remain, feeling sheepish. Noticing their reluctance, Jiang Qingyue smiled and reassured them, please, do not hold back. Although today is not a holiday, it is indeed a rare and joyous occasion. Eldest brother and sister-in-law successfully sold herbal jelly for the first time, and my sister and I sold soap. Second brother has worked hard all day opening the fish pond, and we have also acquired a donkey cart. Surely that merits a celebration. With that, she pointed to the braised pork, urging everyone to dig in quickly, for it would not taste as good once it cooled down, and they could chat afterward. The table was laden with 2 large platters of braised pork, glistening with a rich, appetizing sheen that made everyone's mouths water. Unable to resist, they all eagerly reached for their chopsticks. As the tender, fatty meat melted in their mouths, the delightful aroma enveloped them. Even the lean meat absorbed the flavors beautifully. Since the dish was primarily intended for Song Dongmei, Jiang Qingyue was the first to inquire, so, how is it? Is it delicious? Song Dongmei could only nod vigorously, her eyes welling with tears. It's so delicious I could cry. Jiang Qingyue chuckled, urging everyone to eat, insisting that nothing should remain on the table. While she encouraged others to indulge in the meat, her own chopsticks were consistently reaching for the fish. Today, the fish she prepared was light and succulent, allowing her to enjoy a bit without fear of weight gain. As everyone noticed her continued preference for fish and soup, they began urging her to eat meat. After repeated insistence, Jiang Qingyue had no choice but to laugh and explain, I've had enough already, it's too fatty for me. After all, it was evening. And for someone on a diet, white rice paired with braised pork was a perilous combination. Thus, when she had eaten the meat, she had refrained from indulging in rice. Seeing this, Wu Shi grew anxious. Xiaoya, you're not still on a diet, are you? Listen to your mother, eat well, and don't worry about dieting. Zhang Sunyong chimed in, indeed, sister-in-law, I aspire to have your figure. I could only envy you. Jiang Qingyue sighed in resignation, if only this meat were available for free, I would gladly give you a few pounds. At this, everyone burst into laughter. Given that Song Dongmei was of a similar age and understood Jiang Qingyue's sentiments well, she took it upon herself to defend her sister-in-law. Mother, don't worry. This meat is for my sister-in-law. If she wants to lose weight, let her. Wu Shi conceded with a hum, but still felt it a shame that such fine meat should go uneaten. If you find it too fatty, just eat the lean parts and leave the fatty for the third son. The moment Jiang Qingyue heard this, alarm bells went off in her mind. She had already been involuntarily operating once this morning during breakfast. She absolutely could not allow her mother-in-law to develop this habit of forced feeding. Thus, she promptly refused. It's really unnecessary. I can eat just fine, so you all enjoy. Saying this, she indignantly picked a lean piece of meat and popped it into her mouth. At worst, I can find an opportunity to practice more in the space tonight. After a meal that was nearly finished, Jiang Qingyue intended to discuss the matter of splitting the earnings with everyone. Although they were indeed family, since they were embarking on a business venture together, it was imperative to avoid any confusion. Otherwise, as time passed, individual opinions were bound to arise. It was better to clarify matters early on and establish some guidelines. Jiang Qingyue briefly articulated her thoughts and then turned to the elder couple. Brother and sister-in-law, the celestial herbs on your side can probably only be sold for about another month. Those celestial herbs, along with the mint and mulberries, were gathered with your assistance. Most of the bowls and spoons were crafted by you, brother. Therefore, I propose that we exclude the costs of the celestial herbs from our calculations, and we can simply split the proceeds evenly. As she spoke, Jiang Qingyue prepared to take out the coins earned from today's sales. However, Song Chunshan and Zhang Sunyong quickly waved their hands, exclaiming that it simply wouldn't do. Sister-in-law, we discussed this while we were in town today and calculated the figures. Although these celestial herbs aren't particularly valuable, each bowl can fetch 5 coins, which totals 500 coins for 100 bowls in a day. Splitting that would be excessive. Jiang Qingyue added, indeed, the work we do daily doesn't warrant 200 coins. Besides, you seem to have forgotten to account for the cost of your malt sugar. Furthermore, she continued, your brother and I merely assist. Were it not for your efforts, we wouldn't be able to sell anything. I understand your intention to help us, but we cannot subsidize it this way. Hearing their words, Jiang Qingyue secretly mused that she had not misjudged them. The elder couple was indeed reliable. The reason she wished to involve everyone was not merely to support them, as she was unfamiliar with this place. If she had to handle everything alone, it would be exhausting, and she would likely never amass enough funds to establish a stable life for herself. As she had read in a book before, without the ability to lead a team, one would be doomed to toil until death. Thus, rather than viewing it as subsidizing, it was more about mutual reliance and cooperative success. Chapter 63, Family Meeting. As Jiang Qingyue contemplated how to persuade them, Song Chunshan interjected, suggesting a division of profits of 70-30 instead of 50-50. Sister-in-law, according to your brother and my thoughts, you and the third brother would receive 70%. And 3% for us would suffice. Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement. That's right. We've thought it through. When your brother has the time, he can make some bamboo bowls and spoons, and we'll sell them alongside. This way, we can earn quite a bit daily. Indeed, it would be a considerable amount. Enough to purchase several pounds of rice each day. Seeing their insistence, Jiang Qingyue turned her gaze towards Song Yan. Although they had briefly discussed it before, they had not delved into such details. To her surprise, Song Yan also nodded in agreement, affirming they should follow the elder couple's wishes. With everyone in accord, Jiang Qingyue ceased to press her point and began discussing the second brother's fish collection and farming business. This task appeared less cumbersome than running to town, but in reality, catching fish, keeping accounts, raising fish, monitoring their health, and harvesting them were not light endeavors. Moreover, it was difficult to directly divide the earnings. Jiang Qingyue planned to provide him with a commission of 1 coin per pound of fish. The others had never heard of such a compensation method. Song Xiaojiang counted on his fingers and could not help but exclaim, if I collected nearly 200 pounds of fish today, wouldn't that mean I should receive nearly 200 coins? At this rate, that amounts to 6 taels of silver in a month. Jiang Qingyue smiled, that's correct. But today is the first day and future catches may not be as bountiful. Song Xiaojiang immediately waved his hands. No, that would be too much. That would be nearly equal to what the elder couple earns. This was indeed true. But Jiang Qingyue believed that this work was more laborious than that of the elder couple. Additionally, there were no other side earnings. Furthermore, she sold the fish to the tavern for 50 coins per pound, and even after deducting costs for reused oil and sauces, there was still a substantial profit to be made. In light of this profit margin, 1 coin per pound was not excessive. Thus, this time, Jiang Qingyue was resolved not to yield. As long as he could reliably provide the quality fish, the remuneration was justified. After a brief standoff, the discussion concluded with Jiang Qingyue's victory. Having settled the second brother's affairs, Jiang Qingyue turned her attention to Song Dongmei. The younger sister had been with her from the beginning and had never received any earnings, making this the most challenging part for Jiang Qingyue. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Song Dongmei stepped forward. Sister-in-law, I reiterate, I will work with you without pay, as long as you provide meals. This statement left Jiang Qingyue both amused and exasperated. Are you sure you don't want any money? In a couple of years, you will also be marrying. Don't you plan to save some dowry for yourself? At the mention of marriage, Song Dongmei became bashful. I have no intention of marrying if I marry. I won't be able to eat at your home every day. Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle. Was she planning to bring home a son-in-law just to continue enjoying free meals? It was a possibility, but she feared she wouldn't be around to witness that day. Jiang Qingyue had hoped to joyfully distribute the earnings, but she found that managing the family team was more challenging than she had anticipated. Eventually, the usually silent Mrs. Wu spoke up, Xiaoya, I would like to say a few words first. Jiang Qingyue quickly nodded. Mother, please go ahead. Mrs. Wu cleared her throat. This is how I see it. Previously, the eldest, the second, and Dongmei, we have never split the family, but after the incident with Liu, I have come to realize that some matters are better settled early. Upon hearing the term split the family, Song Chunshan and Song Xiaojiang grew anxious. Mother, We are doing well. Why should we split? Exactly. Lu is no longer around. I do not agree to a division. Mrs. Wu chuckled helplessly. Please don't rush. It's not a division. Everything will remain as it is, but from now on, the money you earn will belong to each of you individually. The eldest should save more. And later, take your wife to Jiangdu to find a good doctor for Sunyang to ensure her health before having children. As for the second, I don't expect anything further from you. Just save your earnings and think it through later. And as for Dongmei, let her continue with her sister-in-law as before. Will you all agree? Moreover, while I am still capable, I will assist you as much as I can. And I do not require a single coin from the earnings you make. Song Chunshan and Song Shajiang exchanged glances. Then we should at least set aside some money for you to manage. Household expenses add up over the year. Mrs. Wu shook her head and smiled. There's no need. When you weren't engaged in these businesses, didn't we manage just fine? The land provides enough for us. The two insisted on allocating some funds for household expenses. Seeing this, Song Yan also spoke up. I believe what the elder and second brothers say has merit. We should share our mother's expenses among the three brothers. Seeing that everyone agreed with Mrs. Wu's proposal, Jiang Qingyue also acquiesced to Song Dongmei's request. All right. I will temporarily hold back Dongmei's share. I will save a dowry for her before she gets married. The difficult conversation finally concluded. The atmosphere at the dining table lightened, becoming joyous once again. Just as everyone was envisioning a bright future, the donkey from the neighboring courtyard suddenly brayed. Song Chunshan hurriedly rose to his feet, presumably feeling hungry. And I decided to check on him. As we mentioned donkeys, Mrs. Wu proposed, your courtyard is rather small. Perhaps you could let the eldest take care of a donkey for you. He used to tend to cattle when he was younger, and he knows how to manage fodder and such. Jiang Qingyue felt a bit embarrassed to trouble her elder brother repeatedly, but it seemed there was no alternative at this moment. Considering that both families had to traverse back and forth daily, she suggested, Mother, why don't we create a passageway in the middle of the yard and install a door? This way, we won't have to make the long detour from the entrance every day, and it would also spare us from the curious gazes of others. Mrs. Wu was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Very well, we shall commence tomorrow. Let the three of them expedite the work. This idea was a spontaneous thought from Jiang Qingyue, and Song Yan had been entirely unaware beforehand, never anticipating she would propose such a modification, especially since she had previously insisted on erecting that wall. Once the others departed, leaving just the two of them, Song Yan voiced a caution. Are you certain about opening a door? Once it is made, closing it again will pose a challenge. Jiang Qingyue had already devised an excuse. The wall had initially been built primarily to keep Lu Xiu'er at bay. Now that she was no longer present, what reason did she have to renege? Song Yan appeared somewhat skeptical and provocatively queried, if that is the case, why not simply dismantle it altogether? Jiang Qingyue maintained her composure, responding, that would not do. Without the barrier, our affairs might inadvertently be exposed. Song Yan had yet to encounter someone who could fabricate a lie so spontaneously and adeptly weave it back together. With Lu's family no longer in the picture, it seemed that whatever she claimed to be directed at someone was indeed aimed at them. Chapter 64. Discovering the Hidden Facets of a Man. The following day, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei remained at home to make soap, allowing Song Yan to accompany their eldest brother and sister-in-law to the town. Once they departed, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei tidied up and prepared to venture into the mountains to gather wildflowers. Fortunately, the wild roses were resilient and had a lengthy blooming period. They soon stumbled upon a patch of wild roses that had yet to wilt. Realizing these flowers would soon fade, they resolved to collect a considerable amount to dry. In addition to the wild roses, they also gathered a fair amount of wild mint. Though the mint was somewhat mature, it mattered little as it would be crushed into juice for the soap, adding a refreshing quality. After harvesting these two items, they continued down the narrow path, hoping to find other wildflowers or grasses. After a lengthy search, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered a cluster of honeysuckle nestled within a thicket, its delicate yellow petals exuding a charming allure. Song Dongmei recognized it immediately, exclaiming, "Isn't this honeysuckle? My mother used to steep it for me to relieve heat rash." Jiang Qingyue confirmed, "Indeed, it is honeysuckle." Song Dongmei leaned closer to sniff, expressing doubt, "But it doesn't seem to have much fragrance. Will it be effective?" Jiang Qingyue smiled. "Just moments ago, you mentioned it could treat heat rash, which indicates its efficacy." Honeysuckle is known for its ability to clear heat and detoxify, alleviating skin ailments such as bedsores, heat rash, and ringworm. Upon hearing it could heal ailments, Song Dongmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let us gather it quickly. They toiled from morning until noon without rest, utterly exhausted by the time they had gathered a sufficient amount of honeysuckle. They finally settled on a large stone to rest and eat. Jiang Qingyue, seizing the rare opportunity to be in the mountains, took the time to survey the surroundings for anything useful while they dined. Dongmei, before we leave, let us gather some wild amaranth. Why would we do that? The old ones are too tough to chew, she replied. The stems can be soaked back home to make stinky tofu. Stinky tofu? Isn't it already spoiled? Can we eat it? Have I ever deceived you? If it's inedible, then just don't eat it when the time comes. Alright, I'll go gather some. Song Dongmei, being several months younger, was less prone to fatigue. After a brief rest, she resumed harvesting the amaranth. Jiang Qingyue rested a little longer and was about to rise when she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure on the mountainside not far away. The figure moved swiftly through the wilderness, exhibiting remarkable agility. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Qingyue thought she had encountered a mountain hunter or a martial arts master. Upon closer examination, she was astonished to find it was Song Yan. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the usually refined Song Yan possessed such a wild side. Just as Jiang Qingyue was taken aback, Song Dongmei, crouched down to harvest amaranth, noticed her unusual demeanor. Following her gaze into the distance, she promptly stood up, waving her arms and calling out, "Third brother, we are here." Jiang Qingyue's immediate instinct was to restrain Song Dongmei, urging her not to shout. After all, one was crouched and the other seated. Song Yan certainly had not seen them. If he discovered she had spotted him, it might arouse his suspicions. It was best to feign ignorance. When Song Dongmei was suddenly pulled back, she looked puzzled. Why can't I call out? Third brother must be here to pick us up. Jiang Qingyue pursed her lips, not believing that Song Yan was there to fetch them. However, it was too late. As Song Dongmei stood, Song Yan had already caught sight of her. He slowed his pace and made his way along the path toward them. Taking advantage of his approach, Jiang Qingyue cautiously asked Song Dongmei, "Dongmei, does your third brother often come to the mountains?" "Not often. He usually stays at home to read." "Can he hunt?" "I haven't seen him do that." "What about making charcoal?" "That should be unlikely." "Third sister-in-law, why are you asking all this?" "Just a casual inquiry. I feel I don't know much about your third brother." "That's simple. I'll share more stories about him with you in the future." As they spoke, Song Yan approached them briskly. Jiang Qingyue quickly pulled Song Dongmei aside to change the subject. "What brings you here? Weren't you going to the town with the eldest brother and sister-in-law?" Song Yan glanced at the two of them and replied, after delivering the goods, "I returned early to fetch you both." Song Dongmei smiled at Jiang Qingyue, saying, "See? I told you third brother was coming to pick us up." Jiang Qingyue merely raised an eyebrow. Song Yan offered a half-smile, presenting a handful of fruit he had gathered. "Try this. I picked it while I was down there." Jiang Qingyue looked down and indeed saw several August fruit in his hand, undoubtedly picked after he had been spotted. It seemed he had deliberately done so to obscure the true purpose of his earlier diversion. Song Dongmei had fallen into his trap, exclaiming, "So that's why you ran over there earlier. You went to gather fruit for us." She cheerfully handed Jiang Qingyue the best one. "Third sister-in-law, try this. It's delicious." Although Jiang Qingyue was not as easily fooled as Song Dongmei, she played along. "Is that so? Let me have a taste." Jiang Qingyue took a bite, finding the flavor quite pleasant, reminiscent of bananas, with a soft texture imbued with a hint of fragrance. However, the issue lay in the abundance of seeds. After a couple of bites, her jaw felt fatigued. She thought to herself how this fruit paled in comparison to the bananas in her space, lamenting the absence of bananas to showcase to Song Dongmei and the others. So many soft and sweet bananas are meant for her alone, huh? When Song Dongmei saw her stop after taking 2 bites, she couldn't help but inquire, "Is it not to your liking?" Jiang Qingyue, not wishing to dampen the mood, replied, "I'll savor it slowly on my way down the mountain." After saying this, she involuntarily cast a glance at Song Yan, but regrettably, the aura he had exhibited earlier had completely dissipated. Noticing her gaze, he calmly extended his hand to take her basket, asking, "Shall we head back sooner?" Jiang Qingyue suppressed her curiosity, and with a nod, she agreed, "All right, let's descend the mountain." Upon their return home, they were met with the sight of her elder brother and sister-in-law, who had already returned from town with a donkey cart. At that moment, The eldest and second brothers were busy in the courtyard assisting with the dismantling of a wall and the installation of a door. Upon seeing the three return, they hurriedly asked Jiang Qingyue, sister-in-law, "Do you think this position and size for the door will work?" It seemed as if both brothers had grown accustomed to her being the one in charge of the household. However, before Jiang Qingyue could respond, she was called into the house by Madame Wu. "Xiaoya, come here quickly, I need to take your measurements." Chapter 65. Banter is also a form of enjoyment. As Jiang Qingyue entered the room, she found Madame Wu and Jiang Qingyue engrossed in admiring a piece of new fabric. Upon noticing her, they beckoned her over. "Xiaoya, come see if you like this fabric." Jiang Qingyue was taken aback. "Is this fabric bought for me?" Jiang Qingyue covered her mouth with a chuckle. "Indeed. Your third brother went to town today specifically to buy this for you, and he couldn't wait to have it delivered immediately, wanting your mother to make it for you to wear." Jiang Qingyue looked at Song Yan in astonishment. He did not shy away as she expected. "Mother has always said she would make you a garment, and since I noticed you weren't keen, I took it upon myself to select it for you." Madame Wu quickly interjected, "Yes, you go to town every day. I've heard that Ningxiong Pavilion is frequented by wealthy families. It would be more convenient for you to dress well when selling things there. This color was specifically chosen by your third brother. Do you like it?" Jiang Qingyue looked down carefully and saw that the fabric was a peach pink. It was clear that Song Yan's taste was undeniably that of a straightforward man. Nonetheless, considering that he had ventured alone to the shop to pick such a color, it was quite commendable. "All right, it's lovely. Thank you." Upon hearing her say it was beautiful, Madame Wu immediately felt reassured. "Sunyang, quickly measure Xiaoya's current dimensions." Jiang Sunyang expanded her hands, gesturing around Jiang Qingyue while reporting the measurements to Madame Wu. She occasionally exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't notice before, but sister-in-law has slimmed down so much. Her waistline is quite evident now." Madame Wu laughed while marking lines on the fabric with a piece of white chalk. "According to these measurements, we can make 2 sets perfectly." Upon hearing that 2 sets would be made from the peach pink fabric, Jiang Qingyue protested immediately. "Mother, 1 set is enough for me. The other can be made for Dongmei. We don't need to go to town every day. 1 set will suffice. Dongmei has clothes to wear, and those you made before no longer fit her. It's fine, let us make it for her. She will look lovely in this color." Good sisters should share both joy and hardship. Later that evening, when Song Yan handed her the money earned from selling smoked fish, Jiang Qingyue took the opportunity to ask him how much he spent on the fabric. "I should reimburse you." Song Yan smirked, playfully stating, "No need. The 500 coins you gifted me last time are sufficient." Jiang Qingyue chuckled as she climbed onto the bed. "I was joking before. Seriously. We haven't discussed how to calculate your wages yet. Why don't you set a price?" Feeling somewhat mocked, Song Yan, uncertain, could only give her a resigned glance, like, "Dongmei, I only require meals." Jiang Qingyue stifled her laughter. "All right, then when we leave, I will prepare a betrothal gift for you." At this, Song Yan immediately understood her intent. Scoffing, "No need for that." After saying this, he lay down at the edge of the bed, his expression darkening. Jiang Qingyue casually hung the curtain, and when her gaze fell on his face, she noticed a rare youthful charm. Perhaps out of sheer boredom that night, she found bantering with him unexpectedly enjoyable, especially since he usually carried an air of maturity beyond his years. This occasional glimpse of a more youthful side made Jiang Qingyue feel a peculiar sense of having a younger brother. Suppressing her amusement, Jiang Qingyue cleared her throat. "I'm not joking anymore. I have a serious question for you, all right?" After a brief silence, Song Yan replied with a simple urging her to continue. "I've been curious for a long time. Your elder brother, second brother, and Dongmei all have names that reflect the seasons, yet yours does not. I have only known you by the name Song Yan since childhood." Song Yan, realizing this woman was up to no good today, let out a cold snort. "No particular reason. It's just that I've been called Song Yan since I was little." Jiang Qingyue clicked her tongue. "Then I shall ask mother tomorrow." "You're not allowed to. Just tell me. I'm merely curious." Song Yan took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm tone. "I started school at 3. The teacher said I had a talent for studying and thus changed my name. From then on, everyone called me by my formal name." Instantly, Jiang Qingyue understood. If he had a formal name, he must have had a childhood nickname as well. "I guess your nickname before 3 was Autumn Wind?" "No. Autumn Fruit?" "Neither. I'm tired." With that, Song Yan turned away, distancing himself as much as possible, exhibiting an unmistakable attitude of not wishing to continue the conversation. Jiang Qingyue saw the opportunity to back off. All right, I promise not to ask again. But could you help me make something tomorrow? Today. She had found Song Yan's rare humor delightful, and thus her spirits were lifted. However, once the joke was out, the two indeed felt less awkward. This time, Song Yan remained silent for much longer than with the previous question, but ultimately he couldn't resist asking, "What is it?" I want a mold. The kind that can imprint a pattern onto soap, so that every bar we sell can have its own unique mark. This time, Song Yan readily agreed. What pattern? Jiang Qingyue, still spirited and wide awake, jumped up. May I borrow your paper and pen? With some awkwardness, she dipped the pen into the ink and sketched a crescent moon. My nickname is Yue, so let us have a moon in this shape. Song Yan observed silently for a moment before adding 2 stars to the drawing. A lone crescent moon seems rather plain. How about adding 2 stars for embellishment? A sudden tension enveloped Jiang Qingyue as she felt an unexpected presence encroaching upon her space. Turning her head, she realized Song Yan was now standing closely beside her, akin to those 2 stars he had just added. His stature was already significantly taller than hers, and after some time of nourishing him, he no longer appeared as slender as before. Bending down, his gaze aligned perfectly with hers, and Jiang Qingyue felt somewhat dwarfed, enveloped in his aura. This feeling was unfamiliar to her. She quickly regained her composure and pointed at the design on the table. This is great. Let us go with this. After saying this, she hurriedly retreated to her bed, resolving to sleep early since she needed to rise early the next day. Chapter 66. Is it the person or the attire that captivates? The following day, Jiang Qingyue remained at home, blissfully engaged in crafting her soaps, without the need to venture into town. Today, Song Yan returned home alongside his elder brother and sister-in-law. However, Jiang Qingyue remained oblivious to how he spent the majority of his free day. Nor did she wish to inquire. As long as he diligently worked while at home, that was sufficient for her. The 3 brothers collectively assisted in erecting the gate in the middle of the courtyard. Though fashioned from simple wooden planks, it proved adequate for their needs. Once this task was completed, Song Yan retreated to the house to create the mold that Jiang Qingyue had requested. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wu busied herself throughout the morning and ultimately finished crafting Jiang Qingyue's attire. Once completed, she eagerly ushered Jiang Qingyue to try it on. With merely a glance, Jiang Qingyue exclaimed with a smile, "It looks splendid. No need for a fitting, it will certainly be perfect." However, Mrs. Wu insisted on a fitting, arguing that if any adjustments were necessary, it would be easier to make them now. Not wishing to offend Mrs. Wu, Jiang Qingyue cleared her throat to discreetly signal Song Yan to step outside, as she needed to change. Once he departed, Jiang Qingyue closed the door, quickly slipped the garment over her form, and called out, "Mother, I've tried it on, and it fits perfectly." Mrs. Wu chuckled, "That's wonderful, Xiaoya. Do come out and show us." Song Dongmei chimed in, "Yes, 3rd sister-in-law, we are all waiting, hurry out." With no choice left, Jiang Qingyue hurriedly adjusted her attire from top to bottom, then opened the door to step outside. Just as she lifted her foot, Song Dongmei gasped in surprise, followed by exclamations of astonishment from Mrs. Wu and Zhang Sunyang. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Qingyue glanced down, realizing that what she had initially deemed a perfect fit now felt rather snug, especially around her upper body, which appeared overly curvaceous. This realization left Jiang Qingyue quite flustered. She was about to retreat to change when she was unexpectedly pulled back by Song Dongmei. In awe, Song Dongmei examined her from head to toe, struggling to reconcile her current appearance with the disheveled, pallid figure from 2 months prior. Back then, her unkempt, dull hair had transformed into sleek, shiny locks, elegantly tied up. The most apparent change was in her complexion, which now appeared even fairer against the backdrop of her delicate pink attire. Perhaps because she had consistently worn loose clothing. Although she had visibly slimmed down over the past 2 months, no one truly grasped the extent of her transformation. Now, shedding the drab, oversized garments for fitted clothing rendered the change particularly striking. The protagonist should exhibit even more voluptuous allure. As Song Dongmei circled around her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "3rd sister-in-law, I had no idea you had changed so much. Truly impressive." It seems that the things given by Jiang Qingyue were quite detrimental after ceasing to consume them. It's evidently easier to maintain one's figure. If you adorned yourself like those city ladies, with powder and rouge, I would hardly recognize you on the streets. Jiang Qingyue forced a smile, tugging at her lips. Sometimes, having a less favorable foundation can serve as an advantage. A little effort can yield significant improvement. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I've merely lost a bit of weight. I shall return to change now, lest I soil this outfit. Song Dongmei seized her arm. Wait. My third brother, hasn't he seen you yet? Turning her head, she called out to Song Yan, third brother, come look. Doesn't he, my third sister-in-law, look lovely in her dress? I'm not exaggerating. At that moment, Song Yan stood facing the freshly installed door, seemingly captivated by its craftsmanship. His gaze fixed upon it without turning. When called upon, he feigned nonchalance and glanced at Jiang Qingyue for a brief moment before promptly averting his eyes elsewhere. Quite good, he muttered. Song Dongmei gasped, third brother, you're blushing. I am not. Then why are you hiding? It's your own wife, why be shy? If you want to look, do so openly. With no other option, Song Yan reluctantly turned to gaze at her again. Good, it looks quite nice. Song Xiajiang, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in, third brother, are you referring to the attire or the person? Before he could respond, Jiang Qingyue hastily clapped her hands together to free herself from Song Dongmei's grasp. Your third brother is bashful, let us not tease him. With that, she quickly concocted a plausible reason to retreat indoors to change. Once back inside, Jiang Qingyue exhaled a sigh of relief. The memory of Song Yan's gaze lingered, causing her to feel a twinge of shyness. She had been so focused on working together to earn money that she had overlooked the added pressure of spending more time with Song Yan. While playful banter from the others was tolerable, sometimes they required her to perform in front of an audience. However, having reached this juncture, she could only continue acting. And when the charade became untenable, she would devise another plan. In the days that followed, Jiang Qingyue remained at home, diligently overseeing the brewing of fairy grass, frying fish, and crafting soaps. The others excelled in their respective tasks. A week later marked the delivery of the second batch of soaps, and Jiang Qingyue was finally ready to venture into town. As she prepared to depart, she could not evade wearing the delicate pink outfit crafted by Mrs. Wu. Fortunately, after adhering strictly to her weight loss regimen over the past week, the previously embarrassing bulges of her attire were now significantly less pronounced. This change did not go unnoticed by Song Dongmei and Zhang Sunyang, who, upon seeing her emerge in her new clothes, could not refrain from complimenting her, declaring she looked even better than before. Third sister-in-law, be careful on your way up, don't get it dirty. Third brother, lend her a hand. At that moment, Song Yan was busy loading a basket full of smoked fish onto the cart. Observing that Jiang Qingyue's new attire made it difficult for her to climb aboard, he instinctively offered her assistance. Once the three others were settled, Song Yan and Song Chunshan guided the donkey cart toward town. Upon arrival, they dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. When Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei reached Ningxiang Pavilion, they found it still early, the shop having only just opened its doors. To their astonishment, it was already bustling with a throng of people. Since selling their first batch of soaps, they had not returned to town, let alone to Ningxiang Pavilion, and were bewildered by the scene before them. As they stepped into the shop, they soon realized that the excited crowd consisted of young ladies inquiring about the soaps. Shopkeeper, will we be able to purchase our soaps today? Indeed. We haven't even had breakfast. We came early to queue up, and if we can't buy them, that would be most unfair. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei exchanged glances, both brimming with delight. Just as they prepared to navigate through the crowd to find the shopkeeper, they were unexpectedly spotted by Lin Seer, who was also there to purchase soaps. Stop. What brings you both here? Chapter 67. The soaps fly off the shelves, and she is recognized. Ever since the incident at Ningxiang Pavilion when someone caused a disturbance, news had spread throughout Qinghe town that there existed a soap capable of cleansing the skin impeccably. Within half a day, this information reached the ears of affluent young ladies in the town. After Su Wanning received 10 bars of soap from Jiang Qingyue, she retained one for personal use and placed the remaining bars for sale in her shop. In less than half an hour after Jiang Qingyue departed, the soap was completely sold out. Those who were unable to purchase the soap were naturally discontent. Having inquired frequently over the past few days about when the Ningxiang Pavilion would receive a new shipment, the shopkeeper, pressed for answers, reluctantly informed them that another batch would arrive in 10 days. However, whether one could buy it would depend on who arrived first. This was precisely why so many people had gathered at Ningxiang Pavilion so early in the day. Lin Seer happened to be one of those individuals mentioned above, having come to queue up personally at dawn. Little did she know that before securing any soap, she would encounter that woman, Jiang Qingyue. Lin Seer, already simmering with frustration from standing in line, could not conceal her displeasure upon seeing her. She strode over and blocked the path of the two, exclaiming, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Qingyue turned her gaze in the direction of the voice and spotted Lin Seer, who appeared quite flustered. With a raised eyebrow, she replied with mild amusement, "Why should I tell you how I came to be here?" And with that, she attempted to pull Song Dongmei along into the shop. Observing the mocking smile in Jiang Qingyue's eyes, Lin Seer felt as though she had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. Furthermore, seeing Jiang Qingyue's new attire only fueled her anger. "Do you even know where this place is? Brother Song works tirelessly for his money, and you come here so extravagantly to spend it?" Initially, Jiang Qingyue had no intention of engaging with her, but Lin Seer's admonishment compelled her to retort, "If my husband earns money, why should he spend it on you? So fond of meddling in other people's affairs. Do you stop the passing dung carts at your doorstep to taste the flavor?" With a dismissive wave, she added, "If you're ill, go see a doctor for a remedy. And stop pretending to be a virtuous figure here." With that, Jiang Qingyue shoved Lin Seer aside. Song Dongmei, following closely behind, was taken aback. During this time, she had thought that Sansa had been influenced by Sango and had changed her temperament. Little did she realize it was all an act. If there was any change, it was that her insults had become more cultured. Lin Seer's frustration was palpable, her face drenched in sweat. And now she appeared utterly disheveled. Song Dongmei quickly committed to memory the words she had just heard, intending to relay them to Sango later. However, before the two could reach the shopkeeper, someone from behind tugged at their clothes. Just as Song Dongmei was about to turn around and scold, she was astonished to find it was the bride whom Sansa had assisted with her face washing last time. The girl had since married and was now a woman. Her half-up hair styled high, rendering her momentarily unrecognizable. The most noticeable change was in the bride's complexion. The red blemishes she had previously borne were now gone, and her face appeared normal. "Dear benefactors, I left in such haste last time that I didn't know how to address you. Since our last encounter, I've come several times. And today I finally managed to find you." Jiang Qingyue quickly recognized the girl and smiled, nodding, "No need for thanks, as long as it didn't delay your joyous day. That is sufficient." With that, the bride swiftly approached with 2 baskets in hand. "These are the wedding cakes prepared by my husband and me, meant for you 2 ladies and the madam. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I truly wouldn't have known what to do." Seeing her earnest anticipation, Jiang Qingyue understood that the girl had indeed made several trips. Relenting, she accepted the wedding cakes with a smile. "We shall not be polite then. May we share in the bride's joy and wish you and your husband a harmonious union, full of love until old age." As the two conversed, the onlookers quickly recognized the bride as the one who had caused a stir at Ningxiang Pavilion previously. They also recognized Jiang Qingyue, who had provided the soap that had helped the bride wash her face. "Indeed, I recognize her now. This lady has changed her attire." Making it difficult to identify her at first, the crowd murmured among themselves, excitement building. "Madam, do you have soap available today? Could you sell it directly to us? We are willing to pay extra." Jiang Qingyue paused momentarily, then smiled at the crowd. "Ningxiang Pavilion is the exclusive seller of our soap. If you wish to purchase, please approach them directly." Disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd, yet they regarded Jiang Qingyue with newfound respect. At that moment, Su Wanning arrived from Jiangdu Prefecture, stepping into the shop just as she overheard Jiang Qingyue's previous remarks. A glimmer of approval flickered in her eyes. On her way, Su Wanning had worried about the possibility of a change in plans, but Jiang Qingyue's demeanor was far beyond that of an ordinary peasant woman, exceeding her expectations. She silently rejoiced in her discernment. Integrity is paramount in business. Without it, even the finest products cannot sustain a partnership. Before Su Wanning could approach, Chen Xia rushed to the center of the crowd. "Do not be deceived by her. This woman is merely a country bumpkin. She can't even read. How could she possibly make soap? Be cautious not to fall for her trickery. Besides, does Ningxiang Pavilion really need a peasant to procure soap? No matter what. She would never believe that Jiang Qingyue was capable of making soap. There had to be some trickery involved." The crowd, upon hearing this, began to murmur in doubt. "What is happening? Did we perhaps mistake her identity? Surely not. I saw her. She is indeed the same woman from last time. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Why speculate? We can simply call the shopkeeper over for verification." As her words trailed off, Su Wanning stepped forward into the throng. No need for any trouble, I am the owner of the shop. With a beaming smile, she took Jiang Qingyue's hand. Sister, you've changed your attire today. I almost didn't recognize you. I made a special effort to rise before dawn and rush here from Jiangdu Prefecture, fearing I would miss you. Yet it seems I arrived too late and have caused a delay. Chapter 68. A Surprising Kinship. Su Wanning engaged in pleasantries with Jiang Qingyue before hastily waving for the shopkeeper to approach. Shopkeeper Tong, you were absent last time. This is the Jiang girl I mentioned to you, a valued supplier to our Ningxiang pavilion. Please do not neglect her again. Upon hearing this, Shopkeeper Tong hurriedly bowed in greeting to Jiang Qingyue. Their warm exchange swiftly dispelled the rumors that had circulated moments earlier. The crowd redirected their focus back to the matter of purchasing soap. Shopkeeper Tong, is there any soap available today? We have all been waiting since early morning. Exactly. Now that Madame Song is here, surely there must be soap. Shopkeeper Tong, overwhelmed by the inquiries, looked helplessly at Jiang Qingyue and Su Wanning for assistance. Seeing their slight nods, he turned to the crowd. Rest assured, please queue up as before. It will be first come, first served. The first 10 customers today may purchase 1 bar of soap each. As the last words fell, the previously chaotic crowd swiftly formed a line. I was the first to arrive. Wait, don't push me. I was right behind that girl in the lilac dress. One shouted. How dare you squeeze in now when you just called her a fraud? Another retorted. Indeed, such soap should not be sold to people like her. Chinseer quickly lowered her head, fearful of being recognized, but alas, it was too late. Su Wanqing had also noticed her actions and called out to the shopkeeper Tong. This girl in the green dress, do not sell to her. The shopkeeper Tong hurriedly concurred, of course. Fuming, Chinseer lifted her head. I was clearly among the first 10 in line, why should I be denied? I am one of your loyal customers. Su Wanqing smirked. Su shopkeeper, from now on, should she come, nothing shall be sold to her. Chinseer exclaimed, why? Do you intend to bully customers at Ningxiang Pavilion? Do you know who I am? Su Wanqing scoffed, whoever you are, if you dare to bully my sister, you shall not buy anything from Ningxiang Pavilion again. Someone, escort her out. Chinseer, infuriated, stomped her foot and shouted at the approaching matron, don't touch me. You'll regret it if you provoke me. Her bravado faltered as she took a step back. Just as she reached the door, she turned around, her expression suddenly brightening. Sangge, what are you doing here? She exclaimed. However, she was unexpectedly shoved from behind and stumbled forward, nearly falling onto Song Yan, who deftly sidestepped like a flash of light. While he managed to evade her, Su Changqing, who had accompanied him, was not so fortunate and ended up with her in his arms. Su Changqing cast a resentful glance at Song Yan before stepping back quickly, causing Chinseer to tumble to the ground. Young Master Song, you are truly unkind, showing no regard for delicate feelings. Su Changqing lamented. Song Yan's gaze briefly lingered on Jiang Qingyue before he shot a glance at Su Changqing, asserting, it is Su boss who lacks such consideration. I already have a wife and must avoid any misunderstandings. Su Changqing retorted, so he deserves misfortune for being unmarried? Amid their banter, Chinseer had already scrambled to her feet, disregarding her pain as she approached Song Yan. Sangge, you finally deigned to see me. I heard you won't be copying books anymore? Is that true? Is that woman forbidding you from going? Song Yan pressed his lips together in displeasure, stepping back once more. I have made my position very clear to shopkeeper Chin. Miss Chin, please do not persist. He then turned his attention back to Jiang Qingyue. I am here specifically to find my wife. Do not speak nonsense and create misunderstandings. Embarrassed in front of everyone, Chinseer stomped out of Ningxiang Pavilion. Su Changqing remarked, how intriguing. I didn't realize young Master Song was so popular even after marrying. Song Yan, with a resigned expression, approached Jiang Qingyue and asked, are you all right? Before Jiang Qingyue could respond, Su Wanqing interjected in surprise, is this, by any chance, the husband of Miss Qingyue? With everyone gathered, the connection was undeniable. Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded, indeed, this is my husband, Song Yan. Ah Yan, this is Miss Su, the owner of Ningxiang Pavilion. Su Wanqing glanced at Song Yan and teased Jiang Qingyue, I didn't expect you to be so much younger yet already married. She then cast a fleeting disappointed look at Su Changqing. Originally, she had invited him today to introduce him to Jiang Qingyue. Despite their differing statuses in her eyes, Jiang Qingyue was no ordinary woman. Moreover, with her business acumen, she was a perfect match for her elder brother, which was why she had specially invited her. To her dismay, Jiang Qingyue was already married. Yet, she thought it best to remain friends, given their shared interests. After a brief moment of disappointment, Su Wanqing quickly regained her composure and introduced, "Brother, this is the Jiang girl I mentioned previously. What a coincidence that you know her husband." Su Chongqing smiled, indeed. "Quite the coincidence. Do you recall me mentioning the wife of Song who makes smoked fish? That is her." Now it was Su Wanqing's turn to be astonished. So the woman Su Chongqing had praised several times was actually Jiang Qingyue. This meant both siblings intended to introduce the same person to each other. Jiang Qingyue was equally taken aback, having only noticed the coincidence of their shared surname, but never surmised they were related. The noise downstairs was overwhelming. And after exchanging a few words, Su Wanqing invited everyone upstairs for tea. Once seated, she formally introduced them. It turned out Su Chongqing and Su Wanqing were cousins, both from the illustrious Su family of Jiangdu, renowned for their business prowess. After the introductions, Su Wanqing couldn't help but compliment Jiang Qingyue. "I had always thought your soap-making skills were impressive, but I didn't realize your culinary skills were equally remarkable. My brother has praised you many times." Su Chongqing chimed in with a smile. "It has been a while since we saw you at Duowei Lu. I didn't know you were in the soap business." Turning to Su Wanqing teasingly, he remarked, "You've been singing the praises of the soap. Surely, you can spare a bar for me today?" Su Wanqing, exasperated, replied, "I wish I could, but as you saw downstairs, the 10 bars delivered today are already insufficient for sale. I truly cannot spare even one." "Not even a single bar?" Su Chongqing pressed. "They're truly isn't. You can ask Jiang Qingyue." At that moment, Jiang Qingyue, feeling slightly awkward, listened as the siblings praised her. Just as she was about to respond politely, she overheard their conversation about the soap. "Are they hoping for me to give them a bar of soap?" she thought. A bar of soap was not a burden for her, especially since Duowei Lu had been quite profitable lately. She readily offered, "I have one left at home, originally saved for emergencies. If Su Boss doesn't mind, we can deliver it to Duowei Lu tomorrow." Su Chongqing was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Are you truly offering to give it?" Jiang Qingyue nodded, "Of course." "Then I shall wait for you at Duowei Lu tomorrow," he responded. Su Wanqing chuckled, "But didn't you say you were returning to Jiangdu today? It seems you're going all out for a bar of soap." Su Chongqing laughed heartily. "If this soap is as wonderful as you say, what else another day? However, since it is so precious, I cannot take it for free. How about this, since it's convenient for you, if you find any cosmetics you fancy downstairs, I will cover the cost." Jiang Qingyue firmly declined. "That won't do. Besides, I have no need for them." Su Chongqing persisted. "Please, do not be so polite. I'm simply returning a favor. Also, it helps my sister's business. The profits should stay within the family." While the three of them were joking, Song Yan quietly sipped his tea, remaining silent. In contrast, Song Dongmei appeared somewhat restless. However, before she could speak, Song Yan had already interjected, expressing gratitude to Boss Su for his kindness, stating that his wife was accustomed to simplicity and did not favor cosmetics. Su Chongqing turned to glance at Song Yan, still smiling faintly, and remarked, "Brother Song, you are unaware, people can indeed change." Just as today, Mrs. Song's attire is markedly different from her usual style. Song Yan pressed her lips together, thinking that if she truly appreciated such adornments, it would be more fitting for her to purchase them herself rather than relying on Boss Su. Jiang Qingyue mused, "Are these two unwell?" To which Song Wanqing speculated, "Could it be that my elder brother genuinely harbors feelings for Mrs. Song? Otherwise, why would he insist on gifting her?" Song Dongmei exclaimed, "Third brother is quite formidable." Su Chongqing was momentarily taken aback by the banter, realizing that his previous comments may have been ill-considered. He cast his gaze downward and apologized with a smile, "My apologies. I did not consider this thoroughly." Song Yan, maintaining her composure, nodded lightly, "It matters not. Boss Su is yet unmarried. It is understandable that he might overlook such nuances." The matter of gifts was declined, yet the conversation fell flat thereafter. Observing the awkward silence, Jiang Qingyue smiled and shifted the topic. "By the way, Wanqing, you mentioned earlier about sending the soap to be sold at the Jiangdu shop. I wonder how the differences compare between there and Qinghe town?" Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, Song Wanqing replied, "I intended to discuss this with you as well. I plan to wait a month until your soap production increases before officially selling it in Jiangdu. The differences are not substantial, however. They do tend to be more particular about their necessities. By then, it would be ideal for our soap to present a greater variety. Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement and shared her ideas about several scents and branding. With the discussion of Jiangdu, Jiang Qingyue naturally inquired about the local customs and, more importantly, the pricing of shops there. Song Wanqing hesitated slightly. Are you considering opening a shop in Jiangdu? Jiang Qingyue smiled coyly. I was merely inquiring. Even if I were to open a shop, I would aim to compete with Duo Wei Lu. Song Wanqing laughed heartily and promptly divulged everything she knew. Jiang Qingyue listened intently, calculating in her mind. If she were to pursue a venture in Jiangdu, acquiring even a small shop would require at least 100 taels. Not to mention the costs of renovation, staffing, and procurement, she would need a minimum of 200 taels on hand. The mere thought of 200 taels filled her with anxiety. However, she quickly reassured herself, it's merely 200 taels worth of soap. How daunting can it truly be? Having gathered sufficient information about Jiangdu, Jiang Qingyue stood up to take her leave. As the three descended the stairs, Song Yan was already striding ahead towards his elder brother and sister-in-law's stall. Noticing his discontent, Jiang Qingyue gently tugged at Song Dongmei, asking, "What is the matter with your third brother?" She had been preoccupied with her calculations and had not observed Song Yan's demeanor. Song Dongmei, however, had taken note. What else could it be? He is jealous, of course. Jiang Qingyue, perplexed, responded, jealous? Of whom? Song Dongmei rolled her eyes in exasperation. I thought you were clever. Yet you failed to see that your third brother is envious. Just moments ago, Su Chongqing was all smiles towards you, even offering you cosmetics. How could he not be jealous? Jiang Qingyue fell silent, convinced that Song Yan could hardly be envious of her. There was indeed something peculiar about the atmosphere between him and Su Chongqing today. Perhaps an argument had arisen over the fish delivery? Ultimately, she preferred to believe that their tension stemmed from a dispute over the fish rather than jealousy. Aside from Song Yan, Song Dongmei, upon exiting the Lingxiang Pavilion, wore a frown. Sister-in-law, you saw how popular our soap is today. They are purchasing it from Lingxiang Pavilion at 1 tael and selling it at 2. Why not sell directly ourselves? After all, she had a strong aversion to that pair of siblings, not for any particular reason, but because they were excessively enthusiastic towards her sister-in-law. As if they were vying for her family's attention. Jiang Qingyue, seeing potential in Song Dongmei to stand on her own in the future, patiently explained, Dongmei, while it may seem effortless to earn that 1 tael at Lingxiang Pavilion, we are not simply giving it away for free. In any business endeavor, connections and background are indispensable. Consider this. Without the Lingxiang Pavilion's reputation, could we sell our soap for 2 taels? Would we have access to their channels to reach Jiangdu or even the capital? Furthermore, with so many cosmetic shops in Qinghe town, if we were to become successful, do you not think they would come after us? Each of them has stronger backing than we do. And it would be all too easy for them to undermine our business. Song Dongmei's understanding deepened. I see now, that 1 tael is essentially our protection fee, correct? It's easier to thrive under a large tree. Jiang Qingyue nodded with a smile. That's more or less the idea. As they conversed, Song Yan, walking ahead, gradually slowed his pace, pondering Jiang Qingyue's earlier remarks at Lingxiang Pavilion. Chapter 70. Men are unreliable. That evening, after a long day, Jiang Qingyue had just finished her bath and lay down in bed when Song Yan, who typically lingered, entered earlier than expected. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Jiang Qingyue opted not to engage him in idle chatter and instead feigned sleep. However, no sooner had she closed her eyes than Song Yan lay down beside her. I know you are still awake. Jiang Qingyue thought. What a direct man. She stifled a yawn. What did you say? I almost fell asleep and didn't he catch that? Song Yan, unable to suppress a smile, chose not to call her out on her pretense and simply asked, do you wish to go to Jiangdu next spring? Jiang Qingyue feigned nonchalance. Are you referring to our conversation at Lingxiang Pavilion? I was merely asking out of curiosity, though I cannot entirely rule out that possibility. Song Yan pressed his lips together. You are unfamiliar with Jiangdu. Why not consider staying in Qinghe town? Realizing he had seen through her facade, Jiang Qingyue dropped the act. It's not that I don't want to stay in Qinghe, it's just that it's south too close to Xia village. I fear the Jiang family will come looking for trouble too frequently, which would be quite bothersome. With the village chief around, they wouldn't dare overstep too much. Sighing resignedly, she added with a hint of sorrow, let us forget it. The village chief has been helping me out of consideration for you. Once we part ways, I won't be here anymore, so he wouldn't have any reason to assist me. As a woman who has been married and divorced, with a family ready to pounce, do you think I can manage a business in town alone? It's far better to start anew in a place where no one knows me. Feeling she might be venting, she quickly clarified. I don't intend to blame you or suggest I want to cling to this place. The times are tough, and I fear those people will find ways to make my life miserable. Rather than engage in endless conflict, it would be wiser to keep my distance, making it harder for them to find me, thus allowing me some peace. Jiang Qingyue spoke from the heart, and her words rang true. Song Yan, fully aware of this reality, found himself at a loss for words after hearing her. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly. However, considering your household registration is here, the procedures might prove cumbersome. Following the earlier silence, Jiang Qingyue had managed to recalibrate her emotions, feeling significantly more at ease. This I am not concerned about. As a mere woman who neither farms nor undertakes corvée labor, I should not face excessive hardship. A little silver to enlist someone's help should suffice when the time comes. There will undoubtedly be a way when we reach the mountain. Song Yan was left utterly speechless. He understood fully that what she said was indeed factual, and he was aware of the person she intended to solicit help from. A growing sense of unease settled within him. After a moment of brooding, Song Yan suddenly experienced an epiphany. By the time that moment arrives, let alone the Jiangdu prefecture, the entire realm may find itself devoid of safe havens. Upon his return, fueled by the resentment from his past life, he had not contemplated Jiang Qingyue's future at all. He merely wished for an expeditious separation, indifferent to her subsequent whereabouts. However, he had now silently included her in his plans, compelling him to reconsider. Yet, such matters could not be discussed at present, they could only proceed step by step. Once Song Yan resolved this in his mind, clarity washed over him, alleviating the earlier gloom. Jiang Qingyue, observing his continued silence, assumed his tacit approval regarding her journey to Jiangdu Prefecture. A slight sigh of relief escaped her. Let us visit Duowei building together tomorrow to deliver the fish. It has been quite some time since I last went. It would be opportune to personally deliver the soap to Su Chongqing, establishing a semblance of familiarity for future assistance. Additionally, she felt it prudent to ascertain what had transpired between Song Yan and Su Chongqing that day. It was better to witness it firsthand. Otherwise, given Song Yan's disposition, he might inadvertently jeopardize their relationship. Little did she know, Song Yan had no intention of allowing her to go. Do not go. If you wish to deliver a gift, I shall convey it on your behalf. Jiang Qingyue, this is quite improper, isn't it? Not at all. I will ensure it reaches him. The following day, upon returning from the town, Song Yan was promptly queried by Jiang Qingyue about whether he had delivered the soap to Su Chongqing. Yes, he replied curtly. It has been delivered. Upon saying this, he handed over all the money earned from selling fish to Jiang Qingyue. She glanced at the sum in surprise, noting it was more than expected. How did an extra 2 taels come about? Song Yan remained unperturbed. It is the payment Su Chongqing provided for the soap. Jiang Qingyue. It was meant for him. He insisted on giving it. Jiang Qingyue was incensed, and you accepted it. I declined, but he was insistent. I could only accept 1 tael at the selling price and returned the rest to him. I believe it is better to keep accounts clear. Jiang Qingyue was rendered speechless. Relying on this man to manage relationships was utterly futile. She resolved to wait 10 days before heading to town, hoping to devise alternative strategies upon encountering Su Wanqing. Since the rain from the last downpour, not a single drop had fallen here. Coupled with the unrelenting heat of recent days, the river had grown increasingly shallow. The fish caught by Song Xiaojiang dwindled in number, though he was fortunate to have stockpiled some in the pond. Otherwise, given the current market, his earnings would plummet. As fish prices had surged from 6 won to 8, and by this morning, they had reached 10 won. It was expected that within a few days, prices would exceed 10 won. With stockpiles in place, there was a sense of reassurance among everyone. Concerned about rising fish prices leading to thievery, Song Xiaojiang had taken to sleeping beside the fish pond on a straw mat each night. This arrangement turned out to be cooler than sleeping indoors. One day, upon returning from the town, Song Yan and Song Chunshan discussed the need to irrigate the soon-to-dry rice fields. Wu Shi and Zhang Sunyang accompanied them to assist. Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei stayed behind to prepare sweet grass jelly. Once they completed their task, Jiang Qingyue used the honeysuckle and mint she had picked earlier to brew a pot of cool tea, adding some sugar to chill. Seeing that time was still ample, she considered frying the stinky tofu she had promised Song Dongmei for everyone to taste later that evening. The marinade for the stinky tofu was made from the old amaranth stems she had brought from the mountains, which had fermented for several days. Upon opening the jar, white mold had developed, startling the curious Song Dongmei. "Sister-in-law, what is this foul-smelling substance with white mold? Is it edible?" "This is a delicacy, perfectly safe to eat," Jiang Qingyue replied with a smile as she poured out her treasure. The so-called white mold was merely mycelium. After wrapping it in cheesecloth and squeezing, all the liquid emerged. After filtering, she brought the prepared tofu pieces to a boil in the broth. The tofu needed some time to absorb the flavors. Gazing at the chilled tea in the jar, Jiang Qingyue suddenly felt an urge to visit the fields. Since arriving here, she had yet to set foot in the rice paddies and was curious to see how the crops compared to modern agriculture. Song Dongmei, catching on, laughed. "Sister-in-law, are you looking to deliver tea to third brother? If you want to go, let's just go. You needn't make excuses in my presence." Chapter 71. Is her cool tea truly that delightful? Jiang Qingyue shot a resigned glance at Song Dongmei, deciding not to elaborate further. The more she explained, the more convoluted it became. The two of them grabbed a basket, filled it with cool tea and bowls, and took a few leftover pancakes from the morning before setting off. Upon reaching the field, they noticed many villagers diligently drawing water to irrigate their crops. Everyone was focused on their tasks, oblivious to the arrival of the two. Jiang Qingyue followed Song Dongmei's pointing finger and soon spotted Song Yan engaged in conversation with the village head at the field's edge. "Sister-in-law, you go find third brother. I will call mother and the others over for tea." Jiang Qingyue nodded and, holding the basket, approached Song Yan. Noticing that they were engrossed in conversation, she instinctively slowed her pace. Just as she intended to wait for them to finish, she suddenly heard the village head exhale heavily. "I inquired through someone. The last rain did not reach the north, which has remained parched. If this continues, there may be trouble in the north. However, we were fortunate that the last downpour alleviated our predicament. Our rice should be ready for harvest within half a month, and we ought not to encounter further mishaps." "Indeed," Song Yan replied, his tone laced with caution. "We must remain vigilant. Once the rice matures, we should harvest it promptly." The village head, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it better to wait? Early harvesting might affect the yield. While the river water may be low, it should suffice for the time being, at worst. We will need to work a bit harder to irrigate, and in a few days, the fields will be without water." Song Yan shook his head slightly. "I am not worried about that. I fear the drought in the north may impact us. I hope I am merely overthinking." Upon hearing this, the village head recalled a locust disaster Song Yan had mentioned 2 months prior, awakening an alarm. "Are you suggesting a locust plague? If the north suffers from a locust disaster, we would be in dire straits. Prolonged drought inevitably leads to locust swarms, and those locusts, unable to find sustenance in the north, will naturally migrate southward in search of water and refuge." Song Yan did not confirm the village head's speculation, but urged him to prepare in accordance with his own methods. It is always better to be prepared. The village chief felt a sense of relief at Song Yan's meticulous considerations once again, and was just about to pat him on the shoulder when he looked up and spotted Jiang Qingyue not far away. He couldn't help but smile and exclaimed, "Oh, Qingyue has arrived. How long have you been waiting?" Upon hearing this, Song Yan glanced in her direction and saw her standing by the field with an innocent expression, cradling a water jar in her arms and a basket tucked under her elbow. After a brief pause, he naturally walked over to her and took the water jar from her hands. "Why didn't you call me?" Jiang Qingyue had inadvertently overheard their conversation and felt a bit embarrassed to be caught eavesdropping. She could only suppress her curiosity for the moment and greeted the village chief with a faint smile. Then, turning to Song Yan, she casually explained, "I came to bring you some herbal tea. I saw you were discussing important matters and didn't want to interrupt." Meanwhile, Song Dongmei had already called the others over. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly revealed the items she had brought. "It's sweltering out here. This is the herbal tea we just brewed. Please each have a bowl to prevent heat stroke." The village chief, having arrived just in time, also enjoyed a bowl. "This herbal tea is quite delightful. After drinking it, one feels a refreshing chill while speaking." After finishing the jar of herbal tea, everyone prepared to head back to their work in the fields. Song Dongmei also decided to stay and assist, eager to finish early and return home for some fried tofu. As for Jiang Qingyue, she had initially intended to stay but was promptly dismissed by Song Yan. "You should head back. You wouldn't know how to help in the fields." Jiang Qingyue felt a tinge of disdain. However, The others believed that the third brother was simply being considerate of his wife, fearing she might overheat. While Jiang Qingyue indeed lacked the skills for such work, she had no intention of lingering to cause trouble. Then I shall return to prepare dinner. Do come back early once you finish. With that, she picked up her empty jar and basket and headed back home. On her way back, as she passed the edge of the Jiang family's field, the memories of the original owner surged forth. Looking up at the field, she noticed that aside from the children, the rest of the Jiang family was working. Even Jiang Qingyue, who never ventured into the fields, had been dragged over to water the crops. Jiang Qingyue wanted to avoid them, but it was too late. Grandma Li, resting in the shade, had already spotted her. You little wretch, I've been lying here for ages, and you passed by without even saying hello. After all, I did give you 20 taels as a dowry. Is this how you repay my kindness? You can't even offer me a cup of tea? Jiang Qingyue glanced at her while holding the jar, noting that although Grandma Li feigned illness and appeared listless, her voice was robust. It was clear she didn't want to work yet desired to maintain a reputation for diligence, thus lying there to slack off. Jiang Qingyue had initially intended to ignore her, but upon hearing the mention of the dowry, she felt compelled to stay and probe further. Grandma, are you thirsty? Grandma Li, caught off guard, snapped back. Can't you see it's scorching hot? I've been busy all morning. Of course, I'm thirsty. Jiang Qingyue clicked her tongue and replied, Grandma, shouldn't you manage them better? With such a large family, even you, the matriarch, are not being cared for? At your age, how can you be out in the fields? Look at your lips, they're chapped and no one has brought you a drink? Grandma Li, even more parched after hearing this, retorted, Isn't there some right in that jar? I just heard the village chief say that you brewed some herbal tea with sugar. You wouldn't be stingy with your own grandma, would you? Jiang Qingyue grinned, of course not. She hurriedly poured a bowl for her. Grandma, this herbal tea has many good ingredients. It may be a bit strong in flavor, but bear with it. I assure you, it will cool you down. Grandma Li, unable to wait any longer, urged, stop talking and pour it already. All right, I'll pour it for you. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue and Wang Guilan, busy in the rice paddies, noticed the commotion. Do you think that little wretch is being kind, bringing tea for our mother? Jiang Qingyue swallowed hard. I don't know. But I'm a bit thirsty too, let me go take a look. Wang Guilan quickly pulled him back. No, that little wretch is quite cunning. Wait until mother has drunk it before you go over. By this time, Jiang Qingyue had already poured half a bowl of herbal tea and presented it to Grandma Li. As Grandma Li caught a whiff of the aroma, she nearly retched. What did you put in this? It smells terrible. Grandma, didn't I just say? It's a remedy for heat. It may be a bit pungent, but trust me, it will make you feel better. Half believing, Grandma Li scrutinized Jiang Qingyue, suspecting she was hiding something. However, recalling that she had seen her pouring for others who seemed to enjoy it, she concluded it was likely another concoction Jiang Qingyue had brewed for profit and grit her teeth to take a sip. Seeing her drink cautiously, Jiang Qingyue enthusiastically encouraged her. Go on, take a hearty drink. Just as she stood back a few paces, Grandma Li spat it out, unable to contain her disgust. What on earth did you give me? Are you trying to poison me? Chapter 72. They cannot leave empty-handed. Jiang Qingyue stepped aside, seizing the opportunity to refill the water jar she had brought. Grandma, why did you spit it all out? You truly have no luck. If you didn't like the tea, that's fine, but why must you resort to insults? With that, she turned and covered her face as she walked away. The villagers resting nearby couldn't help but point and whisper about Grandma Li, who seemed poised to cause trouble for Jiang Qingyue once again. Indeed, she insisted on drinking it herself and now blames her. The older she gets, the more unreasonable she becomes. Hearing this, Grandma Li nearly fainted with rage and called for the eldest couple in the field. Wang Guilan, look at the wonderful daughter you raised. What did she give me to drink? I vomited my guts out. Hurry and go teach her a lesson. Wang Guilan hesitated. Mother, who told you to ask her for tea? We have water with us. Jiang Qingyue, marveling at his wife's insight, added, Guilan is right, that little wretch is trouble. Why provoke her for no reason? Grandma Li, feeling powerless, slapped Jiang Qingyue in frustration. So now my words carry no weight, is it? Jiang Qingyue quickly chuckled and poured a bowl of water for her. Mother, calm down and rinse your mouth with some water. Upon seeing this, Grandma Li felt slightly better, took the bowl without even looking and drank. With a loud retch, she spat it out. What is this water? Why does it smell just like what I just drank? Jiang Qingyue, not willing to be outdone, took a sip himself and promptly retched as well. Could it be that our water has gone bad? Grandma Lee scoffed. Have you ever seen water spoil? It's definitely that little wretch's doing. You two go find her and demand that dowry back. Jiang Qingyue waved his hands in protest. I dare not ask for it back. Jiang Qingyue is alone at home. What is there to fear? Is the village chief not watching us? Jiang Qingyue's eyes darted around, and he quickly summoned his elder son, Jiang Yutian, and his second son, Jiang Yuliang. Your sister is home alone, while the Song family is busy. Hurry to her pond and catch some fish for your grandmother to strengthen her health. Remember, catch plenty. Do ensure that the wretched girl does not discover our intentions. Old Lady Li had thought that her son had devised a clever scheme to deal with Jiang Qingyue, only to find that after much muttering, the plan was to steal fish. Very well, if there are no other means to confront her, then pilfering a couple of her fish to vent our frustrations will suffice. Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang had been laboring in the town until just yesterday, when they returned home to assist with the farm work. Upon hearing of the 20 taels of dowry that had been seized, their fury was palpable, and they were immediately inclined to confront the Song family. It was only due to Wang Guilan's persistent intervention that they refrained from making a scene. Now, having finally found an opportunity, the brothers were eager to exact their revenge on the Song family. As they walked, Jiang Yutian plotted. Let us gather as many fish as we can. The more we catch, the better. Once we return home with the fish, we can procure some poison to eliminate the remainder. Jiang Yuliang found this approach cumbersome, questioning why they should bother with a mere pond of fish. If you ask me, since that wretched girl is home alone, we should simply confront her and reclaim those 20 taels. Jiang Yutian vehemently disagreed, cautioning, absolutely not. Have you forgotten how Mother warned us last night? That girl is no longer as easily deceived, and now she has Song Yan backing her. We cannot confront her directly. It could attract the village chief's attention, and that would spell trouble. Jiang Yuliang remained perplexed, expressing his frustration at the situation. I simply cannot understand what is so appealing about this place. If we are not allowed to stay, we might as well relocate to the town. Jiang Yotian's eyes flickered with concern, realizing that his brother's impulsive nature might jeopardize their plans. He decided against revealing Jiang Qingyue's secret to him, fearing it might complicate matters. Thus, he deflected, there's no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, let us focus on fishing and venting grandmother's grievances. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuliang acquiesced. Very well, I shall follow your lead. The brothers conspired quietly as they stealthily trailed Jiang Qingyue to the Song family's doorstep. On her way back, Jiang Qingyue had already sensed something amiss. Old Lady Li would not let the matter rest without making a fuss, and so Jiang Qingyue remained vigilant. Observing that it was indeed Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang tailing her, she resolved that she would not allow their visit to be in vain. Not only had these two bullied the original owner of her identity since childhood, treating her like a mere servant, but their ingrained malice could not go unchecked. She determined that they must face consequences right from the outset to avoid future troubles. Pretending not to notice them, she hurriedly closed the door upon entering the yard and swiftly sought out the largest burlap sack she could find. After securing the sack, she rummaged for suitable tools. Unfortunately, all the more formidable implements had been taken to the fields. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a self-defense wolf's fang club from her space. With her tools ready, Jiang Qingyue awaited the brothers' entrance. After a while of silence, she noticed movement by the pond behind the courtyard. Concealed by her space, she stealthily approached the pond and observed the two brothers huddled there, deliberating on their plans to catch and poison fish. Elder brother, you go into the water to catch, and I will keep watch from the shore, suggested Jiang Yuliang. You know I am not a strong swimmer, let me fetch a basket for you. And I will also bring the poison for the fish. As the brothers argued, Jiang Qingyue quietly crept up behind them, swiftly placing the burlap sack over their heads. Brandishing her wolf's fang club, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon them. The dusk had settled, casting an eerie silence that was perfect for an ambush. Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang had presumed their actions were discreet, yet when the club struck them, they were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their senses, they cried out for help. Jiang Qingyue, fueled by her indignation, relentlessly struck them, her hands growing numb from the exertion. Just as they began to struggle free from the sack, she kicked each of them into the pond. They lost their footing and tumbled into the water with a splash. Chapter 73. The attempt to steal fish ends in a beating. As Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang fell into the water, they immediately began to shout in desperation, seeking to break free. Jiang Qingyue, still unsatisfied, prodded them further into the depths with her club. She alternated between thrusting and allowing them to surface for air, repeating this torment until she too was exhausted. Finally, she retreated into her space to conceal herself. Yet the ordeal was not over. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Qingyue hastily opened her computer to search for eerie laughter. Once downloaded, she concealed the device behind a tree, pressing play, unleashing a chilling cackle that echoed ominously by the pond. Moments earlier, Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang had just managed to tear off the burlap sack and were gasping for air. "Elder brother, could there truly be a ghost?" Jiang Yutian exclaimed, recalling the sensation of being pushed beneath the water. "How could there be a ghost?" he replied, but just then, a spine-chilling laugh pierced the air, causing them to yelp in terror. The brothers clung to one another, their eyes wide with fear as they scanned their surroundings, but found nothing. "Who dares to play tricks?" they called out, only to hear the sinister laughter again. "There is a ghost, elder brother. We were wrong, we shall not offend again." With that, they scrambled to the shore in a panic. However, the eerie voice was too unsettling, rendering their legs weak as noodles and preventing them from gaining any strength. "I can hardly breathe. The ghost is after us," one cried. "Enough of this, let us flee." As the brothers floundered in the pond, Song Yan hurried back from the fields. He had been fetching water when he overheard old Lady Li cursing Jiang Qingyue's name. Noticing that Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang had vanished from the riverbank, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He rushed home, fists clenched, fearing that Jiang Qingyue might be cornered by those two. Regret flooded him for allowing her to return alone. Swiftly, he dashed into the yard, but finding it eerily empty tightened his chest. Before he could enter the house, he heard cries for help from the pond and hurried towards the sound. Upon arrival, he discovered the brothers, drenched and crying out about ghosts. "Where is Jiang Qingyue? What have you done to her?" he demanded, his face darkening as he approached. The two brothers, seeing him as their savior, reached out desperately for help. "Save us, please." However, Song Yan, enraged by their refusal to disclose Jiang Qingyue's whereabouts, kicked them back into the water. After dealing with them, he raced back to search the house thoroughly, calling out, "Qingyue! Jiang Qingyue! Where are you? Jiang Qingyue!" Startled by the sudden commotion, was behind the tree, having just spotted Song Yan rushing towards her. Startled, she hurriedly retreated into the space, only to hear him calling her name loudly in the courtyard. Prompted by his voice, she rushed out, circling around the latrine before entering the yard. "Song Yan! I'm here! What is the matter?" Song Yan, who had been anxiously preparing to search the neighboring house, suddenly froze upon hearing her voice and turned to face her. His urgency was evident on his face, etched with worry. "Where have you been?" Jiang Qingyue, feeling guilty, rubbed her nose. "I was just at the latrine." Song Yan pressed his lips together, his expression darker than ever. "I searched for you for so long, why didn't he respond?" Jiang Qingyue blinked innocently. "It wouldn't have been appropriate to answer from the latrine, would it? I came out as soon as I heard you calling." Seeing her seemingly untroubled demeanor, Song Yan's heart steadied slightly. "It's fine now. I just noticed you weren't home. By the way, what is going on with those two people by the pond?" Jiang Qingyue almost forgot about them. "I heard someone calling for help earlier. They must have fallen in while trying to steal fish. Hurry and call someone to catch the thieves." Song Yan nodded, casting her a worried glance. "Lock the door and don't wander around. I'll be back soon." With that, he quickly closed the door behind him. Before long, Song Yan returned, leading a large group of people with him. At that moment, Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang had just managed to crawl out of the water, collapsing on the shore, gasping for breath. Thankfully, the laughter had ceased, and the two gradually regained their senses. Just as they were about to leave this cursed place, they spotted a dark crowd approaching with hoes and other implements. Song Shujiang had a deep emotional connection to the fish pond, and upon seeing the two of them, he immediately recognized them as thieves. He rushed forward. "Ah, I wondered how you two managed to run away so quickly. Turns out you came here to steal our fish." Saying this, he grabbed each of them by the collar and hoisted them up. Song Dongmei was furious, hopping in anger. "What audacity! How dare you come to steal our fish?" Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang naturally denied the accusations, but as they stood up, two lively fish flopped out of their sleeves. "Now that the fish have fallen out, will you still deny it?" Jiang Yuliang burst into tears. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost in your pond. My brother and I almost drowned just now. The fish must have been given to us by her. Jiang Qingyue quickly echoed, that's right. There's truly a ghost in your pond. As soon as we reached the water's edge, we were dragged in, and it took all our strength to climb back out. The ghost's laugh was terrifying. Seeing the two grown men pale with fear, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. A ghost? I think it's you two who have guilty consciences. What on earth were you doing at Song's fish pond? Exactly. If you weren't here to steal fish, why would you be by the pond? And how did you end up falling in? In an instant, the crowd rallied in indignation, supporting the Song family and concluding that the two brothers were caught stealing and concocted a flimsy excuse. The Jiang family, working in the fields, soon caught wind of the commotion and hurried over. Old Lady Li cursed her useless grandsons in her heart, wishing they had chosen a more sensible excuse. When she saw everyone pressing the matter, she could not help but interject, "We're all family, after all. Is it so wrong for the brothers to come and catch a couple of fish?" Jiang Qingyue and Wang Gailan quickly chimed in, "That's right. We just spoke to Qingyue, telling her we were coming over to catch a few fish. How is that stealing?" At that moment, Jiang Qingyue was hiding among the crowd, watching the spectacle. Upon hearing the Jiang family shamelessly claim they had informed her, she stepped forward boldly. "Nonsense. No one told me anything. Even if you had, I would never have agreed." With that, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang. "You two just claimed there's a ghost in our pond. Are you not afraid of your lies coming back to haunt you tonight?" The two brothers felt a chill run down their spines at her words, and they immediately recalled the terrifying scene from earlier. They were determined not to experience it again. No, we never said that. We came on our own to catch fish. The fish aren't for us, it's for our grandmother. She sent us to catch some, please spare us." Jiang Qingyue scoffed coldly, "I suspect you're still not telling the truth. Our pond may have a ghost, but it's a benevolent spirit. Perhaps it's the water god. Surely, you two intended to harm my pond, which is why you're being punished." Upon hearing this, the two brothers broke out in a cold sweat. They had indeed been discussing using poison to catch fish when they suddenly fell into the water. Could it be that they truly angered the water god and faced divine retribution? Under normal circumstances, they would never have believed such a thing, but after their recent experience, how could they dare doubt it? Realizing this, they knelt by the water's edge, begging for mercy. "Water god, we were wrong. Our grandmother sent us. She told us to come and steal a few fish while the Song family was away. We were utterly foolish to think of poisoning the fish. We swear we won't do it again." The onlookers were astonished. It turned out these two were not merely stealing fish. They had been plotting to poison the entire pond. How utterly despicable. Song Xiaojiang, furious, stepped forward and kicked them to the ground. "How dare you plot against my fish? If anything happens to my fish, you will pay double." The village head, having listened intently, was equally furious. "Old Lady Li, what do you have to say now? Weren't you just saying you were only going to catch a couple of fish? How do your grandsons claim they intended to poison the whole pond?" Old Lady Li was taken aback. "Village head, I truly didn't know. I was just upset because Qingyue gave me some foul water to drink. So I sent my two grandsons to catch a couple of fish to calm me down. As for their talk of poisoning the pond, I swear I never said that. If I did, may lightning strike me." The village head scoffed. "Regardless of whether you said it or not, your grandsons have confessed. Are you still going to deny it?" Old Lady Li was at a loss for words and, before the village head could speak, began to plead for mercy. Today's incident was due to the foolishness of these two children, but they are terrified. They wouldn't dare to speak such nonsense again. Besides, not a single fish from the pond has gone missing. They should be the ones seeking a doctor for hysteria. Let us just let this matter go." The village head ignored her and turned his attention to Song Yan and Jiang Qingyue. "It's your pond. What do you think should be done?" Song Yan glanced at Jiang Qingyue. "You decide." Jiang Qingyue lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment. Even if this matter reached the authorities, they would likely gain little in compensation, as not a single fish had died. Yet, it would be a shame to miss such a good opportunity. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Qingyue spoke. "Village head, many people witnessed the events in the field today. I saw my grandmother was terribly thirsty. So I kindly offered her a bowl of cool tea, only to be scolded and chased away. She insulted me for being unfilial and even ordered my two brothers to poison my pond. Tell me, is this something a family would do? I have come to a realization, since they do not regard me as family, I need not foolishly harbor expectations of mutual support in the future. In light of this, it may be best to sever ties altogether, let each go their separate ways, thereby avoiding the incessant disturbances that arise every few days." Upon uttering these words, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. This matter of severing familial ties was unprecedented in the village, rendering it quite novel. While minor squabbles were commonplace, they were often tolerated and brushed aside. However, the notion of severing ties was indeed not a matter of pride. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that no other family had behaved as egregiously as the Jiang family. Thus, one could hardly blame Jiang Qingyue for her insistence on cutting ties. Consequently, support for her decision began to swell among the crowd. Village chief, please allow them to sever ties. Qingyue is quite the unfortunate child, one voice chimed in. Indeed. Now that life has improved, if ties are not severed, the Jiang family will surely ruin it all. Song Yan also cupped his fists in a slight bow to the village chief, requesting his approval. The village chief cast a troubled glance at Song Yan and quietly reminded him, "You are set to participate in the county examination next year." At this critical juncture, severing ties could have unforeseen repercussions. Song Yan lowered his gaze, replying, "Village chief, I understand the gravity of the situation. Yet I cannot stand idly by while Qingyue is bullied by her family. This is a mutual decision between us as husband and wife, and I am willing to shoulder any consequences that may arise." The village chief sighed in resignation. Deep down, nothing was more important to him than Song Yan's success in the examination. Should someone with ill intentions exploit this situation, it could lead to endless troubles. However, since Song Yan had spoken so resolutely, the village chief felt compelled to relent and nodded in acquiescence. "Please draft a severance letter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue hurriedly followed Song Yan back. "Song Yan, is what the village chief said true? If we are divorced, will they still accuse you of being unfilial?" Song Yan turned to glance at her. "If I were to say yes, would you still choose to sever ties?" Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath, naturally. "Your examination is of greater importance. As I mentioned before, if things become untenable, I shall simply distance myself, ensuring they cannot find me. So severing ties would not be an issue." A flicker of warmth crossed Song Yan's eyes. "Fear not, that is merely the village chief's concern. It will not affect me." "Truly? I assure you." Jiang Qingyue scrutinized him closely, and seeing no hint of deceit, she felt somewhat reassured. "If that day comes, I shall return to testify for you." Song Yan gave her a weary glance. "Even at this juncture, you still contemplate leaving?" As he prepared to write, she swiftly interjected, "No need to write. I still possess the severance letter from before." She quickly retrieved the previously written document from the cupboard. When the couple emerged from the house, the others had gathered in the courtyard. Old Lady Li seemed to be negotiating with the village chief about something. Jiang Qingyue and Wang Guilan supported their shivering son. "Soaked through, mother. Please sign it quickly. Once signed, we can take you Tian and Yuliang to see a doctor." Chapter 75, Fried Stinky Tofu. Old Lady Li was reluctant to sign. If the ties were truly severed, not only would the 20 taels of silver be unrecoverable, but future opportunities to retrieve her recipe would also vanish. Yet, the village chief had declared that without signing the severance letter, no one could leave today. Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang, the two useless ones, continued to shout about wanting to go home. Coupled with the elder couple's desperate pleas, Old Lady Li, despite her myriad of objections, resigned herself to pressing her handprint. Once she had done so, Jiang Qingyue and Wang Guilan hurriedly followed suit. "Village chief, can we return now?" The village chief nodded in satisfaction. "Go back and manage those two properly. Should any issues arise at the fish pond again, I shall hold both of you accountable." Jiang Qingyue and Wang Guilan responded affirmatively and quickly escorted their sons home, leaving Old Lady Li seething, directing an angry glare at Jiang Qingyue. Wishing to scold, but finding herself unable to utter the words. Fearing her frustration would leave her even more bereft, she turned and pursued the elder couple. Upon their arrival home, Wang Guilan extended her hand towards Old Lady Li. "Mother, quickly give the silver so Qingyue can go to town and fetch a doctor." Old Lady Li, having bottled up her anger, found herself with no outlet. "What silver could I possibly have left? That good-for-nothing daughter of yours tricked it all away. You two worthless creatures. Why weren't you dragged down by the water ghost and drowned? I asked you to bring back 2 fish. And now look, this grown daughter of yours declares severing ties without a second thought. How will we ever reclaim that 20 taels?" Wang Guilan felt equally frustrated, and seeing her 2 sons in such disarray only worsened her spirits. "Mother, you cannot say that. Yu Tian and Yu Liang only wish to relieve your grievances. They did not intend for things to escalate this way. Moreover, today you were resting comfortably under the shade of that tree. Why did you insist on calling that wretched girl? Had you not stopped her, would we have faced all this turmoil? Upon hearing her eldest daughter-in-law's retort, old Lady Li's anger flared. She is my granddaughter. How could I not intervene? Besides, it was the eldest who suggested eating fish. It was not my desire. Jiang Qingyue attempted to mediate between the two women, but unexpectedly found himself caught in the crossfire. Mother, let us not forget that it was your insistence on drinking her water that led us here. We brought water from home. Yet you insisted on drinking from that wretched girl S. Even Guilin mentioned that she is a troublesome character, and you are hardly her match. Yet you continue to wish to subdue her. Indeed, now look where we stand. I had hoped to charm that 20 tails over time. But now I find myself utterly powerless. You may all quarrel as you wish. Soon after, news of the severed ties reached the second branch of the Jiang family. And they rushed back. We were merely delayed. How did it come to severing ties? Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, on the verge of tears, grandmother. How could you agree to sever ties? What will become of my dowry? Old Lady Li found herself the target of everyone's ire, her hands trembling with rage as she stood, broom in hand, ready to strike at her sons and daughters-in-law. If I wish to sever ties, it is not for you to dictate my household. While the Jiang family descended into chaos, Jiang Qingyue hummed a merry tune, carefully folding the severance letter and stowing it away. She mused that it was indeed beneficial to venture out more often. One might stumble upon unexpected advantages. After organizing her things, Jiang Qingyue rose, preparing to fry some stinky tofu. Speaking of stinky tofu, she felt a pang of regret for the remaining half-jar of stinky brine. Initially, she had feared that if left at home, it might be discarded as dishwater by Song Yan during his cleaning. Thus, she had stored it away, and little did she expect it would come in handy today. What could have been used to soak even more stinky tofu had instead been wasted on the Jiang family. Yet she had inadvertently secured a severance letter in the process. This was not a loss. Jiang Qingyue fished the soaked stinky tofu from the basin, allowing it to drain before dropping it into the hot oil as it heated. The stinky tofu, soaked in amaranth water, emerged a delightful golden hue rather than the usual black. It looked quite appetizing. A drizzle of spicy dipping sauce would surely enhance its appeal. However, when Jiang Qingyue proudly presented the fried stinky tofu to the courtyard, the response from the others was somewhat hesitant. Sister-in-law, is this tofu spoiled? It has such a foul odor. Yes, if it's spoiled, it's best not to eat it. What if it upsets our stomachs? Witnessing Jiang Qingyue create stinky tofu, Song Dongmei was the first to step forward. Do you understand? This tofu is not spoiled. It is intentionally called stinky tofu. Jiang Qingyue glanced at her with a smile, acknowledging Dongmei's expertise. You should try it first. Song Dongmei tugged at the corner of her mouth, feeling a bit apprehensive about the taste. Nevertheless, having reached this point in the conversation, she resolved that, even if it were poison, she would accept it. With determination, she skewered a piece with a bamboo stick and defiantly popped it into her mouth, closing her eyes in resignation. After chewing for a while, she suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise. Wait, why does it taste so good? Jiang Qingyue smirked. Stinky tofu is supposed to smell foul but taste delightful. See? I didn't deceive you, did I? Song Dongmei nodded enthusiastically. It's delicious. The more I chew, the better it tastes. As she reached for another piece, the others, encouraged by Dongmei's bravery, gathered around Jiang Qingyue to taste the stinky tofu. The couple, who had recently been selling herbal jelly in town, had gradually gained insights into running a small business. They had been worried about how to continue after summer ended, but after tasting Jiang Qingyue's stinky tofu, a spark of hope ignited within them. Sister-in-law, how about when we finish selling herbal jelly, we switch to stinky tofu? Jiang Qingyue regarded them with admiration. That sounds great. But the stinky tofu must be fried fresh. We'll need a stove and a pot to sell it on site. Song Chunshan felt a surge of excitement. That's simple. We'll bring everything we need. After some contemplation, Jiang Qingyue concurred. All right, let us gather more amaranth from the mountains soon. The brine will take some time to prepare. And by then, the herbal jelly should be nearly sold out. Despite the spontaneous nature of this decision, the couple was resolute and began envisioning their future stinky tofu business. However, their enthusiasm was not shared by Song Xiaojiang, who felt somewhat disheartened. Third brother, what is going on with our pond? I just checked and found a burlap sack floating in it. It's ours. He pondered, Could it be that there's truly a water ghost lurking beneath? I've slept there for so many nights. The thought sent shivers down his spine, leaving him uncertain if he had encountered something sinister. Upon hearing about the sack, Song Yan's eyes flickered with mild surprise before settling into calmness. Don't worry, you won't need to guard it at night anymore. Whatever it is, no one will be trying to steal fish from the pond again. Song Xiaojiang let out a sigh of relief. All right then, I won't go anymore at night. Chapter 76. Buying dried apricots for her. Finally freed from the burden of feeding mosquitoes by the pond, Song Xiaojiang could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep at home. However, lying in bed, Song Yan found it hard to drift off. The events of the day seemed peculiar. Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang were usually quite astute, so it was unlikely they would be frightened without a good reason. Reflecting on the burlap sack mentioned by Song Xiaojiang, Song Yan concluded that someone must have been playing tricks to scare the two men. As for who? The Song family had been in the fields, leaving only Jiang Qingyue at home. No one else was present. The image of the brothers bruised and battered made Song Yan chuckle unexpectedly. He hadn't anticipated that the woman who had appeared so aggrieved in front of everyone would be so ruthless behind the scenes. At that moment, Jiang Qingyue was also wide awake. The recent heat made her sleeping area feel like a sweat lodge. Seizing the opportunity when she saw Song Yan smile, she pulled back the curtain for some fresh air. What are you laughing at? Song Yan glanced at her, his lips curling into a smile. I'm amused that there's a ghost behind our house. Jiang Qingyue looked at him incredulously. What's so funny about that? Aren't you even a little scared? Song Yan scoffed lightly. Aren't you scared either? I'm not afraid of sharing a bed with a ghost, especially since it's all just a ruse. After sharing a laugh, Song Yan grew curious. What exactly did you give old Lady Li to drink? Jiang Qingyue blinked. Herbal tea. Herbal tea? I distinctly remember it was all gone when you left. Realizing she couldn't hide it from him, she confessed, I was worried they might cause trouble. So I brought a jar of brine with me. The brine you use for stinky tofu? Exactly. Unfortunately, you weren't there when old Lady Li took a big gulp. She immediately spat it all out. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have been in trouble too. The thought of that scene made Song Yan chuckle again. And Jiang Qingyue laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Before long, they noticed that the bed beneath them was rather cramped. Without the curtain as a barrier, they were inching closer together, even their hair getting tangled. Jiang Qingyue awkwardly chuckled and quickly pulled her stray hair back. It's getting late, let us go to sleep. Song Yan cleared his throat. All right, if you're hot, you don't have to pull the curtain. As Jiang Qingyue reached to draw the curtain, she hesitated. In the battle between discomfort and embarrassment, she chose the latter. After all, once asleep, it would all feel the same. With that thought in mind, Jiang Qingyue pretended to yawn and rolled over to face the other side. After resolving to start a stinky tofu business, the Song family embarked on a new round of foraging for wild amaranth. Once they returned with the wild amaranth, Jiang Qingyue directly shared the method of brining the amaranth stems with Jiang Xunyang. Upon finishing her explanation, Jiang Xunyang stood there, dumbfounded. Jiang Qingyue initially assumed she hadn't communicated clearly, so she personally demonstrated a couple of steps. Sister-in-law, this brine isn't difficult to make, just try it boldly. If you have any questions, come find me. Jiang Xunyang snapped back to reality and excitedly waved her hands. No, sister-in-law. Are you certain you want to teach me how to make stinky tofu? This recipe is your creation, if I learn it. Jiang Qingyue suddenly understood that it wasn't a matter of comprehension, but rather disbelief that she would share the recipe so freely. She playfully feigned surprise. Sister-in-law, are you trying to overwork me? I was hoping to teach you so I could take it easy. Having spent so much time together, she felt she could trust her on this matter, especially since it was merely a recipe for stinky tofu. After hearing Jiang Qingyue's words, Jiang Xunyang's eyes turned red. All right, I will make sure to learn well. Song Chunshan was equally moved. Sister-in-law, my wife and I can learn. But let us agree on the profit share. You take 70, and we'll take 30. Jiang Qingyue had initially planned to discuss pricing when they were ready to sell, along with the revised profit-sharing arrangement. However, seeing their eagerness to discuss it, she decided to be forthright. Brother, sister-in-law, I actually thought about this yesterday. For the stinky tofu business, I only need 50. That's more than enough. If you don't agree, then I won't do it. Jiang Qingyue's stance was firm, driven by her inability to manage too many responsibilities. The soap business was already enough to keep her occupied. If she took too much, how could she continue to be a hands-off manager? After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Chunshan and Zhang Sunyang ultimately agreed. Rest assured, dear sister-in-law. We shall certainly strive diligently. The weather has been growing increasingly warm these past few days. Despite the imminent arrival of autumn, the heat wave shows no signs of abating. Remaining indoors feels akin to being trapped in a steamer, while venturing outside is like being placed upon a roasting spit. Upon her first arrival here, Jiang Qingyue merely attributed the fierce heat to the notorious autumn tiger, giving it little thought. Recently, she has seized every opportunity to sneak into the space for a breath of cool air, relishing even a few minutes spent inside, savoring an ice pop. Nonetheless, the sweltering heat has not been entirely disadvantageous for her. Her appetite has waned significantly, leading to a noticeable decrease in her food intake and a sharp drop in weight. Wu, her mother-in-law, has observed this with concern, fretting over how one can possibly manage so many tasks on so little sustenance. Jiang Qingyue dismissed her worries as mere nagging, intending to brush it off with a perfunctory response. Little did she anticipate that the following day, Song Yan would return quietly, presenting her with a packet of dried apricots. I bought these from a vendor by the roadside. A little something to whet your appetite before meals. Jiang Qingyue immediately associated this gesture with Wu and questioned, was it mother who asked you to buy these? No. It's just that you seemed unwell, he replied, slightly taken aback. You can say what you wish. Jiang Qingyue, surprised by his response, suddenly comprehended the underlying awkwardness. To mask her embarrassment at the misunderstanding, she accepted the offering, tasted one, and found it quite delightful. Thank you, she said. Song Yan's expression stiffened momentarily, revealing a hint of discomfort. No need to thank me. In the sweltering heat, there is indeed a silver lining. The sales of herbal jelly have soared. However, it is a pity that her elder brother and sister-in-law toil relentlessly under such conditions, selling bowl after bowl. Yet, both are remarkably resilient. Whenever Jiang Qingyue suggests they return home early, they insist that merely sitting at the stall, without needing to labor in the fields, hardly constitutes exhaustion. After selling the herbal jelly, they linger at the stall, reluctant to leave until they have sold a few more bowls. Once they return home, they immediately set off again to gather wild amaranth. Their industrious spirit is something Jiang Qingyue humbly acknowledges she could never rival. In addition to her elder siblings, her second brother, Song Shejiang, has been working hard as well. With the water levels in the pond dwindling, he rises early each day to fetch bucket after bucket of water from the river. Many cannot bear the heat, and with fewer fish in the river, the deliveries have diminished considerably. Worried about the potential shortage, Song Shejiang often ventures into the river himself to catch fish, taking whatever he can, large or small. The larger fish are sent directly to the kitchen, while the smaller ones are kept in the pond, ready for use at a later time. Jiang Qingyue admires his determination in braving the heat to catch fish. In contrast, Song Yan appears to have a much easier time. He returns from town early each day but disappears without a trace, shrouded in mystery. Since there are no expectations for him to assist with other tasks, Jiang Qingyue feels little inclination to inquire further. After a few days, it was once again time to deliver the soap. Jiang Qingyue, who had been sequestered at home, was finally ready to venture out. This delivery marked the final 10 bars of soap she had agreed upon with Su Wanqing. Once this batch was complete, she would be expected to produce a large quantity in 10 days. Thus, today, she sought an opportunity to discuss future cooperation with Su Wanqing and to inquire about matters regarding the Jiangdu mansion. However, what troubled her most was the uncertainty of whether Su Wanqing would indeed come today, especially considering the 2-hour journey from Jiangdu mansion in this oppressive heat. Given Su Wanqing's pampered upbringing, it would be understandable if she chose to stay home. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Qingyue and Song Dongmei arrived early at Ningxiang Pavilion. She had anticipated that even if Su Wanqing did come, there would be a wait involved, but to her surprise, she found Su Wanqing already awaiting her upstairs upon arrival. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback. In this sweltering heat, I was wondering if Sister Wanqing would make it. I did not expect you to arrive so early. Su Wanqing laughed heartily. I came yesterday, eager to see you today. After a moment, she added earnestly, to be candid, I have been anticipating this day, wanting to hear you confirm how many bars of soap you can produce in 10 days, seeing that they were on the same wavelength. Jiang Qingyue confidently assured her, I can indeed produce 100 bars. Su Wanqing was astonished. Really, 100? Jiang Qingyue nodded firmly. Indeed. Su Wanqing's delight was palpable, and her previous worries evaporated. With your assurance, I can rest easy. I can also take these 10 bars of soap back today to create some buzz, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching in 10 days. She planned to officially launch the sale of the 100 bars on that day. Jiang Qingyue listened attentively to her sales strategy, gaining a renewed appreciation for Su Wanqing's business acumen. After some light conversation, Su Wanqing cleverly found a reason to send Song Dongmei away, instructing her maid to accompany her downstairs to try out the rouge she had recently made. Jiang Qingyue, sensing the shift, directly inquired, "Sister Wanqing, do you wish to speak with me privately?" Su Wanqing nodded slightly, "Yes. I wanted to ask if you would accompany me back to Jiangdu Mansion when we next deliver the soap." Jiang Qingyue was taken aback. "I am to go as well? Will my presence be necessary for the launch you mentioned?" Su Wanqing smiled gently. "Your presence would indeed bring me comfort. And it would be a good opportunity to introduce you to my family and friends, though that is secondary." "Sister Qingyue, last time you inquired about Jiangdu Mansion, it seemed more than mere curiosity, did it not?" Jiang Qingyue, recognizing her perceptiveness, admitted, "Indeed, I am considering an opportunity to visit Jiangdu Mansion. Hence my inquiries." Su Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. "Are you contemplating opening a shop there? Or do you face challenges in your current situation? Please do not misunderstand. I envision a long-term partnership with you, and you are an important friend to me. I would not wish for you to encounter difficulties or make mistakes. I stand ready to assist in any way I can." Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Jiang Qingyue hesitated before responding truthfully, "Yes. I am indeed contemplating opening a shop in Jiangdu Mansion. But it is still under consideration and not yet finalized. Are you going alone or with your family?" "Just myself." After a brief silence, Su Wanqing could not help but jest, "Though I am not yet married, I found it quite peculiar when I last saw you with your husband. Are you planning to abandon him?" Jiang Qingyue chuckled at her choice of words. "It is not so much an abandonment. To be honest, our marriage was a hasty mistake on my part, and he was compelled to marry me. In my youthful folly, I failed to understand the implications. But now I regret it and wish to grant him his freedom." Su Wanqing appeared taken aback by her audacious sentiment, her eyes widening in shock. "Does your husband, young Master Song, consent to the divorce?" "He would welcome it. Is he aware of your plans to go to Jiangdu Mansion?" "He knows. I have spoken to him about it. But aside from him and you, Sister Wanqing, no one else is privy to this matter. I kindly ask you to keep it confidential for now." Su Wanqing was once again taken aback. Could the dynamics between a husband and wife truly manifest in such a manner? It seemed she had begun to comprehend the nature of their relationship. "Rest assured, I can assist you. The Jiangdu Prefecture is my territory, and I would be delighted for you to come and aid me. Together, we shall amass great wealth." Jiang Qingyue cast a heartfelt glance in her direction. "Thank you. But I have yet to fully contemplate it. Should I decide to go, I will certainly reach out to you. Why hesitate? Since you are already considering it, what is there to ponder? I shall come to fetch you in 10 days. We can visit and see if you like it. Furthermore, as we embark on this long-term collaboration, it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with our shop. This will also grant me an opportunity to showcase our bustling Mid-Autumn Festival preparations." Jiang Qingyue felt a sudden wave of surprise. Yet, her words were not unfounded. Rather than lingering in contemplation, it would be more prudent to visit and assess the situation firsthand. After all, the step had to be taken eventually. If she was destined to depart, a slight advance could do no harm. Chapter 78. Purchasing attire for him. Having resolved to journey to Jiangdu Prefecture, the two arranged their next meeting. Subsequently, Su Wanqing presented her with an additional 20 taels of silver. Upon receiving it, Jiang Qingyue was momentarily dumbfounded. "Sister Wanqing, why is there an extra 10 taels? The additional 10 taels serve as a deposit for the next batch of goods. Take it. We women ought to possess a bit more silver for peace of mind when venturing out." Jiang Qingyue accepted it with a smile. As she descended the stairs to bid farewell, she found Song Dongmei joyfully experimenting with various shades of rouge alongside Su Wanqing's maid. Upon noticing Jiang Qingyue's arrival, she hurriedly stood. "Sister-in-law, come and see which color looks best." Jiang Qingyue, struck by Song Dongmei's innocent and carefree demeanor, felt a sudden tightening in her heart. While she bore no particular concern for Song Yan, she perceived Song Dongmei as a younger sister who had yet to mature. How would she react if she learned that Jiang Qingyue was heading to Jiangdu alone? A wave of guilt washed over her. Yet she was at a loss for how to broach the subject. Although these plans had been meticulously arranged, and she and Song Yan had previously made an agreement, she suddenly felt a pang of betrayal at the thought of leaving. It was evident that once emotions were involved, many matters became uncontrollable. Rather than prolonging discomfort, it would be wiser to extricate herself sooner rather than later. Having come to this conclusion, Jiang Qingyue masked her emotions and swiftly approached Song Dongmei. I think they all look quite lovely. Which one do you prefer? Song Dongmei wavered between two colors. Observing her indecision, the maid chimed in. Our mistress has stated that whatever Miss Song desires, she shall provide, no matter the quantity. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei quickly set down the rouge. No, that won't do. We still have business to conduct. We cannot be so extravagant. If that is the case, then I shall forego it. Let us go, sister-in-law. Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, if she won't gift it, I'll buy it for you. With that, Jiang Qingyue swiftly grabbed 2 boxes of rouge, along with a box of powder and another of eyebrow powder. Song Dongmei, taken aback, protested, Must you buy so much? I can hardly use 2 boxes of rouge. Not to worry, we can alternate daily, Jiang Qingyue replied with a smile. Song Dongmei was overwhelmed with gratitude. Sister-in-law, you are truly kind to me. Hearing this, Jiang Qingyue felt even more guilty, her words poised on the tip of her tongue, yet she could not bear to reveal the truth. Fortunately, there was still time. She could seek an opportunity to discuss it gradually. Having received 20 taels of silver, Jiang Qingyue resolved to acquire some necessities. The Jiangdu prefecture was not like this small town. She needed to present herself more appropriately. Furthermore, she had lost some weight recently, and the garments made by Mrs. Wu no longer fit as they should. With this in mind, Jiang Qingyue led Song Dongmei to a tailor shop, where she purchased 2 outfits for herself. Afterward, she turned to Song Dongmei and inquired, Do you find anything you like? I shall buy you an ensemble as well. Song Dongmei was astonished. You wish to buy me clothing? No, I have yet to wear the last outfit. Not a problem, you may save it for later. Song Dongmei, bewildered by her sister-in-law's sudden generosity, suggested, If you truly insist on buying, perhaps you could acquire some fabric for mother instead. Jiang Qingyue readily agreed, Indeed. We should buy for mother, and let us get some for sister-in-law as well so they can work on it together. Is sister-in-law truly mad? Song Dongmei thought. After purchasing the fabric, Jiang Qingyue led her to examine men's clothing. Your third brother is in need of new attire as well. Let us procure 2 outfits for him. I would appreciate your counsel. Unskilled in sewing and hesitant to trouble Mrs. Wu or her sister-in-law in the sweltering heat, Jiang Qingyue decided to buy ready-made garments instead. She first selected a long gray robe. Considering that he often worked outside watering the fields, she also chose a black short outfit that was both durable and easy to clean. Upon exiting the tailor's shop, they encountered Song Yan, who had just finished delivering fish. Song Dongmei eagerly waved and rushed over. Third brother, had you arrived any later, sister-in-law would have purchased the entire shop. Song Yan looked at the 2 of them in surprise. What brings you here? Sister-in-law brought me to buy clothing, and we also acquired fabric for mother and sister-in-law. Not to mention 2 outfits for you. Did you really buy me clothing? Indeed. Song Yan's expression tightened momentarily before a hint of delight surfaced. What prompted you to think of purchasing me garments? Jiang Qingyue felt a twinge of embarrassment as she glanced at him. I am not skilled in sewing, so I opted for ready-made clothes. Do you like them? If not, we can still exchange them. After examining them, Song Yan responded, They seem fine. I shall try them on later. He carefully wrapped the garments and placed them gently in a clean basket. Seeing him so pleased made Jiang Qingyue feel even more uneasy. Upon returning home, the excitement from Mrs. Wu and Zhang Suni upon receiving the fabric was palpable. Even Song Yan appeared to be in good spirits, smiling in response to their teasing without protest. That evening, after bathing, Song Yan tried on the 2 outfits he had purchased. He even approached Jiang Qingyue to show her. What do you think? Jiang Qingyue looked up and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. She had selected the largest size available, yet the sleeves still seemed a tad short. I did my best. He simply would not allow a full body fitting. The sleeves are short. I shall return tomorrow to exchange them for a larger size. Song Yan assessed the fit, resolutely shaking his head. No need for the trouble. I find these 2 outfits quite satisfactory. Shorter sleeves will be more convenient for work. Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement. Very well, if you prefer it this way, we shall leave it. Next time I buy clothing, I shall be more mindful of the sizing. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, realizing that there may not be a next time. A fleeting hesitation washed over her as she contemplated revealing her impending journey to Jiangdu Prefecture. Yet, witnessing his rare joy, she found herself at a loss for words. If she disclosed the truth now, what would become of the garments they had just purchased? With 10 days remaining, she was certain an appropriate moment would arise. 10 days could feel fleeting or prolonged, depending on the circumstances. Suitable opportunities often slipped away in an instant. Over the past few days, Song Yan had been leaving early and returning late, and every time she had almost spoken, she had been interrupted. As 2 days passed, Jiang Qingyue resolved that she must inform him. On that day, as they were having breakfast with only the two of them present, she finally spoke up. Song Yan, do you recall the last time I mentioned the matters concerning Jiangdu Prefecture? Song Yan nodded, acknowledging that he remembered. What about it? Jiang Qingyue quickly cleared her throat and continued, in a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I plan to. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yan, with an expression of concern, stood up and gazed toward the sky. Song Yan, are you even listening to me? He distractedly replied, then promptly stood up to head outside. Apologies, we can discuss this later. I must go check on the fields. Chapter 79. The army of locusts has arrived. With that, Song Yan hastily left, calling for the eldest and second brothers to accompany him to the fields. Jiang Qingyue watched his hurried departure with a sigh of resignation before returning to her tasks. For the past few days, she had been tirelessly crafting soap to ensure that she would not run out of supplies in the future. She worked diligently throughout the morning until a sudden rumble of thunder jolted her back to reality. What time is it? Is it going to rain? Song Dongmei and Mrs. Wu also assumed it was about to rain and hurried outside to gather the laundry. As the three reached the courtyard, Song Dongmei suddenly cried out in fear. What is that in the sky? Jiang Qingyue looked up and was equally startled. A dark mass loomed above, blocking out the sun, resembling not clouds, but something alive. The locusts are coming. Mrs. Wu, having experienced such a scene before, exclaimed in alarm. It's locusts. The locusts are here. Clearly, Mrs. Wu harbored a dreadful memory of locusts, as her complexion turned ashen upon realization. Zhang Sunyang, who was busy next door, rushed over, her voice already tinged with panic. Mother, the locusts are coming. What should we do? Outside, cries of despair mingled with the overwhelming buzzing of locusts, creating a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Although Jiang Qingyue had seen such scenes on television in her past life, nothing compared to the visceral reality of the moment. Once she regained her composure, she quickly pulled Zhang Sunyang aside and inquired, where did the elder brother go? He should still be in the rice fields. Is Yan there too? He is. That's good. Jiang Qingyue sighed in relief, feeling slightly steadied by the knowledge that Song Yan was present. She had an inkling that he had sensed the impending disaster, prompting him to rush out early that morning without finishing his meal. With this thought in mind, she quickly organized everyone to gather the items in the courtyard, especially the freshly harvested amaranth, so that the locusts wouldn't devour it. The four of them worked together, swiftly bringing everything inside. Once the doors and windows were securely shut and Mrs. Wu was instructed to stay indoors due to her poor health, the remaining three hurried towards the rice fields. As they made their way there, the village was in an uproar, with people shouting and running towards the fields wielding brooms. Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but glance up at the sky as they walked, seeing the locusts drawing ever closer. It became increasingly clear that within the earthy yellow cloud, countless brown locusts were rapidly beating their wings as they headed for the rice fields. The group quickened their pace. Upon reaching the fields, Jiang Qingyue spotted Song Yan standing slightly taller than the others, alongside the village chief, directing everyone to light fires. The bonfires quickly roared to life, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling into the sky, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Jiang Qingyue could faintly detect the scent of mugwort, realizing that he intended to use the dense smoke to drive the locusts away. When she approached Song Yan, he was calmly instructing those nearby. Add damp grass to the hay. That way, the smoke will be thick. Quickly, everyone should light a fire around the fields. We cannot give the locusts any opportunity. The village chief repeated Song Yan's orders loudly, ensuring all could hear. Before long, the vast rice fields of Xia village were shrouded in thick smoke, successfully rising before the locusts arrived. In an instant, the farmlands were completely obscured by the smoke. The locusts were left circling above, desperately searching for a place to land. Jiang Qingyue handed him a handful of dry grass, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. At the sound, Song Yan recognized her presence. What are you doing here? I came to help. The noise in the fields was overwhelming, so Song Yan leaned closer to her ear and insisted. You don't need to help. This smoke is suffocating. You should hurry back. I'm fine. Let us do this together. She insisted, rushing to assist him with the grass. Seeing her refusal to leave, Song Yan quickly untied his cloth mask and secured it over her face. The others quickly followed suit, tearing off their own sweatbands to cover their mouths and noses. Feeling guilty, Jiang Qingyue dug out her handkerchief and handed it to him. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to drive away the majority of the locusts. Just when they thought the crisis had passed, they realized that the dense smoke had merely dispersed slightly, allowing the ominous swarm of locusts to turn back and return. A chorus of alarm rang out, and without a moment's respite, everyone began to light fires again while dousing the area with water. Jiang Qingyue watched the returning locust army, feeling utterly defeated. It couldn't drag on like this, she thought. The dry grass supplies were dwindling. Song Yan furrowed his brow, gazing up at the sky for a moment. He then urgently called for the village chief. Chief, tell everyone to go back and fetch the coarse cloth from their homes. The village chief, drenched in sweat, was bewildered. What do we need coarse cloth for? And bring some bamboo poles as well. We'll tie the coarse cloth to the poles and use them to knock down the locusts that refuse to leave. The village chief instantly understood. All right, I'll relay the message. At this point, everyone was at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing Song Yan's plan, they immediately dispatched people to retrieve coarse cloth and bamboo poles. Some, however, were reluctant to move, such as the Jiang family. Old Lady Li was unwilling to part with the little coarse cloth they had and refused without a second thought. We can provide bamboo poles, but we won't part with our coarse cloth. The village chief, weary of arguing, retorted, you can take it or leave it, when the time comes. Each family will have to tend to their own rice fields, and no one will care for you. Jiang Qingyue expressed concern. Mother, are we really not going to take any? What if the village chief truly ignores us? Old Lady Li glanced towards the rice fields of the other families. You all can see for yourselves, our fields are so centrally located that if they're to be devoured, we'll all be affected together. The locusts can't possibly choose only our fields to feast upon. Jiang Yuliang chimed in, Grandma is wise, while everyone is busy. We can afford to slack off a bit and nobody will know. The locusts certainly won't notice. Seeing the Jiang family in action, the others lost interest and hurried home to fetch supplies. Jiang Qingyue, along with Zhang Sunyang and Song Dongmei, dashed back home. Once they retrieved the coarse cloth and bamboo poles, Jiang Qingyue instructed the two to head back while she seized the opportunity to sneak into her space while pretending to head to the restroom. Upon entering, Jiang Qingyue immediately opened her computer to research methods for dealing with locusts. The abundance of information online overwhelmed her, and much of it was unsuitable for the urgent situation at hand. Methods involving the use of modern pesticides were out of the question, and the idea of deploying ducks was impractical as they primarily fed on juvenile insects. By now, the locusts had already become a full-blown disaster. Furthermore, the village's chickens and ducks were limited. Jiang Qingyue stared intently at the computer screen, silently urging herself to find a reliable solution. After much searching, she ultimately concluded that the method Song Yan had just employed was indeed the most feasible. Regrettably, the method, though seemingly effective, ultimately fails to address the root of the problem and cannot be sustained for long. Just as Jiang Qingyue was on the verge of giving up, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the desired solution while browsing a webpage. After hastily skimming through the information, she swiftly exited the virtual space and hurried towards the rice fields. Chapter 80. United Efforts to Drive Away the Locusts. Upon arriving in the fields, Jiang Qingyue found Song Yan directing everyone in a makeshift cloth barrier to encircle and confront the swarming locusts. It must be said that Song Yan's intellect is indeed impressive. After several collective attempts to encircle the insects, a significant number of the ominous dark cloud of locusts were indeed brought down. However, this fortunate turn of events was short-lived. As time passed, the locusts displayed a surprising cunning, beginning to disperse and launch attacks from multiple angles. This change rendered their encirclement strategy less effective, and many locusts hovered in the higher reaches of the sky, beyond reach. As the battle between humans and locusts once again reached a stalemate, Jiang Qingyue rushed to Song Yan to share the method she had recently acquired. Although she stumbled over her words, the core concept was clear enough for Song Yan, who grasped it quickly due to his keen understanding. The essence of the plan involved digging pits around the perimeter of the rice fields and placing dry firewood nearby. Once night fell, they would ignite the fire. Much like moths, locusts are drawn to light at night. Thus, the bonfire would serve as bait, luring them to their demise or into the pits where they would be buried. Though this approach demanded considerable effort, it promised a tangible means of exterminating the locusts rather than a passive defense. Song Yan gazed at Jiang Qingyue with a momentary look of astonishment, a flicker of something in his eyes, before it vanished just as quickly. "Do you think this is feasible?" he queried. Coming back to himself, he nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. While we prepare the fire, we can also use hay and mugwort to generate thick smoke, ensuring they are compelled to fly into the traps." Having established a new operational strategy, Song Yan called upon the village chief and the able-bodied villagers. He succinctly conveyed Jiang Qingyue's idea: "We shall divide into 4 groups. The men will dig the pits, while the rest will continue to smoke the locusts and use the cloth to capture them. Children, gather as much firewood as possible. Remember to dig the pits away from the crops to avoid igniting them." "Understood." The villagers promptly responded, seizing shovels to commence their task. Alongside the strong men of the village, women, children, and the elderly all rallied to assist. The men focused on digging pits while the others followed Song Yan's guidance, contributing as much as they could. Meanwhile, the Jiang family remained stubbornly stationed at their own land, unwilling to lend a hand. "Let them be. They can dig as they please while we continue to produce smoke." "But our hay supply is dwindling. Can we sustain the fire?" one elder queried. "It will suffice. Once we attract the locusts, we will be safe," came the reassuring reply. As noon approached, the sky darkened, signaling the imminent arrival of evening. After a busy afternoon, the villagers successfully dug the pits and gathered the necessary firewood just before darkness fell. All eyes turned to Song Yan, and the village chief quickly inquired, "Shall we light the fire?" Song Yan glanced at the sky and the relentless swarm of locusts before declaring, "Ignite the fire." With that command, the men set their dry wood ablaze, illuminating the night with a brilliant bonfire. The villagers stood by the flames, shovels in hand, holding their breath as they gazed upward. One moment passed, then another and another. Will this truly work? Will the locusts really fly into the fire? Why is there no movement? Could they be too wise to fall for our trap? Let us wait. No sooner had the words left their lips than a low buzzing sound filled the air, akin to rumbling thunder. The noise grew louder, more unbearable, and as the villagers looked up, they beheld the dark mass of locusts descending upon the bonfire in waves, as if determined to engage in a fiery clash. "They're coming. They're really diving into the flames. Quick, toss the ones that survive into the pits and bury them." The locusts began to swarm towards the fire, many of them disoriented and falling to the ground. The villagers, following Song Yan's commands, hurriedly used their shovels to capture and bury the insects. Around the bonfire, others continued to generate thick smoke, ensuring that no locusts remained in the rice fields. They toiled tirelessly until midnight, and finally, the massive swarm of locusts had vanished. Only a few scattered stragglers remained, effectively alleviating the crisis. By this time, the night had deepened. The villagers, having worked tirelessly from noon into the night, were utterly exhausted. Not to mention Song Yan and the village chief, who had been preparing the haystacks long before the locusts arrived. Nevertheless, no one dared return home for a restful sleep. After a brief discussion, the village chief and Song Yan decided that each household would leave one man to guard the rice fields, just in case more locusts ventured from the north. Without hesitation, Song Chunshan and Song Xiaojiang volunteered to stay behind. "Let the youngest return to rest. He has been the most fatigued today, having been running around since morning," they insisted. "We are accustomed to hardship. We can manage the night here." With that, they sat down on the ground, gathering fallen locusts to skewer on twigs, preparing to roast them over the fire. Jiang Qingyue, initially ready to return with Song Yan, was taken aback by this development. "Eldest brother, second brother, what are you doing?" "We're roasting locusts to eat. These locusts are toxic. You cannot consume them." "Surely not? We've eaten them since childhood." Jiang Qingyue quickly interjected. "You must be referring to the green grasshoppers. These locusts have turned brown due to the plague. The gathered locusts are toxic and must not be eaten." Upon hearing this, the two brothers immediately dropped the locusts they were holding into the bonfire. "Is it true?" "Indeed. I'll fetch some food for you to enjoy. Just don't eat the locusts." This notion of toxic locusts was new to Song Yan. Yet the locusts today were undeniably different from the scattered ones they had encountered in their youth. Unaccountably, he found himself trusting her words. Before departing, He approached the village chief once more, urging him to remind everyone not to consume the locusts. The village chief nodded earnestly. Yes, I will inform everyone. You should hurry home to rest. As they left the fields, Jiang Qingyue's eyes, accustomed to the firelight, struggled to adjust to the darkness. She slipped slightly, nearly falling. But Song Yan, walking behind her, quickly caught her by the arms and naturally took hold of her elbow. The path is treacherous at night. Allow me to assist you. Jiang Qingyue felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, yet with his words lingering in the air, refusing his assistance would only seem pretentious. She merely nodded in response, saying nothing further. Chapter 81. At last, she was recognized. Jiang Qingyue allowed him to guide her by the arm as they made their way back to the village. Fortunately, the darkness concealed them from prying eyes. They traversed the village until they reached the faint glow of light emanating from the houses. Yet, Song Yan showed no intention of releasing her arm. Jiang Qingyue initially believed that he had forgotten her. Just as she was about to turn away to signal him, she realized he had been staring intently at her. A shiver ran down her spine under his gaze, prompting her to ask, "What are you looking at?" Song Yan smiled subtly. "Nothing, just that you have some dirt on your face." Jiang Qingyue silently rolled her eyes, replying, "Your face isn't exactly pristine either." With that, she withdrew her arm. Left empty-handed, Song Yan lowered his head, a smirk playing on his lips. He felt a surge of joy. Not only because the troubling locust issue had been resolved, but also because he had finally unraveled the mystery surrounding this woman. Ever since that fateful night when he had been drugged, he had suspected that the woman before him was not the same Jiang Qingyue. Over the past few days, he had been observing her, and each time he felt on the verge of understanding, she would somehow divert his attention. After today's events, he was now completely certain that this woman was not the Jiang Qingyue who had drugged him. The original Jiang Qingyue would never have comprehended such matters, let alone differentiate which locusts were edible and which were not. At present, his sole curiosity was, who was this woman, and where had she come from? Contemplating this, Song Yan couldn't help but steal another glance at her profile. The dim light illuminated her face, which was smeared with soot and grime. However, her eyes remained bright and moist, sparkling like stars. As he was lost in thought, her gaze suddenly shifted towards him, causing him to wonder what was so amusing in the dead of night. Song Yan's heart skipped a beat as a realization struck him. It was her, the woman who had berated him as a lunatic in the underworld, the one who had thrown a tantrum over not being allowed to reincarnate. Although she appeared more voluptuous now than before, her features were strikingly similar, especially her eyes. He should have recognized her sooner. Once confirmed, Song Yan's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile blossomed on his lips, his heart fluttering with excitement like a startled deer. He wanted to shout out in joy but feared scaring her, so he instead beamed at her foolishly. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback, fearing he had truly lost his sanity. In the dead of night, in a small village at the foot of a mountain, what was he grinning about? "Song Yan, if you keep staring at me, I might just get angry." "All right. I won't stare anymore." Fortunately, they soon returned home. At that moment, Mrs. Wu was anxiously pacing in the courtyard, and upon hearing their arrival, she hurriedly opened the door. "How did it go? Is everything all right?" Jiang Qingyue smiled reassuringly. "Mother, you needn't worry. Everything is fine now." Song Yan nodded in agreement. "Is there anything to eat at home? Eldest brother and second brother are still in the fields tonight." Mrs. Wu quickly prepared water for them to wash their hands, exclaiming, Yes. Since you wouldn't let me go, I had some time at home, so I made a few buns. Hurry and eat. I'll take food to them." Upon hearing this, Song Yan swiftly stopped her. "The smoke in the fields is too much for your health. I'll deliver it instead." After saying this, he rushed to wash his hands, grabbing the buns and darting out. Once he left, the three famished women quickly washed up and filled their stomachs. After finishing the buns, Jiang Qingyue urged the others to go to bed, taking the opportunity to sneak into her space for a bath before Song Yan returned. Once inside, she hurried to the mirror to inspect her face. Upon looking into the mirror, she realized her head was covered in ash and her face was grimy. No wonder Song Yan had been staring at her. She looked quite a mess. After a refreshing wash, she glanced at herself in the mirror again and suddenly noticed that, after the weight loss, her features were increasingly resembling her modern self. At first glance, they bore a striking resemblance. Just as she was about to scrutinize further, Song Yan had already returned to the door. Jiang Qingyue hadn't expected him to come back so quickly. She thought he would stay in the fields with eldest brother and second brother for a while longer. She quickly stepped out. Don't come in yet. I'm changing. Song Yan paused in his motion to push the door open, his ears turning slightly red. Understood, I want to go in. Take your time. Taking my time is not an option. Jiang Qingyue quickly tidied her clothes and rushed to open the door. Have you eaten? I have. So soon? I was worried you'd be scared alone at home. Jiang Qingyue shot him a surprised glance, but said nothing. She was utterly exhausted from the day's events, and all she wanted was to collapse into bed. Yawning, she informed him that there was hot water in the pot for him to wash up before sleeping, then climbed into bed to rest. Song Yan acknowledged her with a grunt and hurriedly washed up outside. However, when he returned, she was already sound asleep. Hearing her steady breathing, Song Yan hesitated for a moment before gently lifting the curtain to glance at her, then returned to his own space. Initially, upon his rebirth, he had lamented that fate had deliberately chosen to test him after marriage. Little did he realize, it was his own inability to see clearly, clouded by the resentments of his past life. Contemplating the divine grace he had received, warmth surged within him. With thoughts of tomorrow's promise, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, Jiang Qingyue slept in a bit longer than usual, and by the time she arose, Song Yan was already gone. After changing her clothes and stepping outside, she found him returning with water. Yawning, she asked, "Why aren't you in the fields? I can fetch water later. You should go on and get busy." Song Yan nodded. "I've already fetched the water and chopped the firewood. I'll head to the fields now. By the way, mother, eldest sister-in-law, and Dongmei have already gone to the fields." Jiang Qingyue replied, "I'll bring over the food once it's ready. No rush. Just make something to fill your stomach. I've already asked Uncle Nyo to send a message to Duowei Building. We want to be delivering goods for the next couple of days, so you don't need to worry about preparing fish." Jiang Qingyue nodded, sensing something peculiar about Song Yan today, as if he were speaking in riddles. Nonetheless, given how hard everyone had worked yesterday, she couldn't afford to be careless with breakfast. She boiled 2 eggs per person and then prepared some dough to make meat pies. The meat came from her stock in the fridge, and to save time, she used the meat grinder from her space to turn it into filling, adding some scallions and seasoning. The dough was coated with oil, and she shaped it into pies, frying them in oil until golden and crispy. The freshly made oil cakes were fragrant and crunchy. Jiang Qingyue didn't have time to eat, wrapping them all in oil paper and placing them in a basket before hastily setting off towards the fields. Chapter 82, Let Go of the Urge to Help, Respect Others' Destinies. Along the way, Jiang Qingyue encountered several villagers heading to the fields to deliver meals. After yesterday's events, everyone was grateful to her, offering their own food to share. Jiang Qingyue quickly waved her hands, refusing. "I've already prepared breakfast. You all eat yours. Don't waste it. We have plenty to do after filling our stomachs." After finally declining their offers, she hastened her steps towards her own plot of land. Upon arriving at the edge of the field, she heard a wave of crying coming from within. Curiously, she tiptoed to peek, confirming that the sound was coming from the direction of the Jiang family. Before she could grasp the situation, Song Yan had already approached and taken the basket from her hands. "No more looking, lest they find trouble later," he advised. Jiang Qingyue's curiosity remained unabated. What was the matter? Had someone in their family passed away? Song Yan smiled faintly. "Not quite. Yesterday, the Jiang family had no one to keep watch, and their firewood had long been consumed. The thick smoke from the other families did not reach their fields, so all the fleeing locusts took refuge in their crops." Jiang Qingyue's eyes widened in shock. "They devoured everything?" Song Yan nodded silently. "Not everything, but about 80 to 90%. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Qingyue burst into laughter. "Serves them right. During the battle with the locusts yesterday, everyone was desperately trying to drive them away, following the village chief and Song Yan's coordinated efforts, while the Jiang family slacked off, each person finding ways to avoid work. Did they really think no one noticed? It was simply that everyone was too busy to deal with them. Who would have thought that in the end the locusts would take their revenge?" As Jiang Qingyue listened to Song Yan's recount, they soon arrived at their own fields. Early in the morning, Wu Shi and Zhang Sunyang had come to lend a hand. By this time, the dazed locusts in the field had been completely gathered by them. Everyone was exhausted from the morning's toil. Being the last to rise, Jiang Qingyue felt somewhat guilty and quickly brought out the breakfast she had prepared. "I made meat pies and boiled eggs. Everyone should eat while it's hot." Song Dongmei, already famished, was the first to unwrap the oily paper containing the meat pies, revealing the golden brown pastries. How fragrant! A true meat pie. Ouch, that's hot. Take your time, they just came out of the pan. Indeed. No one is going to snatch them from you. Jiang Qingyue had anticipated that everyone would be both tired and hungry, and thus had added a bit more oil than usual while cooking. The result was a greasy, mouth-watering pie. Biting into it released an abundance of savory juices. Although the exterior was crispy and golden, the meat and scallions inside were tender and juicy, making it far from greasy. The Song family gathered around, savoring their breakfast. Since everyone was stationed at their own fields, far apart and with the scent of charred crops wafting through the air, no one was aware of what the Song family was eating. As for the village chief, he happened to arrive. Initially, he intended to consult Song Yan about a matter, but unexpectedly stumbled upon their meal. Go ahead and eat, I'll check elsewhere first. Jiang Qingyue quickly smiled, urging him to stay. Village chief, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come and have some, I made plenty. The village chief, not typically one to indulge in food, found himself unable to resist Jiang Qingyue's delicious cooking after declining twice. She smiled as she wrapped 2 meat pies in oily paper and handed them to him. Village chief, you truly worked hard yesterday. I heard you kept watch all night. The village chief was indeed exhausted, but Jiang Qingyue's words filled him with warmth, making him feel he could persevere for another day. I can't feel at ease until the locusts are completely eradicated. That will surely happen. By the way, how are the other villages nearby faring? The village chief sighed. Don't mention it. Last night, someone saw our firelight and came to inquire. I quickly shared our strategies with them. This morning, I sent someone to gather information. And it seems they acted too late. Their rice has already been devoured. Jiang Qingyue sighed helplessly. At least some remains. Indeed, anything left is a blessing. While they spoke, the commotion from the Jiang family's fields began anew. Ignore them. They'll tire themselves out soon enough, Jiang Qingyue said, opting for a boiled egg instead of more meat pie. As she ate, she could hear the Jiang family members bickering in the fields. Eventually, Jiang Qingyue spoke up. Grandma, given the situation, we should quickly gather as many locusts as possible to take back. At least it will help with our food supplies. Wang Guilan, astonished, replied. But the village chief said the locusts are poisonous and not to be eaten. Jiang Qingyue scoffed. That's not what the village chief said. It was Jiang Qingyue. Do you really think she understands this? When we were young, she often roasted grasshoppers to eat. Locusts are just grasshoppers, so why can't we eat them? You've all lived half your lives. When have you heard of locusts being poisonous? Perhaps she's deliberately keeping them from us to save and sell for herself. Old Lady Li, lamenting her dwindling food supply, suddenly had an idea upon hearing Jiang Qingyue's words. All right, you all go gather locusts. The more you collect, the better. We can feed them to the chickens, and it will save us quite a bit of grain. The Jiang family ceased their lamentations and shifted to gathering locusts. Those who stood nearby tried to dissuade them, only to be met with harsh words in return. They demanded that if locusts were not to be eaten, the others should share their grain with their family. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads vigorously. Why bother with such people? Let them eat, if it kills them. All the better. The village chief, clearly weary, walked over to offer a few token words of advice, only to be met with resistance. Jiang Qingyue, while consuming her egg, shook her head silently. Abandon the urge to assist. Respect others' fates. How noble. How noble. Though she spoke softly, Song Yan, seated beside her, caught her words. With a playful smile, he deftly peeled an egg and offered it to Jiang Qingyue. Here, take this. Jiang Qingyue quickly waved her hand. I have enough. This is yours. I noticed you barely touched the meat pie. Are you worried about gaining weight? Then eat more eggs. They won't make you gain. Jiang Qingyue wanted to refuse, but Song Yan had already presented it before her, insisting she partake. In front of everyone, she felt it was inappropriate to continue to decline. So she accepted with a wry smile. Eggs are indeed a good thing, but to eat 3 at once? That was pushing it. Chapter 83. The Jiang family's chain of events. The villagers stood watch in the fields for another day and night, ensuring that the locusts had completely passed and would not return, before finally feeling secure enough to return home for rest. Song Yan and the village chief, due to this incident, were summoned by the township head for consultation on their experience. Suddenly, they found themselves exceedingly busy, to the point that they could hardly exchange a few words each day. Even in their conversations, the predominant topic was the dire situation in other villages, rendering the discussions quite heavy. As for Jiang Qingyue, she too was overwhelmed with work, momentarily casting aside matters concerning the Jiangdu prefecture. Following this event, Xia village became lively. The villagers were exuberant over the food they had managed to save, and conversations were largely centered around the scenes of that day. However, aside from that day's events, what transpired in the Jiang family over the past few days also became a popular topic of discussion among the villagers. According to insiders, that day the Jiang family had collected a significant number of locusts in sacks. Although they put on a brave front in front of the villagers once home, each harbored secret apprehensions and hesitated to be the first to partake. They feared that the locusts might indeed be poisonous and that they would become the first in the village to perish from consuming them. Within the Jiang family, a sense of mutual reluctance emerged. Noticing that no one was willing to try first, Jiang Qingyue had a clever idea and decided to feed the locusts to the chickens. The little chicks were indeed feasting quite merrily, seemingly devoid of any toxic qualities. Thus, the Jiang family felt reassured and proceeded to fry a large pot of locusts for their meal. However, it wasn't long before they began to experience severe vomiting and diarrhea, clearly indicating a case of food poisoning. The members of the Jiang family foamed at the mouth and hurriedly rushed out, enlisting the help of their neighbors to summon a doctor. When the physician arrived, the family lay sprawled in disarray across the courtyard. Upon examination, it was confirmed that the locusts were the source of their ailment. Had they not expelled a significant portion of the insects, their lives could have been in jeopardy. The Jiang family, however, refused to believe that the locusts were to blame, for they had previously tested the toxicity on their chickens. In that moment, they realized that their usually boisterous chickens had fallen silent. Old Lady Li dashed to the chicken coop only to collapse in despair, wailing, "Jiang Qingyue, you heartless wretch! You have poisoned all my chickens." Li Laoda seized a broom and chased Jiang Qingyue around the yard, but after only a few laps, his already frail body succumbed to exhaustion, and he lay back down, panting heavily. Old Lady Li wept over her beloved chickens for what felt like an eternity, and eventually, in her weakened state, she instructed Wang Guilin to cook the remaining chickens to restore her strength. Fearing the heat would spoil the meat and recognizing that everyone needed nourishment, Wang Guilin resolutely stewed several chickens together. Famished and devoid of any meat in their bellies, the family devoured the entire pot of chicken as ravenously as starving wolves. They had the chicken for lunch, but by the afternoon, they were in dire straits again. Once more, the Jiang family found themselves sprawled on the ground, prompting the village head to intervene. Despite his grievances with the Jiang family, he understood the gravity of the situation. Should the entire family perish, it would reflect poorly on him. He hastily sent for a doctor once more. After 2 visits from the physician, Old Lady Li had depleted her savings. With no hope for the crops and having lost all the chickens she had raised for a year, she mourned as if she had lost her husband all over again. Before she could take matters into her own hands, Jiang Yutian and Jiang Yuliang united to give Jiang Qingyue a sound thrashing, leaving her battered and bruised, too afraid to show her face. Following the Jiang family's calamity, Xia village finally welcomed the autumn harvest. Initially, the village head intended to wait a few more days, but anxiety about a potential return of the locusts kept him restless. Now, with the harvest looming, he felt a sense of loss. After deliberation, Song Yan proposed to harvest only the upper heads of the rice stalks, leaving the lower portions in the field for further irrigation, believing that the axillary buds would sprout again, yielding some additional rice. The village head, having served for many years and cultivated much land, had never heard of a second harvest of rice. The longtime farmers shared this sentiment. However, considering Song Yan was educated, they speculated he might have come across this notion in books. Even if it proved unsuccessful, the worst outcome would be a little wasted effort in irrigation, minimal loss. Thus, they all agreed to follow Song Yan's suggestion and harvest only the upper rice heads. Upon hearing this news, the Jiang family nearly fainted collectively. The reason was simple. After discovering their rice field had been ravaged by insects, they had hastily cut down the meager remnants of their crops overnight, ensuring they were taken down to the roots. On the day of the harvest, the entire village, young and old, came together. Even the Wu family joined in to assist with the rice threshing. Jiang Qingyue felt it inappropriate to stay home alone and volunteered to help as well. Without hesitation, Song Yan declined, stating that someone must remain at home to guard it, and besides, she wouldn't know how to do the work. Jiang Qingyue shot him a surprised glance. While she might not be adept, the original owner of her body certainly was. How could he say such a thing? She shot him a reproachful look, silently questioning who he thought he was underestimating. Hadn't she participated in every autumn harvest since childhood? Song Yan merely smiled at her without contesting, asserting that their group was sufficient and that someone had to stay home to prepare meals. Song Dongmei and the others chimed in, yes, third sister-in-law, you should stay home and cook. If we're to have your meals, we'll have the strength to work. With a resigned smile, Jiang Qingyue accepted her role and remained behind, sending meals to the fields 3 times a day. During this time of delivering food, Jiang Qingyue quickly discovered the art of meal preparation for the workers. Soupy dishes were cumbersome to transport, and by the time she delivered rice and vegetables, they had cooled significantly. Therefore, after delivering breakfast one day, she began to prepare a batch of buns, planning to make a variety of flavors: pork, dried vegetables, tofu, and more. Any leftovers could be stored in her space and would not spoil, allowing them to be reheated when needed. To avoid monotony, she also decided to make some xiaomai, a delightful combination of rice and meat. Just as Jiang Qingyue was engrossed in her preparations, the sound of a horse-drawn carriage echoed from outside. She quickly set down her work and rushed out to see 2 familiar figures, Su Wanqing and Su Chaqing, stepping down from the carriage. Surprised, Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, "Mr. Su? Sister Wanqing? What brings you here?" The two had originally planned to meet in 2 days at the Ningxiang Pavilion, so she was taken aback by their unexpected visit. Had she mistakenly remembered the date? She hadn't even had the chance to inform Song Yan. Chapter 84. Su Wanqing came to fetch her before Jiang Qingyue could gather her thoughts. Su Wanqing approached with an apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry, Qingyue. We heard about the locust disaster and were concerned about how you all were faring, so we came to check on you." Su Chaqing echoed her concern, stating, "I heard from Manager Qian that you haven't sent any smoked fish in a few days. I wondered if your fields had also suffered." Realizing the situation, Jiang Qingyue quickly ushered them into the courtyard, explaining as they walked, "Indeed, we had locusts pass through, but fortunately, we managed to drive them away. And the damage to the fields was minimal. Now everyone is busy harvesting." Upon hearing this, both Su siblings sighed in relief. "On our way here, we saw many fields that had been decimated. You can imagine how terrifying the sight was. We're glad to hear your family is okay." As they conversed, they followed Jiang Qingyue into the courtyard, their eyes taking in the surroundings. Although the small farmyard was neatly organized, with everything placed in order, even the firewood stacked in a row, it appeared rather modest for the two who had grown up in larger homes. The thought that someone as remarkable as Jiang Qingyue lived in such humble circumstances made them feel a pang of sympathy for her. Jiang Qingyue noticed their astonishment and sheepishly smiled. "We've only recently married, and we've been too busy to tidy up. It's small, so please don't mind." They shook their heads with smiles, but as they sat down, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, prompting their curiosity. "Are you cooking?" Jiang Qingyue replied with a smile. "Yes, I'm steaming buns. Would you like to try some?" Having set off from Jiangdu Prefecture early that morning without stopping in the town, their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful aroma, Jiang Qingyue did not hesitate, stating, "Then we shall indulge without reservation." With a smile, she entered the kitchen and shortly thereafter emerged bearing 2 platters of steamed buns and xiaomai. "I don't often prepare these. Feel free to enjoy them." After presenting the buns, Jiang Qingyue turned and returned with a pot of chrysanthemum tea, exclaiming, "These chrysanthemums were freshly picked from the wilds of our mountains. Do give them a try." By the time the tea was served, the 2 guests had already taken their first bites. Su Chaqing, with a penchant for the novel, sampled the xiaomai first. Though he had tasted xiaomai during previous travels, the flavor paled in comparison to that crafted by Song Yangzi, as it contained actual morsels of meat. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, bit into a tofu bun, reflexively slurping due to its heat. Upon noticing Jiang Qingyue's arrival, she quickly offered an embarrassed smile, saying, "I apologize, but this tofu bun is simply exquisite. It is my first experience with a tofu-filled bun." Jiang Qingyue poured tea for the two and replied with a smile, "No worries, please take your time." Once they had finished the buns and xiaomai, and sipped their chrysanthemum tea, they could not help but exclaim in contentment. After satisfying their appetites, the conversation turned to more serious matters. "Qingyue, to be frank, I have been quite concerned since hearing about the locust plague. I wonder what impact it may have on our soap? Jiang Qingyue shook her head with a smile, reassuring them, rest assured, the soap is perfectly fine. Is everything already prepared? Indeed, all is ready. It will be available for use in 2 to 3 days. However, you need not worry about selling it during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Wanqing was overjoyed. May I see it now? Jiang Qingyue readily stood up. Of course. I will fetch it. If all is well, you may take it with you today. With that, she carried over the baskets of soap, placing them in the courtyard. Su Wanqing could hardly contain her excitement, quickly rising to take a piece in her hands. It felt delicate and oily, its craftsmanship evidently superior to the previous batch, with smooth edges and corners. Moreover, it bore an embossed pattern of stars and moons, adding an air of sophistication. As she inspected the various pieces, Su Wanqing was astonished to discover several distinct colors and fragrances. Jiang Qingyue presented her with a few different bars, explaining, this one is flower soap. This one is mint soap, which provides a refreshing wash, and this is honeysuckle, known for its ability to clear heat and soothe sores. Su Wanqing examined them with delight, her anxious heart finally at ease. After a moment, she swiftly retrieved a 100-tael silver note from her purse and handed it to Jiang Qingyue. Qingyue, here is the payment for this batch of soap. Jiang Qingyue glanced at the note, reminding her, Sister Wanqing, you already paid a 10-tael deposit last time, so I should return you 10 taels. Before she could go back for the silver, Su Wanqing firmly grasped her hand. No need for that. The exquisite craftsmanship of this batch warrants a higher payment. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. The price was agreed upon beforehand. I cannot raise it now. However, I do have a small request. Su Wanqing promptly inquired, what is it? Jiang Qingyue hesitated slightly but mustered the courage to say, I am not accustomed to receiving silver notes. Could it be changed to cash? Both Su Wanqing and Su Chaqing were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Song Niangzi, you are indeed a remarkable person. That is not an issue, but we do not have that much cash on us. Since we are eager to deliver the soap back to Jiangdu, why not accompany us today? I will provide you with cash upon our return. You may keep the silver note for now. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback. Today? Su Wanqing nodded. The roads were chaotic on our way here, and I fear that further delays may lead to complications. It is better to enter the city sooner for peace of mind. Su Chongqing added, indeed. I have heard that Song Niangzi wishes to scout shops in Jiangdu. It would be advantageous to arrive early. We can accompany you and stay a couple of days. Jiang Qingyue thought of Song Yan and the others still in the fields and hesitated. But my family is quite busy at the moment. When do you think the autumn harvest will conclude? After some contemplation, she estimated it should take another couple of days. Su Chongqing glanced at Su Wanqing, uncertain. How about this? I will find a few people from town to assist. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to Jiangdu. Jiang Qingyue quickly waved her hands. That is unnecessary. Our family has only a few acres of land. We have enough hands. The only reason she remained was to deliver meals. Now that they had prepared such a substantial amount of buns and xiaomai, it should suffice for a couple of days. With this thought, Jiang Qingyue hesitated before saying, Please, sit and enjoy some tea. I will go inform my family in the fields. Very well. We appreciate your assistance, Song Niangzi. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask for help. Thank you. With that, Jiang Qingyue hurriedly gathered a basket of freshly steamed buns and xiaomai and made her way to the fields. As Jiang Qingyue arrived in the fields, everyone was diligently harvesting rice. Only Song Yan noticed her presence first, and upon seeing her delivering food at this hour, he quickly set down his sickle and approached her. Why are you here so early today? I am not yet hungry. Jiang Qingyue noticed the smile on his face and the sweat on his brow and couldn't help but glance away shyly. Song Yan, Su Chongqing, and Su Wanqing are here. They are currently at home. Surprised, Song Yan asked, what brings them here unexpectedly? They heard about the disaster and were concerned about the soap delivery. So they came to check. As she spoke, Jiang Qingyue presented the 100-tael silver note to him. Could you verify that this note is legitimate? The trust Song Yan placed in her, alongside her vigilance towards the Su siblings, pleased him greatly. He took the note, examined it, and replied, it is fine. But you should have them exchange it for cash. As for the soap, you may allow them to take it now. Once the Great Xia dynasty ceases to exist, silver notes would merely become worthless paper. Though Jiang Qingyue lacked foresight into the future, she inherently believed in the value of gold and silver, nodding in agreement. I understand. But Taking a deep breath, she gazed into his eyes and continued, "They wish to invite me to Jiangdu, and I have agreed." Song Yan was momentarily taken aback. "You plan to go to Jiangdu with them?" Jiang Qingyue bit her lip, affirming, "Indeed. I mentioned to you before that I also wish to see it." The surprise in Song Yan's eyes shifted to reluctance. "It is unsafe for a woman to travel such a distance, and you have never ventured far before. Once I finish my work, I will accompany you." Jiang Qingyue quickly shook her head. "No need. You focus on your tasks. Do not let it impede the autumn harvest. I can take care of myself." If danger truly arose, she could simply retreat into her space. Unwilling to relent, Song Yan pressed, "Must you leave today?" "Yes, it is rather unsettled outside. It is safer to travel with them." "Then wait. I will inform my elder brothers, and I will accompany you." Jiang Qingyue was puzzled by his sudden insistence on joining her. She felt guilty for leaving at such a busy time. If she took away another laborer, wouldn't the others suffer? Furthermore, the village head came daily to inquire about the second harvest, and many matters awaited his assistance. After a moment's thought, she declined, "Really? I will go alone. I just want to take a look and will return in a few days. I came merely to inform you." Song Yan gazed at her helplessly, wishing to persuade her further, yet the words caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a single phrase, "Will you listen to me this once?" Although the words bore no fault, Jiang Qingyue found them unpalatable and could not help but retort, "Song Yan, have you perhaps forgotten something? We had previously agreed that I would go to Jiangdu Prefecture, and you are well aware of it. If I acquiesce this time, what of the next? What after our divorce? I am aware you have your secrets and plans, and I have never interfered or inquired. However, I must ask, was I ever part of your future plans from the very beginning? If not, should I not make arrangements for my own future?" Song Yan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden interrogation, his heart tightening involuntarily. Unable to restrain his rebuttal, he exclaimed, "How do you know their ISNT?" Jiang Qingyue offered a bitter smile, then thrust the basket into his arms, declaring, "I have made my decision regarding Jiangdu Prefecture. Let us speak further upon my return." With that, she turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, she recalled something and pivoted, saying, "I have steamed a considerable number of buns and xiaomai. All in the kitchen. Please inform Mother to reheat them before eating. Also, there are plenty of eggs in the cupboard that we just bought. With the busy farming season, let everyone indulge in more eggs for nourishment. We can buy more in town later. Do not be stingy." Having said this, Jiang Qingyue departed without a backward glance. Song Yan held onto the steaming basket, his fingers tightening around it, fearing it might slip away like her. Watching her resolute figure vanish, her earlier questions echoed in his mind. Initially, he intended to wait until after the autumn harvest to have an open and honest conversation with her, taking the opportunity to annul their previous agreement. However, he had not anticipated her departure would occur so swiftly. He stood in a daze, contemplating Jiang Qingyue's retreating silhouette until he was jolted back to reality by Song Dongmei rushing over. "Third brother, did third sister-in-law just come by with food? Why did she leave so quickly?" With a somber expression, Song Yan handed the basket to Song Dongmei, stating, "You all should eat first." He then made his way to the fields, resuming his task of cutting the rice stalks. Song Dongmei cast him a puzzled glance, while the others who approached also expressed their confusion. "What has happened to third brother?" "I do not know. I saw third sister-in-law come over. They exchanged a few words. And after she left, he became like this. Did they have a quarrel? Who knows? He ignored my questions just now." Seeing his demeanor, Wuxia grew concerned and picked up 2 buns to send to Song Dongmei. "Please ask your third brother what is amiss. If they truly quarreled, he ought to promptly apologize to Xiaoyu." Song Dongmei pursed her lips and made her way toward the fields with the buns. "Third brother, did you just have a quarrel with third sister-in-law?" "No." "Really no? If not, why did third sister-in-law leave without waiting for us?" At this moment, Song Yan felt increasingly vexed, and unable to suppress his frustration, he looked up at Song Dongmei. "Has third sister-in-law mentioned anything peculiar to you lately?" Song Dongmei appeared bewildered. "No. No unusual behaviors?" After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Well, she did spend quite extravagantly last time. She bought a slew of facial products and an array of clothing and materials in town. You're aware of that, right?" A flicker of suspicion crossed Song Yan's eyes. "Did you encounter the shopkeeper at Ningxiang Pavilion last time? Did anything unusual occur?" Song Dongmei recounted her previous encounter truthfully. "At first, everything was normal. But then I was asked to follow a maid downstairs to try on rouge. Understanding dawned on Song Yan. The arrangements for Jiangdu Prefecture had indeed been settled during that visit. Otherwise, she would not have purchased 2 new outfits so suddenly, given her usual aversion to shopping. Yet, why had she not informed him earlier? Was it possible she feared he would dissuade her from going? As he reflected on his recent encounters with her, he soon realized she had indeed intended to share this information with him. However, they had been so preoccupied that each time they attempted to converse, they were interrupted. Particularly on the morning the locusts arrived, she had indeed mentioned Jiangdu Prefecture. Yet, he had forgotten it afterward. With this revelation, Song Yan tossed aside the sickle he had been holding, hastening back home. Third brother, where are you going? Home. Don't forget to apologize to third sister-in-law and make amends. Without answering, Song Yan quickened his pace. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. When he returned, the door had already been locked from the outside. Seeing her leave in such haste sent a wave of panic through him, urging him to move faster. As he reached the village outskirts, he could only see the silhouette of a carriage and the dust it kicked up. Gazing at the empty road, his brow furrowed, and a sense of dread settled in his heart. He paused for a moment, then suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he dashed up the mountain. Shirai village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the quickest route to Jiangdu Prefecture was the mountain path nestled between 2 peaks. The carriage would not be able to travel swiftly on such terrain. If he ran fast enough, he might just catch up. With this thought, Song Yan sprinted up the mountain. When he reached the summit, he indeed spotted a carriage making its way down the slope. Realizing time was of the essence, the typically reticent Song Yan raised his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Jiang Qingyue! Qingyue!" At that moment, Jiang Qingyue was seated in the carriage with Su Wanqing, engaged in conversation. Su Chaqing, to avoid appearing suspicious, sat at the front. As they chatted, Su Chaqing suddenly called out, "I could have sworn I heard someone shouting Lady Song's name." Jiang Qingyue perked up her ears to listen. The autumn breeze was gentle, yet the mountain winds were considerably stronger. The gusts carried a few familiar words, though they were not entirely clear. Jiang Qingyue quickly instructed the driver to halt the carriage, lifted the curtain, and leapt down. Following the sound, she indeed spotted a familiar dark figure racing down the mountain. Startled, Jiang Qingyue called out Song Yan. Upon seeing her stop, Song Yan halted as well. Puzzled as to why he had ceased running, she shouted from halfway up the slope, "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Gasping for breath, Song Yan called out, "What kind of mooncake do you like?" Jiang Qingyue looked at him, perplexed by the question, and replied absent-mindedly, "I prefer sweet ones." "Got it. I will buy you sweet mooncakes. Come home early for the festival." Jiang Qingyue was taken aback, realizing he had run all this way just to ask that. Amused yet bewildered, she called back, "Understood. You can go now." Song Yan, uncertain if his words had been clearly conveyed, watched her as she climbed back into the carriage, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He hastily added, "When you return, I have something important to discuss with you." As they spoke, Jiang Qingyue had already entered the carriage. Upon hearing him speak again, she hurriedly lifted the curtain to glance in his direction. That fleeting glance nearly caused her to cry out in shock. Perhaps it was due to the distance, or perhaps it was because he saw her boarding the carriage, but all his previously restrained emotions were now laid bare. In any case, Song Yan, perched halfway up the mountain, was entirely different from his usual self. The mountain breeze billowed his black attire, rendering it excessively loose, while his hair fluttered wildly in the air. He emanated an indescribable aura, sharp yet tinged with a hint of sorrow and resentment. In a flash, Jiang Qingyue suddenly recalled the man before her. It was indeed the adversary she had encountered in the underworld, who had nearly come to blows with her. No wonder she had always felt an inexplicable familiarity with Song Yan. It was simply that he had concealed his true self so well after his rebirth. And with his age and aura not aligning, she had harbored doubts but failed to recognize him. Now that she confirmed he was that resentful reborn man, all the previously incomprehensible events suddenly fell into place. No wonder he had been so mysteriously slipping away from the start. No wonder he had managed to repair the roof before the torrential rain, and had foreseen the locust disaster, discussing preparations with the village chief. No wonder the present-day him was completely at odds with the man Dongmei had described as inept. Those skills had surely been acquired in his past life. The moment she recalled his earlier remark about having something important to discuss with her, Curiosity piqued within Jiang Qingyue. Was he intending to lay all his cards on the table with her? Beside her, Su Wanning noticed Jiang Qingyue's distracted demeanor and inquired with concern. Qingyue, did Song Gongzi mention something urgent just now? Should we take you back first? Jiang Qingyue quickly snapped back to reality. No need. He merely came to see me off. Let us continue on. Her emotions were somewhat convoluted at the moment, and she was uncertain how to react if she were to face him suddenly. It might be best to leave for a couple of days. Allowing herself some time to calm down and reflect, Su Wanning nodded in acknowledgement, then couldn't resist teasing, although I couldn't hear clearly from inside. It seemed like Song Gongzi was particularly concerned about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traversed the mountains to see you off. It seems your relationship is not quite what I had imagined. Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded. In truth, her shock was no less than Su Wanning's. She too was baffled by Song Yan's sudden appearance today, as he rarely acted in such a manner. On the other side, Song Yan watched as the carriage carrying Jiang Qingyue gradually disappeared into the distance until it was merely a black dot, completely out of sight. Only then did he turn and head down the mountain. Upon returning to the fields, Song Dongmei and the others immediately set aside their tasks and crowded around him. Third brother, have you reconciled with third sister-in-law? Song Yan pressed his lips together. We did not quarrel. She went to Jiangdu Prefecture, and I merely saw her off. What? They all stared at Song Yan in disbelief. She went to Jiangdu Prefecture? Yes, the owner of Xiangning Pavilion came to collect goods, and took her along to have some fun for a few days. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei burst into tears. Third brother, how could you let third sister-in-law go alone? I'm going to chase her back. Song Yan quickly reached out to stop her. Don't go. She will return in a couple of days. Song Dongmei wiped her tears with her sleeve. What if she doesn't come back? Chapter 87. Go bring her back. No matter how Song Yan reasoned, Song Dongmei was convinced that Su Wanning and Su Chaqing were not good people. Last time in the shop, they deliberately led me away. They must be plotting to deceive third sister-in-law into going to Jiangdu Prefecture to sell her, or force her to reveal the soap-making recipe. Third sister-in-law, too. I wondered why she bought so many things for me last time. She must have been planning to leave all along. Song Yan shared similar concerns, but still felt it was not that dire. Jiang Qingyue was not as fragile as Song Dongmei imagined. He had previously inquired about the Su family in Jiangdu through reliable sources and found them trustworthy. He only advised, she will come back. Upon hearing this, Song Dongmei cried even harder. Why should she come back? You are usually so indifferent to her, and the Su family treats her so well. If I were her, I wouldn't come back either. Song Yan retorted, one moment you paint them as villains, the next as good people. It's all her words. Song Dongmei, what are you staring at? Your wife has run off with someone else, and you remain so calm. Song Dongmei's suspicions ignited alarm among the others. Although Song Yan claimed everything was fine, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. However, during their midday meeting, he had only said a few extra words, which had already displeased her. He worried that if he were to pursue her now, it would only exacerbate her discomfort. What if he inadvertently pushed her too far, and she truly did not return? Frustrated, Song Yan felt as though he could do nothing right. He rolled up his sleeves and returned to the fields to harvest rice. He toiled away in the fields until dusk before finally returning home with his family. Although he had not eaten lunch, Song Yan felt no hunger. That evening, upon returning home, Song Dongmei noticed the food Jiang Qingyue had left in the kitchen and could not help but question whether Jiang Qingyue would return. Although Wushi said nothing, it was evident she was also feeling quite disheartened. While warming the rice, she quietly turned away to wipe her tears. The eldest and second siblings remained silent, heads downcast, and they all ate a few bites of rice before retiring to rest. That night, after a long day, Song Yan took a shower outside before returning to bed. Jiang Qingyue, who usually favored cleanliness, would bathe every night before sleeping. To avoid awkwardness, Song Yan, sharing the same bed, had also developed this habit. Even in her absence, he still washed thoroughly and changed into clean clothes before daring to lie down. Usually, when they both occupied the bed, it felt cramped, yet now alone, the bed seemed excessively spacious. Song Yan closed his eyes, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. With each closure of his eyes, he couldn't help but reminisce about their nightly conversations before sleep during this period. Feeling uneasy, he turned onto his side, reaching out cautiously over the boundary between them, finally resting his hand upon her pillow. Gently, he traced his fingers across her pillow for a moment. before letting out a soft sigh and closing his eyes lightly. In a state of half-sleep, he endured the night until the sky began to brighten. Finally, Song Yan rolled out of bed, swiftly packed his clothes, and gathered his belongings before exiting the room. After locking the door, he quietly made his way to the neighboring area to prepare the donkey cart. The commotion soon roused the eldest brother. Usually, Song Chunshan was particularly protective of the donkey, anxious that someone might attempt to steal it at night, so he was always vigilant about any disturbances in the yard. Hearing the rustling sounds, he immediately grabbed a stick and rushed outside. Rubbing his eyes, he squinted and discerned that the one attempting to take the donkey was none other than Song Yan. "Third brother, why are you up before dawn?" Song Yan quickly shushed him, explaining in a hushed tone, "Elder brother, you're just in time. I intend to take the cart to Jiangdu Prefecture. Please inform mother for me." Song Chunshan suddenly came to a realization, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. "Just last night, your sister-in-law had wagered with me that you would undoubtedly go to fetch your sister-in-law today." Indeed, her prediction proved accurate. Unmasked in his thoughts, Song Yan merely chuckled, acknowledging the toil you and second brother have endured in the fields. Nodding, Song Chunshan reassured him, "Do not worry about the fields. We shall certainly finish the harvest today. As for you, since you seldom journey far, please exercise caution on the road." "Understood, rest assured." With that, Song Yan hastily harnessed the donkey cart and set off towards the village outskirts. Though Song Yan hurried, a donkey cart cannot compare to a horse-drawn carriage. Departing before dawn, it took him 2.5 hours to reach Jiangdu Prefecture. Meanwhile, upon entering Jiangdu Prefecture yesterday evening, Jiang Qingyue immediately accompanied Su Wanning back to the Su residence. Along the way, she observed the desolate fields ravaged by locusts and the farmers weeping on the ground, which left her profoundly shaken and distressed. However, upon entering the city, the sense of desolation dissipated, and the scenery transformed dramatically, as if she had stepped into a vibrant new world. The living conditions of the townsfolk in the prefecture evidently surpassed those in Qinghua town. The streets bustled with life and vibrancy. It seemed that no one had any opinions regarding the locusts, as if they had never visited this place at all. Jiang Qingyue had initially thought the streets of Jiangdu Prefecture were the epitome of prosperity, but upon entering the Su residence, she realized that what she had seen earlier was merely trivial. She instantly understood why Su Wanning had looked at her small courtyard with such an expression. As soon as they entered, Su Wanning led Jiang Qingyue to her independent courtyard and arranged a separate room for her. Without hesitation, she also brought over 100 taels of silver. Jiang Qingyue counted only 90 taels before accepting it, promptly returning the 100-tael note to her. Su Wanning, taking the note, could not help but ask curiously, "May I inquire why you prefer silver over notes? Is it not inconvenient to carry such silver?" Jiang Qingyue smiled, recalling Song Yan's advice. It became clear to her that Song Yan must have known something, hence his suggestion to avoid keeping silver notes. She gently advised, "While notes are indeed convenient, I still find tangible silver more reassuring. Regardless of the circumstances, this genuine silver will remain unchanged." She dared not voice any more radical thoughts. Su Wanning quickly grasped the current situation and nodded in agreement, smiling. "You make a valid point. Perhaps I should exchange some notes for silver to keep on hand." After a day of travel, the hour was quite late, so Su Wanning sent someone to bring food and hot water, urging Jiang Qingyue to eat and rest early. She, however, hastened to arrange the matters concerning the soap. Once Jiang Qingyue had settled in and lay down in the room prepared by Su Wanning, she suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. While there were others around during the day, it was quite different when she was alone. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to the small home she shared with Song Yan. Chapter 88. The Inconvenience of Staying at Another's Home. Jiangdu Prefecture was indeed splendid, spacious, clean, and with superior living conditions, but in comparison, she felt that Qinghua town possessed a more vibrant, down-to-earth essence. Moreover, this Su residence was grand and opulent, far surpassing her dilapidated little courtyard, or rather, there was simply no basis for comparison. Even dining and bathing had maids to attend to her. Yet, she found herself missing the warmth and comfort of her little courtyard. Even this large, soft bed could not compare to the comfort of her own modest mattress. Jiang Qingyue silently criticized herself for being a mountain pig unable to appreciate fine grains, tossing and turning in bed. She pondered how Song Yan would report back to their family and worried about everyone's reactions, particularly Song Dongmei. She wondered what her sister's response would be. As her thoughts spiraled, Jiang Qingyue felt increasingly agitated, ultimately deciding to draw the bed curtains and retreat into her space to sleep. The next day, Su Wanning sent the maids to deliver breakfast early, joining Jiang Qingyue for the meal. Since returning yesterday, I have been preoccupied with the batch of soap. Fearing the servants mishandled it, so I personally supervised them in the storeroom. Did you sleep well last night? Jiang Qingyue expressed her gratitude. Very well, thank you, Sister Wanning, for your hospitality. Please do not worry about me, you have your own matters to attend to. Seeing that Jiang Qingyue bore no ill will, Su Wanning felt reassured. I have cleared my schedule today. I will take you out to explore the street soon. After finishing their meal, the two women strolled out of the Su residence towards the bustling streets. Su Wanning, aware of Jiang Qingyue's interest in the shops, endeavored to introduce her to various establishments along the way. After perusing the shops, Jiang Qingyue found them quite appealing, yet inexplicably felt no urge to inquire about prices. Sister Wanning, we have been wandering for quite some time. Why don't we visit the Ningxiang Pavilion? Su Wanning readily agreed and led her there. Ningxiang Pavilion was situated in the heart of Jiangdu Prefecture's bustling area, its size several times that of the shops in Qinghe Town. The establishment featured 2 floors. The first floor housed various counters for cosmetics, while the second floor contained tea rooms and washrooms for guests to freshen up and rest. As Jiang Qingyue explored both floors, her eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. Just as she settled down to sip her tea, a young maid dashed up the stairs, exclaiming, "Miss Jiang, someone downstairs is looking for you." Jiang Qingyue, startled, paused with the cup at her lips. The only people she knew in Jiangdu Prefecture were Su Wanning and her brother Su Chaqing, who could possibly be searching for her. A fleeting thought struck her, surprising her with its audacity. Contemplating this, Jiang Qingyue quickly descended the stairs, and upon stepping outside, her heart skipped a beat at the sight of the familiar figure. Song Yan? What brings you here? Hearing her familiar voice, Song Yan turned around. Seeing her safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. I happened to have some business nearby and thought I would check if you were here. Jiang Qingyue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Business? On your way? Song Yan cleared his throat, pressed his lips together, and replied, When do you expect to be finished? What? Is something happening at home? No. Mother said it's chaotic outside and asked me to bring you back. Jiang Qingyue understood. It seemed his visit was merely a pretext, as it was Wu Shi who had sent him to fetch her home. I still have a couple of days of work. I won't be able to return until after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Song Yan replied nonchalantly, I'll likely need about 2 days as well. Let us return home together then. Everyone is waiting for us to celebrate the festival. Mother is worried about you traveling so far, and Dongmei has already cried several times. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue's heart softened. All right, after I finish my work on the morning of the festival, we will head back. Seeing her agreement, Song Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Then I will go back to my tasks now. I will come to fetch you this evening. Fetch me? It is rather inconvenient to stay at someone else's home. Why don't you come with me to the inn? Fearing she might refuse, Song Yan quickly added, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Qingyue's gaze sharpened as she contemplated his words, understanding what he intended to convey. After the events of their previous encounter, she could now confirm that the man before her was indeed the one who had been reborn into this position. Even though he currently donned a smoke-gray long robe, exuding the refined demeanor of a scholarly gentleman, the image of his appearance from yesterday remained indelibly etched in her mind. There would be no chance of misrecognition again. Yet, upon this sudden encounter, she found herself devoid of the anticipated anxiety and trepidation. Instead, a delightful sense of reunion enveloped her. When he suggested he would come to fetch her in the evening, Jiang Qingyue contemplated for a brief moment before acquiescing. Very well. But I must first return to the Su residence to retrieve my belongings. Please meet me there. Song Yan acknowledged with a nod, understanding her request. After a lingering gaze at her, he strode away from Ningxiang Pavilion. Upon returning upstairs, Su Wanjing had adopted a serious demeanor. Sister Qingyue, I am beginning to suspect that what you told me previously was mere deception. You two hardly resemble a couple on the brink of separation. Jiang Qingyue sheepishly tugged at the corner of her mouth. He mentioned he had matters to attend to in Jiangdu and wanted to see if I was around. Su Wanjing chuckled in resignation. You believe him just like that? Jiang Qingyue indeed harbored doubts, but was at a loss on how to articulate her thoughts to Su Wanjing. Su Wanjing feigned understanding. Fine, I shall not meddle in your marital affairs. I had initially contemplated inviting you to remain in Jiangdu, but that now seems utterly impossible. Why do you say that? Jiang Qingyue inquired. Sister, you may not have realized it, but when we roamed the shops this morning, you seemed rather subdued. Yet after encountering your husband, it was as if you transformed. A smile has graced your face ever since. Is it that obvious? Jiang Qingyue questioned, though inwardly. She sensed a shift within herself, an inexplicable eagerness for time to hasten. Perhaps it was the anticipation of learning what he would say next. In the afternoon, as she accompanied Su Wanjing back to the Su residence, Su Chongqing specifically invited them to dine at Duo Wei Lu. Without much thought, Jiang Qingyue politely declined. She had assumed he would arrive early, but to her surprise, he did not appear even by dinner time. Though she concealed her worry, Jiang Qingyue couldn't help but fret about whether he was all right in this unfamiliar place. As dinner preparations commenced at the Su residence, Jiang Qingyue reluctantly agreed to join Su Wanjing for the meal. Just as they had begun eating, a messenger arrived, announcing that a gentleman named Song sought his wife. Jiang Qingyue felt a wave of relief wash over her as she slowly rose from the table. Sister Wanjing, thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave now. Chapter 89, Mutual Confessions. Seeing Jiang Qingyue so animated, Su Wanjing chuckled helplessly. All right, let me accompany you. Jiang Qingyue quickly waved her hand. No need. I can manage on my own. Watching her depart with a spring in her step, Su Wanjing sighed again, initially believing their relationship to be a mere fade. She had entertained the hope that Jiang Qingyue would settle in Jiangdu, devising future collaboration plans in her mind. Now, it seemed those aspirations were dashed. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qingyue, Su Wanjing's thoughts were far from her own. At that moment, she was bustling toward the back door, her small bundle in tow, her steps imbued with a buoyant excitement. As she crossed the threshold, she indeed spotted Song Yan waiting outside. Upon seeing Jiang Qingyue, his lips involuntarily curved into a smile as he took her bundle from her. I apologize for the delay. I was caught up with some matters. Were you waiting long? Jiang Qingyue offered a slight smile. Not at all, it's fine. Song Yan nodded. Shall we go have a meal? What would you like to eat? I just had something to eat, she replied. Very well. Then let us return to the inn. Although Jiang Qingyue was eager to discuss serious matters, she reasoned that one should not neglect the needs of others. No rush. Let us finish your meal first before we head back. Fortunately, Song Yan was amenable, and they found a noodle stall on their way back to the inn, ordering 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles. Just try a bit. If you dislike it, you can give the rest to me. As the noodles arrived, Jiang Qingyue felt the atmosphere between them grow somewhat awkward, prompting her to glance around casually. Song Yan placed the bowl of noodles before her and curiously inquired, Have you visited the shops? Jiang Qingyue replied honestly, I browsed some this morning. What did you think? Did anything catch your eye? Not particularly, she admitted. Song Yan exhaled in relief. Do you have plans for tomorrow? None yet. Then how about I take you out to explore? Jiang Qingyue shot him a sidelong glance. Are you familiar with this place? Song Yan smiled wryly. Not particularly, but it's easy enough to wander about. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, it's a rare opportunity to procure some items to take back. Jiang Qingyue shared his sentiment and readily agreed. All right. As they began to eat, Jiang Qingyue directly transferred half of her noodles into his bowl, sampling a few bites before finding herself unable to continue. Ultimately, the remainder of her meal found its way into Song Yan's stomach. Once he finished his noodles with remarkable speed, they returned together to the inn. Throughout the journey, Jiang Qingyue awaited him to broach the subject, yet he remained silent, as if the matter had completely slipped his mind. He led her upstairs and into the room. Upon entering, Jiang Qingyue surveyed the simple guest room. It contained merely a bunk bed, which was not particularly surprising. However, being away from home, it felt different. Sharing a bed at home was one thing, but doing so outside seemed overly intimate. Noticing her discomfort, Song Yan spoke up. I'll ask the innkeeper for an extra bed and bedding. I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Jiang Qingyue nodded slightly in agreement. After placing his belongings and tidying up, Song Yan hastily requested hot water from the innkeeper. You've been out all day. Take a quick wash, and I'll stand guard outside. With that, he swiftly closed the door behind him as he exited. Jiang Qingyue hesitated to bathe in this unfamiliar place, but fearing he might intrude if she lingered too long in silence, she quickly washed herself. After changing into fresh clothes, she approached the door to open it. You can call someone for a water change. You should wash up too. I'll wait outside. Song Yan quickly glanced inside and replied, "It's not safe outside. You should go in and wait, just pull the curtain down and don't look." Jiang Qingyue's face flushed. "Who would peek while you bathe?" Song Yan chuckled softly, pulling her arm and ushering her inside. "I was just joking. You go in first." Jiang Qingyue rolled her eyes at him before climbing onto the bed and turning to face inward. Though separated by a curtain, the sound of water splashing made it impossible to ignore. More troubling was the thought that he was using the same water she had just washed in. Although she hadn't sweated much today and had only rinsed quickly, Jiang Qingyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Just as she was enduring the discomfort, the sound of water finally ceased. A moment later, steam wafted toward the bed. Jiang Qingyue quickly sat up. "Are you done?" "Yes, I'm finished," he answered. Jiang Qingyue, losing her patience and unwilling to wait any longer, boldly pulled aside the curtain and asked, "Now tell me, what is this crucial matter that necessitates a private discussion on the mountaintop? Was your eagerness to return just now in anticipation of my mentioning this matter? Or was there another reason?" Song Yan narrowed his gaze, realizing that he had overthought the situation. He had assumed her excitement was due to seeing him, but it turned out to be about this issue. Nevertheless, it was indeed time to clarify things. If they delayed any longer, she might truly decide to stay here indefinitely. With that thought in mind, Song Yan adopted a serious demeanor and addressed her, "I am aware that you are not the Jiang Qingyue of the past." Jiang Qingyue. She had come to hear his confession, yet it had turned into an accusation. Jiang Qingyue widened her almond-shaped eyes, pondering whether to outright deny it or to reveal his secrets first. Then she heard him continue, "I have seen you in the underworld." Jiang Qingyue, thankfully, you didn't elaborate. Now that the conversation had reached this point, there was no longer anything to conceal. "I know." Now it was Song Yan's turn to be astonished. "You recognized me earlier?" "Not at first. When you intercepted me on the way, that was when I realized it was you." To be fair, Jiang Qingyue asked, "When did you recognize me?" Song Yan smirked slightly. "To be precise, it was on the night after we exterminated the locusts." Jiang Qingyue understood. "No wonder you kept staring at me that night. It seems I had revealed myself then." After exchanging their first secrets, an awkward silence enveloped them as they contemplated how transparent they should be with one another. After a brief pause, Song Yan spoke first. "You should know that in this life, I have been reborn. As for why I am like this, I cannot say for certain. When I regained consciousness, I saw you. Was that truly you?" Jiang Qingyue awkwardly nodded. "Yes, it was me. It appears we arrived in succession. You should also know that I was misled by the messengers of the underworld, my soul being pulled back here. Perhaps it is because I share the same name, Jiang Qingyue, that this coincidence occurred." Chapter 90. Exchanging Secrets. Once they had clarified their arrivals, silence fell upon them again. This time, Jiang Qingyue was the first to break it. "I think it is only fair that we each ask one question we are most eager to know." Song Yan nodded, as if he had been prepared for this. "You come from another world, do you not? Will you return there in the future?" Jiang Qingyue shot him an exasperated glance. "That's 2 questions. But fine, I'll indulge. I come from a world over 1,000 years in the future, and, while I would like to return, it is undoubtedly impossible." Then, Jiang Qingyue posed her most pressing question. "You still remember the events of your previous life, don't you? Is something dreadful about to happen?" Song Yan lowered his gaze. "Indeed, a storm is brewing. This country will soon cease to exist." Jiang Qingyue's complexion paled immediately. "Is it because of this locust plague?" Song Yan nodded, then shook his head. "This locust plague is merely the beginning. Soon, a series of calamities will follow, famine and rebellious soldiers. The world will descend into chaos until the new emperor ascends the throne." Jiang Qingyue felt her mind go blank. She had thought her journey would be one of diligent prosperity, rising from humble beginnings. After leaving a man who did not love her, she envisioned a life of solitary beauty, running her shop, earning silver, and living carefreely, eventually leading to a peaceful retirement. To her dismay, it seemed she was instead cast into a tale of fleeing from disaster amid turmoil. All her previous plans had been disrupted, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. When she spoke again, her voice trembled instinctively. "Master, could you possibly share your best routes for fleeing and safe locations?" Song Yan cast her a helpless glance. "At this point, you still wish to escape alone? That thought is futile. I mentioned chaos. How could there be a safe place? Attempting to flee in advance will not work." Jiang Qingyue gasped. "If we don't run, are we to wait for death? Is it that you perished in a similar turmoil in your last life?" Song Yan pressed his lips together, smiling faintly, not quite. I lived many years beyond the new emperor's ascension. Jiang Qingyue quickly calculated in her mind. Song Yan was barely 20 now, yet in the underworld. He appeared to be under 40? By this reckoning, the turmoil would not last for too many years. If she started stockpiling resources in her space now, could hiding there be a viable option? Song Yan's silence made him mistakenly think she was afraid, prompting him to soften his tone. You need not be frightened. After all, I have lived a full life. It should be better than in my previous existence. You can accompany me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. No. No. When do you say we begin fleeing? Next spring. Jiang Qingyue realized something was amiss. No wonder you said you couldn't wait a year. You must divorce by next spring because of this. Song Yan had let his guard down, not realizing she would be waiting for him here. Seeing her in a huff, he sheepishly rubbed his nose. I feel it's necessary to explain. My relationship with the previous Jiang Qingyue was quite strained, akin to two strangers who never interacted. That's why I was so eager for the divorce. Do you understand? Initially, he had no idea she was not her, which was why he had spoken so callously. She couldn't hold that against him. Jiang Qingyue let out a sigh, acknowledging his reasoning, especially since she would need to rely on him in the future. Fine. I won't hold it against you. But what about our prior agreement regarding the divorce? Song Yan quickly interjected. Let us hold off for now. Realizing he had overstepped, he composed himself to explain. Consider it, in the event of a disaster, I must not only bring you, but also my family. If we divorce beforehand, it will lead to numerous complications and inconveniences. Jiang Qingyue replied, all right then, we can postpone that discussion. After all, nothing is more important than survival. Seeing her so readily acquiesce, Song Yan felt a mix of relief and regret. He had intended to ask if she would reconsider the divorce, but somehow it transformed into a mere postponement. Perhaps it was due to his lack of confidence. He felt that the current Jiang Qingyue held no affection for him. If he pressured her into a genuine marriage, she might always harbor thoughts of escape. As long as she agreed not to leave, there would be ample opportunities and time ahead. After all, he possessed boundless patience. Jiang Qingyue, overwhelmed by the day's revelations and shocks, lay back on her bed, exhausted after discussing their impending flight from disaster. The thought of fleeing next spring left her feeling lost. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she silently cursed the two individuals in the underworld. Yet, upon reflection, with Song Yan as her ally, it seemed fate had not been unkind to her. Fortunately, Song Yan had confessed in time. She had yet to purchase a shop in Jiangdu Prefecture, and her silver was still in her possession. With time before the impending chaos, she could earn more silver and stockpile supplies in her space. Even if circumstances changed and she could not align with Song Yan, she could still hide in her space for a while. In short, she would prepare for both possibilities. With that thought, Jiang Qingyue quickly turned to face Song Yan. Given the severity of the locust plague outside, shouldn't we urgently procure some grain? Song Yan had not anticipated her acceptance to be so swift, and he couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his lips. I inquired earlier today. The grain prices in Jiangdu Prefecture have risen somewhat. Tomorrow, we shall procure some to take home first. As for the rest, we can devise a plan once we return. Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement, then promptly retrieved a pouch of silver from her garments. Since we are to flee together, you shall take this silver. Song Yan had no intention of accepting it. He merely smiled at her, saying, I have enough on me. Jiang Qingyue regarded him with astonishment, then could not suppress a quirk of her brow. Indeed, considering he was a reincarnated individual, it was hardly conceivable that he lacked means to amass silver. As for its origin, she felt no inclination to inquire further. Based on her past experiences with novels, men who possessed such opportunities for reincarnation were exceedingly rare, akin to 1 in a million. The very fact that he had been granted a second chance indicated that he bore significant responsibilities in his previous life. He certainly could not have been an ordinary person. In contrast, she merely wished for a tranquil existence, earning a modest amount of silver to retire comfortably. Their paths were entirely divergent. With differing primary objectives, there was no need to force a union. The more one knows, the swifter the demise. Noticing her lost in thought, gazing at the ceiling, Song Yan chuckled softly and rose to request matting and bedding from the innkeeper. He then, with an air of nonchalance, laid out the bedding right beside the edge of the bed.